The ecological zone of Lin Huan is on the brink of being breached by monsters, and the only remaining steward urges him to flee immediately. In desperation, he retrieves the biological editor left behind by his parents. Ding! The hunting narrative system is now bound. Blueprint for Blue Speed Dragon Juvenile. Unlocked. Audience. Reviving dinosaurs? How cliché. Wait, what is he creating? I've never seen anything like it. As the Blue Speed Dragon tears through the invaders with its uncanny tactics, all onlookers stand in stunned silence. Chapter 1. The Swiftness of the Blue Speed Dragon. A light drizzle patters against the energy shield of the ecological zone, which flickers ominously as if it could extinguish at any moment. Lin Huan stands before the control panel, the crimson alarm flashing on the screen, making his eyes ache. He has been in this world for 18 years, having traversed into a realm of advanced biotechnology that has been ravaged by terrifying monsters. His parents were heroes of the last Pioneer War, who exchanged their military achievements for this B7 ecological zone on the outskirts of the border world. However, the heroes have long since passed, leaving behind only this gradually decaying legacy and a heavy burden. Compared to the opulent core world that floats high above, this place is a bloody frontier forgotten by civilization. With energy dwindling and equipment aging, the outside is a wasteland plagued by relentless monsters. Those creatures that have slipped through the outermost defenses are like sharks sensing blood, relentlessly battering against his meager barrier. Young master, it's no use. The Eastern District barrier has completely overloaded. Only 8% energy remains. We must evacuate immediately. The old steward, Chun Bo, bursts into the control room, rainwater and sweat mingling as they cascade down his aged face, his voice filled with despair. The mercenaries of the Black Scythe are asking exorbitantly. I hear they want 300 energy coins just for a 1-star scythe claw monster. How can we afford that? Gene warriors? Huh. A bitter smile tugs at the corners of Lin Huan's mouth. This wretched place is so impoverished that even the lowest tier 1-star gene warrior teams are unwilling to take on this thankless escort mission. His hollow title of ecological master is rendered worthless in the face of reality. Poor, weak, and isolated. Is this the conclusion of his 18 years of perseverance? To witness the fruits of his parents' labor being obliterated by a mere 1-star monster? Just as the energy reading on the main screen of the control panel plummets below 5%, the piercing high-frequency alarm blares, and in that moment, the color drains from Chunbo's face. Ding! Host ecological zone detected to be on the brink of destruction, meeting conditions for emergency activation. Hunting narrative system successfully bound. A high-tech, translucent blue interface suddenly pops up, forcefully overlaying all alarm notifications. Newbie gift package issued. Raw Energy X100. Basic biological editor permissions unlocked. Monster companion blueprint. Blue Speed Dragon Juvenile X1. Lin Huan's pupils constrict abruptly, his heart pounding as if struck by a heavy hammer. 18 years of waiting. Do you know how long that is? The benefits of a time traveler have finally arrived at the last moment. Chunbo, forget the alarms. Channel all remaining energy, even a meager reserve for lighting, into the underground editing chamber. Quickly, Lin Huan spins around, his eyes igniting with a fierce determination, sweeping away the previous despondency, replaced by a near-maniacal resolve. Young master, the stock in the editing chamber is simply Chunbo cannot comprehend. Sell everything. Now, execute the order. Lin Huan shouts, dashing toward the underground without looking back. Inside the dilapidated underground biological editing chamber, the lights flicker erratically as energy is violently siphoned away. Lin Huan rushes to the main control screen, unhesitatingly injecting the 100 units of raw energy just gifted by the system along with a meager supply of basic biomass stored in the editing chamber. Import blueprint data. Create target. Blue Speed Dragon. The editor emits an unbearable roar under the strain, the energy indicator plummeting to 0. The lights throughout the ecological zone extinguish completely, plunging it into darkness, save for the eerie blue glow emanating from the biological cultivation tank within the editing chamber. The organization liquid churns, and a creature cloaked in blue scales begins to take form at a visible speed. Ow away! A sharp, primal scream pierces through the chamber door, sending shockwaves through the eardrums. Almost simultaneously, the deafening sound of a metallic gate being violently torn apart is heard, accompanied by Chun Bo's terrified scream. Lin Huan yanks open the chamber door. Before him, the final defensive gate has been ripped apart by a massive, menacing creature with scythe-like appendages. A scythe claw monster, approximately 3 meters tall and clad in dark brown chitinous armor, bursts through, its compound eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, raising its lethal, scythe-like limb as it lunges toward the stunned Chinbo. Now's the time. Go! Lin Huan issues commands through the system. Whoosh! A blue figure darts like an arrow shot from a bow, racing past Lin Huan with such speed that it leaves only a fleeting shadow on his retina. It is a creature the height of a person, covered in brilliant blue scales, with dark stripes along its back, and a striking red blade-like crest atop its head. It runs on powerful hind legs, its short forelimbs armed with glimmering claws, entering the battlefield with agile precision. Just as the side-clawed beast was about to sever Chenbois, the Lan Sulong suddenly leaped to the side, evading the sharp edge. Its powerful hind limbs propelled it upward, and its lethal claws struck with precision at the fragile connection between the beast's compound eye and exoskeleton. With a splatter, dark green viscous liquid erupted. Screech! The scythe-clawed beast emitted a piercing wail of agony, its assault abruptly interrupted as it violently swung its head. The Lan Sulong had already landed, its orange-yellow vertical pupils coldly locking onto its prey, swiftly circling the wounded creature while emitting a threatening hiss. Its speed and agility completely overwhelmed the relatively cumbersome scythe-clawed beast. What is this? Chinbois, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed onto the ground, staring at the azure creature he had never seen before, stammering and at a loss for words. Our new guardian, Lin Huan, stepped into the light, his face pale from exhaustion, yet his eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. The scythe-clawed beast furiously swung its other scythe-like limb in a sweeping motion, creating a howling wind. The Lan Sulong merely executed a nimble backward jump and sidestep to effortlessly evade the attack. Seizing the moment of the creature's vulnerability, it lunged once more, targeting the joints and eyes, the weak points, with its sharp teeth and claws. Ripping sounds echoed as the blue figure darted about like a specter, each strike resulting in splatters of dark green fluid. The scythe-clawed beast, despite its strength, could not touch the cunning hunter, which harried it mercilessly, leaving it battered and increasingly sluggish. Finally, after a flawless feint, the Lan Sulong dashed onto its back, its claws viciously tearing through the beast's neck armor. The scythe-clawed beast let out a desperate wail before its massive body collapsed with a thud, twitching a few times before falling silent. Inside and outside the control room, a profound silence reigned. Chenbois stared in astonishment at the victor standing atop the monster's carcass, using its beak to groom its blue scales. The red crown atop its head glimmered ominously in the dim light. The ease, the precision. It was a brutal execution almost akin to play. Was this truly the creation of their desperate efforts? Its combat prowess rivaled that of a well-trained gene warrior. Lin Huan let out a long sigh of relief. Ding! First subordinate monster slain. Reward, Raw Energy X50, Ancient Dragon Gene Sequence Unlock Progress Initiated 0.01. Upon seeing the words Ancient Dragon in the system notification and recalling the catastrophic beings from his memories, Lin Huan finally displayed his first genuine smile since arriving in this world. It seemed this wretched place not only could be sustained but perhaps could also yield grand adventures. Chapter 2. A Resurgence. The oppressive silence of the control room was shattered by a satisfied screech from the blue velociraptor. It leaped from the carcass of the scythe-claw beast and trotted over to Lin Huan with a light yet vigilant gait. The creature, adorned with azure scales and crowned with a vivid crimson crest, affectionately nudged Lin Huan's hand, emitting a soft rumble as the coldness in its orange-yellow vertical pupils began to dissipate. Lin Huan was momentarily taken aback, but then a profound sense of connection surged within him. Through the system, he could vaguely sense the emotions of this blue velociraptor, its contentment after a hearty meal, the thrill of vanquishing a formidable foe, and an unreserved affection towards him, its creator. The scales were cool to the touch, yet its movements radiated a natural intimacy. A warmth blossomed in Lin Huan's heart. This creature was the first true companion he had in this frigid and despairing world. No, it was his own dragon. Born of the system and of him, it shared an invisible bond with him. He reached out and gently patted the velociraptor's hard, cool crest, finding the sensation peculiar yet pleasing. Well done. Ding. Achievement unlocked. First hunt, 1 star. Reward, growth feed, small, X5, ecosystem zone binding scroll, mini, X1. Basic monster encyclopedia function acquired. Partial information on the scythe-claw beast unlocked. A new system notification appeared. Growth feed? As Lin Huan concentrated, A small bag emitting a faint glow and a scroll materialized in the storage space provided by the system, an addition he had recently discovered, albeit a modest one. Upon reviewing the description, growth feed, small, slightly accelerates monster growth, particularly effective on lower-tier creatures. His gaze fell upon the blue velociraptor, which was preening its feather-like scales with its beak. It was already formidable in its youth, if it were to mature. Young master, what is this? Chunbo finally rose unsteadily from the ground and approached, his expression a mixture of disbelief, trepidation, astonishment, and a hint of reverence as he regarded the now docile velociraptor. The lights in the ecosystem zone remained dim due to depleted energy, illuminated only by the emergency lights and the residual glow from the editor, casting uncertain shadows on the faces of those present. The final safeguard left by his parents, a relic of ancient biological weaponry technology. Lin Huan attributed the cause to his long-departed heroic parents, undoubtedly the most reasonable explanation, which would also alleviate Chun Bo's doubts. The previous lack of energy and conditions had hindered activation, but in that moment of crisis, they had taken the gamble. He explained half-truthfully while retrieving the bag of growth feed from the system space. The bag appeared antiquated, lacking any semblance of modern technology, resembling more of a leather artifact. Understanding dawned on Chun Bo's face, and he was immediately filled with excitement and nostalgia. So that's it. It was a contingency plan left by the master and madam. I knew they wouldn't leave us unprepared. His gaze toward the blue velociraptor transformed, brimming with hope and even a sense of pride, as if beholding a treasured possession. May the spirits of the master and madam bless us. Young master, we are saved. The loyal old steward instinctively filled in the gaps, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lin Huan nodded, offering no elaborate explanation. He poured a small amount of growth feed into his palm and extended it towards the blue speed dragon. The creature's vertical pupils locked onto the alluring morsel, and after a quick sniff, it flicked out its tongue, swiftly licking clean Lin Huan's hand, even nuzzling against it as if yearning for more. Your companion, blue speed dragon Juvenile, has consumed growth feed, small, resulting in a slight increase in growth rate. A system notification flashed by, and Lin Huan sensed a subtle solidification in the aura surrounding the blue speed dragon. The effect was evident, yet it appeared that a substantial quantity was required. From now on, I shall call you Blue Gem, Lin Huan declared to the creature before retrieving the ecosystem binding scroll miniature. The scroll's description read, bind a tract of unclaimed or willfully surrendered land as an ecosystem recognized by the system. Allowing the host to enjoy certain system functionalities, the host must possess actual control over the area. The current bindable area was 1 square kilometer. Only 1 square kilometer? Lin Huan frowned. The B7 ecosystem left to him by his parents theoretically spanned nearly 10 square kilometers, encompassing a small simulated forest, a grassland, and an abandoned water purification unit. However, the actual area he could still barely control centered around his command room and editing chamber, a radius of less than 500 meters. The rest had long succumbed to energy shortages and monstrous destruction, left to decay and pollution. 1 square kilometer would precisely cover the core area he could currently manage. Bind, he silently commanded. The scroll transformed into a cascade of shimmering motes, dispersing like fireflies, merging with the soil beneath his feet and the walls surrounding him. An indescribable sense of tenuous connection was established, as if this small, dilapidated land had truly become the genesis of his domain. On the system interface, the map feature illuminated, displaying a simple circular area of 1 square kilometer, with a command room at its center. Several flickering lights within the region represented himself, Uncle Chun, and the blue speed dragon. Uncle Chun, as an old-fashioned steward, understood what was paramount in this moment. Regaining his composure, he pointed towards the carcass of the scythe claw monster, his tone regaining a semblance of its former steadiness. Young master, we must process this scythe claw monster's corpse without delay. The exoskeleton, blade limbs, and some glands of a 1-star monster can be exchanged for energy credits and necessities at the market. Furthermore, its biomass core, although its conversion efficiency is lamentably low, can still provide a much-needed respite for our dwindling energy pool. Lin Huan approached the carcass, the foul odor assaulting his senses. The blue speed dragon trailed closely behind, emitting a low, wary growl at the corpse, a mix of vigilance and desire in its demeanor. Very well, Uncle Chun, you are more adept at dissection than I. We require every resource we can utilize. Lin Huan paused, glancing at Blue Gem. Let it accompany you, just in case. In this ecological zone, it is hard to guarantee the absence of other small creatures drawn in. Upon receiving the command, Blue Treasure immediately lifted its head, its vertical pupils scanning the surrounding dark passage with a vigilant demeanor, embodying the essence of a dutiful bodyguard. Chunbo gazed at this anthropomorphic velociraptor, his expression complex. Ultimately, he nodded and went to fetch tools. His heart was tumultuous. The young master, suddenly capable of creating such an unprecedented and formidable biological weapon, was certainly beyond the capabilities of the antiquated editor inherent to this ecological zone. Could it be that the master and mistress had brought back some form of secret technology from the war years? Had it remained concealed until this critical juncture, only to be activated by the young master? Indeed, it must be so. Individuals of such caliber as the master and mistress could hardly have failed to leave their progeny with a final means of survival. Convinced he had found a rational explanation, Chunbo's gaze grew more resolute and loyal, and the flicker of hope rekindled deep within his previously despondent heart. All he could do was to assist the young master with unwavering commitment, safeguarding the legacy of the master and mistress. Chapter 3. Subsequent Plans. Soon, Chunbo returned, dragging tools behind him. Dissecting a one-star monster was no trivial task, for its chitinous exoskeleton was exceedingly tough. However, astonishingly, Blue Treasure seemed to instinctively know where the weaknesses lay. As Chunbo labored with his knife, it would accurately point out the seams where the exoskeleton connected with its claws or sharp beak, even occasionally growing impatient and scratching at the spots itself, often achieving remarkable efficiency. Such cleverness, Chunbo mused, wiping the sweat from his brow, far surpasses many clumsy apprentices. Young master, your prowess in biological technology is truly remarkable. Lin Huan responded vaguely, offering no further explanation, and lent a hand. Throughout the process, he could distinctly sense the faint emotions emanating from Blue Treasure, a yearning for the energy of its prey. After considerable effort, they finally completed the dissection. The most valuable, scythe-like appendages, several relatively intact sections of exoskeleton, and a biological core, no larger than a fist and emanating a faint, murky glow, were successfully extracted. Chunbo gazed at the core and sighed. This substance would be deemed too impure even as auxiliary fuel for a large conversion furnace. Our modest converter might be fortunate to extract a mere 10 units of energy from it. Even a mosquito's leg is still meat. Lin Huan took the core, its surface warm to the touch, and he could feel the faint, chaotic flow of energy within. As for the remaining materials, please tally them up and see what we can exchange. Chunbo retrieved an old inventory tablet and began to scroll through it. A pair of intact scythe-clawed limbs can fetch around 80 energy credits. If the exoskeleton is processed well, approximately 50 energy credits, and with some miscellaneous glands, we might scrape together about 150 energy credits. If we could acquire the certification label from the Hunters Guild, the price could rise by an additional 20%, but we lack the time to complete the formalities at the guild office. 150 energy credits would barely cover a single engagement from the most basic team of gene warriors. Lin Huan took a deep breath. The cost of living at the frontier was an entirely different concept from that of the core world. Strive to incorporate more high-energy synthetic foods, basic medical supplies, and also see if there are affordable biomass materials available, as we require a substantial quantity of this. He gestured towards the small blue creature, curiously pawing at the fragments of a monster's flesh. Understood, young master. Uncle Chin nodded solemnly. I shall set off at dawn for the nearest Ashen Town market. Here, he glanced at the disarrayed control room and the inky black corridor. A hint of concern etched on his face. Rest assured, with Blue Treasure around, minor troubles should be manageable. Lin Huan patted Blue Treasure's head. You guard the home well. Blue Treasure raised its head and emitted a somewhat juvenile, yet resonant cry. Gah! After seeing off Uncle Chun, who hurried to prepare his belongings, Lin Huan began to patrol the dimly lit ecological zone with Blue Treasure. The energy was nearly depleted, with only emergency lights casting a feeble glow. The once vibrant planting area lay mostly withered, save for a few drought-resistant mosses and fungi that clung to life. The water circulation system emitted an abnormal hum, evidently malfunctioning. The air was thick with the sense of rainwater, rust, and the faint odor of decaying vegetation. This was his kingdom, a nearly moribund, solitary island spanning close to 10 square kilometers. Blue Treasure appeared quite intrigued by the surroundings, its slit pupils keenly scanning every corner in the dim light. occasionally lowering its head to sniff the ground or paw at the wilted plants. It exhibited a distinct preference for open areas with a degree of concealment. Lin Huan recalled the system's description of the blue velociraptor's habits, which thrived in temperate forests or tree seas. The core area of his ecological zone consisted of living quarters and planting sheds, while the periphery, near the damaged barrier, originally featured a small patch designed to simulate a temperate climate, a little experimental zone from his parents' planning years ago. However, due to energy and maintenance issues, it had long since fallen into disrepair, with most trees dead, yet some resilient shrubs and intricate terrain remained. Lin Huan led Blue Treasure to this area. Although dilapidated, it offered more cover and relatively complex terrain compared to other locations. Do you like it here? Lin Huan inquired. Blue Treasure eagerly darted in, nimbly weaving through the dead branches and leaves, occasionally leaping onto a massive piece of decaying wood, vigilantly surveying the surroundings while emitting low whines, seemingly simulating a patrol and watch. Its behavioral patterns were evidently adapting and evolving swiftly. Lin Huan nodded in satisfaction. This area served as an ideal temporary nest and activity zone for Blue Treasure, also facilitating its vigilance against potential threats from that direction. He took out the growth feed, rewarded by the system. This substance resembled a tube of concentrated gel emitting a faint glow. Blue Treasure, come here. Upon hearing the call, Blue Treasure promptly leaped down from the decayed wood, racing to Lin Huan's side, its eyes fixed intently on the feed in his hand, displaying intense desire. Lin Huan fed the feed. Blue Treasure swallowed it in one gulp, licking its beak in lingering satisfaction. Soon, a faint blue glow enveloped its body, and its bones emitted a subtle cracking sound as its form visibly expanded slightly. The blue scales shimmered with increased brilliance, while the crown upon its head deepened in hue. It raised its head and let out a more resounding and powerful roar than before, its breath evidently more vigorous. The accompanying creature, Blue Treasure, Blue Raptor, Juvenile stage, consumed growth feed, resulting in a marked enhancement of its growth. Its strength, agility, and endurance experienced significant boosts, yet it still required substantial energy intake and battle experience to reach the next stage of maturity. Excellent. Lin Huan felt a surge of excitement. The beginning was promising. He glanced at the system interface. The unlocking progress for the ancient dragon species 001 seemed like a distant dream, but at least he had taken the first step. After consumption and rewards, only 100 units of primal energy remained, and the biomass was nearly exhausted. The next course of action was to acquire more resources, create additional blue raptors, and form a community to enhance their hunting prowess and defend their territory. Blue Treasure, as the future Dragon King, would serve as the core of this group. He crouched down, observing the now sharper and more alert gaze of Blue Treasure. Listen, Blue Treasure, this is our home. Together, we shall protect it and then expand it, making it greater and stronger. You will become a true king, leading countless descendants. Blue Treasure seemed to grasp his vision, affectionately nudging Lin Huan's shoulder with its head, before turning toward the depths of the withered woods, standing tall and emitting a long, penetrating call. Chapter 4. The Hatchling. Primal energy serves as the currency of the system, essential for unlocking and creating monsters. Energy, in turn, represents units of power, encompassing various forms, such as thermal and electrical energy. The last 50 units of primal energy felt like searing coals in Lin Huan's hands, urging him to make a decision. 100 units of energy sounded substantial, yet when it came to taking action, it proved insufficient. Restoring the ecological zone's basic functions? A mere drop in the bucket. Constructing new defensive facilities? A fanciful notion. The urgent priority was to bolster security forces. A single blue raptor, even a robust juvenile specimen, was still too vulnerable in the face of potentially numerous or stronger adversaries. The fastest method to enhance their strength remained the creation of new blue raptors. However, 100 units of energy would only suffice to produce 2 juvenile specimens, the most basic and fragile type, akin to mere embryos, requiring substantial time and resources to cultivate combat readiness. To gamble or not, Lin Huan regarded Blue Treasure, patrolling vigilantly by his side, then glanced once more at the meager resource readings on the system interface. It remained uncertain whether Chinbo would successfully return with sufficient resources. He needed to have a contingency plan, even if it consisted of just 2 eggs requiring incubation time. System, create 2 juvenile blue raptors. Command confirmed. Consuming primal energy x50. Beginning production of Blue Raptor Juvenile X2. Estimated time, 6 hours. The manufacturing process will continue to consume fundamental biomass, and with the current reserves falling below the threshold, this will significantly prolong the manufacturing time or lead to its failure. Indeed, Lin Huan cursed under his breath. Merely possessing energy is insufficient. Materials are equally essential. The scant inventory in the editing chamber had been nearly depleted during the recent creation of the Sapphire, while the small amount of biomass obtained from dismantling the Scytheclaw creature had been converted into energy. Now, they found themselves utterly bereft. He promptly rushed to the main control panel, carefully directing most of the last 100 units of energy into the most basic life support systems of the ecological zone, primarily the modest water purification cycle and air filtration in several core areas. At the very least, they must ensure that they do not succumb to thirst or suffocation, and provide a meagerly survivable environment for the two little ones soon to arrive. Unbeknownst to him, the Sapphire had vanished somewhere. As energy gradually flowed in, the dimly lit control room witnessed a few critical indicator lights struggling to emit a faint green glow. The air circulation system emitted a muffled sound reminiscent of an elderly person's cough, finally springing back to life. The environmental parameters on the screen slowly ascended from the perilous red zone to the warning yellow. After accomplishing all this, Lin Huan gazed at the mere 5 units of raw energy remaining, managing a wry smile. Truly, money flows like water. He made his way to the underground editing chamber. 2 new cultivation tanks had been activated, filled with a pale blue nutrient solution. Within, 2 exceedingly tiny, curled blue embryos floated slowly, absorbing the already scant biomass in the solution, their growth rate frustratingly slow. Grow at your own pace, little ones. Once Uncle Chun returns with good provisions, you shall emerge sooner. Lin Huan gently patted the cold cultivation tank, as if comforting the embryos within, or perhaps bolstering his own spirits. What lay ahead was a protracted wait. Just then, the Sapphire returned to his side, apparently unscathed save for the blood at its mouth. Lin Huan was not idle either. He took Blue Treasure on a thorough inspection of his modest kingdom, which spanned merely 1 square kilometer. At the borders, the damaged energy barrier resembled shattered glass, revealing a distorted, desolate wasteland beyond, with acid rain occasionally drifting in, corroding the ground into small pits. Blue Treasure was filled with curiosity and caution regarding the outside world. Yet each time Lin Huan approached the boundary, it emitted a low, anxious growl, gently positioning itself in front of him, as if instinctively sensing the extreme danger beyond. Inside, most areas of the planting shed lay eerily silent, save for a small corner where a few exceptionally resilient mosses and tuberous plants retained a hint of green vitality. Lin Huan carefully gathered them. They might serve as seeds for future production recovery. The water circulation system was noisy, yet the water produced had been tested and met the minimum standards for potable use. Lin Huan drank heartily, then prepared a large basin for Blue Treasure. The creature appeared particularly intrigued by the flowing water, playfully pawing at it before drinking, thoroughly enjoying itself. The most significant discovery was made in a forsaken tool shed, where I stumbled upon half a box of expired yet impeccably sealed military rations, alongside several well-maintained alloy machetes and an antiquated Gauss pistol, with only 1 energy cell remaining, sufficient for perhaps 3 shots. At last, I possessed a modicum of self-defense. Weighing the pistol in my hand, I felt a slight sense of security. Though it was merely 3 rounds, they could prove invaluable in a critical moment. The hours of waiting stretched interminably. Blue, my youthful velociraptor, brimming with vitality, required sustenance. Thus, I resorted to feeding it the inferior meat I had preserved from disassembling a Scytheclaw beast. Observing Blue voraciously tearing into the pungent flesh of that monstrous creature, while I clutched my meager, tooth-cracking rations, I couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. This dragon feasted better than I did. What a dismal state of affairs. In the 6th hour, just as I began to doubt whether Mr. Chun had encountered misfortune on his journey, the antiquated external sensors of the control panel finally emitted a faint recognition signal. Mr. Chun's personal identification. "Blue, let us go," I exclaimed. My spirits lifted as I seized the Gauss pistol and hurriedly dashed towards the main entrance tunnel. The tunnel S-gate had long been ravaged by the Scytheclaw beast, leaving only a twisted metal frame. In the dim light, a stooped figure struggled under the weight of an enormous pack, cautiously making its way inside. It was Mr. Chun. Young master, I have returned." His voice, though weary, was infused with excitement. As he entered the tunnel, his gaze fell upon Blue, who had noticeably grown in size and whose eyes shone with greater sharpness, startling him momentarily before a smile spread across his face. Ah, Blue seems to have bulked up. I quickly moved to assist him in unloading the astonishingly heavy pack. Did you encounter any trouble on your way? I inquired. Thanks to your good fortune. It was a close call, but without incident, Mr. Chun panted, his face illuminated with exhilaration. Not long after leaving the ecological zone, I encountered a radiation hyena, baring its teeth and nearly lunging at me. Fortunately, Blue sprang from behind a rock and, with a swift snap, severed the hyena's neck. Truly remarkable. He mimicked Blue's actions, his tone a mixture of relief and pride, as if Blue were his own progeny. I glanced at Blue, who raised its head, exuding an air of proud nonchalance. It appeared to have executed its protective duties exceptionally well. What about the exchanges? How'd it go? My curiosity leaned towards this matter. I managed to barter successfully. Young master, you won't believe it, Mr. Chin exclaimed, unfastening the pack. The overseer of the black scorpion merchants in Ashen Town initially attempted to haggle, claiming our scythe-claw materials were damaged, offering only 60 energy coins. However, recalling your teachings, I stood my ground and insisted that these were fresh, first-class monster materials. If they refused, I intended to inquire at the anvil. Remarkably, that fellow relented, and in the end, I secured 165 energy coins for the shell and glands. Chun Bo, with a sense of pride, produced a grimy yet bulging pouch, from which the crisp sound of energy coins clinking together emanated. Well done, Chun Bo. Lin Huan genuinely praised. This is quite a substantial amount of seed capital. And there's more. Chun Bo continued to retrieve items. I purchased 3 standard energy batteries for 50 energy coins each, which can provide 100 units of energy each. Additionally, I acquired enough synthetic nutritional paste and compressed biscuits to sustain us for a month, along with 2 basic medical kits. Oh, and I specifically bought this. He revealed a larger bag, emanating a cold aura, fresh hind leg meat from a 2-headed cow, weighing a full 20 pounds. I see that Lan Bao is growing, so he deserves something special. Lin Huan gazed at the vibrant, undoubtedly costly meat, and then recalled the compressed biscuits he had just consumed, causing a twitch at the corner of his mouth as he patted Lan Bao's head with mixed emotions. You're in for a treat. Lan Bao seemed to understand, excitedly nudging the meat bag with his head, emitting eager gurgles. With the remaining energy coins, I purchased all of this. Chun Bo carefully moved a few sealed metal barrels into view. These are low-grade biomass raw materials, refined with minimal impurities. The merchant stated they are most suitable for cultivating low-tier combat organisms or supplementing the ecological zone's basic consumption. Each barrel cost 20 energy coins, and I bought 5. Seeing the 5 hefty barrels of biomass materials, Lin Huan's heart soared with delight. This is indeed the most crucial element. Chun Bo, you have accomplished a great feat. Lin Huan praised without reservation. The old steward was not only loyal but also exceptionally reliable, his meticulousness having anticipated nearly all needs. Is my duty, Chun Bo chuckled humbly, wiping the sweat from his brow, as long as it is useful for the young master. The two worked together to transport the supplies back to the relatively secure control room. Lin Huan immediately seized a standard energy battery and connected it to the energy system. With a hum, as a stable flow of energy surged in, all the screens in the control room sprang to life, the lights returned to normal, and the air circulation system became steady and powerful. The environmental parameters on the screens rapidly transitioned from yellow to the safety-indicating green zone. The long-awaited, vibrant, low hum resonated once more within the ecological zone. There's power. Finally, there is power. Chun Bo watched in awe, tears of joy streaming down his face. The struggles and despair of the past 3 years seemed to dissipate in that moment. Lin Huan exhaled a long sigh of relief. With electricity restored, many tasks became considerably easier. He did not linger, immediately lifting a barrel of biomass material and heading to the underground editing chamber. He poured the raw material into the biomass input of the editor. Standard biomass input detected, quantity, 1 unit, barrel. The editor emitted a cheerful operational sound, and the nutrient solution in the cultivation chamber thickened at a visibly accelerated pace, with the 2 tiny embryos absorbing the nutrients at an evident increase. Excellent. Lin Huan nodded in satisfaction. At this rate, within just a few short hours, 2 new juvenile blue swift dragons will be able to live independently. Upon returning to the control room, Chunbo had astutely fed a considerable portion of the double-headed beef to Xiaolon. Xiaolon lay on the ground, tearing into the delectable fresh meat with its sharp claws and teeth, blood dripping from its mouth as it emitted contented grunts, its tail joyfully swaying from side to side. Meanwhile, Chunbo and Lin Huan were consuming synthetic nutrient paste and compressed biscuits with nothing but water. "Young master, why not have some meat?" Chunbo suggested, glancing at the compressed biscuit in Lin Huan's hand, feeling somewhat guilty. "No need. It is in a crucial growth phase and requires nutrition," Lin Huan replied, shaking his head as he bit into the hard biscuit, his gaze fixated on the voracious Xiaolon, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Whether they would be able to partake in meat in the future depended on the creatures themselves. He had already conceived a preliminary plan to sustain the battle through battle, fostering a rolling development. The 3 blue raptors, including the 2 soon to hatch, could now attempt to form a hunting party to target the solitary, low-threat monsters lurking around the periphery of the ecological zone. By acquiring more materials and biomass cores, they could exchange them for greater resources and energy, breed more blue raptors, expand the ecological zone, and reclaim lost territory. Chunbo, take a moment to rest. "Tomorrow, we have much to attend to," Lin Huan stated, finishing his last sip of water with unwavering resolve. "Yes, young master," Chunbo responded, his spine instinctively straightening as he witnessed the rekindled determination in Lin Huan's eyes. That night, Lin Huan slept in the control room chair, experiencing the most peaceful slumber he had enjoyed in 3 years. Outside the window, the rain had ceased without notice. Although the energy barrier remained damaged, the lights of the control room shone defiantly like a beacon on a dark sea. Sated in content, Xiaolon lay beside Lin Huan's chair, resting its head upon its forepaws, its orange-yellow vertical pupils slowly scanning the dim light, ears occasionally twitching, ever vigilant in its duty as a guard. In the underground editing chamber, 2 blue embryos slowly stretched within the ample nutrient solution, their faint heartbeat resonating through the chamber walls, intertwining with the steady hum of the control room, resembling a delicate yet hopeful prelude to new life. Chapter 5. Accumulation and Sedimentation. Time passed quietly amid hunting, vigilance, and anticipation. With a stable supply of energy and food, the suffocating atmosphere of despair in the core area of the B7 ecological zone was finally replaced by a hint of busyness and hope. Lin Huan wasted no time. While Blue 1 and Blue 2 were still in their growth tanks, rapidly absorbing nutrients, he took the now reliable Xiaolon and commenced a sweep and small-scale hunting expedition around the periphery of the ecological zone. Their objective was clear: those solitary monsters wandering near the damaged barrier of the ecological zone, with a mere 1-star threat level. These creatures were both a threat and a moving resource pack. Armed with the system's basic monster compendium feature, Lin Huan could always obtain preliminary information about the target monsters. And although not exhaustive, critical intelligence regarding their weaknesses, habits, and the most valuable material parts was sufficient for him to devise highly targeted tactics. Monster name: Burrowing Fongworm. Threat level: 1-star. Description: massive in size, covered with a thick shell, adept at burrowing and charging, possessing keen olfactory senses but poor eyesight. Weaknesses lie in the soft segments of the abdomen and within the mouth parts. Collectible materials: common armored beetle shell, rare acid gland, inferior biomass core. Once, they encountered a burrowing beetle, its formidable tusks digging into the remnants of the ecological zone's crumbling edges. This creature, with its tough hide, barely bore the shallow white marks left by Blue Bao's claws upon its shell. Blue Bao, don't engage directly. Lure it out and target its legs and abdomen, Lin Huan commanded from behind cover, guiding with his thoughts through the system. Understanding the strategy, Blue Bao emitted a series of sharp, taunting screeches while deftly maneuvering around the beetle's flank, waiting for an opportunity to scratch at its relatively slender joints. Infuriated, the beetle let out a deep growl and charged blindly, only to miss each time as Blue Bao nimbly evaded, causing it to crash into the debris, leaving it disheveled and covered in dust. As it attempted to turn awkwardly after yet another missed charge, the soft pink segment of its abdomen was exposed. Now was the moment. Lin Huan suddenly leaned out from behind his cover, his vintage Gauss pistol aimed steadily. Although it had only 3 shots left, this was the crucial moment. With a swift motion, a faint blue light flickered as a highly compressed energy round struck true, penetrating the beetle's exposed weakness in its abdomen. A splatter of dark green ichor and internal fragments erupted forth. The beetle emitted a shrill, agonizing wail, its massive body convulsing violently, its movements faltering instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Blue Bow lunged forth like a streak of blue lightning, its claws and beak relentlessly assaulting the gaping wound from which fluid poured, further exacerbating its injuries. Minutes later, this seemingly ferocious one-star monster collapsed, lifeless. Ding! Accompanied monster Blue Bow has slain a one-star burrowing beetle. Reward: Primitive Energy X10. Pokédex information updated. Burrowing beetle information complete. Unlocking collection and usage details for its rare material, acid gland. Well done, Blue Bow. Lin Huan exhaled in relief, stepping forward to commend Blue Bow, who was busily cleaning the ichor from its claws. Blue Bow affectionately nuzzled against him, then proudly raised its head, emitting a triumphant call over the fallen beetle. Such scenes repeated themselves in the days that followed. Monster name: Venomous Stinger Weasel. Threat level: 1 star. Description: smaller in size, agile in movement, capable of short-distance gliding. With a tail stinger containing neurotoxins. Weakness: wing membranes, afraid of fire. To combat them, Lin Huan instructed Blue Bow to utilize the terrain and its speed, prioritizing the destruction of their gliding membranes to incapacitate them before launching an attack. Monster name: Armored Rock Turtle. Threat level: 1 star. Summary: with exceptionally high defense, slow movement, and a low desire to attack, this armored creature retreats into its impenetrable shell when threatened. Weakness: it is difficult to directly damage the shell. One must lure it into extending its neck to strike. To combat this iron turtle, Lin Huan and Lin Bao exerted considerable effort. Ultimately, by utilizing Lin Bao's distractions and Lin Huan's stone throwing to draw attention, they found the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Each successful hunt meant an income of energy coins ranging from dozens to hundreds through Chun Bo's subsequent trips to Ashentown for trade, as well as varying rewards of raw energy and enhanced information for their compendium. More importantly, it provided ample biomass for the growth of Lin E and Lin Air. Chunbo had nearly become a dedicated transport captain and logistics supervisor, frequently shuttling between the ecological zone and Ashentown. He was composed and experienced, never flaunting his wealth during transactions, carrying only a small quantity of monster materials each time, thus avoiding significant attention. However, a rumor gradually spread in the Ashentown market. That nearly bankrupt kid from Zone B7 seems to have stumbled upon some good fortune occasionally. Meanwhile, within the underground editing chamber, 2 juvenile blue raptor hatchlings were growing at an astonishing rate, nourished by a continuous supply of biomass. When Lin Huan and Lin Bao returned once again, dragging the hind leg of a corroded spotted wolf, a different, more powerful, and sharper screech echoed from the editing chamber. Lin Huan felt a stir in his heart and hurried down. He beheld that the 2 cultivation slots had opened, revealing 2 young blue raptors, noticeably larger. Nearly reaching Lin Huan's waist, their bodies adorned with brand new azure scales, awkwardly attempting to climb out of the slots. Their crests were vibrantly red, and although slightly less robust than Lin Bao, their orange-yellow vertical pupils shimmered with the sharpness and wildness characteristic of their youth. Their limbs were strong, with glistening claws. Upon seeing Lin Huan enter, the 2 newly hatched blue raptors immediately emitted a tentative yet affectionate call, struggling to fully leap out of the cultivation slots, shaking their bodies to rid themselves of the sticky residue, then clumsily scampering towards Lin Huan, affectionately attempting to nuzzle against him. Ding! The companion monsters Lin E and Lin Air have completed their cultivation and entered their youth phase. Your blue raptor squad is taking shape. Reward: Raw Energy X30. Basic cooperative hunting instincts have been infused into all blue raptor units. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lin Huan was overjoyed, stroking their cool crests one by one. Lin Bao followed him in, and upon seeing the 2 new companions, allowed a dignified low growl. Lin E and Lin Air immediately ceased their affectionate gestures towards Lin Huan, turning to Lin Bao, lowering their heads, and emitting faint whimpering sounds that express submission. The inherent bloodline and strength dominance naturally led them to recognize Lin Bao as their leader. Seemingly satisfied, Lin Bao approached and gently tapped its head against Lin E and Lin Air, acknowledging their presence. At this point, Lin Huan had assembled a cadre of experienced and near-mature blue thunder dragons, the self-styled Blue Jewel, and 2 newly emerged juveniles, Blue 1 and Blue 2. The defensive and hunting capabilities of the ecological zone experienced a qualitative enhancement. Lin Huan was not one to let this newfound strength languish. He promptly commenced training the trio in cooperative combat techniques. The foundational instinct of cooperative hunting, instilled by the system, endowed them with an exceptionally high starting point. Naturally, Blue Jewel assumed the role of commander, conveying directives to Blue 1 and Blue 2 through varied vocalizations and body language. Tactics such as encirclement, feigned attacks, flanking maneuvers, and concentrated strikes swiftly became second nature among the three dragons. Lin Huan even procured some discarded metal targets to simulate the vulnerabilities of monsters, facilitating their attack drills. The growth rate of Blue 1 and Blue 2 accelerated remarkably, allowing them to keep pace with Blue Jewel. With these three Blue Thunder Dragons, Lin Huan felt a renewed sense of confidence. He expanded the daily patrol range from the previously constricted 1 square kilometer core zone outward by several hundred meters, reactivating some of the abandoned surveillance sensors. Although the significant breach in the energy barrier remained unrepaired, it at least enabled the early detection of approaching threats. The three azure figures often formed a loose hunting formation, deftly navigating the ruins and deadwood on the periphery of the ecological zone. Their presence greatly intimidated the low-level monsters that habitually sought to scavenge in the vicinity. Occasionally, a hapless one-star monster would intrude, but there was no need for Lin Huan to intervene personally. Blue Jewel's team could swiftly encircle and eliminate it with minimal cost. Within the ecological zone, under the meticulous care of Uncle Chun, there were gradually signs of improvement. The precious greenery was carefully transplanted and nurtured, and the water circulation system, after some rudimentary maintenance, had significantly reduced its noise. The main control room was tidied up by Uncle Chun, and although still rudimentary, it finally resembled a proper home. Standing before the control panel, Lin Huan observed the map where the safe zone, represented in green, had slightly expanded outward. He gazed out at Blue Jewel patrolling the territory with two small companions, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The first step had been taken to establish a foothold, a preliminary achievement. Now he commanded a small team of Blue Thunder Dragons, had amassed a modest amount of raw energy and energy coins, and gained considerable insight into the common low-star monsters in the vicinity. It was time to contemplate the next step. Lin Huan's fingers lightly tapped the console as his gaze drifted towards the overcast sky, his mind racing with various thoughts. He understood that the survival game in this bloody frontier had only just begun to reach its true rhythm. Chapter 6: Thunder Approaches. Inside the control room, the long-awaited stable energy finally allowed the old LCD screen to function normally. Lin Huan seized a rare moment of leisure, twisted open a bottle of synthetic purified water, and watched the intermittent signals from the Frontier News channel flickering on the screen. The image, though somewhat obscured by snowflakes, still conveys a sense of tumult and fervor. Esteemed audience, just yesterday, the 7th Prison Dragon Ecological Zone, under the auspices of Augustus Biological Genetics, heralded a momentous triumph. The host's voice resonated with fervor, set against the backdrop of a simulated tropical rainforest, starkly contrasting with the desolate wasteland visible through Lin Huan's window. Their painstakingly cultivated aberrant Tyrannosaurus rex, known for its ferocity, has triumphantly passed a 5-star combat assessment. This marks the first 5-star combat unit independently nurtured by a private ecological zone in the frontier in 5 years. The camera zooms in on a colossal dinosaur, far exceeding the ordinary Tyrannosaurus in size, with protruding bones and a back adorned with menacing spines. Its eyes glowed an unnatural crimson, and a metallic collar, adorned with intricate runes, encircled its neck, evidently a powerful biological control chip. The beast unleashed a thunderous roar that reverberated, causing the screen to tremble slightly. It charged at a similarly massive 3-star armored rhinoceros introduced into the arena, perfectly combining speed and strength. With a single, brutal collision, it effortlessly shredded the prey, renowned for its defense. The scene promptly shifted to a close-up of the elegantly dressed audience from the core world, who erupted in excited shrieks and applause, as though witnessing an exhilarating circus performance. Reports indicate that this ferocious creature has been incorporated into Augustus' Star Monster program, slated for touring performances and specific regional extermination shows. With its genetic sequence classified as the company's top secret, the host continued to elaborate passionately. Lin Huan silently switched off the screen, finishing the last sip of his water. The terms 5-star aberrant Tyrannosaurus, Augustus Corporation, and Star Monster felt unimaginably distant from his small B7 ecological zone, which had only just begun to regain a semblance of vitality. While others reveled in showcases of 5-star monsters, he was still preoccupied with the nourishment of 3 blue velociraptors and several barrels of biological materials. Yet, this did not dishearten him. Rather, it served as a potent stimulant. While others vied for genetic mutations and technological chips, he possessed an entire universe of monster hunting that they could scarcely envision. A sharp light flickered in Lin Huan's eyes. The frenzied hunting and accumulation of the past half-month had proven worthwhile. Through the system, he clearly observed his reserve of primal energy, which had amassed to a considerable sum following numerous kills and achievements, sufficient to unlock and create a 3-star danger-rated monster. Simultaneously, the monster compendium had been enriched with new entries: burrowing fanged worms, venomous stinging weasels, rock armored turtles, corrosive spotted wolves, radiation hyenas, and even a species that attempted to burrow into the ecological zone, ultimately unearthed and dispatched by the blue velociraptors, known as piercing earthworms. These 1-star monsters provided a stable yield of primal energy and resources. The development of the blue velociraptor populace had also entered a steady trajectory. Under a diet of ample carnivorous sustenance and occasional growth supplements, Blue 1 and Blue 2 had firmly stabilized in their juvenile phase, exhibiting commendable combat prowess. They harmoniously collaborated with the Sapphire, designating a small area on the periphery of their ecological zone as their hunting ground. Daily, they patrolled and hunted, not only sustaining themselves but also occasionally bringing back a small prey as a tribute. The Sapphire, as the leader, was significantly larger than its 2 subordinates, adorned with a more vibrant and grandiose crown, its cries resonating with authority. Upon inspecting the system, its danger rating had stabilized at the pinnacle of 1 star, seemingly just a moment away from ascending to 2 stars. Lin Huan believed that as long as the group continued to expand, its breakthrough as the Dragon King would be inevitable. It was time to introduce a new formidable force. Lin Huan summoned the system interface, his gaze sweeping across the list of high-star monsters. Fire Dragon, majestic and possessing clear aerial superiority, yet its required environment seemed ubiquitous. Lacking materials, it was merely a fleeting indulgence. Wave Dragon, suitable for aquatic environments, but its level was excessively high. Pass. Thunder Wolf Dragon, the necessity of lightning worms posed a challenge, and it seemed to require broader, mountainous terrain. Its level was also too elevated. Just a glance would suffice. Poisonous Monster Dragon, cave dwellings, aesthetically displeasing, slightly elevated level, and lacking materials. Pass. Ultimately, the reasons were either exorbitant costs, unsuitability to the environment, or the complexity of materials required for high-star monsters. His finger finally paused on the icon of a monster that thrived in forest environments and possessed remarkably unique abilities. Monster name: Flying Thunder Dragon. Threat level: 3 stars. Description: a species of toothed dragon that inhabits ancient tree forests and densely wooded areas. Its entire body is covered in special fur favored by lightning worms, capable of accumulating static electricity through friction, generating powerful electric attacks. It exhibits extreme agility, excelling in 3-dimensional combat among trees, utilizing its electrified tail and breath to strike prey. Its electric pouch is a valuable material. Unlock requirements: Original Energy X 300, Forest Environment, Minimum Standard. Manufacture requirements: Original Energy X 150, Advanced Biomass X 50. Electric Pouch X 1, or Alternative Energy Core X 2. This was it. Lin Huan resolved firmly. The Flying Thunder Dragon. Its lightning attributes were exceedingly rare in the frontier, promising unexpected tactical advantages. Its adeptness in 3-dimensional combat was perfectly suited for the intricate terrain of his withered wood forest ecological zone. Moreover, the forest environment requirement was something he could barely meet. That semi-abandoned temperate forest simulation zone would be just right. Unlocking and manufacturing would require a total of 450 original energy and special materials. He had just enough original energy on hand for unlocking and manufacturing. Yet advanced biomass and electric pouches presented a dilemma. It seemed he would need to devise a way to procure some high-grade goods. Lin Huan mused, stroking his chin. Advanced biomass would likely necessitate a visit to a larger market or seeking out specific trading companies, the prices being quite steep. The electrical bag is a material inherent to the Thunder Dragon, rendering it implausible to manufacture it before acquiring the necessary resources. Therefore, one must resort to substitutes. such as high-purity energy cores, preferably imbued with electrical attributes. At that moment, the control room door slid open and Mr. Chen entered, carrying a tray of freshly heated synthetic nutrient paste. The old steward bore a hint of weariness on his face, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. "Young master, I have preliminarily organized the list you requested." Mr. Chen placed the nutrient paste on the console and handed over an old electronic panel. "As per your instructions, it primarily concerns the restoration of the ecological zone's fundamental functions and the budget for personnel recruitment." Lin Huan accepted the electronic panel, which was densely populated with items and estimated prices. Repair of small water purification unit filter, 80 energy coins. Supplement soil activator, minimum quantity 120 energy coins. Repair of the Easter barrier generator, preliminary estimated starting at 500 energy coins. Recruitment of an experienced agronomist. Monthly salary of at least 200 energy coins, including board and lodging. Recruitment of 2 basic maintenance workers. Total monthly salary of approximately 150 energy coins, including board and lodging. Security personnel, genetic warriors. Currently unable to estimate. Lin Huan gazed at the last item and let out a wry smile. Genetic warriors? He certainly could not afford them at present. For the time being, he would have to rely on his monsters for security. The agronomist and maintenance workers were essential. Lin Huan pointed at the list, stating, "With just the 2 of us, it is utterly impossible to make the ecological zone truly operational, let alone expand production. Only by being able to produce food and basic materials independently can we truly establish a foothold." Mr. Chen nodded in agreement. "What you say is indeed true. Our current output is nearly zero. Everything relies on purchases, and consuming without producing is not a sustainable approach." However, a pained expression crossed his face. "Where shall we recruit these personnel? Most experienced individuals have been lured away by larger ecological zones or free city-states. It seems unlikely that anyone would be willing to come to a newly reconstructed place like ours. Money is not the issue for now." Lin Huan interjected with a determined tone, "We will have it soon. You should disseminate the recruitment notice. The conditions can be slightly more generous than the general standards in Ashentown. Emphasize that we have adequate security and a stable environment. There will surely be individuals willing to come. After all, if you don't take the opportunity, others will." He felt a surge of confidence thinking about the impending arrival of the Thunder Dragon. With a 3-star monster as their sentinel, it would be sufficient to intimidate most troublemakers and provide potential employees with a sense of security. "Very well, young master." Although Mr. Chen felt a twinge of anxiety, he had developed an almost blind trust in Lin Huan's judgment. The young master had consistently presented ideas and demonstrated strategies that challenged his previous perceptions. "Additionally, Mr. Chen, we need to procure some new items." Lin Huan articulated the system's requirements regarding the Thunder Dragon, specifying a need for a high-energy, preferably lightning-imbued biomass core, at least 2. Furthermore, he required higher-quality biological materials, capable of cultivating 3-star combat organisms at the very least. Upon hearing this, Chen Bo's expression grew serious. A high-purity energy core, coupled with an electric attribute? Young master, such an item does not come cheaply. Typically, only monsters of at least 2-star rank can produce them, or they may be sourced from the core world. In a small place like Ashentown, such a treasure is virtually unseen. We might have to venture to larger gathering points, such as the black market in Riverbend City, in hopes of fortune. He pondered for a moment. A standard 2-star energy core alone costs 5 to 600 energy coins. If it possesses special attributes, the price could double or even soar higher. Lin Huan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. That's exorbitant. He had worked tirelessly to accumulate just enough energy coins to purchase the most ordinary core. The cost of high-grade biological materials was also considerable. Chen Bo added, "A barrel of standard low-grade materials costs 20 energy coins. The same weight in medium-grade materials could cost around 100, while high-grade materials might reach 500 energy coins per barrel, and availability is scarce." Lin Huan took a deep breath, realizing that acquiring a 3-star monster would not be an easy feat. This was merely the manufacturing demand. The subsequent nurturing would likely be an endless pit. "I will handle the financial aspect." Lin Huan suppressed the pain in his heart. His gaze resolute. "You focus on gathering information on where we can obtain these items and the estimated budget required. It seems a trip to Riverbend City is necessary." The pressing matter was to quickly amass the required funds. He glanced out the window, observing that Lawn Bao was with Lawn E and Lawn Air, dragging back a freshly hunted, irradiated hyena towards the deadwood forest. The trio of blue raptors worked in perfect harmony, their movements efficient. It appeared that the intensity and targets of their hunts needed to be elevated to the next level. He could no longer be satisfied with these one-star minnows. By the way, young master, Chunbo suddenly recalled, I heard some news while in Ashentown yesterday. Approximately 30 miles east of the town, there's a valley where strange activities have been reported, causing quite a stir. Some have claimed to see flickering lights, suspecting it to be the lair of a high-star or uniquely capable monster. The Hunter S Guild has posted an investigation mission with a generous reward, but no one has dared to take it on. The mention of flickering lights ignited a spark within Lin Huan. Could it be a naturally electric high-star monster? Or perhaps there were rich electric or veins in that area. Either way, it seemed connected to the alternative energy cores he desperately needed. Is the information accurate? Lin Huan immediately inquired. It should be reliable. Several herbalists have reported the same, frightened enough to avoid that valley, Chinbo affirmed. The guild's mission board has it listed, an investigation task to confirm the type of monster and assess the threat level. The information fee alone is 200 energy coins. If we can kill or acquire core materials, the rewards will be even higher. Lin Huan's eyes sparkled with determination. 200 energy coins for information. That is nearly equivalent to my total earnings from half a month of arduous hunting. More importantly, it was highly likely that the valley held the energy cores imbued with electric attributes that he urgently required. Prepare yourself. Chenbo Lin Huan rose to his feet, his tone laced with a hint of repressed excitement. It appears we must register an identity at the Hunters Guild and, while we are at it, accept a minor task. He required the guild's intelligence, resources, and that substantial reward. Moreover, it was high time for his Blue Raptor squad to challenge stronger adversaries. On the edge of the withered woods, Blue Jewel seemed to sense the burgeoning battle spirit within Lin Huan, abruptly lifting its head to gaze towards the control room. Emitting a long, powerful roar, a new hunt was about to commence, and the thunderous echoes might soon reverberate across this desolate land. Chapter 7. Shadows of the Thunder Valley. The Hunters Guild office in Ashentown resembled less of an office and more of a fortified tent in a shanty town, permeated with the sense of sweat, low-quality tobacco, and an indescribable stench of monsters. A few fierce-looking genetic warriors leaned against the counter, their scrutinizing gazes sweeping over Lin Huan and Chunbo as they entered, revealing a blatant air of disdain. A middle-aged man, clad in a faded guild uniform and bearing a scar across his face, lounged lazily behind the counter. Registration, identification, and ecological zone permit, please. Lin Huan presented his identity chip along with the wrinkled, nearly expired ownership certificate for the B7 ecological zone. The man took it, swiped it through the reader, glanced at the screen, then raised his eyes to Lin Huan, the corners of his mouth curling into an ambiguous smirk. B7 zone? That kid from the Lin family? I heard things were quite lively over there a few days ago. I thought you might have fled. Fortune favored me. I endured. Lin Huan replied calmly. All right then. The registration fee is 10 energy coins. This will be your token for accepting and submitting tasks. The man tossed a rough metal badge towards him, inscribed with Lin Huan's name and a number. Refer to the board on the wall for the rules. The guild bears no responsibility for any fatalities or injuries. Lin Huan paid the fee, took the badge, and approached the task board. The rusted metal panel displayed a variety of task listings, ranging from pest control to hunting high-tier monsters. His eyes quickly fell upon the task that Chunbo had mentioned. Investigation task. Anomalies in Thunder Roar Valley. Description. 30 miles east of Ashentown, Thunder Roar Valley has recently experienced frequent unusual electrical phenomena and rumblings. Suspected signs of high-threat level monster activity. Investigation required to confirm monster species, approximate numbers, and threat levels. Requirements. Provision of valid intelligence, images, samples, detailed descriptions, etc. Reward. 200 energy coins, basic intelligence fee, potentially increased based on intelligence value. Further negotiations possible if additional information is confirmed and obtained. Danger assessment. Suspected 2 to 3 stars. It is advised to form a team of at least 2 second-tier genetic warriors or 1 third-tier genetic warrior. Publisher. Ashentown Guild Office. Status. Unclaimed. I'll take this one. Lin Huan handed the badge to the man behind the counter. The man paused for a moment, reconfirming, kid. Are you sure you understand? The danger assessment is suspected to be between 2 to 3 stars. You have just registered and are not even a level 1 hunter. Accompanied only by an elderly butler, his gaze swept over Chunbo, who was nervously clad in an old butler's uniform behind Lin Huan. And the mockery in his tone was unmistakable. I have my own methods, Lin Huan replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Well, go ahead. I won't stop you from courting death. The task deadline is 7 days. Beyond that, it becomes void. The rental deposit for the intelligence recorder is 100 energy coins, and any damage will be compensated at full value. The man tossed over a rudimentary device the size of a matchbox. After paying the deposit, Lin Huan picked up the recorder and turned to leave, only to be met with the unabashed laughter of the Gene warriors behind him. Young master, they. Chunbo began, somewhat indignant. It's fine. Chunbo, Lin Huan waved his hand, believing that results would speak the loudest. Upon returning to the ecological zone, Lin Huan immediately began his preparations. He carried no heavy equipment, merely a lightweight backpack containing a basic medical kit, a few days' worth of compressed food and water, along with the task recorder. His main assets were the 3 blue velociraptors, Blue Bao, Blue 1, and Blue 2. The 3 velociraptors seemed aware of the impending significant operation, exhibiting unusual excitement and restlessness as they swiftly navigated through the desolate woods, warming up before the hunt. This time, the mission was reconnaissance, not an all-out assault. Lin Huan issued clear commands to Blue Bao through the system. Locate the target, observe, record, and then retreat. Understood? Blue Bao let out a low growl and nodded, the intelligence gleaming in its orange-yellow vertical pupils. Its cognitive abilities had evidently improved, allowing it to comprehend more complex commands. The group of 1 human and 3 dragons quietly departed the ecological zone, heading towards the eastern Thunder Roar Valley. As they approached the valley, the sense of abnormality in the air intensified. The once barren wasteland began to show signs of charred marks, scorched by lightning. Some dead trees presented an eerie crystalline appearance. A faint scent of ozone permeated the atmosphere, punctuated by the occasional low, thunderous growl emanating from deep within the valley. Lin Huan instructed the blue velociraptors to slow their pace and heighten their vigilance, utilizing the terrain and debris for concealment as they advanced. Upon entering the valley's mouth, the scene became even more horrifying. The towering cliffs on either side were riddled with enormous claw marks, and the ground was pockmarked, as if repeatedly plowed by lightning. In some areas, faint electrical arcs lingered, emitting soft crackling sounds. Blue 1 emitted a low, uneasy growl, instinctively feeling discomfort in this environment. Blue Bao turned back and let out a low roar to quell its underling's agitation, then gestured for Lin Huan to follow, having keenly caught the scent of their target. They cautiously pressed deeper into the valley. Soon, in a relatively open stony expanse, they laid eyes on their objective. It was a creature comparable in size to a small armored vehicle. Its body was encased in a tough shell of alternating yellow and black, resembling a cross between an ox and a rhinoceros, crowned with a thick, twisted horn whose tip was not a sharp point, but a spherical organ pulsating with blinding electric light. Its back was prominently arched, and sparks of brilliant electricity occasionally erupted from the fissures in its shell, accompanied by a nerve-wracking, sizzling sound. It was bent low, voraciously devouring the charred carcass of what appeared to be some large lizard-like creature. With each chew, tiny arcs of electricity flickered from its mouth. Creature name, Thunder Roar Beast. Threat level, 2 stars, mutated individual. Description, originally a relatively common variant of the armored rhinoceros. It has evolved powerful biological electrogenerative organs due to prolonged consumption of the unique electric crystal ores found in the valley or influenced by unknown factors. It possesses immense strength, formidable defense, and can unleash high-intensity electric currents for mid-range attacks, exhibiting a notably irascible temperament. Weaknesses, the electric orb at the tip of its horn, and the junctions of the shell on its neck and back. Sustained attacks may lead to an overload of its electrogenerative organs. Note, its electric attacks are nearly at the level of 3 stars. Harvestable materials, Thunder Roar Horn, rare, contains potent electricity. Electrified armored hide, high quality. Overloaded electro-organ, rare. May be damaged, biomass core, intermediate. 2 stars. Yet the system clearly indicated that its electric attack power approached that of 3 stars. Lin Huan immediately raised his task recorder, cautiously beginning to document the scene while capturing several detailed photographs. At that moment, the Thunder Roar Beast seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting its head, its murky eyes, crackling with electricity, locking onto the direction where Lin Huan and his companions were concealed. They had been discovered. Retreat. Lin Huan whispered sharply, issuing the command without hesitation. There was no need for further words. Lan Bao had already emitted a frantic whinny, turning to flee alongside Lan E and Lan Air. Their speed surged to its utmost limit. With a thunderous roar, the thunder roar beast unleashed a growl intermingled with the sound of thunder. Its massive horn aimed directly at their escape route. A brilliant bolt of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, tore through the air, striking the very rock they had just hidden behind. Boom! The rock shattered instantly, debris scattering in a charred cloud. The powerful current even made the air tremble. Lin Huan felt his hair stand on end, a tingling sensation racing down his spine. Hurry! 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 His heart raced, urging them on. The three blue raptors maximized their speed, zigzagging ahead of Lin Huan, skillfully utilizing the terrain to evade any pursuing lightning strikes. Fortunately, the thunder roar beast seemed unwilling to abandon its meal, only irritably launching two more bolts of lightning, both narrowly avoided, before ceasing its pursuit, releasing a thunderous roar of frustration in the direction of their escape. After running several miles beyond the valley, confirming that the creature had not followed, Lin Huan leaned against his knee, gasping for breath, heart still pounding with trepidation. The power of that lightning was terrifying, though classified as 2 stars. Its attack power clearly grazed the threshold of 3 stars. No wonder no one dared to undertake this mission. Young master, are you unscathed? Uncle Chun had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Lin Huan and his companions emerge in disarray, his face turned pale with fear. I'm fine. That was a close call, almost turning into a roasted chicken. Lin Huan took a deep breath, excitement flickering in his eyes. The mission target had been confirmed, a 2-star mutated creature, the Thunder Roar Beast, endowed with formidable lightning attack capabilities. The intelligence was in hand. He shook the recorder in his hand, feeling the assurance of 200 energy coins. However, at this moment, his thoughts transcended the mere monetary gain. It was the horn, constantly shimmering with electric light, that potential powerhouse of electrical energy. Was it not the advanced energy core he had longed for to replace the electric bag? And, quite possibly, there was more than one. Uncle Chun, we will not report the specific intelligence, Lin Huan resolutely decided. Young master, what do you mean? This creature, we shall slay it ourselves, Lin Huan declared with unwavering conviction. The horn and its electrical organs were precisely what they desperately needed. Handing it over to the guild would yield mere coins, while the treasures would undoubtedly slip through their fingers. Uncle Chin gasped. Slay it ourselves? Young master, that lightning is terrifying. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Lin Huan's mind raced. He needed a strategy. The beast was large and slow to turn, although its lightning attacks were ferocious. They seemed to have intervals and could not be unleashed continuously. Moreover, it heavily relied on its horn for targeting. A preliminary hunting plan began to crystallize in his mind. A war of attrition. Upon returning to the ecological zone, Lin Huan immediately instructed Uncle Chun to take stock of all their assets. Previous hunts had accumulated resources, and with the potential 200 energy coins from this mission, they could wield approximately 800 energy coins in total. He commanded Uncle Chun to rush to Ashentown and procure the following items at any cost. 1. 3-sided, thick-end alloy tower shield with an insulating coating, costing a full 300 energy coins. 2. A dozen large, bait-enhanced animal traps, specifically designed for heavy monsters. 3. Several bundles of high-strength alloy snares. 4. And most importantly, 2 old yet functional electromagnetic pulse rifles. These relics from the outdated military era consumed a tremendous amount of energy, requiring costly battery replacements after only a few shots, and their efficacy against high-star monsters was limited. Nevertheless, their affordability was an advantage. The 2 rifles and an extra battery drained another 400 energy coins from him. In an instant, he had nearly emptied his coffers. Young master, can this truly work? Uncle Chun trembled as he gazed at the nearly depleted vault. It must. Lin Huan inspected the pulse rifles, his gaze sharp. The greater the investment, the larger the return. In the ensuing days, Lin Huan, accompanied by 3 blue raptors, initiated a relentless harassment tactic against the Thunder Roar Beast. They steered clear of the open area in the valley's center, instead maneuvering along the periphery. Blue Bow was responsible for directing and primarily luring the enemy. Being the fastest and most agile, Blue 1 and Blue 2 were tasked with setting snares and traps along predetermined routes, using the innards of prey as bait. When the Thunder Roar Beast became enraged and unleashed its lightning, Blue Bow would swiftly take cover behind the strategically placed insulated tower shield. In a safe distance, Lin Huan would utilize an electromagnetic pulse rifle to engage in harassment fire. Although it could not inflict any significant damage, The pulsing interference seemed to agitate the thunder roar beast further, occasionally affecting the electric glow on its horn for brief moments. Each encounter was fraught with peril. On one occasion, Lin Huan, slightly delayed in evasion, was struck by a dispersive arc on its hind leg, resulting in a charred wound, causing it to yelp in agony and limp back. On another occasion, the thunder roar beast charged wildly, nearly trampling the ambushed Lin Huan. Fortunately, Lin Bao intervened from the flank just in time, redirecting the beast's ire. However, after each injury and subsequent retreat to the ecological zone, Lin Huan would present them with the finest meat. An astonishing scene unfolded. The nearly charred leg of Lin Huan began to scab and heal at a visibly rapid pace after consuming a substantial amount of meat. By the following day, it could barely stand, and by the third day, it had already regained much of its strength. Uncle Chun watched in awe. This recovery rate is astonishing. To my knowledge, only a few amphibious mutated creatures or species possessing extraordinary regenerative genes exhibit such speed. Yet, Lin Bao and the others clearly lack these genetic traits. Lin Huan understood. This was likely a hidden attribute of the monsters in the world of monster hunters, an extraordinary healing capability that, given sufficient sustenance, allows for rapid recovery. This was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. This further solidified his strategy of attrition. Over the course of several days, the thunder roar beast was wearied by this relentless tactic. Its carapace bore numerous charred indentations from the pulse rifle. Though not fatal, they greatly insulted its dignity as the valley sovereign. Its frequency of electric attacks markedly diminished, and their potency seemed to weaken, clearly indicating that sustained discharge was taxing it significantly. The moment had arrived. On the fifth morning, Lin Huan observed the three blue raptors, fully restored and exhibiting a fiercer demeanor due to the continuous battles, and issued the command for a full assault. Today, they would bring it to an end. They infiltrated the valley once more. This time, there was no harassment. They directly entered the predetermined final battleground, a relatively narrow area laden with snares and traps. Lin Bao emitted a sharp, provocative screech and charged towards the thunder roar beast, which was preoccupied with gnawing on minerals. Upon spotting the blue nuisance that had tormented it for several days, the beast's eyes turned blood red, and in a fit of rage, it reared up on its hind legs, electricity gathering frantically at its horn. Now it was the moment. Lanya, left flank. Lanya, right flank. Target its legs. Lin Huan shouted, simultaneously raising the electromagnetic pulse rifle. Aiming at the flickering horn, Mu roar. A powerful bolt of lightning shot forth once more. However, Lin Bao had anticipated this, executing a sharp turn to narrowly evade the strike. Boom! The lightning struck the rock wall, sending debris flying. Meanwhile, Lin Yi and Lin Huan had already pounced with remarkable speed, their claws tearing into the thunder roar beast's relatively slender knee joint. Splat! The claws sliced through, leaving a trail of blood. The thunder roar beast, in pain, twisted its body, its roar now tinged with anguish. It attempted to turn and crush the fleas nearby. But suddenly, with a resounding click, a massive bear trap snapped shut, viciously clamping down on one of its forelegs. Though it could not entirely sever the thick bone, the excruciating pain that pierced its flesh caused it to lose control in an instant. Now is the time. Pulse interference. Full power output. Lin Huan pulled the trigger. Blue Jewel seized the opportunity, leaping fiercely and landing precisely on the back of the thunder roar beast, its claws and sharp beak attacking the gaps in the creature's carapace, where the electric organs resided. Zzz. The pulse energy struck the horn, erupting in a flurry of disruptive electric sparks. The beast's back suffered a heavy blow, and the electric light became exceedingly unstable, flickering erratically. It thrashed wildly, attempting to throw Blue Jewel off, while its horn indiscriminately unleashed bolts of lightning. But due to the interference and pain, it could not aim accurately, most of its attacks missing and wreaking havoc in the valley. Blue 1 and Blue 2, undeterred by danger, continued to assault its leg joints and the foreleg ensnared in the trap. The battle had devolved into a fierce stalemate. The thunder roar beast's strength remained terrifying, each struggle shaking the very earth. Yet, Lin Huan and the blue raptors worked in perfect harmony, never overreaching, striking once and retreating, utilizing their speed and agility to weave in and out, inflicting wound after wound. The effects of this war of attrition began to manifest. The beast's movements grew increasingly sluggish, the light from its horn dimming, and the electric sparks on its back even began to leak in reverse, shocking itself and causing its flesh to tear. It had reached the end of its tether. Finally, after another ferocious pounce from Blue Jewel that viciously tore at the junction of its neck carapace, the thunder roar beast emitted a despairing and unwilling wail, its massive body crashing to the ground like a mountain collapsing, kicking up a cloud of dust. Its back flickered violently a few times before extinguishing entirely, leaving only the horn, which occasionally emitted a faint electric arc ding. Subordinate monster collaborates to slay the 2-star, mutated thunder roar beast. Reward: primitive energy x80. Subordinate monster Blue Jewel absorbs a significant amount of energy during the battle, breaking through to 2 stars. Subordinate monsters Blue 1 and Blue 2 gain substantial combat experience. Ding. Hunting the formidable lightning attribute monster reduces the unlocking requirements for the flying thunder dragon by 50 primitive energy. We did it. Lin Huan collapsed to the ground, gazing at the colossal corpse of the thunder roar beast, breathing heavily, yet his face radiated with overwhelming excitement. Blue Jewel stood atop the carcass, throwing its head back and emitting a resounding roar, a sound filled with the majesty of a king and the powerful aura of its breakthrough. Its size seemed to have subtly increased, the blue scales shimmering with a metallic sheen under the dim light, its crown of vivid crimson. 2 stars. The Blue Raptor King is officially born. Hurry, Uncle Chun. Help. Be careful not to touch that horn. Lin Huan struggled to rise, beckoning to Uncle Chun, who was anxiously observing from a distance. The next task was to reap the rewards. With utmost caution, he removed the fearsome thunder roar horn, still resonating with terrifying energy, and extracted the biologically derived power organ from its back, which, despite showing signs of overload damage, still contained a potent surge of electric force. Gazing at the 2 materials in his hands, pulsating with a dangerous electric glow, Lin Huan realized he had acquired the most crucial components necessary to forge the Thunder Dragon. With an uplifted spirit, he thought it was time to return. Preparations for the advanced biomass were underway. Soon, their next formidable creature would be born. Under the setting sun, he, along with the elderly butler and 3 battle-worn yet imposing blue raptors, trudged homeward, burdened with their hard-won spoils. Chapter 8. The Descent of Thunder and the Revival of Ecology. The afterglow of the sunset elongated the shadows of Lin Huan, Chun Bo, and the 3 blue raptors, creating a striking silhouette. The heavy spoils, the invaluable horn of the thunder roar beast, the colossal power organ emitting unstable arcs of electricity, along with segments of its thick, resilient carapace, were dragged back to the core area of the B7 ecological zone, a humble yet vibrant hub of life. Inside the control room, the steady illumination dispelled the recent tumult of storms, casting a warm ambience. Young master, please rest. Leave these to me. Despite his own exhaustion, Chun Bo's eyes burned with an uncontainable excitement as they fell upon the horn, still crackling with dangerous arcs of electricity, his hand trembling slightly with fervor. Lin Huan, acknowledging his fatigue, nodded and carefully placed the horn and power organ onto an insulated workbench. He slumped into a chair, accepting a bottle of synthesized water from Chun Bo, drinking deeply. Days of intense strain and the final life-and-death struggle had drained him of every ounce of strength. Yet the immense rewards washed over his weariness with waves of exhilaration. In the corner, Blue Jewel and her 2 subordinates lunged at a large basin of fresh meat that Chun Bo had prepared as a reward, purchased with the last remnants of energy currency. They devoured the feast voraciously, the scorched marks and claw wounds from their battle with the thunder roar beast visibly healing and mending under the fervent replenishment of carnivorous energy. With its breakthrough to the 2-star rank, Blue Jewel exuded an increasingly steady and fierce aura. Occasionally, it lifted its head, its orange vertical pupils scanning the corner, exuding an intangible force that left Chun Bo, who once felt trepidation, now filled with profound respect and joy. Subordinate monster Blue Jewel, Blue Raptor King, has leveled up to 2 stars, gaining a new instinct, intimidating roar, summoning allies. The notification echoed in Lin Huan's mind, a smile creeping onto his lips. Excellent. The leadership presence of the Blue Raptor clan was becoming ever more pronounced. Although Blue 1 and Blue 2 had not leveled up, the brutal battle had sharpened their ferocity, endowing them with a menacing aura. After a brief respite, Lin Huan forced himself to rise. This was not the time for relaxation. He approached the workbench, his burning gaze firmly fixed on the thunder roar horn and the immense biological organ still surging with electric energy. System, scan the materials. Assess if they meet the requirements for the alternative energy core necessary for creating the Thunder Dragon. Scanning in progress. Material, Thunder Roar Horn, mutated. Energy rating, high concentration of lightning attribute energy, stability, medium. The total energy contained meets the standards and can replace the energy of 15 standard electric bags. Material, overloaded biological power generation organ, Thunder Roar Beast. Energy rating, extremely high concentration of lightning attribute energy, stability, low, overloaded damage. The total energy contained exceeds the standard. A usable portion meets the criteria and can replace the energy of one standard electric bag. Conclusion. The combination of the two materials can perfectly substitute for the electrical bag X1 or the energy core X2 required for the creation of the Thunder Dragon. Perfect. Lin Huan clenched his fist tightly, feeling a great weight lifted from his heart. He had successfully overcome the most significant material challenge. Next up were the raw energy and advanced biomass. He checked the system interface. Current raw energy, 500. System, unlock the Thunder Dragon. Lin Huan declared resolutely. Command confirmed. Consuming raw energy X250. Due to hunting the Thunder Roar Beast, the requirement has decreased by 50. Successfully unlocked the 3-star monster, Thunder Dragon. Requirements for creating Thunder Dragon. Larva raw energy X150. Advanced biomass X50. Energy core. Would you like to proceed with the creation? Create. Lin Huan nearly shouted with excitement. Command confirmed. Creation initiated. Estimated time, 24 hours. Please ensure a stable supply of energy and biomass for the biological editing chamber. A deep, powerful hum resonated from the editing chamber below, far surpassing the commotion during the creation of the blazing dragon. The lights in the control room flickered slightly, signaling that a massive amount of energy was being frantically extracted and transformed. Lin Huan took a deep breath and turned to Uncle Chun. Uncle Chun, put all the remaining standard biomass materials into the editing chamber supply system. Ensure everything goes flawlessly. Understood, young master. Uncle Chun acted without hesitation, immediately pushing several barrels of precious low-grade biomass towards the chamber's input. He understood that this was a crucial investment in unlocking the door to the future. With all arrangements in place, Lin Huan's strain will begin to wane, and an overwhelming fatigue instantly engulfed him. Young master, you should take a rest. I will keep watch here. Uncle Chun observed Lin Huan's pale complexion with concern. Lin Huan did not refuse, nodding, and said, Call me immediately if anything unusual occurs. No sooner had the words left his lips than he nearly collapsed onto his humble bed, plunging into a deep sleep. This slumber was unprecedentedly solid. In his dreams, a graceful giant shadow, wreathed in azure lightning, leaped through the forest, accompanied by thunder, with blue-green scales sparkling alongside the dancing electric sparks. Time passed unmeasured until a gentle yet exhilarating shake roused him awake. Young master, wake up. It's happening. Uncle Chen's voice trembled with excitement. Lin Huan sprang up abruptly, glancing at the time. Almost 20 hours. He dashed towards the underground editing chamber. The interior was ablaze with brilliance. In the vast primary cultivation tank, the nutrient solution had become nearly clear and transparent. A slender, agile blue figure floated gracefully within, stretching out its form. Even when curled, it almost filled the entirety of a large tank. Its streamlined body was adorned with dense, sleek azure scales, between which flickered tiny blue arcs of electricity, dancing playfully like mischievous children. Particularly striking was its exceptionally developed, long tail, which was not tapered as one might expect, but rather formed into a structure reminiscent of a feather duster. The tail's plumage was notably robust, augmenting the flatness of its tail, where electrical currents shimmered and flowed across its surface. The head was sharply contoured, with an elongated snout and elegantly backward-curving azure horns, their tips crackling with electric sparks. Even with its eyes tightly shut, an aura of elegance intertwined with latent danger emanated strongly. Lin Huan and Chun Bo held their breath, their gazes fixed intently on the tank. 100. Manufacturing complete. The humming abruptly ceased. The cover of the cultivation tank slid open slowly, releasing a pale blue mist intermingled with a peculiar aroma reminiscent of the freshness following rain, tinged with a faint ozone scent. Suddenly, the creature within opened its eyes. A pair of orange-red vertical pupils, cold and sharp, reflected a newfound curiosity. A clear, melodious hiss, accompanied by faint electrical crackles, resonated, not jarring but striking directly at the heart. It thrust itself upward from the nutrient solution, its elongated neck lifting its entire form gracefully and powerfully. Droplets of water cascading down. The moist scales erupted with a crackling sound, instantly evaporating the moisture. It stood within the tank, first lowering its head to curiously examine its own claws, surrounded by dancing arcs of electricity and a uniquely furred, thunderous tail. Suddenly, its crimson pupils locked onto Lin Huan. A chilling, overwhelming pressure emanating from the essence of life washed over him, causing Chunbo to stumble back a step, a choking sensation gripping his throat. Lin Huan, too, felt his heart tremble, instinctual fear suppressed as he projected a thought of control and goodwill through the system. Welcome to the team, Thunder Dragon. The Thunder Dragon tilted its head, seemingly discerning this intent. It suddenly leaped, its massive body surprisingly light as a feather, landing silently on the cool floor. Bending down, its damp nostrils sniffed at Lin Huan, and then its crimson gaze flicked towards Chunbo, who was nearly reaching for his weapon. In an instant, a hint of satisfaction seemed to flicker across its somewhat fierce visage. The enormous, electrically entwined head gently nudged against Lin Huan's palm. Cold. A tingling stream of faint electricity coursed through the scales, providing an extraordinary sensory stimulus. The companion monster Thunder Dragon, unnamed, has been successfully cultivated. Affinity. Intermediate. The system's energy core is derived from the host's hunting achievements. Ding. Successfully created the first 3-star companion monster. Rewards. Primitive Energy X 100. Special Skill Scroll. Electric Resistance, Beginner, X1. Ecological Zone Environment Simulation Module, Forest, X1. It is done. Moreover, it initially possessed an intermediate affinity. Lin Huan's heart surged with uncontainable joy as he tentatively caressed the cool, hard tips of the Thunder Dragon's horns. Young master, this is nothing short of a miracle, Chunbo exclaimed, his vocabulary rendered inadequate. The graceful yet perilous lightning beast before him shattered all preconceived notions he held regarding biological weaponry. In comparison, Augustus's mutant was akin to a crude butcher. Kulme, let me show you your new home. Lin Huan attempted to speak, simultaneously transmitting images of the withered wood forest through the system. The Thunder Dragon emitted a low rumble in response, as if understanding, and with silent yet elegant steps, followed Lin Huan out of the editing chamber. Upon its presence in the control room, the 3 blue raptor brothers, feasting on meat, immediately bristled. Rawr! Blue Jewel reacted the fastest, abruptly positioning itself before Lin Huan, issuing a hoarse roar filled with warning towards the Thunder Dragon, its scales standing on end as it assumed a combat stance. Blue 1 and Blue 2 quickly bared their teeth, yet their trembling limbs betrayed the fear that stemmed from deep within their bloodlines. The disparity in ecological niches between a 3-star and a 2-star creature, particularly in their youth, was an insurmountable chasm. The Thunder Dragon's icy red eyes merely swept past them with indifference, emitting a light snort crackling with electricity, as if to provoke the ants beneath its gaze. Its attention was captivated instead by the desolate withered wood forest outside the window. Lin Huan swiftly calmed Blue Jewel through the system. Stay calm. It is a companion, a new family member. At the same time, he issued a clear command to the Thunder Dragon. Do not harm them. Receiving Lin Huan's resolute intent, Blue Jewel's hostility diminished slightly, though it remained crouched low, fixated on the new colossal beast, suppressing an uneasy growl in its throat. Instinctively aware of the formidable power it faced, the Thunder Dragon, however, had already disregarded their presence, its desire for the withered wood forest overshadowing all else. Before Lin Huan could issue further commands, it suddenly gathered strength in its limbs and lunged forward, swift as lightning, with a resounding crack. It broke through the flimsy alloy blinds on the side of the control room, transforming into a gust of wind and a flash of electricity, leaping deep into the heart of the withered wood forest. Young master, Chunbo exclaimed in shock. No waities. Though startled, Lin Huan could clearly sense the pure excitement and curiosity emanating from the Thunder Dragon through the system. He quickly approached the shattered window to gaze outside. Within the withered wood forest, the Thunder Dragon soared with incredible grace, its robust limbs and that extraordinary long tail working in perfect harmony as it navigated through the intertwined, desiccated branches, even sprinting up nearly vertical trunks. At times, static electricity erupted around it, crackling and igniting the charred wood it touched, as if announcing the arrival of a sovereign. Without the barbaric jaw dragon here, I am invincible. It jubilantly marked its territory, exploring its newfound domain. The blue raptor brothers also gathered by the window, gazing up at the rampant blue lightning in the forest, their expressions complex. A flicker of battle spirit igniting amidst their awe. Lin Huan beamed with delight. The three-star prowess of the Thunder Dragon had officially descended. Its significance transcends that of merely being a formidable enforcer. Primarily, it serves as an unequivocal cornerstone of security. Under the aegis of the Samsung Beast, unless the outermost defenses are utterly dismantled and besieged by a cataclysmic wave of monsters rated 3 stars or higher, the commonplace sporadic assaults and 2-star creatures will dare not approach the B7 ecological zone even by a step. This affords a precious buffer period for internal construction and development. Furthermore, the Thunder Dragon, imbued with electrical attributes, will, through its frequent activities, subtly transform the environment. The concentration of active electrical particles in the air will rise, and over time, it may even cultivate a soil band rich in special electrical energy within its habitual territory, thus sowing the seeds for the future nurturing of other lightning element creatures. Lastly, and most crucially, is the magnetic allure of the ecological zone. Lin Huan turned to the still astonished Chunbo and declared, "Chunbo, we can now boldly announce the recruitment of personnel and the procurement of high-grade biological materials." He emphasized the terms stable and controllable, for there are far too many uncontrollable biological weapons in this world. An ecological zone boasting a controllable 3-star guardian is, in the eyes of the world, a vastly different entity from one that has merely achieved a 3-star monster kill by sheer luck. The former signifies potential, order, and reliability, sufficient to attract investment and allegiance. Chunbo instantly grasped the implication, his face flushing with excitement. "I understand, young master. I will set off immediately to Riverbend City and personally establish the channels. With a 3-star guardian on our side, guilds and independent mercenaries will have to reassess our B7's weight. In the past, they had relied on others for procurement, but now they might negotiate pricing power or even entice smaller suppliers to approach them." Chapter 9. Recruitment and Ecological Circulation. The effects of the Thunder Dragon's arrival manifested even more swiftly than Lin Huan had anticipated. On the 3rd day of Chunbo's journey to Riverbend City, a group of individuals arrived at the main gate of the B7 ecological zone, which had been precariously barricaded with scrap metal since the clawed beast attack. A rusty, heavily armored truck equipped with a heavy machine gun halted at a distance, while 5 individuals stood 100 meters away from the gate. Their expressions a mixture of vigilance and intense curiosity. Their gazes occasionally darted toward the desolate woods within the ecological zone, where distant rumblings of thunder and sporadic flashes of electricity sparked their apprehension. Leading the group was a robust middle-aged man bearing an old claw mark on his face, carrying a well-maintained vintage assault rifle, his sharp gaze indicative of a seasoned frontier veteran. Following him were a man and 3 women, a slender youth with a data tablet and glasses, a stout woman curiously examining the damaged barrier structure, a visibly anxious young girl, and a composed middle-aged woman carrying a medical kit. Lin Huan ascended the watchtower beside the gate with Lan Bao. Now larger in size, Lan Bao's crimson crown glistened, exuding the fierce aura of a 2-star creature, its cold vertical pupils surveying the individuals below, emitting a low, warning hiss. The expressions of the 5 individuals below shifted dramatically, instinctively tightening their grips on their weapons or taking a half-step back. The middle-aged leader took a deep breath and called out loudly, "May I inquire if this is the domain of Lin Huan in the B7 ecological zone? We have come in response to the recruitment notice on the Pioneer Bulletin Board in Riverbend City. I am Barton, the captain of the Stone Shield Squad." Lin Huan did not respond immediately, but instead connected to the perception of the Thunder Dragon through the system. Deep within the desolate woods, a pair of golden vertical pupils suddenly illuminated, and an intangible pressure, characteristic of a 3-star being, surged forth like a tidal wave, precisely sweeping over the 5 individuals outside the door before retracting swiftly. Although it lasted but a moment, the sensation of being targeted by a formidable adversary, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of existential dread, caused the 5 to bristle in alarm, their complexions paling, with cold sweat beading on Captain Barton's forehead. Any lingering doubts and hesitations evaporated in an instant. 3-star. The palpable pressure of a controllable 3-star entity. The fear ingrained in their very genes. Only then did Lin Huan speak, his voice emanating from a makeshift amplifier. "I am Lin Huan. Captain Barton, what brings you to respond to the recruitment?" Barton steadied himself, adopting a much more respectful tone. Lin, the ecological sovereign, our squad has just completed an escort mission and is seeking a new base to rest. We noticed your recruitment for security personnel and various technical workers, with generous benefits and the presence of formidable guardians. Hence we wish to take a chance. He paused, adding, I am a second-level genetic warrior, and my team includes Lena, who is adept in mechanical maintenance. He gestured toward the robust woman. And our doctor, Sasha. The middle-aged woman with a medical kit nodded slightly. The other two are newcomers. This is the farmer Ivan. He indicated the slight young man clutching a data tablet, who nervously adjusted his glasses. And this is Xiaoya, who wishes to apply as a general laborer. The young girl timidly glanced up at the watchtower. Lin Huan's gaze swept over the group. The Stone Shield squad appeared to be seasoned survivors of the wilderness, and Lena's skills would be of considerable value. The ecological zone desperately needed maintenance personnel. The doctor was an invaluable resource. If the farmer Ivan possessed genuine capabilities, he would be a boon indeed. As for the girl named Xiaoya, she seemed ordinary, but her eyes hinted at hidden depths. With the ecological zone in its nascent stages, facing numerous challenges, there were few regulations, yet one principle remained paramount. Loyalty and diligence are crucial. Lin Huan spoke slowly. The compensation is as stated in the notice. Security assistance is paid daily in energy coins, while technical roles include food, accommodation, and a monthly salary. However, a probation period is required. Those willing to accept may enter for further discussion. The gate creaked open with a harsh grinding sound, revealing a narrow gap. Barton and the others exchanged glances, ultimately gritting their teeth, and, guided by the blue gem, cautiously stepped into the B7 ecological zone. Upon entering, although remnants of damage and desolation were still evident, the core area's stable lighting, the hum of the operational air circulation system, and the reassuring rumble of distant thunder from the desolate woods brought a refreshing sense of hope to their eyes. This place surpasses the desolate ruins rumored outside by leaps and bounds. At the very least, the fundamental life support systems are stable. In the ensuing days, a few scattered applicants began to arrive. One was an experienced yet aging farmer, Old Bell, drawn by the promise of a lucrative salary, seeking a tranquil place to spend his twilight years. There were also two brothers, A2 and Amu, adept in civil operations and basic construction, as well as a down-and-out engineer named Morris, who claimed some knowledge in energy system optimization. Though disheveled in appearance, his eyes hinted at a spark of brilliance. Uncle Chun returned from Hiwan City, bringing with him several pieces of good news. Firstly, he successfully established contact with a mid-sized merchant guild, the Black Falcon Association, which expressed great interest in the monster materials produced in the B7 ecological zone and was willing to create a long-term procurement channel, offering prices 15 higher than those of the unscrupulous merchants in Ashentown. Secondly, he managed to procure 3 barrels of expensive high-grade biomass materials, nearly depleting Lin Huan's savings. Lastly, he recruited a key individual, a hydrology and soil engineer named Vera, who had previously worked in a large ecological zone. Vera, a serious and competent woman in her 30s, immediately commenced comprehensive environmental assessments of the ecological zone upon her arrival, swiftly producing a preliminary evaluation report that astonished Lin Huan. The core generator of the energy barrier was found to be 65 damaged, with a significant gap on the eastern side, making complete repairs unrealistic in the short term. She recommended prioritizing the restoration of the western side and the upper sections to form an effective protective dome. The soil was noted to be lethargic, requiring a large quantity of activators and time for recovery, while the core of the water circulation system remained intact, albeit with aging filters and numerous leaks in the pipelines. Upon reviewing the report, Lin Huan decisively instructed Uncle Chun coordinate the manpower to prioritize the needs of engineer Vera and Lena. The repair work will proceed according to her plan. Ivan and Old Bell, you're responsible for planning the planning area, beginning with the most resilient crops, such as air potatoes and radiation-resistant moss. Please compile a list of any fertilizers or equipment required and present it to Uncle Chun. Captain Barton, your team will be responsible for security and assisting Lena and her crew during their operations. Understood, young master, ecological chief. Everyone responded in unison, promptly immersing themselves in their tasks. With the influx of personnel, the reconstruction of the ecological zone swiftly gained momentum. Under Vera's guidance, Lena, along with the brothers A2 and Amu, began to diligently repair the barrier generator and pipelines. Meanwhile, Barton and his team patrolled the area, soon realizing that the so-called security assistance was largely symbolic. The true security force consisted of 3 elusive and increasingly formidable blue raptors, along with a dominant figure in the deadwood forest who occasionally made appearances, heralded by thunder and lightning. Lin Huan was also far from idle. Each day, he ventured out hunting with the Blue Raptor Squad, extending their search beyond the confines of the ecological zone to actively pursue higher-value 1-star and solitary 2-star monsters. The Thunder Dragon would occasionally join in, its terrifying electrical powers proving devastating against large monsters, consistently returning with materials of remarkable value. The materials, with only a small portion reserved for the system's conversion into raw energy, were predominantly sold through the channels of the Black Falcon Chamber of Commerce, which has become the most significant source of income for the ecological zone. Concurrently, Lin Huan embarked on a new endeavor in monster cultivation. With the acquisition of advanced biomass, he successfully raised 2 juvenile blue raptors, Blue 3 and Blue 4, further expanding the population. As the leader of the group, Blue Jewel managed affairs with utmost efficiency, significantly enhancing hunting and patrolling effectiveness. One day, while Lin Huan was examining the energy network optimization proposal submitted by Vera, Chenbo approached him, a mix of excitement and concern evident on his face. Young Master, a manager from the Black Falcon Chamber has personally arrived, bringing an additional proposal. The visitor was a lean, middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a dust coat, with keen eyes, introducing himself as Mr. Wang. He first expressed astonishment at the rapid development of the ecological zone before respectfully presenting a draft for collaboration. Lin, the materials you provide from the Thunderroar Beast are of exceptionally high quality and are quite popular within our chamber, Mr. Wang remarked with a smile. Our president hopes to deepen our cooperation. In addition to long-term procurement, we can offer you necessary equipment, building materials, and even special seeds at favorable prices. Of course, we have a small request as well. Please go ahead, Lin Huan replied. Our chamber operates a transport team that regularly travels from Ashentown to Riverbend City, passing through an area known as the Weeping Gorge. Recently, it has become quite perilous, with reports of a new monster colony taking residence, resulting in the disappearance of 2 teams. We would like to hire your bioweapons for protection during this journey. The price is negotiable. We can offer at least this amount. He extended 5 fingers. 500 energy coins. That is nearly equivalent to the ecological zone's total income for half a month. Lin Huan felt a surge of temptation but maintained a composed demeanor. Protection? My Thunder Dragon does not easily leave the ecological zone. No, Mr. Wang quickly waved his hand. We do not wish to trouble that esteemed creature. We have witnessed the impressive prowess of your blue raptors. Deploying just 2 or 3 should suffice to deter most threats. Furthermore, our chamber's own security team will accompany you. Lin Huan pondered the proposal. Sending blue raptors to assist the chamber could yield substantial commissions, further solidifying his relationship with the Black Falcon Chamber and securing a more stable supply channel, while also honing the raptors' cooperative combat skills. Though risks existed, they were manageable. Very well, Lin Huan finally nodded. But I require more detailed information on the route and potential threats. Additionally, my blue raptors will only act to drive away or eliminate threats and will not heed direct orders from the chamber security team. They will only follow my commands. Not a problem. Absolutely no issue, Mr. Wang exclaimed with delight. I will provide the detailed information shortly. Thank you for your support, Lin. After bidding farewell to Mr. Wang, Lin Huan immediately summoned Barton and Blue Jewel. Captain Barton, for this merchant escort mission, you are to bring along 2 individuals primarily responsible for intelligence gathering and observation. Unless absolutely necessary, refrain from engaging. The focus is on learning the intricacies of field operations and adapting to various circumstances. Accompagne-vous Belanbao, Lani, and Lon Air, with the aim of honing coordination and safeguarding the convoy. Understood, young master. Both Barton and Lon Bao acknowledged their orders in unison. Days later, a convoy of 3 trucks belonging to the Black Hawk Merchant Association, flanked by 2 youthful blue raptors, gradually departed from the B7 ecological zone. Lon Bao stood atop the vehicle, his gaze steely as he watched the ecological zone recede into the distance. Meanwhile, Lin Huan remotely monitored the mission through the system, sharing sensory information from Lon Air. Within the ecological zone, various restoration and construction efforts continued to flourish. New segments of barriers began to emit faint luminescence, while the planting areas sprouted hints of verdant life. The cacophony of machinery, the calls of workers, and the distant rumble of thunder from the withered woods intertwined to create a vibrant symphony of reconstruction. Lin Huan stood before the control room window, observing it all. Personnel were taking their positions, revenue streams were gradually opening, and defensive capabilities were steadily strengthening. The ecological zone, bequeathed to him by his parents, was undeniably, step by step, returning to his control. Yet, his gaze had already shifted further afield, towards those vast, unknown territories still shrouded in mist on the system map. Chapter 10. The Power of TM Bear. After Lin Bao departed with Lin E and Lin Air alongside the merchant convoy, the ecological zone seemed to fall into a notable silence. Despite the presence of Lin San and Lin Si, the two young dragons, as well as the steadfast guardian lurking in the withered woods, Lin Huan felt an emptiness in his heart. Accustomed as he was to Lin Bao's boisterous patrols and intermittent roars, he remotely sensed the situation with Lin Air through the system. The convoy's journey was progressing smoothly, encountering sporadic disturbances from radiation hyenas and occasional burrowing beetles, all of which were effortlessly dispatched by the increasingly synchronized blue raptors. Team Barton diligently documented their observations and the distribution of monsters along the route, allowing Lin Huan to focus his attention elsewhere for the time being. His thoughts returned to the internal workings of the ecological zone. The voracious appetite of the Thunder Dragon was insatiable. The rate of meat consumption left Lin Huan feeling quite overwhelmed. The resources amassed from previous hunts and the advance payments from the Black Hawk Merchant Association seemed to evaporate like water, barely sustaining its daily needs and growth. The resource deficit brought about by the Thunder Dragon was far greater than he had anticipated. Young Master, hear the account for this month, or rather, the first half of the month regarding material consumption and energy currency. Chunbo approached with an electronic tablet, his expression somewhat pained. We have merely half a barrel of high-grade biomass left, and our standard energy batteries are nearing depletion. Although payments from the Merchant Association are gradually being fulfilled, the initial investments in restoring the barriers and planting areas are substantial, coupled with the daily expenses of the Thunder Dragon. Our reserves are quickly dwindling. Lin Huan rubbed his temples. To expand resources, he could only rely on merchant tasks and hunting for the time being. But conserving resources was not an option with the Thunder Dragon. It now stands as the utmost deterrent of power within the ecological zone and a pivotal element for future development. Education must never be compromised, nor should the pursuit of excellence in our endeavors. I understand. I shall personally lead the hunting team, increasing both the frequency and range of our excursions. The restoration work cannot cease. It is of paramount importance. The supply for our operations must be prioritized. Lin Huan spoke in a solemn tone. Furthermore, the growth of Lin San and Lin Si must not be neglected. They represent the future of our foundational defenses. He accessed the system interface, perusing the list of monsters available for unlock. For the time being, he dared not entertain thoughts of 3-star creatures, as their consumption would deplete his resources and leave him in significant debt to the system. Among the 2-star options, however, there were several promising choices. His gaze swept over the selections, ultimately lingering on an icon that exuded raw strength. Monster name, Blue Bear Beast. Threat level, 2 stars. Description, a medium-sized, dentate beast predominantly inhabiting temperate forests. It possesses astonishing brute strength and a formidable carapace, characterized by a volatile temperament, particularly fixated on honey. Its forelimbs are well developed, exhibiting immense destructive capability, adept at charging and clawing. Its drawback lies in its relatively slow speed, making it ill-suited to contend with agile foes. Unlock requirement, Primitive Energy X 100. Manufacturing requirement, Primitive Energy X 80. Advanced Biomass X 20, Thick Carapace X 5, or equivalent defensive materials. A powerhouse. This perfectly compensates for the shortcomings of the Blue Speed Dragon Herd and the Flying Thunder Dragon. Moreover, the unlocking and manufacturing requirements are relatively accessible, and materials like thick carapace are readily obtainable. He has reserves from previous hunts of rock-armored turtles and thunder-roaring beasts. It is settled then, the Blue Bear Beast. Lin Huan resolved with determination. In a well-developed ecological zone, one cannot rely solely on agile assassins and mages. A robust frontline capable of enduring and striking is equally essential. However, resources are currently scarce, necessitating a slight delay in both unlocking and manufacturing until the commission payments from the Merchant Association are settled, or until the next hunting expedition yields substantial rewards. At this moment, fortifying the foundation remains the foremost priority. He exited the control room and arrived at the restoration site on the periphery of the ecological zone. Vera was directing Lena and the brothers ATU and AMU, installing reactivated barrier modules onto the designated metal framework. Amidst flickering arcs of electricity, a faint yet persistent light curtain was gradually forming. Although far from achieving complete protection, it already encompassed the most critical planting and living areas, instilling a significant sense of psychological security. How was the progress? Engineer Vera turned at the sound. Adjusting her goggles, a hint of fatigue mingled with satisfaction on her face. It's 10% ahead of expectations, Lin Huan. At this rate, within a week, the preliminary protective dome on the west side and the top will be sealed. By then, unless faced with a large-scale monster onslaught or deliberate assaults from 3-star creatures or higher, internal safety will be largely assured. Well done, Lin Huan nodded in approval. Is the energy supply keeping pace? Engineer Morris has optimized the output frequency of the old energy core, which should suffice for the time being. However, in the long term, the aging of the energy core poses a significant issue that necessitates prompt exploration of alternatives or upgrade solutions, Vera cautioned. I have noted that. Lin Huan added this matter to his to-do list. Energy has always been the fundamental bottleneck of development. He proceeded to the planting area, where Old Bell and Ivan were meticulously spraying nutrient solution on the newly sprouted air potatoes, accompanied by Xiaoya. The radiation-resistant moss unfurled in designated areas, resembling a dark green carpet, gradually yet steadfastly improving the soil environment. Young master, Old Bell greeted Lin Huan with a smile. This batch of air potatoes is flourishing. If we can maintain this momentum, in 2 months, we might achieve partial food self-sufficiency. That is wonderful, Uncle Bell. I appreciate your efforts in this regard, Lin Huan encouraged. Food self-sufficiency implies a reduction in external procurement, which would save a significant amount of energy currency. His gaze inadvertently swept over Xiaoya, who was silently transporting fertilizer barrels. The girl worked diligently, rarely uttering a word, yet the focus in her eyes, along with the occasional spark of brilliance, made Lin Huan sense her extraordinary nature. He had instructed Uncle Chun to observe her discreetly, and having found no abnormalities for the time being, he allowed her to continue. After completing his inspection, Lin Huan felt somewhat reassured. Everything was progressing positively. Although slowly, the steps were firm. As evening approached, Uncle Chun brought unexpected news. An encrypted email from the official communication node of Hewan City had been sent to the outdated public frequency of the ecological zone. The Ecological Zone Qualification Certification Committee? Lin Huan pondered, puzzled by the sender. His ecological zone was nearly forgotten. What could the committee want with him? Upon opening the email, the content left him momentarily speechless. It was an invitation, or rather a qualification confirmation notice. To Mr. Lin Huan, Ecological Master of B7 Ecological Zone. Subject, Qualification Confirmation Notice for the 47 ZIO Ecological Zone Competition. Content, according to our records. B7 Ecological Zone still retains the official qualification to participate in the ZIO competition. The next competition will be held in 3 months at the Core World. Eden Giant Wall's 7th Arena. Please confirm your participation within 1 month. Failure to do so will be regarded as automatic forfeiture. All costs and risks associated with participation must be borne by the participant. Attachment, brief rules and historical data of the competition. ZIO competition? Lin Huan had no recollection of it. He searched through his memories, finding only vague fragments, seemingly mentioned by his parents long ago. He opened the attachment and read carefully. The more he read, the graver his expression became, only to gradually transform into excitement. The ZIO competition initially began as an informal contest among various ecological zones on the frontier, aimed at showcasing their biological weapon cultivation levels, resolving disputes, and even engaging in gambling. Over time, it expanded in scale, its rules gradually refined, attracting the attention of the core world. Now, it had evolved into a comprehensive competitive event sponsored by several major enterprises from the core world, encompassing both biological weapons and gene warriors as its 2 main categories. Nominally aimed at fostering technological exchange and showcasing humanity's resilience in harsh environments, this event serves, in reality, as a grand stage for powerful factions to flaunt their might, carve up benefits, and settle old scores. The allure of championship honors, substantial monetary rewards, rare technological or material allocations, and even the coveted right to inhabit the core world is immense. Every ecological sovereign possessing an independent ecological zone is automatically granted a formal entry into the competition. They can choose to participate in the biological weaponry project, the genetic warrior program, or even both. It appears that his parents had also participated in the past and achieved commendable results, which secured this qualification. Although the B7 ecological zone has now seen better days, this qualification, due to some procedural delay or mere oversight, remains intact. "Young master, this is an opportunity," Mr. Chun exclaimed, having reviewed the information, his hands trembling with excitement. "If we can secure a position in the competition, even just making it to the main event, our ecological zone's reputation will soar. At that point, will we still worry about attracting investments or acquiring quality goods? Those trading firms will be clamoring to collaborate with us. Yet, the risks are equally formidable. Participating means revealing one's hand, potentially facing terrifying monstrosities or formidable genetic warriors cultivated by the corporate giants of the core world. It entails a significant investment of resources for preparation, and failure could result in devastating losses. However, the potential rewards are astonishing. This presents a rapid avenue to shatter the current resource predicament, catapulting the B7 ecological zone into a broader horizon." Lin Huan's heart raced. He gazed at the confirmation option for participation at the end of the email, then looked out at the gradually forming protective dome and the distant rumble of the withered forest. The blue thunder dragon, the lightning dragon, the prospective future of the blue bear beast, and he himself, endowed with a formidable system. 3 months. Time is of the essence. Lin Huan murmured to himself, his eyes igniting with fervent determination. "Mr. Chun," responded the committee. "Young master, what do you mean? Confirm our participation," Lin Huan declared with unwavering resolve. "Inform them that the B7 ecological zone will partake in the biological weaponry project." A new objective had emerged. Stagnation was not an option. From here on, all resource allocation, hunting plans, and monster cultivation would be directed towards the ZIO conference. Within these 3 months, he must expedite the birth of the blue bear beast, further enhance the strength of the blue thunder dragon population, and bolster the lightning dragon's power. The reconstruction of the ecological zone must persist, but the focus must shift towards preparations for war. Chapter 11. The Lightning Dragon's Display. The decision to confirm participation in the ZIO conference injected a stimulating vigor into every corner of the B7 ecological zone, while simultaneously amplifying the burden on Lin Huan's shoulders. Resources, and once again resources. The hunting frequency was ramped up to its peak. Lin Huan personally led the team, no longer confined to the Blue Thunder Dragon squad, occasionally even calling upon the esteemed elder from the withered forest to stretch his limbs. The sight of the lightning dragon hunting was nothing short of breathtaking. Its ghostly speed, combined with the furious power of lightning, often leaves its prey stunned, only to be scorched or mercilessly smashed into pulp by its electrified tail. The quality and quantity of harvested materials have far surpassed previous records. However, this has correspondingly led to an unprecedented rate of consumption of advanced biomass and flesh. Manager Wang of the Black Falcon Chamber of Commerce could hardly contain his delight as the materials provided by the B7 ecological zone continue to improve in quality. He even took the initiative to raise the purchase price and prepay a substantial sum, barely sustaining the cash flow of the ecological zone. With this money and the spoils of the hunt, Lin Huan finally amassed enough resources to unlock and manufacture the Blue Bear Beast. Consume 100 raw energy. Unlock 2-star monster, Blue Bear Beast. Consume 80 raw energy, 20 advanced biomass, 5 thick shells. Begin manufacturing Blue Bear Beast, young. Estimated time, 18 hours. The underground editing chamber once again buzzed with activity. Lin Huan gazed at the gradually forming, curled-up massive figure within the nutrient solution, feeling a slight sense of relief. With a strength-oriented front line in place, the team configuration became all the more reasonable. Meanwhile, he meticulously studied the rules of the ZIO conference. The competition is divided into 2 main categories: biological weapons and genetic warriors, each further categorized into seed zones and ordinary zones based on the participant's strength and background. Seed contestants typically hail from ecological zones or genetic modification companies backed by major enterprises in the core worlds, possessing substantial resources and technological foundations. Their competing monsters or warriors are often formidable, many specifically bred or modified for the competition, generally boasting peak 3-star or even approaching 4-star strength. They are the strongest contenders for the championship. In contrast, participants from the ordinary zone, like Lin Huan, are predominantly ecological masters or independent genetic warrior teams from the frontier, developing through self-exploration and limited resources, with strengths ranging from 1 star to above 3 stars. They usually must endure several rounds of brutal preliminaries and eliminations before advancing to the main event to compete alongside seed contestants. The competition employs a mixed format, including arena battles, survival challenges, team collaboration, and even simulated combat, testing not only the absolute strength of the monsters or warriors, but also the command strategies of the ecological masters, logistical support, and adaptability in critical situations. The B7 Ecological Zone, due to its long history and formal ecological master qualification, fortuitously, or perhaps forgottenly, secured a direct spot in the ordinary zone's main event, exempting them from the bloodshed of preliminaries. However, this does not imply ease. During the main event, they could anytime draw formidable opponents from the seed zone. 4 stars. Lin Huan pondered this classification. In this world, 4-star entities are considered strategic-level presences, typically deployed to counter large-scale monster tides or execute decapitation missions. The competition permits the participation of monster units below 5 stars, yet those major enterprises possess ways to push the boundaries of the rules, breeding monsters or warriors that are perilously close to 5-star caliber. The pressure is immense. Lin Huan sighed, yet his gaze grew ever sharper. Only under pressure does one find motivation. With a system in hand, he may very well possess the strength for a decisive battle. The pressing matter at hand is to swiftly enhance the existing combat capabilities, while seeking potential informational advantages and tactical breakthroughs. On this day, Lin Huan resolved to personally visit Ashentown. Primarily, he aimed to engage in a new round of settlements with the Black Falcon Chamber of Commerce and procure a batch of urgently needed special metals. Additionally, he wished to witness this frontier town firsthand, to absorb its atmosphere, and perhaps glean some whispers regarding the ZIO conference or other ecological zones. More importantly, he required an opportunity to assert his authority. The existence of the Thunder Dragon, the active presence of the Blue Speed Dragon Squad, and rumors of slaying 2-star and even 3-star monsters should have already circulated throughout Ashentown and its surrounding areas. Yet, this was insufficient. He needed a public and irrefutable demonstration to make it clear to all the strength of the B7 Ecological Zone, extinguishing any untoward ambitions of certain nefarious individuals, while simultaneously generating momentum for the upcoming ZIO conference. Chenbo, I shall be stepping out. The Ecological Zone is in your capable hands. Veda. The final stages of the barrier's closure must proceed flawlessly. Chenbo, please increase patrols. Lin Huan organized the internal affairs, and then, under the astonished gazes of all present, he made his way towards the withered forest. Moments later, accompanied by a deep rumble of thunder and the crack of snapping branches, the elegant yet formidable figure of the Thunder Dragon obediently lowered itself, allowing Lin Huan to mount upon its back, covered in its unique fur. "Let us go for a stroll in Ashentown," Lin Huan said as he patted the cold, hard scales of the Thunder Dragon. The creature emitted a delightful, electric hum, its limbs powering up as it leapt from the withered forest, transforming into a streak of blue lightning that raced towards Ashentown. The speed was such that even Chunbo atop the watchtower could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of shadow. Ashentown remained as chaotic, filthy, vibrant, and perilous as ever, as Lin Huan rode the Thunder Dragon to the end of the abandoned road at the town's entrance. It felt as though time itself had been suspended. The cacophony of shouts, arguments, and mechanical roars came to an abrupt halt. All who witnessed this scene, whether merchants at their stalls, passing mercenaries, or homeless souls huddled in corners, froze in place, their pupils dilating, faces etched with disbelief and profound terror. What manner of beast is this? The streamlined blue body, the flickering blue arcs of electricity, the fierce yet graceful horns, and the overwhelming presence of its massive form. Most notably, perched atop its back sat a person. It is that lad from the B7 Ecological Zone. The rumors were true. He truly commands a terrifying 3-star monster. The Thunder Dragon seemed to revel in the attention, or perhaps was influenced by Lin Huan's emotions, deliberately slowing its pace, moving with an elegant yet heavy gait towards the town's entrance. With each step, the ground trembled slightly, arcs of electricity crackling beneath its feet, scorching small charred marks upon the earth. As it passed, the crowd retreated in a state of panic, akin to Moses parting the sea. tumbling over stalls and disregarding their companions, all in a desperate bid to distance themselves from the colossal beast crackling with lightning. Following the eerie silence, a stifled murmur filled the air, laden with fear. Heavens, it truly is a 3-star creature. How can he possibly control it? Hurry, move away. Lin Huan's expression remained impassive, his gaze calmly surveying the terrified throngs lining the streets. He discerned those malicious eyes lurking behind the dilapidated buildings and peering through the bar windows. In this apocalyptic era, fear often coexisted with greed. He commanded the Thunder Dragon to halt before the Ashen Town office of the Black Falcon Chamber of Commerce. Manager Wang scrambled out in a flurry, his face ashen and beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, stammering, "Lord Lin, you come in person? And riding this esteemed creature, I have come to settle accounts and procure a few items," Lin Huan replied. He dismounted from the dragon, which obediently lowered itself, its immense golden vertical pupils scanning the surroundings with a chill that made Manager Wang and several chamber guards tremble. "Please come inside." Manager Wang nearly bent double in his eagerness to usher Lin Huan into the office, urgently signaling to his subordinates to fetch the finest inventory list. The transaction proceeded smoothly, with the price offered by Manager Wang even more favorable than Lin Huan had anticipated, clearly intimidated by the presence of the Thunder Dragon. The required special metals were quickly gathered and loaded onto a rented light transport vehicle. Having completed his business, Lin Huan did not depart immediately. He instructed the chamber personnel to watch over the transport vehicle while he strolled slowly along the streets of Ashen Town. The Thunder Dragon followed closely behind, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters, causing the crowd to scatter in its wake. He observed the poverty, chaos, and desperate struggle for survival in this place. Emaciated children, women with vacant expressions, mercenaries willing to draw blades over a few compressed biscuits, an utter contrast to the opulence of the core world. His brow furrowed slightly. Although accustomed to the brutality of the apocalypse, each direct encounter still unsettled him, especially when he spotted several ragged, skeletal children hiding behind the ruins. Their eyes filled with a mix of longing and fear, glancing furtively at him and the imposing transport vehicle behind him. At that moment, a small boy, seemingly 7 or 8 years old and covered in grime, timidly emerged from a corner, cradling a broken bowl containing only a murky liquid, and stood before Lin Huan. "Please. Kind sir, can you spare some food? My sister. She is on the brink of starvation." The boy's voice trembled with a hint of tears, his body shaking violently in fear of the Thunder Dragon behind. Yet the plea in his eyes was profoundly genuine. Lin Huan paused, his gaze drifting towards the direction for which the boy had come. Behind the rubble, several even smaller figures seemed to shiver in apprehension. In an instant, he sensed that at least 3 malevolent gazes had locked onto him from various directions. A clumsy trap indeed, preying on the compassion of children to lure those who still harbored a semblance of kindness into an ambush. This was the most common and repugnant trick of the post-apocalyptic world. Lin Huan chuckled coldly to himself. He could even surmise the thoughts of the ambushers at that moment. This master of ecology who can control 3-star monsters, this pampered youth, is the epitome of false benevolence. His strength likely stems from resources rather than experience, making him an ideal target. If they could seize him, they would never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of their lives. He could easily disregard the small boy or command the Thunder Dragon to roar and frighten them away. However, as he gazed into the boy's tear-filled eyes, streaming from sheer terror and hunger, in a posture so humble it seemed he might kneel, he recalled his own desperate days upon arriving in this world. Guarding a dilapidated ecological zone. "Lead the way." Lin Huan's voice was calm and unwavering. The boy was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised by the ease of the acceptance. But a flicker of complexity flashed in his eyes, quickly overshadowed by desperation and hunger. He nodded repeatedly. Thank you, sir. Follow me." He turned and dashed towards a more secluded alley, littered with debris and waste. Lin Huan, expressionless, followed suit. The Thunder Dragon behind him emitted a low, questioning hum, yet obediently trailed, its massive form nearly filling the narrow passage. The hidden gazes, momentarily cold, ignited with fervor and greed, like fish taking the bait. Deep within the alley lay the entrance of a half-collapsed factory. The boy pointed inside, crying out, my sister is right in there." Lin Huan stood at the threshold, his gaze seemingly penetrating the darkness, discerning the figures within that held their breath, clutching crude weapons. Alongside a creature resembling a mutated wild dog, snarling with a rough iron chain affixed to it. The creature barely resembled a one-star entity, yet it appeared highly unstable, more akin to a failed experiment. "Come out." Lin Huan's voice was soft yet distinctly echoed within the factory. "Do not hide. The scent is too overwhelming." There was a moment of silence within the factory, followed by a burst of raucous laughter. 5 men, clad in tattered leather armor and exuding a menacing demeanor, emerged, led by a burly man with a grotesque burn scar on his face, wielding a modified shotgun. The mutated wild dog-like creature trailed beside him, drooling foul saliva and emitting a threatening growl. "Kid, you got guts." The scar-faced brute grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Seeing you're a wealthy lad. Be smart and hand over your energy coins, valuable trinkets, and that big treasure-esque controller behind you. If we're in a good mood, we might just leave you with a whole corpse." They paid no heed to Lin Huan himself, their eyes fixated greedily on the enormous thunder dragon behind him. They surmised that Lin Huan must be wielding some form of controller to command the monster. Lin Huan, however, was too disinterested to even glance at them. His gaze fell upon a small boy cowering in the corner, trembling in fear after the success of their sinister plan. He let out a gentle sigh. Was it worth it? All for a morsel of food? The boy merely shook his head fervently, unable to utter a word through his tears. "Damn it, I'm talking to you." The scar-faced brute, feeling humiliated by Lin Huan's indifference, raised his shotgun and aimed it at him, thinking to punish him for his insolence. But his words were abruptly cut off, for Lin Huan had raised his hand, not towards him, but to the heavens, and with a soft snap of his fingers. Snap! The sound was faint, yet in the next instant, boom, a bolt of blue lightning, like the wrath of a deity, pierced down from above the factory without warning. The scar-faced man and his companions didn't even have time to scream before they were instantaneously impaled by the ferocious lightning. The low-quality mutated wild dog was reduced to a mere skewer of meat. The figure of the thunder dragon had silently perched itself atop a taller building nearby, its crimson vertical pupils coldly surveying the scene below, surrounded by crackling static, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. It had not even unleashed its full power. It was merely a casual strike. Lin Huan stood his ground, the gust of wind causing the hem of his clothing to flutter slightly, yet he remained unblemished. Without casting a glance at the wreckage, he approached the paralyzed boy and retrieved several high-energy compressed rations from his system space, placing them in the boy's trembling hands. "Take this to eat. In the future, refrain from engaging in such deeds." With that, he turned and walked towards the main street of the town. The thunder dragon gracefully leapt from the rooftop, following closely behind him. The entire Ashes town lay in a deathly silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the sudden, cataclysmic thunderstrike. It was only when Lin Huan was on the verge of exiting the town that a ragtag team of uniformed patrolmen, armed and flustered, hurriedly arrived, blocking his path. Their faces drained of color, too fearful to even level their weapons. "Stop! You are committing acts of violence in Ashes town. Destruction of property. Come with us." The captain, trembling and pale, shouted, his voice quivering. He had received reports of a giant monster wreaking havoc, only to arrive at such a terrifying scene. Lin Huan finally halted, his gaze settling upon the patrolman for the first time. Just a calm look, yet it made the captain feel as if he were being watched by a prehistoric behemoth, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Only then did he notice the creature behind Lin Huan, along with the suffocating waves of energy radiating from it. Committing violence? Lin Huan finally spoke, his tone flat, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "I merely cleared out a few vermin hiding in the shadows, intent on robbery and murder." "Is there a problem with that? You claim it's robbery just because you say so? Where's the evidence?" The patrol captain retorted, steeling himself. "Evidence?" Lin Huan's lips curled into a sardonic smirk. "My words serve as evidence. Or perhaps you wish for me to accompany you back for an investigation." The thunder dragon took a coordinated step forward, lowering its head, its massive golden vertical pupils coldly locking onto the patrol captain, emitting a deep, thunderous hum from its throat, sparks of electricity crackling between its mouth and nose. The patrol captain was nearly paralyzed with fear, while his subordinates retreated in haste, almost turning to flee. At that moment, another individual, clad in a slightly better uniform and seemingly of higher rank, rushed over, drenched in sweat. He seized the patrol captain, bowing deeply to Lin Huan, repeatedly apologizing. "It's a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. Master Lin, my subordinate acted without understanding and has offended you. Damn it. Truly damn it." He shot a fierce glare at the still-dazed patrol captain, hissing in a low voice. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth. This is Master Lin of the B7 ecological zone. That is a 3-star combat creature. Do you wish to bring ruin upon all of Ashentown? Only then did the patrol captain awaken from his stupor, recalling the recent rumors he had heard. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and he dared not utter another word. The latecomer continued to smile ingratiatingly at Lin Huan. Master Lin, you are magnanimous. Please do not lower yourself to the level of these fools. They deserve their fate. You are ridding the people of harm. We, the patrol of Ashentown, are immensely grateful to you. Lin Huan merely cast a faint glance at him, remaining silent, and walked directly towards the transport vehicle laden with goods. As he passed, the crowd once again parted silently. This time, the fear in their gazes was tinged with a greater sense of reverence and an indescribable complexity of emotions. He mounted the Thunder Dragon, signaling for the merchants to follow in their vehicle. Under the watchful eyes of the silent townsfolk, the Thunder Dragon let out a piercing, thunderous roar, its body surging with arcs of lightning, carrying Lin Huan away like a blue bolt of electricity, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation and countless hearts stunned into silence. Only when that flash of lightning vanished beyond the horizon did Ashentown seem to come alive again, erupting into a cacophony of discussions, mingled with fear, excitement, and disbelief. Look, did you see that? It was terrifying. Is it the power of a 3-star creature? That young man, he is from the B7 ecological zone. Who would dare provoke them after this? Following this encounter, the name of Lin Huan, master of the B7 ecological zone, along with his fearsome lightning beast, would truly resonate throughout the region, deterring anyone from daring to provoke him lightly. And this was precisely the effect Lin Huan sought. Power is the sole currency in the apocalypse. Now he could return with a measure of reassurance to continue preparing for the impending, more extensive, and brutal stage of the ZIO conference. Chapter 12, The Punishment of Thieves. As Lin Huan rode the Thunder Dragon, escorting a transport vehicle laden with special metals back to the B7 ecological zone, the brief yet fierce display of thunderous authority in Ashentown began to spread its influence at a pace more rapid than that of the Thunder Dragon itself. Reaching the surrounding areas, the news spread like water, sizzling in hot oil, igniting a fervor. Have you heard? A significant event has transpired in Ashentown, in District B7. That young ecological master rode a formidable 3-star beast capable of unleashing thunder, obliterating Scarface Khan and his gang along with their hideout. Is that true? Khan's crew is no trifling matter. They are armed. Absolutely true. The town patrol didn't dare make a sound. It is said that the beast merely exhaled, and lightning struck. Wow. District B7 is on the verge of a transformation. We must tread carefully in that area from now on. Such conversations echoed through various wilderness outposts, small gatherings, and even the hideaways of certain wanted criminals. Lin Huan's name became synonymous with the 3-star thunderous behemoth, shrouded in a bloody and enigmatic aura. Various minor factions, once contemplating ventures in the B7 ecological zone, and rogue bands of marauders, quietly retracted their claws, discreetly warning their subordinates, steer clear of that madman named Lin for now. A deceased camel is larger than a horse. Moreover, this camel appears not only unscathed, but adorned with electrified armor. Yet, some fools, blinded by greed or self-proclaimed fearless renegades, viewed the warnings as opportunities. In a forsaken mine nearly 100 kilometers from Ashentown, the flicker of a campfire illuminated several gaunt and weary faces. Boss, the news has been confirmed. The tale from Ashentown bear credibility. That kid in District B7 surely possesses something valuable. The technology or equipment to control a 3-star beast. A gaunt man with a scarred face licked his cracked lips, his eyes glinting with avarice. The one referred to as the boss was a burly one-eyed man, codenamed Poison Fong, a former captain of a guard unit in a mid-sized gathering, now wanted for his penchant for bloodshed and corruption. He had assembled a band of renegades to engage in risk-free enterprises. He caressed a well-maintained electromagnetic rifle in his hands, a glint of malice flashing in his singular eye. 3-star beasts are indeed terrifying. Poison Fong's voice was hoarse, but the more fearsome they are, the more valuable the technology. Just think if we could acquire it. Will we still need to gnaw on irradiated rats in this godforsaken place? We could sell it for a handsome price in the vicinity of the core world. Enough for us to live leisurely 4 generations. But boss, that beast, A hesitant member interjected. Were you afraid of? Poison Fong scoffed. No matter how powerful the beast, it is still under someone's control. How old could that kid be? He hasn't even matured. How much real combat experience could he possibly have? We aren't going to confront him and his beast head on. He lowered his voice, a cunning grin spreading across his face. We're going to steal. While he is out or asleep, we will infiltrate his lair, locate the control core or technical data. Once we succeed, we'll vanish without a trace. By the time he realizes, we'll already be enjoying life in the core world. I've heard of the B7 ecological zone. It's in shambles, the barriers nearly decayed, with defenses rendered almost non-existent. This is our opportunity. The prospect of immense profit and the boss's fervor swiftly overshadowed any lingering fear. This band of 7 wanted criminals, driven by greed, devised a rudimentary plan to infiltrate the B7 ecological zone under the cover of night, seeking to steal core technologies or equipment related to the control of the Samsung monsters. They prided themselves on their experience and superior equipment, claiming this was not their first venture into such illicit activities. On a moonless night a few days later, with the wind howling ominously, Dia led his 6 accomplices, stealthily approaching the periphery of the B7 ecological zone like phantoms. As anticipated, while some sections of the energy barrier appeared to be repaired, emitting a faint luminescence, significant areas remained severely damaged, particularly on the eastern side, which was almost entirely unguarded. I thought it would be formidable, but this fence is as full of holes as a sieve. One member scoffed quietly, observing the twisted and broken metallic barrier and the dark desolation behind it, his tension easing considerably. Silence. Move quietly, Duya admonished, though he too felt a sense of relief. Clearly, the intelligence had been accurate. This ecological zone was merely a facade of strength, or rather, Lin Huan had channeled all his energy into breeding monsters, neglecting essential infrastructure. The 7 adeptly utilized the terrain and shadows for cover, cutting through several remnants of barbed wire, effortlessly infiltrating the zone's interior. Inside, an eerie silence prevailed. Only faint lights flickered in the distant core area. While most locations were engulfed in darkness, the desolate land punctuated by withered plants and abandoned structures. The air was infused with a subtle scent of ozone and something resembling a wild beast. Split up. Focus on searching areas that resemble a control room, laboratory, or warehouse. Locate anything that could be a controller or data storage. Duya commanded, and the 7 promptly divided into 2 small groups, cautiously making their way inward with the aid of night vision goggles. All their movements were keenly observed by what seemed like countless eyes hidden in the darkness. Relaying information back to the control room, Lin Huan stood before the control screen, watching the red dots representing the intruders move slowly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. From the moment they approached the ecological zone's edge, the perimeter guards, Blue 3 and Blue 4, had detected and locked onto them. Through Blue 4's sensory sharing, Lin Huan could even hear their hushed conversations. A band of wanted criminals, seeking to steal technology? Lin Huan found it amusing. Truly, the folly of humans for wealth is as old as time. The lessons of Ashen Town had evidently not been learned. Through the system's perception and Blue Raptor's patrols, he had thoroughly discerned the vulnerabilities in the ecological zone's defenses. Certain seemingly unguarded areas were, in fact, intentionally designed as traps. Jinbo, instruct all non-combat personnel to remain in their rooms. No matter what sounds they hear, they must not emerge. Engineer Veda, temporarily extinguish the non-essential lights in the core living area, Lin Huan quietly relayed through his communicator. Understood, young master, came Chunbo's calm voice, devoid of any hint of panic. Soon, the already dim ecological zone descended into an even deeper silence, broken only by the faint footfalls and heavy breaths of the intruders echoing in the darkness. The venomous Fong team approached what appeared to be a warehouse, signaling their companions to pick the lock. Meanwhile, another trio drew closer to a structure adorned with antennas, resembling a communication tower. Unbeknownst to them, every movement they made was under the watchful gaze of the hunters. Almost there, Lin Huan murmured to himself, ready to test the new recruit's mettle against them. With a flicker of thought, he dispatched a command through the system. In the subterranean editing chamber, the massive figure that had been slumbering suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of small, wild eyes filled with ferocity. The blue bear beast, Juvenile, has been successfully cultivated. Boss, the lock is open. A subordinate reported in a hushed tone. A surge of excitement coursed through venomous Fong as he prepared to push the door open. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the darkness, a primal sound brimming with raw power that shook their eardrums and sent their hearts racing. What was that? A monster. There's a monster. Before they could process the situation, a colossal figure, akin to a tank, crashed through the shadows, charging towards them with an overwhelming presence. It was a bear, a colossal bear-like creature beyond imagination. It stood upright, nearly 3 meters tall, encased in a thick, slate-gray shell, muscles rippling beneath. Its massive, sharp front claws glinted menacingly, and its small eyes gleamed with a frenzied red light. It was the very blue bear beast they had just cultivated, although still a juvenile. Its immense size and terrifying strength were unmistakable. "Open fire! Quick, open fire!" Venomous Fong shouted in sheer terror, retreating frantically while raising his electromagnetic rifle to unleash a barrage upon the charging blue bear beast. The other team members reacted in kind, their weapons spitting flames as bullets rained down upon the creature. Clang! Thud! However, despair washed over them as the majority of the bullets merely sparked off the blue bear beast's thick shell, leaving only faint white marks. A few bullets managed to lodge into the gaps of its armor, yet they seemed incapable of inflicting any fatal damage, only serving to enrage the beast further. The blue bear beast, seemingly indifferent to the onslaught, charged through the hail of gunfire with astonishing speed. With a resounding thud, a wanted criminal who failed to evade was sent flying by the creature's massive paw, crashing into a distant wall like a rag doll, the sound of bones breaking audible. A grim prelude to certain death. What in the world is this monster? The bullets can't penetrate. Venomous Fong was filled with dread, shooting wildly while retreating. Just then, from the surrounding darkness, a chilling hiss and the rapid patter of feet echoed ominously. Several blue figures darted forth like phantoms. It was the Blue Raptors. Although the Azure Treasure is absent, Blue 3 and Blue 4 have surrounded from all directions. They utilize their speed and agility, weaving around while emitting threatening hisses, in search of the opportune moment to strike. The wanted criminals find themselves caught in a pincer movement. In front stands the impenetrable and fearsome Azure Bear Beast. Surrounding them are the swift and ferocious Blue Raptors with sharp fangs and claws. Cooperate, back to back. Do not let them disperse. The poison Fong still wishes to organize a resistance. Yet, the Azure Bear Beast grants them no chance. It unleashes a furious roar, rising up on its hind legs before crashing down with tremendous force. The resulting tremor leaves several of the fugitives unsteady. Immediately, its colossal forepaw, accompanied by a whistling wind, sweeps toward another armed member. That individual attempts to raise their weapon in defense, but it is a futile effort. Snap! Both human and gun are obliterated in an instant. Blood and visceral fragments scatter across the ground. The brutal death instantaneously shatters the already fragile mental defenses of these outlaws. Run! Someone cries out first, and the remaining 4 abandon all semblance of formation and mission, their minds consumed by the most primal fear and instinct for survival. They scream, scattering in different directions like headless flies. However, within the B7 ecological zone, under Lin Huan's absolute dominion, where can they possibly escape? One fellow barely manages to sprint a few meters when a blue figure erupts from the shadows, its claws expertly slicing through his throat. It is Blue 3. Another attempts to climb a low wall, only to be struck by a faint electric arc from an unknown source, convulsing as he falls, and is swiftly dispatched by Blue 4, who severs his neck. The poison Fong, along with the last of his subordinates, desperately rushes toward the eastern breach they infiltrated, their only path to salvation. Yet, just as they are about to burst through the gap and glimpse the wilderness beyond, a thunderous roar echoes. A bolt of searing lightning, as thick as a wrist, descends like divine retribution, striking the ground less than 5 meters ahead of them. A charred crater emits wisps of smoke, and crackling arcs of electricity illuminate the surroundings in a ghastly white. The poison Fong and his companion, paralyzed by terror, abruptly halt and collapse to the ground. In despair, they look up to see, perched upon the highest branch of a towering dead tree, that elegant yet terrifying blue figure, the Thunder Dragon. Its crimson vertical pupils shimmer in the darkness like 2 ghostly flames, coldly surveying the insignificant ants below, its body surrounded by blue static, presenting it as a deity commanding the thunder. It had been waiting here all along. From the very beginning, this so-called infiltration and escape was merely a meticulously orchestrated hunting game, designed to test new weapons and entertain Master. Lin Huan emerges slowly from the shadows of the control room, standing before the prostrate Poison Fong, his gaze calm. It seems that the lessons of Ashen Town have not been fully absorbed by some. Poison Tooth gazed at the overly exuberant ecological master before him, then glanced up at the towering lightning beast that could reduce him to ash at any moment, as well as the encroaching blue raptors baring their teeth, and the heavy-footed blue bear approaching. He finally comprehended the magnitude of the presence he had provoked. This was far from the imagined scenario of a fortunate individual who had stumbled upon a formidable monster. He was confronted by a master of monsters, capable of commanding terrifying creatures and transforming the entire ecological zone into his personal hunting ground. "Spare me," Poison Tooth pleaded, tears streaming down his face, his trousers damp with fear, completely devoid of his previous ferocity. "We no longer desire the goods. I beseech you." Lin Huan, uninterested in his ramblings, simply gestured towards the blue bear. The creature emitted an excited low growl and stepped forward, casting a colossal shadow over Poison Tooth. "No." A shrill scream lasted barely half a second before being drowned out by the sickening sound of shattering bones. The battle concluded. Lin Huan observed the blue bear and the blue raptors beginning to feast on the carcass, feeling satisfied with their performance. The blue bear's defensive prowess was indeed remarkable, serving as a competent shield, while the blue raptor's coordinated harassment grew increasingly proficient. He turned and strode towards the control room, instructing Uncle Chun after dawn tomorrow. "Clear the bodies and hang them on the eastern fence." "Yes, young master," came Uncle Chen's steady voice. Lin Huan needed to ensure that everyone witnessed the fate of those who dared to covet the B7 ecological zone. Following this confrontation, internal threats would be eradicated, new combat capabilities validated, and external deterrence further reinforced. He could now dedicate himself more fervently to preparing for the ZIO conference. Chapter 13. A frantic hunt in dangerous territory. The body of the fugitive hung high on the eastern side of the damaged fence, like a bloody banner silently proclaiming the ironclad rules of the B7 ecological zone. The returning Barton and Blue Jewel paid it no mind. The effect was immediate. At least in the short term, no reckless fools would dare approach. Internally, the dome barrier had finally been successfully sealed. Although merely a preliminary repair, with immense energy consumption and limited defensive strength, it nonetheless enveloped the core living area, planting zones, and primary facilities, providing a relatively secure internal environment. Vera and Lena began optimizing energy distribution and repairing internal pipelines, under the meticulous care of Old Bell and Ivan. The growth of the radiation-resistant tuber seedlings flourished, and the radiation-tolerant moss began to gradually improve patches of soil. Everything seemed to be falling into place. Yet Lin Huan's sense of urgency intensified. The ZIO conference loomed over him like a mountain. 3 months had slipped away in the blink of an eye. Relying on existing strengths might offer a chance against competitors from ordinary zones, but when faced with monsters meticulously cultivated by major enterprises brushing against 4-star levels, the Flying Thunder Dragon would likely prove insufficient. The blue bear held immense potential, but growth demanded time and resources. Distant waters could not quench nearby fires. Action must be taken. In the crucible of blood and fire, it is imperative to swiftly amass primal energy and elevate the levels of the monsters, crushing all opposition with an unequivocal advantage. Chinbo, the ecological zone, is entrusted to you. Lin Huan made his decision. The Qingxiong beast will remain to assist in defense. Although it possesses a ferocious temperament, I shall ensure it adheres to your fundamental commands. Prepare a sturdy den for it, and stockpile ample meat. Chinbo, with a grave expression, nodded. Rest assured, young master, I shall exert myself to the utmost. Please exercise utmost caution on your journey. He was aware of Lin Huan's intentions. That area lies on the periphery, a veritable realm of bloodshed. I understand. Lin Huan's gaze was sharp. Vera, the maintenance and optimization of the energy core must not cease. Lena, the fortification of defensive structures is entrusted to you. Barton, vigilance in patrolling must remain unwavering, particularly to the east. Should the equipment wear down, procure replacements. The group responded in unison. Lin Huan chose not to bring many personnel, instead preparing high-energy compressed rations, fresh water, basic medical supplies, a considerable quantity of salt, and various essential tools. A light load would maximize mobility. His main force consisted of the Thunder Dragon, alongside the elite Blue Speed Dragons, Blue Treasure, Blue 1, and Blue 2. As dawn broke, the sky began to lighten. The Qingxiong beast was settled in a cave near the entrance of the ecological zone, temporarily reinforced by the A2 and Amu brothers, happily gnawing on a large piece of thunder roar beast meat, indifferent to Lin Huan's departure. This creature, as long as it has food, is unconcerned with who holds authority. Lin Huan mounted the thunder dragon. Blue Treasure emitted a low growl, leading Blue 1 and Blue 2, like three blue arrows, bursting forth from the ecological zone's barrier, vanishing into the desolate wasteland. They would serve as scouts and sentinels. Let us go. Lin Huan patted the thunder dragon's neck. The thunder dragon responded with a growl laced with thunder, its massive form displaying astonishing agility as it carried Lin Huan, transforming into a streak of lightning, swiftly following the path of the blue speed dragons. Their aim was to venture far from the ecological zone, drawing closer to the perilous regions of the shattered front lines, where ample and formidable prey awaited. The deeper they delved into the wilderness, the more treacherous the environment became. The radiation levels surged, twisted boulders and dead trees proliferated, and the air was thick with the stench of sulfur and decay. Occasionally, the immense skeletons of colossal monsters and the remnants of war lay silently, bearing witness to the brutality of this land. The advantages of the blue speed dragons became immediately apparent. They not only possessed remarkable speed, but also an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, particularly attuned to the sense of blood and carrion. They consistently detected hidden threats or potential prey in advance. 3 kilometers to the left beneath a rock crevice, there's a faint life response, suspected to be a 1-star monster in slumber. Through Blue 2 senses, Lin Huan received the information. Navigate around it, Lin Huan commanded. A 1-star target holds negligible value. It is not worth the expenditure of time. Fresh claw marks and gnawing traces are present in the right valley, indicating an area of activity for a pack of 2-star split-claw wolves. Blue Treasure's eyes conveyed further detailed information. The cracked claw wolves, known for their swiftness and pack tactics, presented a challenge, yet their worth remained considerable. Lin Huan pondered briefly, sending the thunder dragon for aerial reconnaissance to assess the situation. Lan Bao, disperse and conceal yourselves until I give the signal. The thunder dragon ascended silently to a towering cliff, its golden vertical pupils surveying the valley below. Soon, it relayed its vision through the system. 6 sizable wolves, their claws sharp as daggers, were feasting on the carcass of a large, irradiated bison. Lan Bao, draw away the 2 on the periphery. Thunder, prioritize the largest alpha wolf. Lin Huan swiftly devised a strategy. With orders dispatched, Lan Bao emitted a piercing shriek, darting into the valley with Lan E and Lan Air, akin to phantoms from 3 directions, accurately targeting the 2 outermost cracked claw wolves, striking with precision before retreating. The wolf pack was instantly incensed. The 2 attacked wolves immediately roaring and giving chase, just as the alpha wolf howled at the sky, preparing to direct the pack's onslaught. A sharp crack of thunder descended from above, striking the alpha wolf's spine with impeccable accuracy. The alpha emitted a heart-wrenching scream, its body electrified. The thick fur instantly scorched and smoking, collapsing in defeat. With their leader severely injured, the wolf pack plunged into disarray. Lin Huan descended with the thunder dragon, akin to a god of thunder. The thunder dragon's massive, electrically charged tail swept through the air, sending another attacking cracked claw wolf hurtling away. Meanwhile, Lan Bao and the others, utilizing their speed, engaged the 2 remaining wolves, leaving trails of blood in their wake. The outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Stripped of leadership and facing overwhelming power, the cracked claw pack soon scattered, apart from the alpha and the 1 intentionally spared by Lin Huan. The remaining 4 were relentlessly hunted down by the blue speed dragons. Hunt, 2-star cracked claw wolves X6, reward, original energy X60. Mignon monster Lan Bao, Lan Yi, and Lan Air gained substantial combat experience. The haul was satisfactory. Lin Huan skillfully began to dissect the alpha wolf, extracting the most valuable claws, hide, and biological core, while the wolf meat was fed to the blue speed dragons and the thunder dragon. The thunder dragon showed little interest in the wolf meat, consuming only the biological core, as it was more intrigued by high-energy entities. Thus, Lin Huan led his monstrous squad in highly efficient hunting within this perilous territory. The blue speed dragons were tasked with reconnaissance, tracking, luring, and clearing minor foes, while the thunder dragons served as the principal force, delivering thunderous strikes to tackle the toughest adversaries. Lin Huan himself orchestrated the overall strategy, formulating tactics, and swiftly processing the spoils through the system. They encountered and hunted a variety of two-star monsters. The corrosive giant toad, adept at spraying acid, the remarkably defensive yet sluggish rock-armored armadillo, and even a small swarm of flying venomous needlebats. However, the battles were not always seamless. During a pursuit of an exceptionally cunning two-star peak shadow leopard, the creature feigned retreat, suddenly turning back with a vicious strike, nearly tearing Lan Yi's chest open with its claws. Fortunately, the thunder dragon intervened just in time with a bolt of lightning, repelling the beast. Though Lan Yi managed to preserve his life, he sustained considerable injuries. Lin Huan promptly issued a retreat order, seeking refuge in a relatively secure cave where he retrieved his prepared medical supplies to tend to Lan Yi's wounds, prioritizing feeding him the freshly hunted meat. Thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of the monster hunter, Lan Yi's condition stabilized, yet he required time for recuperation. Lin Huan reflected that he could not afford to be overly reckless. He left Lan Yi in the relative safety of the cave to rest, assigning Lan Air to guard him. Meanwhile, he ventured forth with Lan Bao and Fei Lei Long to continue hunting, albeit with greater caution. The rewards from intense battles were substantial. The primitive energy accumulated rapidly, soon surpassing the 500 mark. After voraciously consuming the cores of several powerful two-star monsters, Lan Bao's aura grew increasingly ferocious, appearing to be but a hair's breadth from attaining 3-star status. Fei Lei Long, through incessant application and fine control of electrical forces, exhibited a more refined mastery over his own power. More importantly, through repeated collaborative efforts, Lin Huan and the monsters, particularly Fei Lei Long, significantly enhanced their synergy. Often, with merely a thought, Fei Lei Long would intuitively comprehend and execute the most precise attack or evasion. On this day, guided by an overwhelmingly foul odor, Lan Bao's Tumupon An et Pansive Schwam, scattered throughout the mire were numerous animal remains, and, at its center, an exceedingly peculiar dark purple plant, reminiscent of a colossal Venus flytrap, writhed slowly, its leaves entwined around several partially decomposed monster corpses. Detected high energy response and intense mental disturbance waves. Target, 3-star special mutated plant monster, the putrid devil vine. Summary: possesses rudimentary intelligence, adept at mental manipulation and venomous attacks, with an extensive root system capable of controlling the swamp environment. 3-star, a rare plant monster. Lin Huan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Through recent hunts, he had learned that such unique monsters often yielded more generous primitive energy rewards and rare materials. Fei Lei, initiate a ranged electric attack for reconnaissance. Lan Bao, remain vigilant for any additional threats. Fei Lei Long concentrated electric energy, launching a small bolt toward the putrid devil vine. Crack! The lightning struck the vine's core, erupting in a shower of charred matter and violet sap. The vine quivered violently, emitting a shrill, piercing mental shriek that pierced the very core of Lin Huan's mind. A wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by a sense of nausea. Be cautious. Mental attack, he urged, suppressing his discomfort to warn Fei Lei Long. The dragon, too, felt the effects, his movements momentarily hindered. At that moment, the swamp's muck churned, and several black tendrils, slick with slime and barbed like venomous serpents, shot forth, ensnaring Fei Lei Long's limbs with lightning speed. Simultaneously, the monstrous flower bud of the vine unfurled, releasing a dense cloud of purple poison that rapidly engulfed the area. Ascend. Quickly, take the skies, Lin Huan commanded urgently. Fei Lei Long swiftly unfurled the membranes beneath his arms. Though incapable of sustained flight, he possessed remarkable short-distance, gliding, and leaping abilities. Breaking free from the tendril's grasp and soaring to a nearby elevation with Lin Huan in tow, a toxic fog enveloped the area moments ago, causing the vegetation to wither and blacken at an alarming rate. How fortunate! Lin Huan quietly acknowledged his luck. This demonic vine proved to be more troublesome than anticipated. The efficacy of long-range lightning attacks seemed mediocre, as its plant-like body exhibited a certain resistance to electrical energy. Engaging in close combat would only result in being ensnared by vines and poisoned by the noxious mist. It was imperative to strike at its core or force it out into the open. Lin Huan surveyed the terrain, his gaze landing on several massive rocks at the edge of the swamp. Lightning strike, he commanded. channeling maximum electrical power to bombard the ground beneath the left side of the vine in the marsh. Blast out! The thunder dragon coalesced all its electrical energy, and the small orbs atop its horns erupted with blinding brilliance. With a resounding boom, a colossal lightning pillar, significantly thicker than usual, struck fiercely into the swamp. Mud, filth, and debris were sent flying into the air. Beneath the surface, the core of the demonic vine, resembling a massive tuber, was exposed. The core pulsed violently, appearing exceptionally vulnerable. Now was the moment. Without the need for Lin Huan to issue another command, the Thunder Dragon seized the opportunity, launching a precise lightning spear that directly struck the exposed root core. With a sickening squelch, accompanied by a shrill wail that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell, the core was instantly obliterated by the frenzied lightning. The colossal, putrid vine, as if drained of life, withered and collapsed, transforming into a foul-smelling puddle of sludge. Hunted a 3-star special mutated monster, Putrid Vine. Rewards: Primitive Energy X 150, Special Material, Heart of the Vine, containing Psychic Energy, X1, Toxic Flower Pod X1. The subordinate monster, Thunder Dragon, has enhanced its control over lightning and experience significantly increased. Such generous rewards, especially the Heart of the Vine, which may possess unique applications given its contained psychic energy. Lin Huan exhaled deeply. This battle had not been easily won. Yet it underscored the team's cooperation and ability to respond to emergencies. As he carefully gathered the spoils of victory and prepared to depart, Blue Jewel suddenly emitted a low, cautious growl towards another direction in the swamp. Lin Huan turned to follow the sound and beheld, in the distance, a distorted patch of woodland where a massive silhouette flickered past, emanating an oppressive aura far exceeding that of a 3-star creature. A 4-star? Or perhaps something even more fearsome. A chill ran down Lin Huan's spine, prompting him to dismiss any thoughts of further exploration. Retreat. Return to the temporary base. The harvest was already bountiful. It was wise to take one's leave, for survival is the first rule. With an abundance of spoils and a wealth of primitive energy, Lin Huan and his monster squad embarked on their journey back to the ecological zone. This hunting spree had once again catalyzed a remarkable leap in their strength. The Zizhou conference no longer seemed so unattainable. Chapter 14. Hunting 4-star monsters. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Huan immediately ordered a full-speed retreat, sensing his master's rare trepidation. The Thunder Dragon let out a growl, its body crackling with electricity as it sped towards the ecological zone, carrying Lin Huan like a bolt of lightning. With a sudden, urgent whinny, the blue treasure was followed closely by Lon, E, and Lon Air. Their keen sense of smell detected the suffocating aura and the overwhelming scent of blood and brutality in the distance. The calmness with which they had approached their hunt had vanished, leaving only the desperate urgency of an escape. However, the terrifying presence behind them was not receding. Rather, it was advancing with astonishing speed. The monster's velocity exceeded Lin Huan's estimations, even surpassing that of a fully sprinting Thunder Dragon. Something was amiss. Lying atop the Thunder Dragon, the biting wind stung his cheeks, and alarm bells rang in his mind. It had a singular target: us. Through the system link, he vaguely sensed the information relayed by the blue treasure, a potent malice and murderous intent, like a parasite, firmly locking onto their direction. Warning: high-energy reaction is persistently approaching. Target classification: 4-star monster, distorted flesh-breaking bull dragon, abnormal state, highly berserk. Summary: a predator specialized in strength and speed. Suspected to have undergone severe radiation or genetic contamination leading to distortion, now in an uncontrollable berserk state, exhibiting extreme aggression, with potentially diminished defensive capabilities due to distortion. The system's cold notification confirmed his suspicions. 4 stars. Indeed, it was a 4-star beast. Under normal circumstances, Lin Huan would have fled without a second thought. A fully intact 4-star monster was beyond what his current team could withstand. Yet, the abnormal state, heightened frenzy, and potential decrease in defensive power suggested by the system, along with the sheer brutality reflected in the blue treasure's eyes, sparked an audacious thought in his mind. The lack of rationality meant it could be more easily lured, more susceptible to traps. The potential decline in defense signified an opportunity for breach. The abnormal state, while a testament to its strength, could also be its fatal weakness. It was pursuing them, yet simultaneously, it represented an unprecedented opportunity. With the ZTO conference approaching, the core and materials from a 4-star monster could yield exponential raw energy and enhancements. More importantly, if they could acquire the materials to create a 4-star monster. A reckless plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Uncle Chun, please respond. Lin Huan urgently grasped his satellite phone, which was barely functional, nearly shouting into it. After a crackling noise, Uncle Chun's steady yet concerned voice came through. Young master, are you all right? I have been monitoring the channel. I'm Fine, but we have a critical situation. Listen to me. We're being pursued by an abnormal, injured, and frenzied 4-star monster. It moves swiftly. We may not be able to simply shake it off. There was a sharp intake of breath on the other end, followed by immediate recognition. I understand. Please give instructions. Right away. Immediately. 1 kilometer outside the entrance of the ecological zone, at the gravel beach we previously cleared, set up the largest and most fortified pitfall trap. Use all the stockpiled paralyzing toxins and explosives. Have a 2 and a moo work at full capacity. Instruct the blue bear beast to lay an ambush behind the trap, ready to unleash its full fury at your command. Draw forth all its pin-up rage. Understood. Pitfall trap. Enhanced paralyzing toxin. Explosives. The blue bear beast lies in wait. Without a hint of doubt, Chunbo immediately echoed the orders and set them into motion. Young master, please exercise utmost caution. We shall prepare at once. Hurry. We must maneuver and draw it closer. Ending the call, Lin Huan's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he patted the neck of the Thunder Dragon. Thunder. Slow down. Lan Bao. You 3, disperse to the left and right flanks. Remain vigilant, and follow my commands to harass it and provoke its fury. Our objective has shifted. We shall no longer flee, but lure it toward home, where traps await. With the orders given, the team's pace deliberately slowed. Soon, the terrifying silhouette drew near. Its form indeed resembled that of the ancient carnivorous dinosaur, the Carnotaurus, yet was more robust and grotesque, towering over 5 meters and stretching beyond 12 meters in length. Its dark red, coarse skin was riddled with twisted, protruding bone spurs and tumor-like growths. Its eyes, a blood-red hue, completely devoid of rational thought, reflected only primal bloodlust. Its forelimbs were short but bore exceptionally sharp claws. The most fearsome aspect was its gaping maw, where jagged teeth dripped with corrosive saliva. Its hoarse and frenzied roar reverberating painfully in the ears. One of its hind legs appeared somewhat impaired, its running gait slightly limping, and it bore several massive, unhealed gashes, suggesting it had endured a brutal battle even before encountering Lin Huan. This, perhaps, was one of the reasons for its current frenzied state. Yet, it was precisely due to its injuries and madness that signs of weakness flickered within its menace. Now is the moment. Lan Bao, harass from the left. Thunder. Strike from the right with lightning. Avoid direct confrontation. Hit and retreat. Lin Huan bellowed. Lan Bao emit a provokiti shai. Darting from the left like a bolt of blue lightning, its sharp claws raking fiercely at the Carnotaurus' relatively vulnerable left hind leg joint. Drawing forth a spur of blood. Simultaneously, the Thunder Dragon swooped in from the right, delivering a precise lightning strike that crackled against a grotesque wound on the beast's back. The Carnotaurus let out a roar of pain and fury, its suffering further igniting its already chaotic nerves. It abruptly twisted its head, abandoning its straight pursuit, and lunged madly at the daring Blue Thunder Dragon and Blue Speed Dragon. This was precisely the effect Lin Huan desired. Retreat. Alternate cover. Draw it toward the rocky shore. He commanded the Thunder Dragon, skillfully maneuvering to exploit its agility, at times weaving through the deadwood forest, at times skimming over piles of rubble. The Blue Speed Dragons executed the harassment tactics flawlessly. They were swift and nimble. Each strike aimed at the beast's eyes, joints, and wounds. Though not fatal, each attack was sufficient to enrage the colossal creature, driving it to recklessly pursue them. A thrilling and perilous game of death unfolded across the wilderness. The frenzied bull dragon resembled an uncontrollable heavy war machine, shattering rocks and snapping dry branches in its wake, while the earth trembled beneath its might. Lin Huan's focus was razor-sharp as he continuously issued minute tactical commands through the system. The Thunder Dragon and Blue Speed Dragons, under his guidance, darted through the gaps in the colossal beast's assaults like butterflies flitting through blossoms. Several times, the dragon's massive tail, imbued with terrifying power, swept perilously close to the Thunder Dragon's wing membranes, the resulting gale sending shivers down Lin Huan's spine. Blue 2 narrowly evaded a crushing stomp, relying solely on a frantic roll to escape disaster. The distance between them gradually diminished, and the outline of the ecological zone became faintly discernible. "Uncle Chun, are you ready?" Lin Huan bellowed into the satellite phone once more. "Young master, the trap is set. The blue bear has taken position. We can see you." Chunbo's voice bore a hint of tension. "Good. We are on our way." Lin Huan inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed on the seemingly smooth gravel shore ahead. "Thunder. One last strike. Blue jewel. Everyone retreat." The thunder dragon let out a piercing roar, abruptly turning, its body charged with static electricity. It unleashed a lightning bolt, as formidable as its previous strike against the corruption vine, which crashed directly into the armored chest of the grotesque bull dragon. Boom! The lightning bolt exploded, momentarily halting the bull dragon's charge, which emitted a pained roar. Its chest charred, several bony spikes shattered and sprang outwards. This blow ignited the last vestiges of its sanity. "Now, move!" After expending considerable energy on that strike, the thunder dragon swiftly retreated, propelled by the force of the explosion. The bull dragon, its eyes ablaze with rage, heedless of its surroundings, charged with relentless determination toward the retreating thunder dragon, aiming for the gravel shore. One step, two steps, a third step forward. Rumble! The ground suddenly caved in. A massive pit, over 15 meters in diameter and 7 to 8 meters deep, erupted into existence. The bottom was lined with sharpened metal spikes. This was the largest pitfall trap that the 8-2 and Amu brothers had managed to excavate with their available resources. The bull dragon's immense form lost its weight in an instant, howling as it plummeted into the abyss. Yet, being a 4-star monster, its reaction speed was astonishing. In its descent, it fiercely swung its massive claws to grasp the walls of the pit, attempting to claw its way back up. "Now, detonate, Blue Bear!" Lin Huan commanded from a nearby elevated position, his voice hoarse with exertion. The blue bear, already poised behind the trap and firmly held back by Chunbo, responded to the order with a thunderous roar, unleashing its suppressed fury. It rose to its hind legs, its gigantic paws shimmering with ominous dark light, and struck down upon the preset explosive trigger at the edge of the pit with the force of a heavy siege hammer. Simultaneously, the metal spikes, coated with potent paralyzing toxins, embedded around the walls of the pit, shot forth at remote command, embedding deeply into the bull dragon's claws and arms as it clung to the walls. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions reverberated at the pit's depths and walls, not intended for destruction, but rather to further compromise the structural integrity of the trap and inflict shock. The shock waves from the explosions, the scattering debris, and the instantaneous infusion of potent paralyzing toxins momentarily incapacitated the grotesque, flesh-rending bull dragon, causing its claws to loosen their grip on the pit wall. This fleeting moment of stillness sealed its fate. Its massive form lost all support, and with a roar of defiance and madness, it plummeted into the abyss. Thud! Thud! The sharp spikes at the pit's bottom swiftly pierced its abdomen and legs. Although they did not deliver an immediate death blow, the immense pain and trauma elicited a wretched, agonizing howl. "Attack! Strike with all your might. Do not grant it a single chance," Lin Huan commanded ruthlessly, issuing the final kill order. There was no need for further instructions. All assaults cascaded down like a torrential storm. The thunder dragon crouched at the edge of the trap, unleashing precise bolts of lightning upon the exposed, vulnerable head and wounds of the bull dragon. Blue Treasure, leading Blue 1 and Blue 2, raced along the pit's edge at high speed, continuously hurling stones and seeking opportunities to leap down and tear at its eyes and wounds. Meanwhile, the main force was the ferocious blue bear beast, fully roused by Chunbo's directives, furiously dislodging massive stones around the trap to crush down upon the creature, even attempting several times to leap into the fray, only to be firmly restrained by Chunbo. The distorted, flesh-rending bull dragon thrashed desperately at the pit's bottom, its roars echoing through the air, each struggle causing the edges of the trap to tremble, earth cascading down. It attempted to spew corrosive saliva, but the limited angle rendered its efforts futile. The potent, paralyzing toxin began to take effect, noticeably slowing its movements and weakening its roars. Lin Huan observed calmly, continuously directing the focus of the attacks through sensory sharing, skillfully avoiding the potential damage from its dying counterattacks. This relentless hunt endured for nearly 10 minutes. Ultimately, this formidable, abnormally conditioned 4-star monster, beset by the trap, ambush, ranged assaults, and toxins, exhausted its final vestiges of vitality. Emitting a faint and unwilling lament before its head crashed heavily to the ground, its crimson eyes losing their luster, rendered completely motionless. Silence enveloped the wilderness, punctuated only by the ragged breaths of the hunters and the occasional sound of earth and stones slipping from the edges of the trap. Successful hunt of the 4-star, abnormal state, monster, distorted flesh-rending bull dragon. Rewards: Raw Energy X 400. Achievement unlocked, Star Slayer. Initial first kill of a 4-star or higher monster. Additional reward: Raw Energy X 100. Activation rights for the special module Monster Hunter module. Monster Hunter module. Upon activation, the host may consume raw energy to temporarily acquire a portion of the combat skills, weapon mastery, and physical enhancements of the corresponding level of monster hunters. The duration and intensity of the effects are influenced by the host's base constitution, energy expenditure, and module level. Currently available activation: lower tier hunter status. The accompanying monsters, Thunder Dragon, Blue Treasure, Blue 1, and Blue 2, gain substantial combat experience. The level of the Thunder Dragon has risen to 3 stars, intermediate, while the Blue Gem has ascended to 2 stars, pinnacle, nearing the threshold of 3 stars. The Green Bear Beast has gained substantial combat experience, resulting in a slight increase in its obedience. The system's notification resonated in Lin Huan's mind like celestial music, a tremendous harvest, unprecedentedly bountiful. The primal energy surged by a remarkable 500 points. When combined with the previous hunting accumulation, the total has surpassed the 1,000 mark. More importantly, the activation of the Monster Hunter module has occurred, significantly enhancing his survival and combat capabilities. Although this state is temporary, it is sufficient to turn the tide in critical moments. Furthermore, the enhancement of his accompanying monsters translates into a tangible boost in combat strength. Sir, Chun Bo rushed over with urgency, his face a mix of trepidation and joy. Are you unharmed? We did it. We succeeded. I am fine. Lin Huan exhaled deeply, leaping from the back of the Thunder Dragon. Gazing at the massive corpse in the pit, he felt a lingering sense of dread, but more so, exhilaration and a sense of accomplishment. Everyone did exceptionally well, remarkably well. Chun Bo, your command was impeccable. A moo, the traps were a tremendous success. The group wore expressions of relief and pride. My goodness, is this what a 4-star monster looks like? To participate in the hunt of a 4-star monster in this lifetime is simply magnificent. Ivan exclaimed nearby. If you desire, many large companies are in need of bait. You could also partake in the hunt as food, Barton's voice interjected, causing the group to momentarily falter in their enthusiasm. As a 2-star genetic warrior living on the fringes, encountering a 4-star monster was akin to tales of legend. The swarms of monsters gathering on the outskirts seldom revealed any 4-star creatures. Quickly, clear the battlefield, process the corpse, and extract anything of value. Lin Huan commanded. Be cautious. Its blood may be corrosive. The group immediately sprang into action, cautiously utilizing tools to dissect the colossal beast. Lin Huan, eager to explore the newly activated Monster Hunter module, focused his mind. Monster Hunter module activated. Lower tier, consumes 1 primal energy per minute. Grants mastery of basic combat skills, great sword, katana, one-handed sword, dual blades, spear, gun lance bow, light crossbow, heavy crossbow, etc. And provides a slight enhancement to physical capabilities, strength, agility, endurance elevated to the pinnacle level of a 1-star genetic warrior. 1 point of primal energy per minute is still within an acceptable range. Activated in critical moments, it would endow him with considerable self-preservation power, even enabling him to coordinate attacks with monsters. At that moment, Barton, responsible for the dissection, exclaimed, "Boss, come quickly. This is extraordinary." Lin Huan hurried over to see Barton, extracting from the distorted and mutilated head of the flesh-splitting bull dragon a fist-sized, irregularly shaped dark red biological core, emanating a searing aura and frenzied energy. The energy intensity of this core far surpassed any he had acquired previously. However, what captivated Lin Huan even more was the sight within the system's perspective. The core, along with the exceptionally resilient leather, enormous teeth, and twisted horns extracted from the aberrant flesh-rending bull dragon, were all shimmering with a distinctive radiance. Detected highly compatible biological materials, comparing with the gallery. Match successful. These materials can substitute for the core crafting materials required for the 4-star monster. the man-eater dragon, flame sack, gem, tough hide, teeth, etc. Would you like to proceed with the material conversion? Lin Huan's heart raced. The man-eater dragon. This formidable beast from Monster Hunter World is known for its ferocious temperament and powerful charge ability, capable of unleashing fiery breath, making it a true challenge for newcomers. With strength that undoubtedly reaches 4 stars. How fortuitous. Just moments ago, he was troubled by the opponents at the Zio conference, and now the core materials needed to create a 4-star monster have unexpectedly presented themselves before him. Although the aberrant, flesh-rending bull dragon was in an unusual state. The energy levels contained within its core and certain materials were indeed of 4-star quality, sufficient to meet the crafting requirements for the man-eater dragon upon system conversion. Convert. Without hesitation, Lin Huan commanded. Consuming aberrant, flesh-rending bull dragon's frenzied core X1, tough hide X15, sharp teeth X8, twisted horns X2, material conversion in progress. Conversion successful. Obtained. Man-eater dragon's flame sack, substitute. X1, gem substitute. X1, tough hide, substitute. X20, teeth, substitute. X10. Observing the pile of materials in his hands, which bore a striking resemblance to the originals, Lin Huan could not suppress a smile. His objective was now clearer than ever. His next primary target would be the 4-star man-eater dragon. With both the thunder dragon and the man-eater dragon at his disposal, one representing lightning and the other fire, coupled with the soon-to-be 3-star blue speed dragon king and the sturdy blue bear beast. Alongside his impending activation of the Hunter module, he truly possessed the means to compete at the Zio conference. Clear the battlefield. Let's head home. Lin Huan exclaimed with exuberance. This hunt, though fraught with peril, yielded rewards far beyond imagination. The strength of the B7 ecological zone was poised for a qualitative leap. Chapter 15. The desire for survival is the meaning of existence. The colossal body of the aberrant flesh-rending bull dragon was meticulously dismantled and processed, with valuable materials carefully collected, while the residual flesh and hazardous components were either buried deep or incinerated. The air was thick with the pungent aroma of blood and charred remains. Yet it also resonated with a thrilling sense of survival and the joy of harvest. At the entrance of the ecological zone, people wore expressions of fatigue, yet satisfaction, patting each other on the shoulder as they recounted the exhilarating moments they had just experienced. The thunder dragon lay resting a short distance away, sporadically crackling with sparks of electricity, clearly having expended considerable energy in the recent skirmish. The blue swift dragons feasted upon scraps of flesh, replenishing their strength. The blue bear beast was calmed by a large piece of honeycomb offered by Uncle Chun, temporarily suppressing its violent excitement as it lay in its rocky den, grumbling softly. Lin Huan stood at the edge of the trap, gazing down at the disheveled pit and the remnants of chaos, feeling an overwhelming surge of ambition intertwined with a heavy sense of responsibility. Young master, let a two and a moo handle this mess. You should rest, Engineer Vera suggested, noting that the energy core seemed to be fluctuating due to the recent overload in the barrier. Lena and Morris had already gone to investigate. Uncle Chun approached Lin Huan, his voice gentle yet imbued with undeniable concern. You look a bit pale. This relentless journey and the high tension must be taking a toll on even the strongest of men. Lin Huan snapped back to reality, meeting Uncle Chen's weathered yet serene gaze, and smiled faintly. I'm fine, just a bit mentally drained. Thanks to you, Uncle Chun. If it weren't for your adept command and timely trap setup, we might have truly fallen victim to that raging bull. I merely fulfill my duties, Uncle Chun replied, bowing slightly, his tone as humble as ever, yet a glimmer of unnoticeable satisfaction and nostalgia danced in his eyes. He observed Lin Huan's somewhat fatigued but bright countenance, the resolve etched between his brows, and the occasional display of maturity belied by his youth, an echo of another person. In a fleeting moment, time seemed to rewind, and he was reminded of the young figure who had pulled him from the abyss amidst a sea of corpses. The sky back then was far from the dreary gray it was now, yet could hardly be described as bright. Many years ago, in a forsaken mine deep within the frontier, lay a slave camp. The stench, dampness, the crack of whips, and the anguished moans formed an eternal symphony of suffering. Emaciated figures moved about like soulless husks, mechanically hauling or their eyes devoid of hope. Uncle Chun, though back then he was merely known by his number, 77, was one among them. He had no knowledge of his origins or his parents. Since he could remember, he had been shuffled between various mines and plantations, traded and driven like cattle. disease, overwork, and the overseer's brutality could snatch away life at any moment. His survival hinged on a mixture of cunning and an almost primal instinct for survival, yet more so on a profound numbness. Living was simply a matter of not yet being dead. After yet another collapse, he and dozens of other slaves found themselves trapped in a narrow tunnel. Darkness, suffocation, and despair enveloped them. Outside, the overseer's frantic curses echoed, weighing the cost and benefit of rescue. Ultimately, the curses faded away. They had been abandoned. As oxygen dwindled, the cries and struggles of his companions gradually weakened. Number 77 curled up in a corner, his lungs aflame, consciousness beginning to blur. Perhaps death would be a welcome relief. He had long grown weary of this existence. He could distinctly feel life ebbing away, drop by drop. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering to the impending darkness, a thunderous rumble resounded. The debris above was forcefully displaced, and a blinding beam of light pierced through, rendering him momentarily unable to see. Fresh air rushed in, prompting a violent fit of coughing. Through his blurred vision, he discerned a figure clad in an antiquated yet fully functional combat suit descending with agility. The individual appeared utterly unfazed by the grim surroundings. Swiftly checking on those still breathing. "There are survivors. Quick, lend a hand." The voice, youthful yet imbued with undeniable authority, stirred something within him. He felt himself being lifted by strong arms, dragged from the clutches of the deathly mine. Outside, it seemed a fierce battle had just unfolded. Several menacing overseers lay sprawled in pools of blood, while others donned similar uniforms, maintaining order amidst the chaos. He was laid upon the ground, someone offering him water and tending to his wounds. He greedily inhaled the air, realizing for the first time that even the dust-laden atmosphere bore a sweetness he had long forgotten. His gaze fixated on the young man who had rescued him, whose face was smeared with dust and blood, yet could not conceal the sharpness and an unusual brilliance that was seldom seen in this desolate frontier. A glimmer of hope. The young man seemed to notice his stare and crouched down, examining the tattered number on his clothing. 77? Can you move? 77 instinctively nodded, then shook his head. He was too weak to stand. The young man patted his shoulder and handed him a ration of compressed food. "Follow us to escape this wretched place. From now on, you will decide your own fate." In that moment, the long-dead heart of 77 stirred back to life. Could he truly determine his own destiny? That young man was Lin Huan, the father of Lin Huan. At that time, he was merely the squad leader of a small team tasked with purging a resource point occupied by bandits and slavers. Unlike other liberators, Lin Huan did not carelessly relocate the rescued slaves or abandon them to their fate. He recognized the faint yet unextinguished spark of life in 77's eyes, a yearning for existence. Not mere numbness. "Can you read?" Lin Huan inquired. 77 shook his head. "Can you use tools?" 77 nodded, having handled many crude implements. "Then follow me. Assist me with some chores. You will have food and shelter, and no one will harm you again." Lin Huan spoke casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Thus, 77 followed Lin Huan. He acquired a name, Chun sure too, for he had survived the collapse with a resilience akin to stone, outliving many others. In time, he became known as Old Chun. Subsequently, as Lin Huan established a family and secured this ecological zone, he became known as Chun Bo. Lin Huan taught him to read and write, to calculate, to manage supplies, and even imparted some basic combat skills for self-defense. Lin Huan's wife, a gentle yet resilient woman, imparted to him the nuances of etiquette and meticulous management of domestic affairs. He gradually transformed from a mere slave skilled only in mining into a capable steward, able to write, calculate, and manage the household to some extent, safeguarding the family. He witnessed the couple's journey as they forged the initial framework of the B7 ecological zone amidst desolation, skillfully navigating various factions and struggling for survival amidst lurking monsters. He also endured the most harrowing moments when Lin Huan and his wife were severely injured in an attack by a formidable creature during an inspection. In his final moments, Lin Huan entrusted the ecological zone and the young Lin Huan to him. "Old Chun, Huaner, and this family, I leave to you. If you cannot hold on, take him to the core world. Find a place where you can live in peace," was Lin Huan's last wish. Old Chun recalled kneeling by the bedside, overwhelmed with grief, repeatedly assuring, "Rest assured, my lord, my lady, Old Chun will fight with all his might to protect the young master and safeguard this home." He understood that without Lin Huan and his wife, he would have perished long ago in that dark mineshaft. They had granted him life anew, a new name, a new existence, and even a newfound dignity. Thus, no matter how arduous the path, he never contemplated surrender. As the ecological zone faced energy depletion, breaches in its barriers, fleeing employees, and monstrous invasions, he persevered through each crisis, gritting his teeth and devising every possible means to maintain it, awaiting a turning point that may never come. Until, after the young master's ordeal, it seemed he had transformed, his eyes now filled with newfound confidence. And then, miracles began to unfold. The powerful monster minions appeared, and the ecological zone commenced its revival, everything shifting towards a brighter future. He watched Lin Huan grow step by step, becoming resolute, wise, and even exhibiting a latent charisma that hinted at surpassing his father. He felt a mix of pride and concern, but above all, unwavering support. He should have perished long ago in that dark mine shaft. It was Lin Huan and his wife who had granted him these additional years, allowing him to experience life as a human rather than a beast of burden. Since they had saved his life, he cherished the opportunity to witness the young master's growth, to see this home rejuvenate, and to protect them a little longer until his last breath. Old Chun, Lin Huan's voice pulled him back from the depths of his memories. Young master, you called? Old Chun immediately composed himself, bowing slightly. Nothing much. Just noticed you seemed lost in thought. If you're tired, go rest. I will keep watch here, Lin Huan said, his tone filled with genuine concern. Though he often came across as carefree, he was quite perceptive to the emotional shifts around him. Old Chin smiled, the wrinkles on his face easing. I am not weary, merely reminiscing. You are increasingly resembling my father, Lin Huan remarked, momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. My father? I am far more prone to causing trouble. He replied, Come, let us return and check on the energy core. We mustn't let anything go awry. We have a grand project to undertake. In his eyes sparkled a gleam of excitement. He could hardly contain his eagerness to create the formidable manticore. Master Chen observed Lin Huan's vigorous silhouette, steadily following in his footsteps. The twilight glow filtered through the dense layers of radiation clouds, casting a dim, golden halo upon the elder and the youth, elongating their shadows. Amidst the ruins, new hope burgeoned fiercely, and Master Chun, the elder who had been pulled back from the brink of despair, vowed to devote his entire life and loyalty to safeguarding this hope for eternity. Chapter 16. The Arrogant Incarnation, Manticore. After dealing with the 4-star monsters, the ecological zone briefly immersed itself in a blend of exhilaration and exhaustion. However, Lin Huan had little time to rest. The creation of the manticore was imminent. The Zito conference loomed like a countdown suspended above, where every increment of power was crucial. With ample primal energy and the necessary core materials at hand, the conditions for creating the manticore were indeed ripe. Lin Huan selected a relatively open and secluded hollow at the edge of the ecological zone, distance from the main facilities, as the site for construction. This area, once a small reservoir from a bygone era, was sufficiently spacious and conducive for managing any unforeseen incidents. He did not make a grand spectacle of it. He merely summoned Master Chun, Barton, and Vela, along with a few core personnel, to stand guard and record data. The Thunder Dragon was stationed at a vantage point nearby, its golden slit eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, instinctively sensing the significance of what was about to manifest. The Blue Raptors appeared restless, particularly Blue Jewel, who emitted low, warning cries while pacing back and forth. Had it not been for Lin Huan's forceful calming through the system, they might have fled the area long ago. Young Master, everything is prepared. Master Chun reported solemnly after inspecting the rudimentary protective measures around the hollow. He gazed at the center of the hollow, which was barren. It seemed to be gathering an invisible pressure. Lin Huan nodded, taking a deep breath as his consciousness sank into the system interface. Confirm the creation of a 4-star monster, Manticore. Consumption, Primal Energy X 600, Manticore's Fire Sac, substitute, X1, Manticore's Gem, substitute, X1, Manticore's Tough Skin, substitute, X20, Manticore's Teeth, substitute, X10, Advanced Biomass, X80. The manufacturing process may involve significant energy reactions and biological field fluctuations. Please ensure a safe environment. Confirm Krisensicherung. At the instant the command was issued, Lin Huan felt an extraordinary primal energy surge within him, pouring forth like a deluge, flooding the empty space at the heart of the hollow. A deep hum resonated, the air began to warp, and visible threads of faint red energy seeped from the void, intertwining as if animated. The ground trembled slightly, small pebbles bouncing with the vibrations. Energy readings skyrocketed. Radiation levels remained normal, yet a peculiar biological wavelength was forming. Vera fixated on the portable detector in her hand, her voice laced with incredulity. She had witnessed the cultivation of various biological weapons in the vast ecological zone. Yet the entity before her, seemingly woven from the very fabric of the void, transcended her comprehension. Barton tightened his grip on the rifle, his Adam's apple bobbing in trepidation. As a genetic warrior, he was acutely sensitive to the presence of formidable life forms. The mounting pressure in the air made his muscles tense. Akin to facing a primordial foe, Chunbo quietly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Huan, his murky, old eyes glinting with vigilance. Alert to any unforeseen developments. The strands of energy coalesced, gradually forming a massive, dark crimson cocoon. The surface of the cocoon pulsated rhythmically, as if breathing, while a dull, thunderous heartbeat resonated from within. Thump, 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 each beat striking a chord of dread in the hearts of the onlookers. The temperature around them began to rise noticeably, the air thick with a fervent blend of sulfur and blood. The thunder dragon emitted an anxious growl, its electroreceptors crackling ominously. It sensed the power emanating from the cocoon that posed a threat, along with a ferocious, repugnant heat. The blue raptors completely prostrated themselves, burying their heads between their forepaws, emitting whimpers of fear. The hierarchy of predators was palpably evident in that moment. The pulsations of the cocoon quickened and intensified. Suddenly, a distinct cracking sound shattered the tension. A fissure appeared on the surface of the dark crimson cocoon, and scalding air surged forth. Almost instantaneously, the crack spread like a spider's web. Boom! The entire cocoon erupted violently. A torrid wave of energy, accompanied by a deafening roar, radiated outward, nearly blinding the onlookers. Vera's detector shrieked an alarm of overload. Amidst the searing light, a colossal and fearsome silhouette emerged, issuing a roar that proclaimed its dominion over this world. The sound reverberated, imbued with an ancient, savage, and brutal power. Even those residing far within the ecological zone could faintly hear this spine-chilling roar, their eyes drawn in terror towards its source. As the brilliance subsided, the complete form of the tyrant lizard materialized before them. Its size far exceeded Lin Huan's estimates. The system's designation of subadult was clearly an understatement. Standing over 5 meters tall and nearly 13 meters long, its body was clad in a heavy exoskeleton interspersed with dark red and black hues, exuding explosive strength. Most striking was its enormous head, nearly 1/3 the length of its body, and its gaping maw. Its upper and lower jaws bristled with serrated, dagger-like teeth, with 2 massive fangs at the front of the upper jaw curving ominously upward, resembling fearsome scimitars. Above its nose, there existed a massive, yet to be fully ossified protrusion, subtly rising and falling with each breath, faintly illuminated by a dark red glow that coursed through it. Its robust hind limbs supported its colossal frame, while its forelimbs, relatively short yet remarkably strong, ended in sharp claws. A long and powerful tail trailed behind, creating a whistling sound with the slightest movement. It stood there like a mobile volcano, emanating an oppressive heat and a fierce aura. The dark yellow slits of its eyes scanned the surroundings, brimming with wildness, vigilance, and a thirst for destruction. The thunder dragon had fully assumed a combat stance, crackling with arcs of lightning, emitting a threatening low growl, unyieldingly confronting the newly emerged formidable being. The gaze of the savage jaw dragon was instantly drawn to the thunder dragon, producing a deep, hostile growl from its throat. As its massive head lowered slightly, preparing to charge, it evidently regarded the thunder dragon as a potential rival and a threat. The air thickened with the scent of gunpowder. Should these two powerful monsters engage, the very edge of the ecological zone would surely suffer. This was dire. Burton's face turned pale as he instinctively raised his weapon, fully aware that it might prove futile. The uncontrollable nature of biological weapons had become a common occurrence, necessitating the consideration of all possibilities. Mr. Chun clenched his fists, his face betraying panic and anger. At this critical moment, Lin Huan made his move. Without a hint of hesitation, he strode boldly from behind Mr. Chun, directly approaching the newly born, ferocious, savage jaw dragon. In stark contrast to the massive body of the savage jaw dragon, His figure appeared diminutive and fragile. "Young master, Mr. Chen exclaimed, attempting to restrain him. Yet, Lin Huan waved his hand, signaling for him to remain calm. His heart raced, yet he placed his trust in the system, and even more so in the invisible bond that connected him to these creatures. As a certain fox once said, "As long as you believe, that is enough." Belief requires no justification. He approached the savage jaw dragon, standing not far in front of it, raising his head to meet its wild, dark yellow slits. In an instant, a tidal wave of genetic terror surged forth, a primal fear of large predators embedded deep within his DNA. Clearly, from body to soul, fear pervaded Lin Huan's heart. Through the system's shared perception, he could distinctly sense the savage jaw dragon's boiling battle intent and a hint of confusion in this unfamiliar environment. Though his body trembled uncontrollably, akin to a leaf in the wind, Lin Huan still endeavored to communicate through the system. Focusing his mind, he conveyed an unmistakably clear intention of submission. The savage jaw dragon paused momentarily, tilting its enormous head in apparent bewilderment. From this diminutive creature, it sensed an irresistible, primal force of suppression, along with a peculiar connection. Its growl gradually subsided, and the hind limbs, initially poised to launch an attack, relaxed. His eyes, radiating a fierce brutality, fixated on Lin Huan, as if striving to comprehend this extraordinary being. Lin Huan remained motionless, continuing to convey a sense of reassurance and the assertion of dominance. Time seemed to freeze. Everyone held their breath, captivated by this heart-stopping spectacle. The lightning emanating from the thunder dragon gradually diminished, yet remained ever vigilant, its gaze locked on the savage jaw dragon. At last, amidst the incredulous stares of the onlookers, the immense head of the savage jaw dragon, capable of effortlessly shattering steel, slowly descended, accompanied by a low growl that seemed to express both reluctance and an unavoidable submission, ultimately resting gently upon the ground before Lin Huan. This gesture embodied a paradoxical unity of power and surrender, akin to a once erupting volcano suddenly falling silent. With its colossal snout, it tentatively brushed against Lin Huan's outstretched palm, the cautious action standing in stark contrast to its ferocious exterior. Subordinate monster savage jaw dragon, subadult, login successful. Affinity, initial. Status, stable hungry. Warning, this creature possesses an exceedingly fierce and combative nature. It is crucial to ensure an adequate food supply and regular combat for release of pent-up energy, or it may resort to destructive behavior due to repression. Lin Huan exhaled deeply, his palms damp with perspiration. As he felt the coarse yet warm texture beneath his hand, a profound sense of achievement and relief washed over him. Success. A 4-star savage jaw dragon. Completely obedient to him, he gently patted the dragon's massive nose, its feel akin to heated rock. "All right, my friend, we shall be companions from now on," Lin Huan said with a smile, then turned to the astonished Chunbo and the others, instructing Chunbo prepare food, a substantial amount of meat. "It seems our hunting party will need to expand, or we simply cannot afford to sustain these two gluttons." Only then did the crowd awaken from their stupor, gazing at the terrifying beast, resembling a small mountain, sprawled before Lin Huan, and then at the still majestic thunder dragon, which had subdued its lightning yet retained an extraordinary presence. Expressions of fervor and reverence spread across their faces. Their boss truly possessed the ability to command these formidable monsters. Whether through biological chips or some unique genetic sequence, who cared? The future of the B7 ecological zone would undoubtedly flourish under the guidance of such formidable power, leading them to a splendor they had never imagined. As the setting sun cast its final rays upon the youth and the colossal beast, it painted a scene brimming with strength and hope. A new chapter had indeed begun. Chapter 17. Preparing for extraordinary growth. The emergence of the savage jaw dragon was akin to dropping a monumental bomb in the B7 ecological zone, bringing not only a leap in strength, but also unprecedented logistical challenges. This 4-star giant was essentially a bottomless pit, its daily meat consumption staggering, rivaling that of the entire blue speed dragon population combined with the thunder dragon. The planting areas and stockpiles of the ecological zone, which had only recently begun to recover, simply could not withstand such depletion. "Young master, with this method of consumption, our reserves of meat can sustain us for no more than 10 days. Holding the inventory list, Uncle Chun reported to Lin Huan with a furrowed brow, indicating that a large-scale hunt was imperative. "Just as well," Lin Huan's eyes sparkled with eagerness rather than concern. The Zio competition loomed ahead, and the Manjaw dragon needed to acclimate to battle, just as he needed to become acquainted with his newfound power. Hunting would serve as the finest training. From that day onward, Lin Huan's life transitioned into a state of intense preparation. Each morning, as the nascent sun struggled to pierce through the dense radiation clouds, casting a dim, yellowish light, Lin Huan would mount the Thunder Dragon and lead a hunting team centered around the Manjaw dragon beyond the ecological zone's barrier. The Blue Raptors served as scouts and support, while the Thunder Dragon was responsible for maneuvering and long-range assistance. The newly integrated Manjaw dragon emerged as the unyielding main assault force. Their hunting grounds expanded beyond the periphery of the ecological zone, boldly advancing into more perilous territories abundant with monstrous resources. Their sights were set on those solitary, underperforming 4-star monsters, at least 3-star rated. Combat became a quotidian affair, increasingly fierce. The Manjaw dragon did not disappoint Lin Huan. It seemed born for battle, its ferocity finding perfect expression on the battlefield. Against the tough-skinned rock armadillo, its massive jaws, capable of crushing steel, effortlessly breached its defenses. In encounters with the agile shadow leopard, its furious charges and powerful tail sweeps inflicted widespread devastation. Even when faced with a similarly strong 3-star brutal mountain boar, the Manjaw dragon toppled it with sheer brute force, ultimately crushing its skull underfoot. Each successful hunt was accompanied by an abundance of flesh and blood, satiating the Manjaw dragon's insatiable appetite while also bestowing Lin Huan with substantial raw energy gains. The Manjaw dragon's strength steadily grew through these practical experiences, and its obedience to Lin Huan's commands increased, although its inherent savagery occasionally prompted it to snarl at the Thunder Dragon. The system's absolute constraints and Lin Huan's timely admonitions prevented any internecine conflict. Amidst the hunting intervals, Lin Huan's own training never ceased. He understood that his own weakness remained his greatest vulnerability. In the past, circumstances had hindered him. Now, equipped with a Monster Hunter module, he was determined to seize every opportunity for self-improvement. Each day, he diligently expended 20 points of raw energy to activate the lower-tier hunter state, engaging in high-intensity training. The expenditure of raw energy pained him, yet the results were undeniable. The sensation of his entire being, strength, agility, and endurance, elevating to the pinnacle of a 1-star genetic warrior, was utterly exhilarating. As if shedding heavy shackles, his body became light and imbued with power. His senses sharpened. His dynamic vision could track the rapid movements of the Blue Raptors, and he could distinctly discern the faintest sounds carried by the wind. The weapon he chose to specialize in was the Great Sword, provided by the system, emblematic and most fitting for his current needs. Chapter 18. To embark on a journey. Fighting to sustain the fight. Eschewing flamboyant energy attacks and intricate maneuvers, the Great Sword epitomizes sheer power, precise timing, and a definitive explosive force. This aligns perfectly with Lin Huan's current needs, rapid mastery, enabling him to deliver decisive strikes in critical moments alongside the monsters. He instructed the brothers A2 and Amu to utilize the metallic inventory from the ecological zone to painstakingly forge a rough, oversized iron sword resembling a door. Based on the vague blueprints provided by the system, the weight was astonishing. Without activating the module, Lin Huan struggled to even drag it along. Only in hunter mode could he manage to wield it with any semblance of efficacy. The training ground was set in an open area outside the ecological zone. Lin Huan gripped the sword, broader than his entire body, with both hands, repeatedly executing the most fundamental of slashes, upward strikes, and horizontal cuts. His movements were stiff and clumsy. Each powerful swing sent tremors through his palms, leaving his arms weary and sore. Occasionally, the Thunder Dragon would curiously observe him from the side, tilting its head as if perplexed by its master's choice of such a primitive implement. In contrast, the savage Jaw Dragon merely exhaled hot breaths, casting a disdainful glance before turning its head away to continue devouring the meat allocated to it. Unperturbed, Lin Huan was acutely aware of the vast chasm between him and the genetically enhanced warriors trained from childhood. He knew he must exert double the effort. During the limited time of module activation, he relentlessly pushed his potential to the brink. From the initial chaotic slashing to gradually controlling the trajectory of the sword. From stumbling due to the sword's momentum to eventually making slight adjustments and movements with it. He even attempted to mimic techniques from his memories of the game. focusing his energy for a power strike. He held his breath, concentrating, channeling all his strength into his arms, muscles taut, striving to raise the great sword above his head and accumulate a strike of thunderous might. Yet, each attempt faltered due to insufficient control or misbalanced weight, often forcing him to lower the sword halfway, panting heavily. Something felt amiss. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed at the massive sword, lost in contemplation. He possessed the strength, yet the technique for exerting that power and the timing eluded him. He recognized that solitary practice was inefficient. Thus, in subsequent hunts, he began to observe with intent. He studied the savage, jaw dragon's ferocious charges, grasping the relentless force that shattered everything in its path. He watched the thunder dragon release lightning, noting the condensation and eruption of its power. He even observed the blue speed dragon's synchronized assaults on prey, timing their strikes with millisecond precision. He integrated these observations into his training. No longer fixated solely on raw power, he began to contemplate how to exert force more efficiently, how to utilize weight and inertia, and how to strike at the most opportune moment. Gradually, his movements became less clumsy, his swordplay flowed more smoothly. Though mastery was still far off, he at least began to exhibit some semblance of skill. Occasionally, in moments of exceptional vigor, he could successfully execute a non-standard charge slash. The heavy blade would cleave through the air, emitting a chilling whistle, and crash heavily into the ground, leaving behind deep gashes. This slight advancement filled him with overwhelming joy. Each successful charged slash consumed a significant portion of his stamina, leaving his arm muscles feeling as though they were groaning in protest. Yet, the unparalleled sense of achievement that accompanied such bursts of power was intoxicating. Time swiftly slipped by in this relentless cycle of hunting and arduous training. The carnivorous reserve of the ecological zone maintained a fragile balance through consumption and replenishment, while Lin Huan's primal energy gradually grew amidst investment and reward. The ferocity of the Tyrannosaurus rex intensified, and the thunder dragon's mastery over lightning became increasingly refined. Even the blue speed dragon pack demonstrated considerable progress in their high-intensity, coordinated battles. Although Lin Huan's hunter module level had not risen, his command of strength and timing in combat had undergone a profound transformation. His skin, weathered by the wilderness's wind and sand, had become rough, yet his gaze grew sharper and more tranquil. The youthful exuberance he once possessed had been supplanted by newfound steadiness. Continuous high-intensity hunting and training had imbued his demeanor with a hint of ironclad resolve and fierce bravery. One day, Chunbo approached Lin Huan, who had just finished training and was wiping down his massive iron sword, holding a calendar in hand. "Young master," Chunbo's voice carried a subtle weight. "There remains but a month until the Zio competition commences." Lin Huan paused, lifting his head. "A month? Time passes swiftly." "Indeed," Chunbo nodded. "According to the information we have received in past precedents, the competition will be held at the Dome Arena located in the central hub city of Moda. Even with the swiftest wilderness hovercraft, not accounting for any unforeseen circumstances, it will take at least 5 days to reach there." Lin Huan's brow immediately furrowed. 5 days? That long? This is already the most optimistic estimate, young master, Chunbo sighed. The borderlands are vast, and the roads are in disrepair. We must navigate several known high-risk areas and buffer zones of power. Any delay on the journey could extend the time beyond a month. He looked at Lin Huan, his tone growing more serious. "Therefore, if you decide to enter the competition, we must commence preparations for departure now. Any later, and we may miss our chance." Departure. The mere mention of the word caused Lin Huan's heart to sink. This meant he would have to leave the ecological zone, which had only just begun to flourish, step away from this relatively safe haven, and venture into the genuinely perilous and entirely unfamiliar expanse of the borderlands. More importantly, his gaze drifted to the nearby resting Tyrannosaurus rex. The colossal creature seemed to sense his scrutiny, lifting its head and releasing a plume of sulfurous hot air. How would they transport it? The Tyrannosaurus rex was no docile pack animal. It was a ferocious 4-star monster. Not to mention whether any existing mode of transport could bear its terrifying weight and size. Even if it could, confining it to a closed space for long-distance transport would be akin to having a bomb that could detonate at any moment beside you. Given its volatile temperament, it is highly likely to go berserk during transit due to confinement, resulting in unimaginable destruction. Furthermore, the journey is long, traversing lawless frontier territories. Carrying such a conspicuous and formidable biological weapon, is akin to a child brandishing gold in a bustling marketplace. Should it attract the attention of powerful factions, ruthless brigands, or cunning competitors, the consequences would be dire. Relying on the man-jaw dragon to behave and avoid trouble is already a challenge. Can one expect it to protect the transport team when under siege? Sensing Lin Huan's concerns, Chunbo quietly suggested, "Young master, perhaps we could consider leaving the man-jaw dragon in the ecological zone and only take the thunder dragon? The thunder dragon is swifter and more agile, capable of managing most of the journey's risks." Lin Huan immediately shook his head in rejection. No, the Zizhou competition is rife with formidable contenders, especially in the seed zones of those large enterprises, which surely harbor monsters of 3 stars or even stronger. Relying solely on the thunder dragon, our chances would be slim. The man-jaw dragon is one of our most vital combat forces and must accompany us. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. If it cannot be transported, then we shall not transport it. Chunbo was taken aback. What does the young master mean? We shall walk. Lin Huan declared firmly, I will ride the thunder dragon, accompanied by the man-jaw dragon and the blue speed dragon squad, and we will traverse the journey on foot. Let's hone our skills in battle, treating it as the final training before the competition. This notion was exceedingly audacious, even bordering on madness. To traverse a significant portion of the frontier region with a cadre of monsters, the uncertainties and dangers therein far exceeded imagination. Chunbo's expression changed, and he opened his mouth as if to dissuade, but upon seeing the unwavering determination in Lin Huan's eyes, he ultimately swallowed his words. He understood that once the young master made a decision, it would be challenging to alter. Moreover, while this plan was perilous, it appeared to be the only means to simultaneously manage travel and maintain combat capability. Then, I shall immediately prepare the supplies for the journey. High-energy compressed food, fresh water, medical supplies, ammunition, spare parts, and the most detailed and up-to-date maps. Chunbo swiftly got into action, beginning to calculate. Well, I appreciate your efforts in handling these matters. Chunbo, Lin Huan nodded. The ecological zone will rely on you in my absence. This was his greatest concern. The ecological zone was his foundation and could not suffer any loss. Among those selected to remain, Chunbo was the only one he trusted without reservation. Only with Chunbo in command could he depart with peace of mind. Chunbo straightened his stoop back, and a fierce determination ignited in his murky old eyes. Rest assured, young master, as long as I am here, the ecological zone will remain safe. Unless I perish, I shall not allow anyone or any monster to breach our home. His words were calm, yet imbued with a steely resolve and unwavering determination. Lin Huan patted Chunbo's shoulder with a heavy hand, conveying unspoken sentiments. In the ensuing days, the entire ecological zone buzzed with activity and preparation for Lin Huan's imminent departure. Supplies were meticulously packed and divided, while the thunder dragon and the savage jaw dragon relished their final sumptuous feast before the journey. Lan Bao selected the 3 most elite blue raptors to form a reconnaissance team. Meanwhile, Lin Huan seized the last moments to refine his greatsword techniques, frequently activating the hunter module to acclimate to the surge of power, striving to enter combat mode swiftly in the event of sudden conflict. The day of farewell finally arrived. In the early morning, at the entrance of the ecological zone, a gathering of people assembled. Lin Huan mounted the thunder dragon, securing his rugged, massive iron sword firmly behind him with leather straps. The savage jaw dragon paced anxiously beside him, seemingly aware of the lengthy journey ahead. The 3 blue raptors, like ethereal blue phantoms, patrolled the vicinity with vigilant grace. Chunbo handed him the last heavy satchel, filled with carefully prepared supplies and that invaluable up-to-date map. Young master, take care. Safety above all. Chunbo's myriad of concerns distilled into that singular, earnest admonition. I understand, Lin Huan nodded, his gaze sweeping over Vera, Lena, Barton, Ivan, and Old Bell, taking in the faces of those he cherished. I leave the home in your capable hands. Rest assured, boss. Barton thumped his chest. We await your good news. Ivan called out. Lin Huan inhaled deeply, the air tinged with the scent of radiation and dust. He cast one last glance at the ecological zone's barrier, shimmering faintly in the morning light, and with a decisive gesture, he commanded, let us depart. The thunder dragon emitted a resounding roar, surging forth from the barrier with Lin Huan at its helm. The savage jaw dragon followed with an earth-shaking bellow, its heavy footsteps echoing like a war chariot, causing the ground to tremble beneath. The 3 blue raptors shot forth like arrows, silently vanishing into the wild ahead. Serving as the vanguard of reconnaissance, the young man led his monstrous legion away from their familiar nest, resolutely stepping into the vast and unknown bloody frontier, advancing towards the arena of destiny. Awaiting them was a protracted journey, the merciless wilderness, and the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead, shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 19. Paving the Way, Seeking a Guide. Stepping beyond the sanctuary of the ecological zone, the stark reality and cruelty of the wild washed over them like a chilling tide. Although Lin Huan was no longer the novice he once was, having experienced the blood and fire of countless hunts, leading a monster squad on such an extensive migration was an entirely different venture. Radiation winds whipped up dust, stinging his face with discomfort. Twisted dead trees and jagged rocks dominated the landscape, with the occasional sight of enormous beast bones half buried in the sand, silently narrating the dangers of this land. The air was perpetually infused with a faint scent of sulfur and decay. Lin Huan rode upon the back of the thunder dragon, followed closely by the formidable manticore, a creature akin to a moving mountain, while 3 agile blue raptors flitted like phantoms in the fore and flanks, scouting the surroundings. Wherever this extraordinary ensemble traversed, silence reigned supreme. Even the most ferocious of the irradiated hyenas tucked their tails and fled, too intimidated to approach. Lesser creatures scurried away, as if sensing the arrival of their natural predators. This greatly expedited their journey and minimized unnecessary conflicts. Nonetheless, in this desolate wasteland, battles and threats were ever present, almost a daily obligation. Fortunately, Lin Huan's team had grown exponentially stronger. The manticore, functioning as both a mobile fortress and a battering ram, imposed a heavy toll on any creature daring to charge headlong into its path, compelling them to weigh the consequences of enduring its devastating bites and frenzied charges. Its insatiable appetite was nourished along the way, as fallen monsters swiftly transformed into sustenance for both it and the blue raptors. From his vantage atop the manticore, Lin Huan could better survey the battlefield and direct their tactics. The 3 blue raptors served as ideal sentinels and skirmishers, their acute sense of smell allowing them to detect ambushes or sources of water ahead of time. While in combat, they encircled the manticore, harassing and distracting enemies, utilizing their speed and claws to breach the defenses of their prey. As for Lin Huan himself, he was no longer merely a burden. In every skirmish, circumstances permitting, he would activate the Monster Hunter module, wielding a rough yet formidable great sword to join the fray. Though still somewhat inexperienced, achieving a successful charge strike 3 to 4 times out of 10 was commendable. At times, misjudgments would place him in peril, necessitating timely rescues by the Thunder Dragon or Manticore. Yet, he was making progress. Each encounter proved more fruitful than 10 training sessions. His mastery over his strength grew increasingly refined, and his timing became ever more precise. He even began to experiment with leaping from the dragon's back as the Thunder Dragon swooped low, harnessing the force of gravity to execute more powerful downward strikes. The primal energy balanced itself amidst depletion and the bounties of the hunt, even experiencing a gradual increase. While fatigue deepened within his body, his gaze sharpened, akin to a finely honed blade. The map prepared by Uncle Chun was meticulously detailed, marking several key supply points and hazardous areas. Their first destination was Ashen Town, situated along the route to Mortar City. According to the map and Uncle Chen's prior descriptions, it was the only relatively sizable human settlement in the vicinity, featuring a small outpost of the Hunters Guild and regular caravans passing through. Perhaps they could find a guide familiar with the path to Mortar City. Although Lin Huan's initial impression was far from favorable, it was likely the norm in this world. Days later, the low walls of Ashen Town, constructed from scrap metal and concrete blocks, finally emerged on the horizon. The town was modest in size, appearing even more decrepit than Lin Huan's ecological zone. Yet it buzzed with activity, with shadows flitting about near the entrance of the walls. In this chaotic place, one finds a mingling of fugitives, mercenaries, smugglers, and struggling denizens of the lower strata. The laws here become nebulous, with power and ruthlessness serving as the only universal currency. During Lin Huan's last hurried visit, his primary intent was to engage in trade and gather intelligence. Although he faced provocations and responded with formidable force, he lingered not. This time, however, he seeks to find a guide to Mata and perhaps recruit a few capable individuals to assist with various tasks. After all, The long journey and the impending grand competition preclude him from attending to every detail personally. The question of how to enter Ashen Town looms large. Entering boldly with conspicuous creatures like the Thunder Dragon and the Savage Jaw Dragon would undoubtedly incite panic and chaos, potentially leading to unnecessary conflicts. Conversely, leaving the beasts outside and entering alone in this lawless land would equate to placing himself in peril. Much of his strength is derived from these monsters. Although he possesses some means of self-defense, he is far from being able to disregard all cunning schemes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Huan reached a decision. In such places, appearing weak and inconspicuous often marks one as an easy target. Since he wields power, he might as well be direct and assertive. Experience from his previous life taught him that, oftentimes, displaying a hard stance can mitigate many troubles. Good individuals are easily coerced, while nefarious ones at least compel others to weigh the cost of antagonism. Thunder, ascend a rooftop and provide cover. Savage Jaw, follow closely and make some noise. Blue Gems, disperse and remain vigilant. Lin Huan commanded. What he desired was an entrance that would leave a lasting impression, with a thunderous roar that split the heavens. The Thunder Dragon illuminated the sky with arcs of lightning, lifting Lin Huan into the air, although it could not sustain high-altitude flight for long. Gliding down from an incline over Ashen Town was more than sufficient. Meanwhile, the Savage Jaw Dragon unleashed a more ferocious and bloodthirsty roar, akin to the proclamation of a sovereign's arrival, as it lumbered towards the town's rudimentary entrance, each step shaking the ground and sending clouds of dust skyward. The three blue speed dragons, resembling phantoms, dispersed into the nearby ruins and desolate woods, their cold vertical pupils surveying their surroundings. This sudden cacophony of terror shattered the fragile tranquility of Ashen Town. What is that noise? A monster! A monster attack! Good heavens! What sort of creature is that? I have never heard of such a thing. The townsfolk at the edge were the first to spot the Savage Jaw Dragon charging like a small mountain and the low-flying silhouette of the Thunder Dragon, plunging them into a state of sheer panic. Screams erupted as people fled in all directions, vendors toppled, and debris scattered everywhere, creating a scene of utter chaos. The previously sparse flow of individuals at the town's entrance erupted into a frantic escape as they sought refuge within the town or nearby cover. The so-called patrol team of the town was alarmed as dozens of men clad in uniform armor, wielding antiquated firearms, scrambled up the makeshift watchtower and behind low walls. Their faces turned ashen and their limbs icy as they beheld the approaching monstrous terror and the imposing Thunder Dragon soaring above. Captain, it's that kid from the B7 Eco Zone. He's back. This time, he brings even more fearsome beasts. One sharp-eyed team member recognized Lin Huan atop the Thunder Dragon, his voice quivering as he reported to a scarred-faced lieutenant. The scarred captain, drenched in cold sweat, trembled as he gripped his weapon. The last time Lin Huan had arrived on the Thunder Dragon, though shocking, did not compare to the overwhelming pressure exuded this time. The dark crimson behemoth, reeking of sulfur and brutality, rendered them weak at the knees merely by its presence. What does he want? Is he planning to assault Ashen Town? The scarred captain's voice was dry, barely able to articulate a complete thought. At that moment, the Thunder Dragon swooped down, landing less than 100 meters from the low wall, and Lin Huan leaped from its back, landing with poise. Behind him, the monstrous manticore halted, its immense, dark yellow vertical pupils scanning the patrol team with indifference, exhaling hot vapor from its nostrils while rumbling a deep, menacing growl. Alone, Lin Huan strode towards the entrance of Ashen Town. His steps were steady, his face devoid of expression, flanked by two terrifying beasts that seemed to have emerged from a primordial era, creating an unparalleled visual impact and psychological pressure. The patrol members behind the low wall felt as if facing a formidable enemy, their weapons aimed at him, yet none dared to fire. Many were trembling visibly. I suggest you send someone in charge to speak. Lin Huan's voice was soft yet distinctly clear, filled with an undeniable indifference. The scarred captain, steeling himself, leaned halfway over the wall, striving to suppress his quaking voice. Lin, sir, what do you mean by this? Bringing such creatures to Ashen Town is a provocation, is it not? Lin Huan scoffed. Provocation? If I intended that, you would have already been reduced to rubble alongside that wall. I merely seek a guide and wish to recruit a few hands. Is Ashen Town not hospitable to guests? His tone was casual, yet coupled with the looming threat of the two beasts behind him, the implication was unmistakable. The scarred captain's complexion flickered between hues of green and white. He was acutely aware of the truth in Lin Huan's words. Given the horror of those creatures, their rudimentary defenses were utterly futile. He suppressed his dread and a hint of indignation at being underestimated, gritting his teeth. Recruiting a guide and men doesn't necessitate such a commotion. Look at how frightened everyone is. I detest complications. Lin Huan interjected, his gaze sweeping over those cowering behind cover, their eyes filled with fear, vigilance, and a tinge of greed. A little more commotion can save a great deal of unnecessary trouble. For instance, certain oblivious fools entertain thoughts of striking from shadows, or regard me as a mere lamb to be easily manipulated. As he spoke, his consciousness intertwined seamlessly with the Thunder Dragon through the system, sharing its extraordinary senses. The Thunder Dragon's keen gaze swept across the dim corners at the edge of the town, where a handful of individuals lurked, their malicious eyes fixated on Lin Huan's retreating figure, whispering among themselves. A couple of them even discreetly raised their modified rifles, the barrels ominously aimed at Lin Huan. Boss, this kid is far too arrogant. Does he truly believe that bringing along a couple of beasts makes him invincible? Damn it, let us take him down. We can rob him. Those two creatures must be worth a fortune. Yes, while he is busy arguing with the patrol, let us seize the opportunity to blow his head off. Greed eclipsed fear. There is no shortage of desperate rogues. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Huan's eyes. He had initially intended to be somewhat courteous, to inquire for information and engage in fair trade. Yet it seemed that in this accursed frontier, humility and kindness would only be perceived as weakness to be exploited. Some notions from his previous life needed reevaluation here. Since power lay firmly within his grasp, it would be far more efficient to employ it directly. He had intended to establish his authority, and fortune had conveniently presented itself. Just as the bandit concealed behind the ruins was about to pull the trigger, a blinding thunderbolt descended from the heavens without warning. It struck the hiding place with unerring precision. A piercing scream abruptly ceased, accompanied by the sound of an explosion and the acrid scent of charred remains. As that section of ruins erupted, leaving the figures within reduced to cinders before they could utter another sound. Limbs and shattered weapons flew in all directions. Silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden and merciless display of thunderous might. On the darkened floor, a thunder dragon surveyed its surroundings. Those who had harbored ulterior motives were instantly doused with icy water, their greed and malice supplanted by sheer terror. They gazed in horror at the thunder dragon, crackling with electricity, as if they beheld the harbinger of death wielding thunder. Captain Scar and the patrol officers were nearly propelled into the air from fright, their faces as pale as paper. They had barely grasped what transpired. They only witnessed a flash of lightning, and the gang that had once dominated the shadows of the town disintegrated into nothingness. Was that a direct execution? All for a few whispered words? This man clearly disregarded the rules of Ashen Town, showing no concern for who they were. Lin Huan's icy gaze slowly traversed the surrounding walls, ultimately resting upon the ashen-faced Captain Scar, his voice low, yet imbued with an undeniable aura of menace. I detest the incessant buzzing of flies in my ear. Let us clear them away for a more tranquil environment. He paused momentarily before continuing. I have come to Ashen Town to accomplish two tasks. First, to find the finest guide familiar with the route to central Zeluo City. Secondly, recruit several capable individuals, agile and well-versed in decorum. The scarred captain's throat constricted, rendering him speechless. He had no doubt that had he or his subordinates made any movement moments ago, the thunderous wrath would have struck him down. The youth before him was a lawless entity. The thunder dragon emitted a low, rumbling growl, laced with the sound of thunder, as electric currents danced across its form. The savage-jawed dragon simultaneously released an impatient, threatening roar, its massive head turning toward the direction of Ashen Town, its dark yellow slit pupils flickering with a savage light. The sail-like carapace above its snout slightly parted, revealing a dim, flowing crimson glow within. May I now enter to seek the person I desire? Lin Huan inquired, his tone tinged with a hint of politeness. Yet to the ears of those present, it was more chilling than the harshest winter wind. Yes, of course. The scarred captain almost blurted out, instinctively parting the way, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He understood that to this esteemed individual, the patrol team was likely no more substantial than paper. The muscles in his face twisted with fear and a touch of humiliation. Yet he dared not show any sign of defiance. The precise and ruthless display of thunder had shattered any lingering hopes he harbored. This man and his monstrous companions possessed the capacity to obliterate the entire Ashen town in an instant. In the face of such power, what were the patrol team and local bullies but mere jesters? He even refrained from delving into the identities of the 3 unfortunate souls who had perished, nor the forces behind them. Lin Huan observed all of this with indifference. He held no affection for the patrol team. The last time he visited Ashen Town to sell materials, he had witnessed its darkness firsthand, preying on the weak and fearing the strong. They colluded with the scum of the town, only revealing their craven, tail-wagging demeanor when confronted with insurmountable force. For such individuals, sympathy and reasoning were futile. Only absolute power and ruthless violence could compel their obedience. With that thought, Lin Huan turned away from him and stepped into Ashen Town. As he passed, the crowd parted like the Red Sea, filled with awe and fear, not a single soul daring to meet his gaze. The savage-jawed dragon and the blue-speed dragon did not follow him inside, yet their presence loomed like an invisible boulder, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Lin Huan felt little turmoil within. He was not a man of bloodlust, yet he was far from being a saint. In this world, where humanity devours humanity, compassion and kindness require formidable strength as their foundation. He had recognized during his previous visit that the order of Ashen Town had long since crumbled. The so-called patrol team was in collusion with the bandits. Oppressing the weak had become the norm. To show sympathy for these wretches was to be cruel to those who suffered under their tyranny. Given the state of the world, he preferred to adhere to his own convictions, resolving issues in the simplest and most direct manner, employing formidable strength and, when necessary, merciless iron-fisted methods. He stood firmly in a relatively open area at the heart of the town, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding crowd of fearful, cowering faces. He proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I require a guide well-versed in a route to Zelo City, with generous compensation. Additionally, I seek 2 agile individuals acquainted with wilderness survival skills to assist me." His voice echoed down the silent street, yet no one dared to respond immediately. The recent display of formidable power had instilled a profound sense of dread. Who could know whether accompanying this harbinger of death might inadvertently lead to their demise? As the atmosphere grew somewhat tense, a voice emerged from the rear of the crowd. I have visited Zelo City a few times. I am somewhat familiar with the path." The crowd parted, revealing a man in his 40s, his weathered visage clad in a faded, worn-out coat. He was not particularly tall, yet he stood upright, his eyes reflecting little fear, but rather an intriguing sense of resilience. More importantly, Lin Huan discerned a faint glimmer of civilization within him. "Are you not afraid of death?" Lin Huan inquired, his tone calm, yet scrutinizing. The middle-aged man offered a bittersweet smile. "In Ashen Town, sometimes living is more unbearable than dying. Rather than languishing here, I would prefer to accompany you and test my luck. My name is Zhang. I used to drive long-haul freight, but when the convoy disbanded, I found myself stranded here. I have traversed the roads of several central hub cities. What makes you bold enough to accompany me? Are you not concerned that I might, as I did earlier, take your life without a second thought?" Lin Huan pressed further, his tone imbued with a discerning edge. Zhang took a deep breath and replied candidly, "I am afraid. Yet you adhere to a code. The one you dispatched just now was scum intending to harm you. Moreover, you possess strength. In this wretched world, it is preferable to follow someone strong, yet not entirely malevolent, than to be gradually drained of vitality by those parasites." He cast a pointed glance at the distant, grim-faced patrol officers. Lin Huan nodded slightly, finding this response satisfactory. The very act of uttering such words indicated that Zhang had severed his retreat, making him easier to control than one who harbored vulnerabilities. "Very well, you shall do. Prepare yourself. We depart shortly." He paused, scanning the crowd once more. "I still require 2 more aides to assist with transporting supplies, setting up camp, and tending to the fire. Is anyone willing?" Perhaps it was Zhang initiative, or the allure of substantial rewards, or perhaps an overwhelming fatigue with a despairing existence in Ashen Town. After a brief silence, 2 seemingly honest and robust young men stepped forward, gritting their teeth. Lin Huan posed a few simple questions, ensuring they met his basic requirements before he ceased further inquiry. "You have half an hour to gather your belongings. Assemble at the town's entrance. Latecomers shall be left behind." With that, he turned and strode toward the outskirts of the town, disregarding the complex gazes that followed him. Half an hour later, Zhang arrived at the town's entrance. a tattered satchel slung over his shoulder, accompanied by the two young men, who bore minimal luggage, their expressions tinged with anxiety. Lin Huan uttered no further words, merely nodded, and mounted the Thunder Dragon. Follow closely. Keep up. Any failure to do so shall be at your own risk. The command was issued through the system, and the formidable Allosaurus emitted a low growl, taking the lead with its first stride. 3 velociraptors stealthily appeared on the flanks of the formation. Zhang Hai and his companions swallowed hard, gritted their teeth, and resolutely quickened their pace to keep up. Behind them lay the silent ashen town and the countless inscrutable gazes that lingered. Lin Huan understood that after today, the reputation of the young harbinger who commanded the Thunder Dragon and the Tyrant Dragon would swiftly spread throughout the region. Yet, this was precisely what he desired. In this ruthless frontier, infamy often spared one from greater troubles than virtue. He cast a glance at the side of him, where Zhang Hai, striving to keep pace, breathed heavily yet retained a bright gleam in his eyes. The journey was long, and they could walk for a while yet. Chapter 20, Casual Conversation. Leaving behind the oppressive atmosphere of Ashen Town, the wild winds, though still laden with the coarse feel of radioactive dust, somehow felt refreshingly invigorating. The expedition resumed. Albeit this time, 3 human figures struggled to keep up. Zhang Hai fared somewhat better, being older and more seasoned, his stamina still sufficient. However, the sight of the Allosaurus, resembling a moving mountain, and the gliding Thunder Dragon overhead, still left him visibly awestruck and somewhat apprehensive. The other 2 youths, one named Ironhead and the other Lynx, appeared to labor far more. They exerted all their strength just to barely match the seemingly leisurely yet deceptively expansive strides of the Allosaurus, soon panting heavily, drenched in sweat. The presence of the prowling velociraptors, occasionally casting cold, scrutinizing glances at them, only heightened their anxiety. Lin Huan made no effort to slow his pace. He saw companions who could keep up and prove useful, not burdens. This was a form of selection, a test. It proved that the few individuals he had chosen after his domineering entrance possessed at least a semblance of resilience. Yet perhaps it was merely the harsh realities of their world that had forged such tenacity. Despite the arduousness, the 2 young men gritted their teeth and refrained from complaints, striving to regulate their breathing and synchronize with the rhythm of the group. The journey seemed to revert to its previous monotony, dullness, and latent peril. Nevertheless, the presence of 3 outsiders altered the atmosphere somewhat. Perched upon the back of the Thunder Dragon, Lin Huan surveyed the 3 individuals struggling to keep pace below, particularly the middle-aged man named Zhang Hai. He appeared more presentable than most inhabitants of Ashen Town, his gaze less vacant and imbued with contemplation. "Zhang Hai," Lin Huan called out, his voice clear amidst the wind's howl. "Boss, you command," Zhang Hai promptly responded, his breath somewhat labored. "Nothing specific, just a casual chat." Lin Huan replied nonchalantly, "You've traveled to many places. How do you perceive the world as it stands today?" Zhang Hai paused, seemingly taken aback that this decisive young leader would pose such a question. After a brief moment of reflection, while striving to keep pace, he organized his thoughts. "It's utterly rotten, boss, truly rotten to the core." He sighed, his voice imbued with profound weariness. The elite of the core world, it is said, reside in lofty heights or subterranean paradises, indulging in lives of unimaginable luxury. To them, our borderlands are likely perceived as nothing more than an oversized refuse dump and source of raw materials. As for the frontier, places like Ashen Town are all too common. Monsters devour humans, and humans, in turn, consume one another. Those with a modicum of prowess either become genetic warriors serving the great ecological lords or merchant guilds, or they band together and become bandits. The powerless scuttle like rats through the ruins, scavenging for sustenance, unaware of when death might claim them. As for order, Zhang Hai let out a bitter laugh. The Hunters Guild counts as a semblance of order, yet they concern themselves solely with matters pertaining to monsters and tasks, generally indifferent to the petty squabbles within the gathering points as long as large-scale slaughter does not occur beneath their noses. Each ecological zone governs itself, and the larger merchant guilds maintain their own armed forces. In short, chaos reigns. Beside him, Tai Tu could not hold back his interjection, his youthful voice tinged with indignation. Indeed, those patrol teams, along with a few leaders in the town, are even more ruthless than the monsters. The protection fees collected are thicker than blood. Everything of any value has been scraped away by them. The Lynx added quietly, "I've heard that in some places, people, driven by hunger, even resort to He faltered, fear and revulsion etched on his face. Lin Huan listened in silence, his expression composed. This aligned closely with his observations and deductions. It is a world where order has crumbled, and the law of the jungle is pushed to its extremes. The so-called morals and boundaries grow exceedingly fragile in the face of survival. He noted that Zhang Hai was somewhat cautious with his words when discussing certain topics, seemingly retaining a trace of past habits, in stark contrast to the native frontier youths like Tai Tu and Lynx. What did your previous convoy primarily transport? And where did you go? Lin Huan shifted the question. Mainly industrial products, pharmaceuticals, weapon parts, energy cells, you name it, flowing from the core world to various gathering points or ecological zones in exchange for ores, monster materials, and some local specialties, Zhang Hai replied. We once ventured as far as a supply fortress near the Shattered Front. That place, TSK, is hardly fit for human habitation, yet the profits are astonishing. He paused, his tone growing somber. Later, we encountered a massive monster migration on the road. The convoy was lost. I was fortunate to escape with my life, but lost a leg, eventually finding myself in Ashentown. His words revealed a thread that once intertwined civilization and desolation, delicate yet undeniably real. This also elucidated why Zhang Hai was so familiar with the routes and retained a hint of distinction from mere nomads. Lin Huan ceased his inquiries. The information gleaned was ample. His gaze occasionally drifted to the bundles carried by the two youths, containing their rations and a meager supply of fresh water. Observing their vigilant glances around them, particularly towards the blue raptors, Lin Huan understood all too well. Upon the back of the Thunder Dragon, he issued unequivocal directives to all his subordinate creatures through the system. They were to refrain from using humans as bait or targets for attack, unless explicitly commanded by him. This was the boundary of his conscience. He could be resolute in his decisions and assert his authority with an iron fist. Yet he could not permit the monstrosities he had created to prey upon humanity. Such a transgression against the moral fabric would render him no different from the beasts that roamed this crumbling world. Perhaps some might find his perspective laughable or even foolish, but it was an unwavering principle for Lin Huan. As their journey continued, several days later, during a brief respite, Zhang Hai's gaze repeatedly flickered towards the rough, oversized iron sword carelessly positioned beside Lin Huan on the Thunder Dragon. In Chapter 21, the power known as the Hunter was unveiled. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, he cautiously inquired while Lin Huan took a moment to stretch. Boss, what exactly is this colossal piece? He truly could not fathom the purpose of this iron behemoth that resembled a door plank. A decoration? It seemed unlikely. A weapon? What kind of formidable strength would be required to wield it? Lin Huan cast him a sidelong glance and nonchalantly replied, A weapon? A weapon? Zhang Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. He instinctively glanced at Lin Huan's physique, which, although honed and enhanced through training, was far from that of a muscle-bound giant, then shifted his gaze back to the sword, whose blade was wider than his entire body. His face was a canvas of incredulity. He had previously seen Lin Huan carry it, and assumed it was some sort of specialized equipment or a folding tool. What's the matter? You don't believe me? Lin Huan's lips curled into a slight smirk. No, it's not that. Zhang Hai quickly waved his hands, though the skepticism in his eyes betrayed him. That thing must weigh several hundred pounds, right? Can a person even lift it? Lin Huan gestured with his chin. If you don't believe it, you could try. After a moment of hesitation, curiosity ultimately overcame Zhang Hai. He approached the Thunder Dragon, nodding in reverence, only to receive a disinterested glance from the creature. Not edible. Zhang Hai grasped the rough sword hilt with both hands, took a deep breath, and lifted with all his might. Ugh! Zhang Hai se face frushid crimson. Veins bulging on his forehead. The massive sword remained completely immobile, as if it were welded to the ground. He exerted every ounce of strength, even causing small craters in the sand beneath his feet, yet the sword merely trembled slightly, refusing to budge an inch. The Zhang Hai released his grip. Staggering back 2 steps, he stared at his reddened palms, then at the colossal sword, and finally turned to Lin Huan, whose expression remained tranquil. His eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. This was undoubtedly a solid chunk of iron. Its weight far exceeded his imagination. Only those specialized in strength augmentation, such as genetic warriors or certain modified individuals, could possibly wield such a weapon. This young boss, how could he carry such a burden effortlessly every day? And to claim it was merely a weapon? Was he truly a concealed genetic warrior? Yet, he bore no evident signs of modification. At this moment, Lin Huan's image in Zhang Hai's mind became increasingly enigmatic and unfathomable. Previously, he had been in awe of Lin Huan's ability to command monsters. Now, he was filled with profound curiosity and suspicion regarding the man's own power. This was precisely the effect Lin Huan desired. He did not require his subordinates to comprehend the existence of a system, but a judicious display of his own strength would help to stabilize their hearts and instill in them the understanding that he did not solely rely on the monsters. 2 days later, an opportunity presented itself. Through the reconnaissance of the blue speed dragon, a small group of burrowing bladeworms in migration was discovered. Though these creatures were rated as a mere 1-star in threat level, they were fierce and adept at ambushes from underground. Their flesh was average, yet their shells and fangs constituted valuable materials. Ordinarily, Lin Huan might have instructed the blue speed dragon squad to eliminate them directly or have the barbaric jaw dragon crush them underfoot. However, this time, a thought sparked within him. He issued a discreet command to the leading scout, the Blue Jewel. Shortly thereafter, the blue speed dragons herded the group of burrowing bladeworms, intentionally allowing one particularly robust and panicked individual to escape. This blade worm shrieked as it broke away from the group, barreling directly towards the flank of the team, where Zhang Hai and his companions stood. Be careful. Zhang Hai was the first to notice, his complexion shifting as he instinctively reached for Ironhead and Lynx, attempting to pull them behind the barbaric jaw dragon. Ironhead and Lynx, equally terrified, turned pale as they fumbled for their meager weapons, a rusted iron rod and a barely recognizable knife. At that moment, they heard Lin Huan, perched upon the back of the thunder dragon, calmly declare, "Stay put." In the next instant, Lin Huan leaped from the back of the thunder dragon. In mid-air, the enormous iron sword had somehow found its way into his grasp. The weight of the sword seemed to impose no burden upon him. His movements were fluid and exuded power. Activate. Monster Hunter Module. The primal energy was instantly expended, and a familiar sense of strength surged throughout his being. Lin Huan landed directly in front of the frenzied, burrowing bladeworm. This creature, comparable in size to a young calf, was clad in a thick shell, its head crowned with a sharp horn glinting ominously as it emitted a threatening hiss. Accelerating towards him with ferocity, Zhang Hai and his companions felt their hearts leap into their throats. However, in the face of this impact capable of piercing through steel, Lin Huan stood his ground, unfaltering, eschewing any elaborate defensive postures. He simply tightened his grip on the massive sword, bent his knees slightly, and executed a straightforward upward thrust. There was no technique involved, only raw power. The heavy sword in his hands felt as light as a feather, creating a dull whoosh as it sliced through the air, rising from below to meet the blade worm's horn with precision. Clang! The ear-splitting clash of metal reverberated. Sparks flew. In the incredulous gaze of Zhang Hai and his companions, the ferocious burrowing blade worm collided with what seemed an immovable wall of steel, its entire body coming to an abrupt halt. Immediately, its formidable horn, capable of piercing through stone, began to splinter from the point of impact with the sword's blade. A tremendous force coursed through the horn, resonating throughout its entire being. As its exoskeleton emitted a groan under the strain, the colossal creature was abruptly lifted off the ground by this strike, tumbling backward and crashing down. Thud! The burrowing beast landed heavily, rolling several times, dazed and disoriented, struggling to rise while uttering pained shrieks. Meanwhile, Lin Huan maintained his upward stance, the ground beneath him cracking slightly, his form as steadfast as a rock. The rough blade of the enormous sword bore not a single nick. Silence enveloped the scene. Ironhead and the Lynx gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, as though witnessing a miracle. Zhang Hai also gasped, his heart racing. He had finally witnessed the might of this colossal sword. Such power was beyond human capability. To send flying a creature renowned for its charging prowess? What a terrifying strength. Yet the spectacle was far from over. Lin Huan advanced, striding purposefully towards the struggling, burrowing creature. His speed was not extraordinarily rapid, yet each step resonated with weighty force, exuding an overwhelming aura of determination. The burrowing beast seemed enraged, sensing a mortal threat. It emitted a sharp screech, abandoning its attempt to charge. Instead, it reared up on its hind legs, raising its forelimbs to expose its relatively vulnerable underbelly, before crashing down with the force of a pile driver. This was its ultimate technique, utilizing its weight and sharp forelimbs to strike at foes. However, this also revealed its weakness, a deadly gambit. The timing was impeccable. For an ordinary person, evasion would likely be impossible. Yet Lin Huan had no intention of retreating. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he gripped the sword. His arm muscles taut, his entire being coiling with energy like a drawn bowstring, instantly transferring that force into the blade. The colossal sword was swung above his head, not in a standard charge strike, but more akin to a ferocious horizontal slash powered by momentum and core strength. With a fierce shout, the giant sword tore through the air, embodying the force to crush all, as it aimed to cleave the descending, burrowing beast in two. A dull thud echoed, devoid of the anticipated violent clash. Instead, there was merely the disconcerting sound of the razor-sharp blade slicing through the thick armor. The heavy sword's edge cut through the burrowing creature's hard shell, muscle, and innards as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Zhang Hai and the others watched in awe as the massive creature was cleaved in twain by the dark sword light. Green blood and viscera splattered in all directions. The two halves of the creature's carcass crashed to the ground, twitching momentarily before falling silent. Lin Huan sheathed his sword, standing firm, the heavy tip of the blade striking the ground with a thud. He breathed heavily, beads of sweat forming on his brow. The activation of the module had exerted a tremendous toll on him. He stood there, bathed in the sporadic descent of green blood rain. Behind him lay the grotesque corpses of monsters, and in his hand was that chilling, colossal sword. Sunlight filtered through the clouds, casting a golden halo around him. Dominant smite, and an overwhelming sense of power emanated from him. The Thunder Dragon let out a low, resonant roar, seemingly echoing its master's formidable presence. The barbaric jaw dragon cast a glance, and for the first time, its dark yellow slitted eyes revealed not only brutality and submission, but perhaps a hint of recognition. Recognition of strength, even if that strength remained nascent. The blue speed dragons emitted awe-stricken cries. Zhang Hai, Tai Tu, and Shan Mao stood completely petrified, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Previously, they had revered Lin Huan's ability to command monsters and feared his thunderous methods of slaughter. But now, they bore witness to the inhuman terror of the young master's own power. The raw, unfiltered force that crushed everything in its path delivered an unparalleled visual and emotional shock. After a long while, Zhang Hai struggled to swallow, his voice parched, imbued with genuine reverence. "Boss, you." Lin Huan flicked the insect blood off his blade, his tone returning to a calm demeanor, as if he had merely swatted a fly. "Now, could you assist me in collecting the useful parts? The carapace and fangs should still hold some value." "Yes, yes. Right away." Tai Tu and Shan Mao, as if awakened from a dream, nearly leaped up, frantically retrieving tools and rushing toward the heap of insect corpses. Their movements tenfold more agile than usual, their eyes brimming with fervor and awe. The more formidable the ally, the brighter their future appeared. And Lin Huan's moral standards had already become a favor in their eyes. Zhang Hai inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within, gazing at Lin Huan's silhouette with an immensely complex expression that ultimately transformed into profound admiration and a hint of relief. He suddenly realized that being able to follow such a young master, who possessed terrifying strength, commanded fearsome monsters, yet retained a moral compass, might indeed be a path of prosperity in this damned world. Lin Huan did not glance back at them, mounting the Thunder Dragon. The purpose of demonstrating strength had been achieved. He felt exhilarated within. When hearts align, the team becomes easier to lead. Chapter 22. The Enthusiasm of A4. The team continued its journey across the desolate wasteland, the barbaric jaw dragon's heavy footsteps resonating like thunder against the ground, startling distant low-tier monsters into a frantic retreat. The Thunder Dragon occasionally skimmed low over the terrain, scouting the path ahead, at times resting upon the broad back of the barbaric jaw dragon, provoking a disgruntled growl from the latter. The blue speed dragons were scattered around, akin to the most vigilant sentinels. Zhang Hai meticulously compared the tattered map, discerning their direction with care. Following the encounter with the burrowing insect, Tai Tu and Shan Mao's awe for Lin Huan deepened, and their efforts intensified. Their gazes now infused not only with fear, but also with a fervent loyalty. The boss, Zhang Hai, pointed to a mark point on the map, indicating that according to the annotations provided by Chun Bo, we would travel approximately half a day's journey further ahead, passing near the A4 ecological zone. This was the closest inhabited area to our route, marked as safe and open for contact. Lin Huan withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon upon hearing this. He remembered Chun Bo mentioning that the A-series ecological zones are closer to the inner territories compared to the B-series, usually signifying an earlier establishment or the prominence of their owners in the last expansion war, which afforded them relatively better locations. The relationships among ecological lords are intricate. Some, like the Black Falcon Chamber of Commerce, are purely transactional, while others may experience friction or collaboration due to geographical proximity. And still others are shaped by the differing backgrounds that create invisible factions. His parents, along with many others like them who earned their ecological zones through military merit, naturally found themselves at odds, or even in competition, with the oligarchs directly supported by the core World S elite, who serve as outposts and resource extraction sites. Yet, among those of military merit, there often exists an unspoken sense of camaraderie forged in the crucible of conflict. In the perilous frontier, having one more friend is preferable to gaining another enemy. Lin Huan pondered for a moment, asking, "Do you know which faction this A4 zone belongs to?" Zanghai Zeepli? The notes from Chun Bo indicate it is an old-school faction, likely similar to your parents, originating from military achievements. Lin Huan nodded. Given this, it would be prudent to pay a visit, perhaps to exchange pleasantries and gather the latest information regarding the journey ahead, or even Zelo City. There was no harm in that. He even harbored a glimmer of hope that he might encounter acquaintances from his parents' past. Adjust the course. Let's explore the outskirts of the A4 zone, Lin Huan commanded. The team gradually veered in that direction. As they approached the inner territories, though the environment remained harsh, the suffocating sense of despair seemed to lighten, and they could occasionally glimpse resilient green struggling through the crevices of the rocks. After half a day's travel, a vast energy barrier radiating a faint blue glow emerged on the horizon. Unlike the B7 zone, which required meticulous repairs and could only cover the core area, the energy barrier of the A4 zone appeared more complete and stable, with a significantly larger coverage area, revealing a glimpse of lush greenery within that sharply contrasted with the desolate world outside. Is this the A-grade ecological zone? It certainly looks more imposing than ours, Ironhead remarked, unable to suppress his astonishment. The lynx, too, gazed enviously. It must be very safe inside with ample food. Zhanghai remained relatively composed, though a hint of longing flickered in his eyes. A stable life is the deepest desire within the hearts of everyone on the frontier. Lin Huan maintained his expression, simply patting the neck of the man-jaw dragon. The colossal beast emitted a low yet penetrating roar, announcing the arrival of their formidable presence as they strode directly toward the barrier's entrance. As they drew nearer, the dense vegetation and orderly furrows within the barrier became increasingly discernible, along with sporadically positioned automated defensive towers. Approximately 100 meters from the barrier, Lin Huan keenly observed several inconspicuous black dots subtly shifting amidst the thick canopy, revealing hidden surveillance cameras. These devices were all aligned precisely towards the peculiar assembly of terror-inducing creatures and humans, particularly fixated on the imposing manticore, which exuded an aura of formidable pressure. Lin Huan gestured for the group to halt. Instead of concealing his presence, he leisurely perched atop the manticore's towering back, calmly meeting the gaze of the cameras, as if engaging in a silent confrontation with the observers beyond the barrier. The thunder dragon alighted on a massive stone beside him, elegantly grooming its scales, while electric sparks occasionally danced between its shimmering plates. The blue raptors crouched low, adopting a vigilant stance, enveloping the atmosphere with a palpable tension. The individuals behind the barrier were evidently startled by the arrival of this unusual contingent, particularly the manticore. The presence of a 4-star biological weapon in the outer regions was, in itself, an extraordinary occurrence. After a brief stalemate lasting a minute or two, a cautious voice, amplified through a loudspeaker, emanated from a device atop the barrier. This is the private territory of the A4 ecological zone. Unfamiliar travelers, declare your identities and intentions. The tone conveyed vigilance. It did not immediately exhibit hostility. Clearly, Lin Huan's decision to refrain from an immediate assault, coupled with his human appearance, prompted the other party to initiate communication first. Lin Huan meticulously retrieved a badge from his satchel. The badge, unadorned yet crafted from a unique dark metal, bore the engraving of crossed swords and rice stalks, encircling a singular star, an emblem awarded to heroes who achieved significant feats in the last expansion war and were honored as ecological lords. This badge was one of the few relics left by his parents, symbolizing honor and to some extent serving as a testament to his lineage within the military faction. He raised the badge high, ensuring the cameras capture it clearly. After a moment of silence behind the barrier, it seemed they were engaged in confirmation and deliberation. Eventually, the voice resonated once more, this time with a softened tone, yet still cautious. "Which zone are you from? What is your relationship with the recipient of this badge?" "B7 zone, Lin Huan," he replied, his voice clear. "The badge belongs to my parents, Lin Huan and Su Wan." Another brief silence ensued. Evidently, the names Lin Huan and Su Wan were not unfamiliar within the ranks of the military faction. Finally, a faint humming emanated from the lower section of the energy barrier, which then opened to reveal a substantial gap wide enough for the manticore to pass through. A young man, dressed in attendant attire and appearing somewhat pale, emerged through the opening. He struggled to maintain composure, but upon lifting his gaze to behold the manticore, towering like a small mountain, and feeling its searing breath and ferocious presence, his legs involuntarily trembled slightly. He laboriously diverted his gaze from the formidable Mangjaw dragon, turning towards Lin Huan on his back and respectfully bowing. "Mr. Lin, the district chief requests your presence." Lin Huan nodded, urging the Mangjaw dragon forward to enter. Observing this, the attendant's face flickered with a hint of panic, instinctively raising a hand to halt them. "Mr. Lin, your biological weapon." According to convention, the formidable armaments of outsiders, particularly such colossal creatures, were not permitted to directly enter the core area of the ecological zone. This was a fundamental safety protocol. However, before he could finish, it seemed he received some directive through his earpiece, causing his body to tremble slightly. The words he nearly uttered were swallowed back, his complexion paling further as he stepped aside, bowing his head. "Please, follow me." Lin Huan understood. It appeared that this chief of District A4 possessed considerable resolve. Or perhaps he held enough respect for his parents' reputation, or the intimidating presence of the Mangjaw dragon was so potent that he was unwilling to instigate unnecessary conflict over such regulations. He refrained from further speech. Riding the Mangjaw dragon alongside the Thunder Dragon and 3 blue speed dragons, boldly traversing the energy barrier, Zhang Hai and the others closely followed, their expressions a mixture of tension and curiosity as they surveyed the world within the barrier. Upon entering the confines of the barrier, it felt as if they had instantly transitioned from a desolate wasteland to a verdant oasis. The fresh, moist air enveloped them, imbued with the fragrances of earth and foliage. Before them lay neatly organized farmlands, lush crops thriving exuberantly, with distant patches of artificial woodlands and water purification facilities. Although the scale may not compare to the core world, in this wasteland it was nothing short of paradise. However, this tranquility was short-lived. Almost the instant they entered, Lin Huan and his entourage of creatures sensed countless pairs of eyes honing in on them. The shrubs flanking the road rustled slightly, and from the shadows of the farmland's ditches, even behind the rooftops of some buildings, muffled growls and restless breaths became faintly audible. These were the biological weapons cultivated and trained within the A4 ecological zone. They detected the formidable presence of these outsiders, particularly the unabashed 4-star pressure emanating from the Mangjaw dragon, which instinctively evoked fear and a sense of threat, leading to a pronounced stress response. Most of these biological weapons were at the 1 to 2-star level, perhaps a few barely reaching 3 stars, but in the face of the Mangjaw dragon, they appeared undeniably feeble. They dared not advance, instead lurking in the shadows, emitting anxious hisses as they fixated on this overwhelmingly powerful foreign contingent. The Mangjaw dragon paid little heed to these diminutive creatures, even snorting and releasing plumes of sulphurous white smoke as if to flaunt its strength. Meanwhile, the Thunder Dragon flicked its tail, producing crackling sparks, displaying a hint of disdain towards the concealed gazes. Lin Huan maintained his composure, silently cataloging the surrounding environment and the defensive forces lurking in the shadows. Under the guidance of the attendant, they arrived at a relatively open square area. At the end of the square stood a sturdy alloy building, characterized by its unpretentious style, seemingly serving as both the office and residence of the district's leader. At that moment, the grand entrance swung open, and a robust middle-aged man clad in fitted combat attire strode forth with purpose. His square face bore the stern authority of someone accustomed to power, coupled with a hint of resolute endurance shaped by life's adversities. He approached alone, without a retinue of guards, signifying a certain sincerity and courage. His gaze immediately fell upon the formidable man-eater dragon. his pupils involuntarily contracting in a fleeting moment of profound shock and trepidation. Yet he swiftly regained his composure, redirecting his attention to Lin Huan, who had just descended from the dragon's back. Lin Huan keenly observed that the man's hand, resting by his side, had exhibited the faintest tremor upon first sighting the dragon, a primal fear that arises when one confronts an existence far superior to oneself, a fear that cannot be entirely suppressed. Nevertheless, the man's ability to swiftly calm himself and approach alone demonstrated a commendable fortitude and bravery, earning Lin Huan a measure of respect. "Welcome to District A4, Mr. Lin Huan," the district leader, Zhou Zhun, announced in a resonant voice, striving to maintain his composure. He had evidently confirmed Lin Huan's identity through prior communication. "I apologize for the intrusion, District Leader Zhou," Lin Huan replied, bowing respectfully, his demeanor neither subservient nor arrogant. "I am merely passing through your esteemed district, having heard of the old comrades of my forebears, and I wish to pay my respects." Upon hearing the mention of old comrades, Zhou Zhun's vigilance softened a fraction, and a genuine smile broke across his face. "You are indeed the son of Lin Zhan and Su Wan. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I never anticipated you would command such a powerful companion." His gaze involuntarily flicked back to the man-eater dragon, his tone imbued with incredulous admiration. "It is merely a fortunate coincidence," Lin Huan succinctly replied, preferring not to elaborate further. Just then, the man-eater dragon emitted a heavy snort, its massive head swaying slightly, its fearsome jaws parting momentarily, causing Zhou Zhun to instinctively take a half-step back, his expression shifting. Lin Huan gently patted the dragon's rough hide, signaling for it to be still before addressing Zhou Zhun. "There is no need for concern, District Leader Zhou. It will not attack without my command. We are merely passing through to replenish our supplies and will soon depart for Zelo City." "Zelo City?" Zhou Zhun paused, then realization dawned upon him. "Is it for the Zio competition?" "Indeed," Lin Huan confirmed. Zhou Zhun's smile widened with warmth. "What splendid news. This is an opportunity for glory, both for you and for us older folk." His tone carried a blend of satisfaction and anticipation. "As fate would have it, my son, Zhou Rui, intends to participate this year as well, representing our District A4 in the biological weaponry project." As he spoke, a head peeked out from the building behind him, a youth of around 18 or 19. His eyes bright with curiosity and excitement as he surveyed Lin Huan and his retinue of monstrous companions, particularly fixating on the imposing Thunder Dragon. Zhou Zhun turned around and playfully chided, "You little rascal, why are you hiding? Come over and greet Brother Lin Huan." The young man, slightly embarrassed, scampered out and stood beside Zhou Zhun, flashing a bright smile that revealed two small canine teeth, exuding youthful exuberance. "Hello, Brother Lin. Zhou Rui. Your electric dragon is so impressive." He completely overlooked the more formidable manticore, clearly more fascinated by the aesthetics and characteristics of the Thunder Dragon. Lin Huan chuckled and nodded in response. Zhou Rui possessed a clear gaze, imbued with the innocence of youth that had not yet been entirely extinguished by the apocalypse. Yet he was not at all bothersome. Zhou Zhun observed his son and then turned his attention to Lin Huan, his tone growing somewhat solemn. "Lin Huan, since fate has brought us together, I have a humble request. The journey to Zelo City is long and fraught with peril. Although Xiao Rui possesses a 2-star biological weapon, he is still inexperienced. I see that your team is remarkably strong. Might you consider bringing him along for mutual support? Of course, I will bear the costs of his provisions, and I can have the finest supplies prepared for you immediately." There was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Allowing his son to travel with a team equipped with a 4-star biological weapon would undoubtedly enhance his safety, while also providing an invaluable opportunity for learning and growth. As a fellow warrior, Zhou Zhun inherently trusted Lin Huan. Lin Huan glanced at Zhou Rui, who immediately returned a gaze filled with anticipation and pleading. He then looked at Zhou Zhun, contemplating the request. Having an additional companion, particularly one of his background, could sometimes lead to complications, yet it might also yield unforeseen conveniences. The supplies from District A4 were precisely what they needed, and, as the heir of District A4, Zhou Rui might possess more detailed knowledge of the journey ahead than Zhang Hai. More importantly, this was indeed an opportunity to strengthen the internal camaraderie of their faction. "Very well," Lin Huan agreed with a nod, "as long as he can keep up and follows the arrangements." "Splendid," Zhou Zhun exclaimed with delight, giving his son a hearty pat on the back. "Don't forget to thank Brother Lin." "Thank you, Brother Lin," Zhou Rui said, nearly bouncing with excitement. His eyes sparkling as he began to envision the adventures that lay ahead. Without further ado, District Chief Zhou, please assist us in preparing the supplies promptly, Lin Huan reminded. Rest assured, I'll take care of it immediately, Zhou Zhan replied decisively, summoning his subordinates to prepare while enthusiastically inviting Lin Huan, come in, have a seat, and enjoy a drink. Allow me to extend my hospitality. After a moment of consideration, Lin Huan chose not to decline. He assigned Zhang Hai and the others to manage the inventory of the supplies and instructed the Thunder Dragon and Blue Rapid Dragon to stand by in the square. He opted to take the relatively quiet Manticore as he followed the Zhou father and son towards the main building. The Manticore's massive form could not enter indoors, so it lay outside the entrance like a guardian beast, eyes closed in feigned slumber. Yet, its imposing presence instilled fear in the hearts of passing residents and staff of District A4, causing them to take a wide berth. Upon entering the reception room, Zhou Zhan presented a treasured synthetic beverage to entertain Lin Huan. During their conversation, Zhou Zhan inevitably inquired about Lin Huan's parents, his tone tinged with nostalgia, confirming their past acquaintance, having crossed paths several times during that tumultuous war and holding the Lin couple in high esteem. This elucidated why he was so willing to place his trust in and extend his assistance to Lin Huan. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Huan sought detailed information regarding Zello City and the ZIO competition, as well as the precautions to take on their journey ahead. Zhou Zhan, candid in his responses, provided a wealth of valuable intelligence. Approximately an hour later, the supplies were ready. Zhang Haiqing, after verifying everything, entered to report. Lin Huan rose to bid farewell. Zhou Zhan personally escorted him out, repeatedly advising his son to be obedient, diligent, and to observe and learn as much as possible. Zhou Rui, unable to contain his excitement, had already dashed to the square, circling the Thunder Dragon, yearning to approach yet hesitant, his eyes brimming with exhilaration and envy. Behind him trailed a robust, armored creature resembling a large hunting dog, the Fangtooth Hound, trembling in the presence of the Thunder Dragon and the Manticore Dragon, yet steadfastly guarding its master. Brother Lin, let's depart, Zhou Rui exclaimed, waving enthusiastically upon seeing Lin Huan emerge. Lin Huan mounted the Manticore Dragon and bowed in farewell to Zhou Zhan, saying, thank you for your hospitality and provisions, District Master Zhou. Until we meet again, wishing you a smooth journey. May you achieve great success in the competition. Zhou Zhan returned the gesture with a fist salute. The group set forth once more, now accompanied by the young lord of Area A4, Zhou Rui, and his quaking Fangtooth Hound. Under the watchful gazes of the A4 residents, they gradually departed from the lush green oasis and re-entered the grim and perilous world outside. Chapter 23. The Gateway to the Inner Circle, Vantion City. Having left the verdant expanses of Area A4, the team plunged once again into the boundless gray desolation. The Manticore Dragon's heavy footfalls shattered the desiccated bones and rubble along the way. The newly joined Zhou Rui, like a stone cast into stagnant waters, instantly disrupted the previously somber atmosphere of the group. Perched upon his Fangtooth Hound, though his steed appeared somewhat cowed by the dominance of the Manticore Dragon and the Thunder Dragon, this did little to dampen his enthusiasm. He chattered incessantly, bombarding Lin Huan with a barrage of questions. Brother Lin, how'd you tame this Thunder Dragon? Does it ever shock itself? What does the Manticore Dragon usually eat? It seems a bit temperamental. What is Area B7 like? I've heard it's quite remote and filled with monsters. Is that true? What is your goal in the ZIO competition? With the Manticore Dragon, I'm sure you can place in the top 10. Initially, Lin Huan maintained his composure, providing brief answers to a couple of queries, but soon found himself furrowing his brow under the relentless onslaught of questions. By nature, he was not particularly reclusive, yet he was certainly not one to revel in noise, especially when vigilance towards their surroundings was paramount. Zhou Rui, however, remained blissfully unaware. Utterly absorbed in the novelty of his first adventure away from home, he not only inquired, but also glanced around, displaying a profound interest in any unusual traces upon the desolate land, occasionally pointing at distant, indistinct ruins with awe. What truly tested Lin Huan's composure was Zhou Rui's extraordinary enthusiasm for the Thunder Dragon. As he repeatedly attempted to draw closer, his eyes filled with longing as he implored, Brother Lin, may I touch it? Or perhaps ride it for a moment? The Thunder Dragon, however, maintained an air of haughtiness and vigilance towards all beings except Lin Huan. As Zhou Rui approached, it emitted a threatening growl from its throat, flickering with electric sparks, causing the Fangdog to whimper and tuck its tail, nearly throwing Zhou Rui off. Lin Huan rubbed his temples, unable to restrain himself any longer. He cast a glance at Zhang Hai, who was stifling laughter while casting a sympathetic look at Zhou Rui, and spoke, "Zhang Hai, boss." Zhang Hai immediately composed himself, responding, "Accompany young master Zhou on a ride atop the Thunder Dragon. Allow him to experience it. Just be cautious." Lin Huan said in a neutral tone, his meaning unmistakable, "Dismiss this chatterbox for a moment's peace." Zhang Hai paused for a moment, then quickly grasped the situation, suppressing his laughter as he nodded. "All right, boss." He turned to Zhou Rui, whose face was alight with excitement and anticipation. "Young Master Zhou, come along. I'll help you up. But hold on tight. This beast moves at incredible speed." With a cheer, Zhou Rui nearly leapt from the Fangdog's back, eagerly rushing to the Thunder Dragon's side. With Zhang Hai's assistance, he climbed onto the dragon's back, trembling with both trepidation and exhilaration, clutching the reins tightly. The Thunder Dragon, somewhat reluctant, tossed its head, but at Lin Huan's command, it spread its membranous wings and leaped into the air. "Wow!" Zhou Rui's exclamation and Zhang Hai's hearty laughter were swiftly whisked away by the low winds. At last, the world fell silent. Lin Huan exhaled, continuing to guide the manticore steadily forward. Ironhead and Lynx exchanged glances, stifling their laughter as they returned to their tasks. After a while, the Thunder Dragon returned with the two riders. Zhou Rui's face was pale, his hair standing on end, perhaps due to static electricity, but his eyes sparkled with an intensity that was almost frightening. He babbled excitedly, "That was so fast, so thrilling. Brother Lin, you're amazing. This is far more exhilarating than riding in a transport plane." Having experienced such a thrill, Zhou Rui seemed to have expended considerable energy. Coupled with the slight discomfort from the low-altitude flight, his incessant chatter finally lessened, though he remained curious, now understanding the need to temper his frequency and timing. The group continued their journey inward. As they ventured further, signs of human activity gradually became more pronounced, yet not all were signs of thriving life. Instead, they encountered more remnants of decay, desolation, and abandoned villages and towns. These stood like scars on the corpse of civilization, narrating tales of brutality and struggle. They have encountered settlements of refugees resorting to cannibalism, willing to draw blades over a mere half-piece of expired nutritional paste. They have also come across survivor strongholds, relying on modest ruins, armed and exceedingly wary of outsiders. More often than not, they find desolate landscapes, mere remnants of crumbling walls and towns enveloped in a mournful silence. Attacks by monsters have become a commonplace occurrence. From the one-star digging worms and corrupted jackals to the two-star claw wolves and poison scorpions, and occasionally even the three-star predators. These battles have provided Zhou Rui with invaluable real-world training. For the first time, he witnessed how the blue raptors worked in perfect harmony to encircle and slaughter a pack of claw wolves. He observed the Thunder Dragon striking down formidable three-star screaming bats from the sky with bolts of lightning, and countless times. He was left speechless by the sheer brute force of the savage jaw dragon, whose combat style was devastatingly efficient. Lin Huan refrained from excessive intervention, mostly allowing the monsters to handle the matters at hand, only employing the hunter module and great sword on particularly challenging targets, while simultaneously honing his skills. Zhang Hai and his companions gradually adapted to the high-intensity travel and the ever-present potential for combat, their coordination becoming increasingly seamless. At times, they extended a helping hand. For instance, rescuing a few feeble scavenger elders from a pack of corrupted jackals, assisting a small convoy trapped by a two-star rock giant spider, and even inadvertently thwarting a group of bandits attempting to pillage a vulnerable settlement. Lin Huan unhesitatingly commanded their defeat. They did not always receive gratitude in return. Some of those they saved fled in terror at the sight of the savage jaw dragon and thunder dragon, while others appeared numb, as if their salvation mattered little to them. Only a handful expressed genuine thanks, offering trivial tokens, yet these were the best they could muster as a gesture of appreciation. Lin Huan remained indifferent to this. His acts of rescue stemmed more from instinctive reflex, or perhaps the moral compass deep within his heart. There was no ulterior motive. He simply followed his conscience. Yet, all of this was keenly observed by Zhou Rui. The youth, hailing from the relatively comfortable A-class ecological zone, was witnessing the brutal realities of the frontier for the first time in such an immediate and raw manner. The smile upon his face gradually faded, his words diminished. often lost in thought as he gazed at the ruins and the vacant faces, gripping his weapon with renewed fervor. Lin Huan noted this change, but chose not to comment. Some growth must be seen firsthand and experienced personally. The journey was not solely oppressive. They encountered amusing interludes along the way. For instance, Zhou Rui's toothed dog accidentally uncovered a rare nest of sweet-tasting tubers during a hunt, eagerly digging them up to present to his master, which brought Zhou Rui joy for quite some time. Alternatively, Tai Tu and the Lynx had somehow learned to fashion flutes from monster bones, producing cheerful yet off-key melodies that elicited hearty laughter from everyone. Thus, they fought their way forward, occasionally offering aid, witnessing both splendor and ruin. Unbeknownst to them, the surrounding scenery began to undergo significant transformation. The abandoned outposts have gradually been supplanted by small stations manned by vigilant guards. Although the roads remain rugged, they are evidently marked by signs of maintenance. Occasionally, one can witness convoys adorned with various guild banners racing past, stirring up clouds of dust. The radiation-laden particles in the air seem to have diminished somewhat. At last, on the horizon, the silhouette of a magnificent city slowly emerges. This is not the sort of oasis sustained by barriers found in ecological zones, but rather a true colossal metropolis, vast, rugged, and brimming with vitality and wildness. Towering walls, constructed from alloys and concrete, stretch endlessly, adorned with defensive fortifications and the glint of energy weapons. Beyond these walls lies a sprawling and chaotic slum, bustling with life, markets, and temporary encampments, extending as far as the eye can see. Con las vehículas, pedestrians, and even bizarre creatures serving as mounts surge toward the grand city like rivers converging into the sea. The cacophony of voices, the calls of vendors, the roar of engines, and even the growls of unknown beasts amalgamate into a massive and tumultuous symphony with a vibrant chaos palpable from afar. Vantion City. We have arrived. Zhang Hai gazed at the map, his voice tinged with excitement and a sense of relief. For this is the largest transportation hub and free city at the intersection of the frontier's periphery and interior, also known as the gateway to the wilderness. Zhou Rui's eyes widened, awestruck by the grandeur and tumult of the city, momentarily forgetting the weight of his recent experiences. Lin Huan's gaze swept over the massive fortress, his expression tranquil. He understood that this was merely a waypoint in their journey. The true challenges lay ahead in Luo City and the ZIO competition. Yet, the clamor of Vantion City heralded a stark contrast to the interior. Their motley crew of terrifying creatures and humans immediately sparked a tremendous uproar and widespread attention upon nearing the city's outskirts. Look, what kind of monster is that? Such a terrifying aura. 4-star. It must be a 4-star creature. My goodness, why are there so many monsters this year? Is it a new product from a major corporation? Or perhaps a secret weapon from an ecological master? Who is that young rider? I've never seen such a figure before. They must be here for the ZIO competition, right? This is going to be exciting. Let the betting begin. Wager on how far this colossal beast can go in the competition. The murmurs, gasps, and the clicking of cameras filled the air. People, filled with both fear and excitement, gathered to gawk at the Mangja dragon, pointing with expressions of awe, reverence, and curiosity. As Zhang Hai had previously indicated, Vantion City, as a crucial gateway to the interior, becomes particularly lively in the lead-up to the ZIO competition. Various factions parade their biological weapons or genetically engineered warriors here, transforming this occasion into an informal showcase of strength and prowess, thereby spawning a multitude of spectators and wagers. The imposing appearance and overwhelming presence of the Mangja dragon instantly ignited the atmosphere, overshadowing the surrounding 1- and 2-star, even 3-star biological weapons. Lin Huan, seated upon the back of the Mangja dragon, remained indifferent to the clamor around him, his gaze firmly fixed on the grand and bustling main gate of the city of Vantion. However, before they could approach the gate, a squad of urban guards, clad in standardized armor and well-equipped, swiftly approached. The captain, with a grave expression, raised his hand to signal them to halt. Their attention was predominantly riveted on the Mangja dragon, filled with vigilance and pressure. Stop! Your biological weapon. The guard captain's voice boomed through the loudspeaker as he endeavored to maintain his composure. According to the safety regulations of Vantion City, unknown biological weapons of excessively high danger levels were prohibited from entering through the main gate to avert disturbances and safety hazards. He pointed at the Mangja dragon, especially you. Please accompany us through the special passage for inspection and registration. Clearly, the specifications of the Mangja dragon exceeded the conventional entry standards. Its very existence posed a potential threat to the city's order. Lin Huan had anticipated this and was not taken aback. He nodded and calmly replied, "Lead the way." The guard captain, seeing his composed demeanor, felt a slight sense of relief. He dreaded encountering a brash individual who relied solely on brute strength. He immediately signaled his subordinates to lead the way, guiding Lin Huan's party to bypass the crowded main gate, heading toward a relatively secluded side entrance along the city wall, where the guards were even more stringent. The surrounding crowd murmured in discussion and regret, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness the commotion this colossal beast would create within the city. Zhou Rui anxiously followed close to Lin Huan, while Zhang Hai quietly explained, "Boss, this is standard procedure. Large or high-star biological weapons must use the special passage for inspection and assessment to ensure they are controllable before being allowed entry." Lin Huan acknowledged with a sound, his gaze surveying the so-called special passage, which resembled a fortified quarantine and isolation entrance. Chapter 24. The Goodwill of Vantion. The interior of the special passage was far more expansive and intricate than it appeared from the outside, rather than a mere passage. It resembled a small indoor plaza and quarantine area. The high-strength alloy walls gleamed with a cold, hard light, while overhead, a dense lighting system and countless 360-degree surveillance cameras silently monitored everything below, their red lights flickering ominously. The air was suffused with the scent of disinfectant and the ozone aroma distinctive to ultraviolet disinfection. Riding atop the Mangja dragon, Lin Huan led a visibly tense Zhang Hai, Zhou Rui, and the restless beasts into this strictly monitored space. The Thunder Dragon exhibited signs of unease in this enclosed environment, emitting low whines as electricity flickered anxiously between its scales. The Mangja Dragon, in contrast, merely breathed heavily, its dark yellow vertical pupils scanning the cameras with a hint of irritation and suppressed impatience. At that moment, a middle-aged attendant, impeccably dressed in the official uniform of Vantion City, briskly emerged from side door, with a professional smile of deference gracing his face. He approached Lin Huan and slightly bowed. "Esteemed ecological sovereign," he began, his voice amplified by a small speaker, "I apologize for the intrusion. I represent the Lord of Vantion City and wish to make an unusual request." Lin Huan's gaze fell upon him, and he remained silent, patiently awaiting further elaboration. The attendant continued, "Your biological weapon, particularly this magnificent beast, is truly awe-inspiring. The Lord hopes you might permit us to broadcast the grandeur of your presence here onto the public screens throughout the city, allowing the residents and visitors of Vantion City to witness the might of a true champion." He paused momentarily before adding the most crucial condition, "Of course, we shall not ask for this display without compensation. All ticket sales and betting revenue generated from this exhibition will incur only a 20% management fee to the Lord's office, with the remaining 80% going directly to you. Furthermore, we will ensure that your personal information is fully safeguarded, promoting solely under the auspices of the enigmatic ecological sovereign and his formidable biological weapon." Upon hearing this, not only were Zhang Hai and Zhou Rui taken aback, but even Lin Huan felt a flicker of surprise. Such a generous offer of an 80-20 split, coupled with the promise of assistance in garnering attention while ensuring privacy, seemed too good to be true. The goodwill of the Lord of Vantion felt somewhat sudden and excessive. Lin Huan refrained from an immediate acceptance, looking down at the attendant with a calm demeanor and asking pointedly, "The terms are indeed generous." "Why?" His question was direct, and the attendant, evidently anticipating this inquiry, maintained his smile without providing an immediate answer. Instead, he slightly tilted his head, as if listening for further instruction. Seizing the moment, Zhang Hai lowered his voice and urged Lin Huan, "Boss, the Lord of Vantion, Lei, is quite renowned in the border regions. He is a retired 4-star genetic warrior of great strength, and he holds tremendous respect for veterans of the War Achievement faction. His governance of Vantion City is astute, with strict yet relatively fair regulations, which is why the city thrives so. His proposal is sincere." At that moment, the attendant appeared to have received his instructions. Turning his gaze back to Lin Huan, his smile now imbued with greater sincerity, and his tone more respectful. "The Lord has asked me to convey to you, Mr. Lin Huan, son of an old friend, that your impressive presence brings great comfort. This small convenience is but a trifling matter, considered a personal investment from Lei in what lies ahead. We hope you will demonstrate at the Zizhou competition the brilliance forged by our border's own hands, rather than relying solely on financial prowess and genetic technology. Though the words were relayed through the attendant, they carried an air of boldness and admiration. Lin Huan instantly comprehended the underlying message. Lord Lei Lai not only recognized his identity, but was also aware of his lineage, possibly even cognizant of the subtle rivalry between the war achievement faction and the financial elite. This gesture served to express his consideration for the legacy of an old friend, while simultaneously supporting and investing in the burgeoning strength of the war achievement faction. The 80% share, while indeed a practical benefit, also represented a significant statement. As Lin Huan contemplated this segment, a sense of clarity enveloped him. For someone eager to establish a reputation and acquire resources, this opportunity was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Please extend my gratitude to Lord Lei for his gracious intent. Lin Huan acknowledged with a nod. I concur with this proposal. Thank you immensely for your cooperation. The attendant visibly exhaled in relief, his smile broadening as he bowed once more. Please proceed normally with your companions. We shall handle the remainder. Upon conclusion, the profits you rightfully deserve will be deposited into an anonymous energy currency card, which will be entrusted to you. With that, he respectfully stepped aside, offering a slight nod to the air. Simultaneously, within the heart of Fantion City, the colossal public screens at all central squares, transportation hubs, and the entrances of large taverns flickered in unison. The advertisements, news, and entertainment programs that had been previously playing vanished in an instant, replaced by a high-definition live feed from the special passage. At the center of the image was Lin Huan, calmly seated upon the terrifying back of a savage jaw dragon. Behind him, the magnificent and electrifying Thunder Dragon, the agile Blue Speed Dragon Squad, and his companions, Zhang Hai and Zhou Rui, followed closely. The high-definition footage even captured the rough textures of the savage jaw dragon skin, the dancing arcs of electricity between the Thunder Dragon scales, and the sharp gaze of the Blue Speed Dragons. Look, the screen has changed. It's that 4-star monster from outside the city. They've entered the special passage. Wow, this angle is even more terrifying. Those muscles, those fangs. Look at that Thunder Dragon. The sheen, it must be a rare breed. The Blue Speed Dragons appeared formidable as well. Being of the same species, their leader must have an exceptional synergy. Is that the ecological master riding atop the colossal beast? So young, which noble family does he belong to? I haven't heard of any prominent ecological zones or companies having such a figure. The screen boldly declared, mysterious ecological master and his formidable biological weapon Legion arrive at Fantion City. Legion? Quite an imposing title. The entire city of Fantion seemed to erupt as if a bomb had been detonated, instantly igniting fervor. Countless individuals looked up, astonished by the wild, powerful, and enigmatic team displayed on the screen. The news, which had previously circulated in a small vicinity at the city gates, now swept across the entire city at lightning speed. Scholars crowded around the screens, excitedly debating the species classification of the savage jaw dragon and the discharge principles of the Thunder Dragon, while warriors, their eyes ablaze, assessed the combat prowess and vulnerabilities of these creatures, engaging in silent self-comparisons. Meanwhile, ordinary residents and travelers were left speechless, awestruck by this pure display of power and erupting in cheers. Gamblers went into a frenzy as the odds concerning whether this mysterious legion could break into the top 10, or even the top 5 soared. Lin Huan's name remained unknown. Yet the image of the enigmatic ecological master and his monstrous legion was indelibly etched in the minds of countless residents of Fantion City in an exceedingly powerful manner. This aura of mystery only served to heighten the curiosity and discourse among the populace. In the corridor, Lin Huan could sense the cameras intensifying their focus. Yet he remained composed, guiding the Ceratosaurus forward with steady grace, as if merely surveying his domain. The Thunder Dragon appeared to have acclimatized to being observed, striding confidently with its head held high. Zhou Rui, flushed with excitement, made a concerted effort to stand tall, wishing to present a more imposing figure before the lens. Zhang Hai quietly cautioned Taitu and Shan Miao to be mindful of their demeanor, lest they bring embarrassment to their superior. Under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at the quarantine zone deep within the passage. Several large spray devices activated, emitting a special mist that was harmless to both humans and creatures, yet effectively eradicated most foreign pathogens and parasites. A veil of white fog enveloped the group. The Ceratosaurus shook its head uncomfortably, releasing two streams of hot breath that nearly dispersed the mist. This process endured for approximately 10 minutes. Once the disinfection concluded, the alloy gate ahead slowly slid open, revealing the exit leading to the exclusive area within the city. The attendant reappeared, respectfully presenting Lin Huan with an anonymous black metal card. Mr. Lin, this is your share of the earnings from this venture. The Lord wishes you a successful journey and victory in the competition. Lin Huan accepted the card, feeling its weight in his hand, and nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you. Without lingering, he gestured for the team to pass through the gate, officially entering the heart of Vantion City. Behind them, the gate of the special passage gradually closed, momentarily isolating them from the clamor and multitude of gazes outside. Yet, Lin Huan was aware that the news of the mysterious ecological lord possessing a fearsome 4-star biological weapon had likely taken flight, racing ahead to the inner circle. To Zelo City. This might invite unnecessary scrutiny and complications, but more importantly, it heralded opportunities. He stowed the energy credit card away, directing his gaze forward. Within Vantion City, a world of wonders awaited. Chapter 25. First steps into Vantion City. Stepping through the exit of the special passage felt akin to crossing the threshold into another world. The interior of Vantion City unfolded before them, starkly contrasting the chaotic and clamorous shantytown outside, yet curiously merging the ruggedness of the wasteland with a grotesque sense of prosperity. The broad streets could accommodate large vehicles and biological mounts side by side, the ground paved with durable alloy plates, albeit marked by signs of repairs and mottled stains at the edges. Towering and dense buildings flanked both sides, showcasing a variety of styles. There were rugged taverns adorned with beast bones and scrap metal, reimagined from the ruins of a bygone era, alongside high-tech equipment shops and gene potion exchanges illuminated by flickering holographic advertisements. In the skies, small drones buzzed like industrious bees, ferrying small parcels or executing patrols, emitting a low hum. The roar of energy engines, the clamor of haggling, the shouts of street performers, and the distant growls of monsters melded into an unceasing cacophony, assaulting the eardrums of all who traversed the streets. The air was infused with the melons of machine oil, the tantalizing aroma of food, the scent of sweat, and a faint hint of radioactive dust. This was Vantion City, a place where the chaotic laws of the frontier intermingled with advanced technology, vibrant yet disorderly. The arrival of Lin Huan's team was akin to a droplet of water falling into a pot of boiling oil, although they traversed a specialized path that was relatively secluded. The imposing stature of the manticore and its unabashedly ferocious aura, the striking yet perilous form of the thunder dragon, and the agile and vigilant postures of the blue raptors instantly captivated the attention of all passers-by and factions along the way. Gasps, murmurs, and discussions arose in a cacophony. People hastily made way, their expressions filled with awe, fear, curiosity, and even a touch of greed. Had it not been for the visible control exerted over the humans and these creatures, panic would have surely ensued. Boss, we are attracting too much attention. It's difficult to find a place to settle down, Zhang Hai whispered to Lin Huan. He was well versed in the unwritten rules of such a grand city. Overwhelming power parading through the streets either invited trouble or caused others to keep their distance. Lin Huan nodded, acutely aware of the multitude of gazes piercing into him like needles. He was not afraid. He merely found it bothersome. The immediate priority was to find a suitable place to settle, allow the creatures to rest, replenish supplies, and subsequently gather more specific information regarding the route to Zeluoching. His gaze swept across both sides of the street until it settled upon a relatively large inn, boasting a spacious backyard. The inn sign was fashioned from the skull of some creature, accompanied by the imposing words Giant's Lodge, exuding a rugged charm that suggested it could accommodate guests with large companions. Lin Huan urged the manticore forward directly towards the entrance of the inn. The attendant at the door, upon seeing the approaching entourage, turned pale with fright and scurried inside to summon the owner. A corpulent man, clad in a greasy apron, rushed out in haste. Upon seeing the manticore at the entrance, his legs trembled as he forced a smile that was more painful than a frown. Esteemed guest, are you looking to stay? He stammered, his voice quaking. Do you have enough rooms and a yard available? Lin Huan, perched upon the dragon's back, calmly inquired. Is there indeed availability? Why, yes, there is, the owner replied, his eyes fixated on the manticore's jaws that seemed capable of devouring the inn's entrance hole. He gulped nervously, however. About your companions. He was genuinely concerned that a mere whim from these creatures could result in the destruction of his establishment. Understanding the proprietor's trepidation, Lin Huan wasted no words. He produced a recently acquired, still warm anonymous energy currency card. Select the finest independent yard, one that is quiet and spacious. They are quite obedient and will not cause any harm. I will cover any damages incurred today. With that, he slid the card through the portable card reader in the owner's hand. A soft beep echoed, and a figure flashed across the owner's eyes. One that made his pupils dilate. The first advance payment of the revenue share bestowed by the city lord, Lei Lai, was sufficient to purchase nearly half of such an establishment. The demeanor of the corpulent proprietor shifted dramatically, transforming from one of sheer terror to an almost sycophantic grin. Oh, esteemed guest, you are far too gracious. Please, do come in. The largest private courtyard in the back is currently unoccupied. It is absolutely quiet and spacious, ample enough for you and your formidable companions to rest. The power of wealth serves as a universal passport in any realm. Under the obsequious guidance of the proprietor, the group meandered to the side of the inn, entering an expansive courtyard enclosed by towering walls. The yard was indeed vast, with a solidly compacted ground and corners equipped with troughs and rudimentary cleaning facilities, clearly designated for accommodating guests traveling with large creatures or caravans. The lynx and ironhead dismounted from the formidable manticore, embarking on a quest to procure the freshest meat from the market, ensuring ample quantity, particularly of manticore and thundering dragon. Yes, boss, exclaimed the lynx and ironhead, their excitement palpable. As first-time visitors to such a grand locale as the city of Brahma, their curiosity was insatiable. Upon receiving their orders, they eagerly dashed out with the scattered energy coins Lin Huan had provided. The monsters were settled within the courtyard. The manticore found a corner to lie down, closing its eyes to rest while its inner ear remained vigilant. The thunderwing dragon gracefully leaped atop the courtyard wall, surveying the surroundings from its elevated position, generating gasps from passers-by with the occasional crackle of electricity coursing through its body. Meanwhile, the blue raptors, under the leadership of Blue Gem, quietly rested in the shadows of the yard. Before long, the lynx and ironhead returned, accompanied by several vendors pushing carts laden with fresh meat still glistening with blood and large animal bones. The manticore and thunderwing dragon possessed immense appetites, particularly the manticore, which began to tear into the meat voraciously, the sound of its fangs effortlessly crushing bones, eliciting a visceral reaction from onlookers. This gruesome yet primal spectacle naturally drew a multitude of curious pedestrians, who peered through the gaps in the courtyard walls or climbed onto distant rooftops to witness the extraordinary scene, murmuring in amazement and speculation. The giant skeleton had certainly made a striking impression today. Having settled the creatures, Lin Huan had no intention of resting. He needed to gather more information and replenish supplies for any unforeseen circumstances. Zhonghai, Zhou Rui, accompany me to the market, Lin Huan instructed. Zhou Rui, bring your dog. All right, Brother Lin. Zhou Rui, eager to explore, promptly called for his fawn dog. Lin Huan opted not to ride the manticore or thundering dragon, as that would draw too much attention. Instead, he mounted the comparatively normal-sized blue raptor king, Blue Gem, while Zhonghai and Zhou Rui walked alongside, with Zhou Rui's fawn dog alertly trailing close to its owner, filled with curiosity yet somewhat anxious. The trio, one human, one dog, and one dragon, once again merged into the bustling throng of the city of Brahma. Chapter 26. The Crimson Thunder Dragon Core, a fortuitous opportunity for the fiery dragon. As they traversed the streets of Brahma, the sense of disconnection became increasingly pronounced. On one side, impeccably dressed merchants or gene warriors, flanked by bodyguards, entered high-tech shops. On the other, ragged individuals set up stalls selling scattered irradiated vegetables or discarded parts, embodying the plight of the lower class. The luxurious maglev vehicle whisked important figures past, splashing muddy water upon a beggar curled up by the roadside, his eyes devoid of life. The air was perfumed with the aroma of high-grade synthetic food, intertwining with the acrid stench of decaying provisions emanating from a nearby alley. Indeed, what a place this was! The excitement on Zhou Rui's face waned slightly as he observed a mother cradling her child, desperately pleading with a shopkeeper for a meager portion of basic nutritional paste in exchange for a peculiar chip she had found. The shopkeeper, exuding impatience, waved her away, his expression revealing a tangle of emotions. Such scenes were unfathomable in Zone A4. Zhang Hai, with a mix of wistfulness and resignation, remarked, "This is how Vantion City operates. Opportunities abound, yet the cruelty is equally palpable. Proximity to the core world offers an abundance of treasures, but the competition is fierce. Sometimes, human life is valued less than one might expect." Lin Huan silently observed it all, astride his blue jewel. The fierce and robust form of the beast, coupled with its peak second-tier aura, was enough to deter most malevolent gazes. He could sense the vast chasm of wealth and power in this world, reinforcing his conviction that only through acquiring sufficient strength could one seize their destiny or even instigate change. As they traversed the cacophonous trading district, filled with various cries of vendors, fresh arrivals from the inner circle, the latest exoskeleton power arms, only 300 energy coins, buying all monster materials, fair prices guaranteed. From the Deep Blue Life Group, gene stabilizers, don't miss out, wilderness maps, newly marked danger zones, and supply points. A must-have for adventurers. Zhou Rui's curiosity was piqued by everything. He would crouch to touch peculiar ores on vendor tables and cast longing glances at the dazzling array of weapons. However, his loyal Fong Hound closely trailed him, occasionally growling at those who ventured too near, thereby averting much trouble. Lin Huan was primarily an observer. His interest in the flamboyant weapons and gear minimal. His strength lay in the system and the monsters themselves. He was more attuned to the potential appearance of rare biological materials or intelligence regarding Zeluo City and the grand competition. As he passed a particularly dilapidated stall brimming with an assortment of bizarre biological parts and ores, a long-forgotten, chilling system notification resonated in his mind. Ding! Precious material detected. Heart crystal of the blazing dragon. Energy dissipating state. This material is a key component for crafting and enhancing specific powerful monsters, e.g., the malevolent fire dragon. It is advised that the host acquire it immediately. Lin Huan's steps abruptly halted, his heart racing. The malevolent fire dragon, the sovereign of the skies, the most iconic of the flying dragon species in the Monster Hunter world, unparalleled in its might and intimidation compared to the current thunder dragon. It was a formidable entity capable of establishing dominion over a realm. A true fantastical creature. He forcefully suppressed his excitement, his gaze sharpening as it swept over the stall. The stall owner was a weary old man, draped in a tattered robe, exuding an air of fatigue. His booth was cluttered with an assortment of items, most of which were shrouded in dust, indicating a prolonged period of inactivity. Lin Huan's gaze was immediately drawn to an unremarkable dark red stone tucked away in the corner. This stone, roughly the size of a fist, possessed an irregular shape and a rough surface, marred by several cracks, resembling an ordinary piece of volcanic rock. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint warmth and subtle energy fluctuations emanating from within, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Were it not for the system's alert, he would have undoubtedly overlooked it. He approached discreetly, crouching down to peruse the other items nonchalantly before seemingly carelessly lifting the dark red stone and weighing it in his hand. "How much for this, boss?" he inquired. The old man lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze sweeping over Lin Huan and then glancing at his majestic blue dragon and the following Zhang Haijiu Rui, before languidly extending 3 fingers. 300 energy coins, he stated. 300. Zhang Hui exclaimed, incredulos. "Are you trying to rob us? This shabby stone?" His words trailed off as Lin Huan raised a hand to silence him. Lin Huan met the old man's gaze with calm eyes. What is this stone's purpose? The old man let his eyelids droop. "I don't know. It was passed down from my ancestors, said to be a treasure, but no one recognizes it. If you want it, take it. If not, don't touch it." A typical ruse employed by vendors to ensnare unsuspecting patrons. Lin Huan recognized that this was no mere trick. It was indeed a genuine treasure. The energy within was nearly dormant, rendering it unrecognizable to others. He chose not to haggle. For someone who had just come into a windfall, 300 energy coins were but a trifling sum. In terms of the value for the Xiong Huolong, it was negligible. Consider it purchased. Lin Huan decisively produced his energy coin card, swiping 300 in the astonished old man's gaze. He even selected a few other seemingly appealing fragments of materials, feigning a casual attitude of wealth to avoid arousing suspicion. Once the transaction was complete, he carefully secured the dark red stone and the assorted items, an exhilarating anticipation bubbling within him, extinguishing any desire to linger. "Let us head back," he stated succinctly, mounting the blue dragon and turning to retrace his steps. Huh, Brother Lin, we've just come out, and Zhang Rui, still unsated, wore a puzzled expression. Although Zhang Hai shared his confusion, he quickly noticed Lin Huan's apparent urgency and tugged at Zhang Rui, signaling him to follow. Upon returning to the independent courtyard of the giant skeleton inn, Lin Huan dismissed the others, leaving only Zhang Hai and Zhang Rui in the room. The lynx and Ironhead remained outside, tending to the creatures. Brother Lin, what's the matter? Is there something special about that stone? Zhang Rui couldn't contain his curiosity. Lin Huan did not respond immediately, but carefully retrieved the dark red stone once more, placing it upon the table. He took a deep breath and, following the system's prompt, slowly infused a trace of faint primordial energy into it. A hum resonated, as if a dormant volcano had been awakened. The rough exterior of the stone suddenly cracked open with countless fine fissures, and a searing light erupted from within. A pure and ferocious surge of fire attribute energy instantaneously enveloped the entire room, causing the temperature to rise sharply. The dark red shell began to shed in a flurry, revealing its true core within, a heart-shaped crystal, approximately the size of an egg, radiating a deep crimson hue, as resplendent and translucent as the purest ruby. It seemed to pulsate gently, emanating a heart-stopping energy fluctuation and an intense heat. What is this? Zhang Hai and Zhou Rui simultaneously widened their eyes, gasping in astonishment. Even the fang-toothed hound, lying on the ground, stood up in terror, emitting an anxious whimper, though unaware of what it was. Even the fool could sense the dreadful energy contained within, a core from a powerful fire attribute monster. Lin Huan suppressed the ecstasy within his heart and explained in as calm a tone as possible. The energy was nearly subdued, thus appearing ordinary on the surface. My goodness! 300 energy coins. Brother Lin, you've struck it rich, Zhou Rui exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. This energy fluctuation must be at least 4-star level, or perhaps even from a higher tier monster, if this were to be auctioned off. Zhang Hai also wore a face of shock and envy. Boss, your discernment is astonishing. That old man has been setting up his stall for who knows how long, and no one noticed. Lin Huan carefully stored away the blazing heart crystal as the energy fluctuations gradually subsided. He smiled faintly, just fortunate that's all. This object possesses a volatile energy. Ordinary individuals would find it nearly impossible to utilize, at best serving as a high-grade collectible, which explains why that old man was unable to sell it. His words were half-truths. Indeed, most could not harness its power, but he knew the system could perfectly utilize it to create the fierce fire dragon. However, he would not reveal this greatest secret to anyone. Quietly accumulating wealth is the true path. Observing Lin Huan secure the treasure, Zhou Rui and Zhang Hai, though envious, acknowledged the validity of Lin Huan's reasoning. Such a level of energy core was indeed a treasure they could see, but could not use, aside from selling or collecting. It seemed of little practical use. They quickly shifted their focus, beginning to discuss what to eat for dinner, while Lin Huan remained lost in his own thoughts. One of the key materials for the fierce fire dragon was now in hand, although he was still unaware of where to find the other materials. This was undoubtedly a significant surprise and breakthrough. The journey for the ZIO tournament seemed to have gained an additional layer of solid confidence. Chapter 27. Arrival at Zeluo City. After resting for a night in Fantion City and replenishing ample meat and fresh water, Lin Huan had no plans for a prolonged stay. The goodwill of Lord Lei Lai and that unexpected fortune had already been secured. The purpose of this expedition had been achieved, even exceeding expectations. At the break of dawn the following day, the group once again assembled and embarked on the final leg of their journey towards the inner perimeter, exiting through another gate of the grand city of Brahma. As they departed from the towering walls of Brahma, the cacophony of the city gradually gave way to the whispers of the wilderness. The transformation in the environment was palpably evident. Although the path beneath their feet was still far from smooth, it had evidently undergone meticulous maintenance and reinforcement, with remnants of the bygone era, fragments of restored hardened pavement, occasionally visible. As they ventured deeper into the inner perimeter, signs of human activity became increasingly prevalent and normalized. The despair of mere survival that characterized the outskirts was replaced by a semblance of vitality, albeit tinged with fatigue and order. Along the way, villages of considerable size began to emerge, typically established around a modest, stable water source or the remnants of ancient industrial relics. Encircled by rudimentary yet effective wooden or stone walls, patrolled by local militia. The fields no longer yielded solely radiation-resistant moss and tubers, but displayed a burgeoning variety of crops. Though their growth was not particularly robust, it signified a substantial degree of purification and improvement of the land and environment. The flow of people and caravans on the road had noticeably increased. Merchants, dressed in relatively decent attire and traveling in modified vehicles, appear to be engaged in trade between the core cities and the frontier, while weary hunters returned from perilous territories, bearing scars and spoils. Additionally, families, faces marked by confusion and hope, sought to migrate inward in search of a better life. This was a peculiar liminal zone, where one could witness the traces of affluence brought by technological advancements from the core world juxtaposed against the ruggedness, danger, and struggle unique to the frontier. Children clad in clean synthetic fibers gazed curiously at hunters adorned in animal hides, wielding crude weapons, while the hunters cast complex glances at the inner residents, who sat in their vehicles, pointing and commenting on the desolate scenery outside. Lin Huan's group remained the most conspicuous focal point along the route. The behemoth, like a mobile mountain, moved with a heavy, powerful gait, emanating an oppressive aura. The velociraptors flanked them like the most loyal of guards. Wherever they passed, merchants and migrants instinctively veered aside, casting glances imbued with awe, fear, and curiosity. Numerous teams, also en route to Zelo City for competition, took note of them. These groups showcased an astonishing array of biological weaponry, a testament to the achievements, or perhaps the aberrations, of biotechnological advancements in this world. There were colossal beasts, muscles rippling and fangs bared, resembling a hybrid of saber-toothed tigers and some manner of beetle, mechanically enhanced creatures adorned with metallic plates, their joints shimmering with the light of hydraulic devices. Massive, lumbering defensive monstrosities reminiscent of Triceratops or Ankylosaurus, and even bioengineered beasts pulsating with unstable energy, exuding an unmistakable aura of danger. In contrast, Lin Huan's formidable manticore, though intimidating in size, bears a striking resemblance to a naturally evolved theropod, exuding an essence of primal violent beauty that renders it less peculiar. The thunder dragon and the blue raptor share a similar aesthetic. They evoke the image of undiscovered prehistoric behemoths or otherworldly entities, rather than amalgamated monstrosities fabricated within laboratory confines. Look, here comes another giant. It resembles a Tyrannosaurus. Its aura is formidable, likely rated at 4 stars. What hidden card does it possess from which ecological zone? The creature indeed presents an imposing visage. However, such a purely physical attack type may not thrive in the tournament. Indeed, the competition now hinges on comprehensive abilities and specialized offensive techniques. Some members of the teams also participating in the event murmured softly, their assessments of the manticore largely acknowledging its power, yet lamenting its lack of distinction. Accustomed to various bizarre forms and the enigmatic capabilities of biological weaponry, the sight of a seemingly ordinary colossal carnivore, though formidable, did not evoke despair among them. Perched upon the manticore's back, Lin Huan caught the stray remarks carried by the wind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Tyrannosaurus? Physical attack? They remain oblivious to the significance of the manticore's well-developed cranial crest and nasal cavity structure. These are organs brimming with the potential for fiery breath. In this world's understanding, creatures capable of autonomously exhaling flames or energy assaults are exceedingly rare and powerful, their value far surpassing that of mere physical attackers of equal standing. The manticore seemed to sense the scrutinizing and somewhat dismissive gazes, snorting in dissatisfaction as 2 jets of scalding steam erupted from its nostrils, carrying a faint scent of sulfur and sending several pebbles flying. In nature, the ability to breathe fire indeed demands immense energy, a trump card reserved for critical moments. Yet it serves as an unexpected ace up the sleeve. Lin Huan gently patted the manticore's neck, signaling it to remain calm. Now was not the time for revelation. Most of their journey had been tranquil and monotonous. Incidents of monster attacks in the inner regions had significantly dwindled. Even when they occurred, they were typically low-tier 1-star creatures, often dispatched before they could approach, either by the blue raptors or by the manticore's resounding roar that sent them fleeing. The official from the heavenly city, responsible for documenting their journey, had gradually become familiar with Lin Huan and his team. From his initial trepidation in the face of monsters, he grew bold enough to engage in casual conversations during breaks, sharing tidbits gleaned from the Heavenly City South broadcasts about the road ahead and other competitors. Time slipped by amidst travel, rest, and the occasional minor inconveniences over the span of 10 days. As they drew nearer to Zelo City, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and lively. Encounters with fellow competitors became more frequent, each maintaining a wary distance, as the air thickened with an unspoken sense of rivalry. Unbeknownst to Lin Huan, during the past 10 days, his appearance in the special passage of Brahma City, along with subsequent footage captured by passers-by, showcasing him leading a legion of monsters, had already circulated through the internet, reaching participants and the populace in the surrounding areas of the core world ahead of time. Although Brahma City had honored its promise by not disclosing his name or specific origins, the enigmatic ecological master, possessing a terrifying 4-star Tyrannosaurus-type biological weapon and a rare thunder dragon, had already garnered significant attention with labels suggesting he might be a rising star of the military exploits faction. Discussions concerning him quietly blossomed on the online forums and information platforms that spanned the periphery of the core world. Does anyone know who this formidable figure with the Tyrannosaurus and Thunder Dragon is? The military exploits faction seems to be producing talent again. This biological weapon looks quite feral. What use is ferocity? The competition is about overall combat strength, unique abilities, and control. That Tyrannosaurus merely appears to be a brutish giant. Jealous are we? Its size and strength alone are formidable enough, not to mention the Thunder Dragon capable of unleashing electrical attacks. Indeed, the Thunder Dragon presented an impressive appearance, seemingly possessing both speed and lethal electric capabilities. Betting pools had already opened, with some placing modest wagers on this mysterious team breaking into the top 10. Top 10? You overestimate him. You haven't seen the monsters from the seed teams. Amidst this fervent debate and discussion, Lin Huan remained blissfully unaware during their relatively isolated journey. Until one day, during a break, Zhou Rui approached him, excitedly brandishing an expensive portable information terminal he had brought from home. Brother Lin, you must see this. You become famous. We're trending on the networks of the core world. Lin Huan, puzzled, took the compact metallic device, which gleamed with a vibrant screen. The display revealed a complex forum interface, brimming with posts filled with keywords such as enigmatic ecological master, Tyrannosaurus, Thunder Dragon, and Brahma City, followed by fervent discussions and disputes. After a cursory glance, he began to comprehend the situation. It turned out that their every move had already been uploaded online, drawing considerable attention. Lin Huan found this both amusing and exasperating. He merely wished to quietly amass wealth, yet before even reaching Zelo City, he had inadvertently become a social media sensation. Zhang Hai leaned in to take a look, clicking his tongue and remarking, "Boss, this is both a blessing and a curse. The advantage is your reputation is established, making future endeavors easier. The downside is we've become a target. Many will surely be watching us, pondering how to deal with us." Lin Huan nodded, returning the terminal to Zhou Rui. He indeed needed to familiarize himself with external information. Remaining in the dark was no longer an option. "Zulhui, can this terminal connect to the outside world?" Lin Huan inquired. "Absolutely. The signal coverage is excellent for the inner and peripheral core world. This is the latest model, and my father spent quite a bit on it." Zhou Rui boasted proudly. Though the communication and data costs are exorbitant, money is no object. Lin Huan produced the anonymous energy coin card, and upon reaching the next significant supply point, he urged me to accompany him in acquiring several of the finest communication terminals, as well as arranging for a few anonymous network cards. In the borderlands, information scarcity is the norm. However, to navigate effectively within the inner and core worlds, timely access to information is of utmost importance. Whether it pertains to competition intelligence, opponent profiles, or news regarding rare materials, reliance on the network is indispensable. "All right, leave it to me," Zhou Rui exclaimed with excitement, thrilled at the prospect of being of assistance. After 2 more days of arduous travel, as the team crested a lengthy, gentle slope, the scene before us unfolded dramatically. On the distant horizon, a magnificent metropolis, beyond verbal description, loomed like a steel behemoth sprawled across the earth, capturing the gaze of all. Unlike the rugged chaos of Vantion City, Zelo City exuded a sense of order and a futuristic technological aesthetic. Towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds, resembling a forest of cold metal, with glass facades reflecting the brilliance of the sky. Countless suspended roadways intertwined in a complex 3-dimensional network, while various maglev vehicles darted through the air like fleeting beams of light. At the heart of the city stood a colossal group of domed structures radiating a gentle glow. Undoubtedly the core area. The entire city was enveloped by a vast transparent barrier emanating azure energy waves, resembling an inverted bowl that separated the interior from the outside world. Beyond the barrier lay meticulously planned entryways, checkpoints, and expansive temporary camps and docking zones, where an astonishing multitude of teams, vehicles, and diverse biological weapons had already gathered. The cacophony of voices, the roar of engines, and the impatient growls of monsters reverberated even from a distance, creating an atmosphere charged with the excitement and tension of the impending competition, reminiscent of a grand festival. At last, we had arrived at the venue for the ZIO competition. Zeluo City. Countless prodigies, formidable beings, and representatives of various factions from the borderlands, the inner realms, and even the core world would converge here. Lin Huan took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with anticipation. Chapter 28. The ZIO competition is about to commence. Beneath the immense energy barrier of Zeluo City, several expansive entry passages had been designated to accommodate the throngs of participants and spectators. Each passage was lined with long queues, as vehicles, personnel, and various biological weapons moved forward slowly, undergoing stringent identity verification and security checks. The atmosphere was vibrant yet tense, filled with the sounds of clamor, the rumble of engines, and the restless growls of monsters. The arrival of Lin Huan's team undoubtedly cast a significant presence amid this bustling scene. The imposing form of the barbaric jaw dragon, radiating an unmistakable 4-star pressure, stirred the surrounding biological weapons into a state of agitation, inciting a minor uproar. The elegant yet perilous silhouette of the thunder dragon and the vigilant array of the blue speed dragons showcased the exceptional nature of this team. Soon, a team of professionals clad in the official attire of Zeluo City approached with swift precision. At the forefront was a young man, exuding a standard smile, yet possessing a keen and competent glint in his eyes. A nameplate identifying him as a contestant guide was affixed to his chest. Esteemed ecological sovereign. Welcome to Zeluo City, he stated, bowing slightly, his tone respectful yet assertive. I am your dedicated guide, designated number 737. You may call me Xiao Qi. May I inquire if you are here to participate in the ZIO competitive tournament? Indeed, Lin Huan replied, perched upon the back of a manticore, nodding as he presented the electronic invitation code he had previously received. Xiao Qi scanned the code with a device in hand, and the screen promptly displayed Lin Huan's registration details. Ecological Zone B7, Mr. Lin Huan, Biological Weapon Project, confirmation successful. It is my pleasure to assist you, he said, his smile becoming more genuine. Please follow me and your team. The tournament has arranged a dedicated passage and accommodation for all official participants. Under Xiao Qi's guidance, the group circumvented the congested general passage and entered a noticeably quieter route, heavily guarded, directly into the barrier's interior. As they traversed through the layer of azure energy waves, the environment transformed dramatically. The cacophony seemed to be filtered, no longer as jarring. The air was fresh and pristine, imbued with a faint floral fragrance. A stark contrast to the outside world filled with dust, oil, and the scent of monstrosities. Spacious and even streets, orderly streams of vehicles, well-dressed pedestrians, and an array of high-tech shops adorned with holographic advertisements epitomized the prosperity and order of the inner core area. Naturally, the most prevalent sights were decorations and slogans related to the tournament, alongside groups of excited individuals discussing the event. With Xiao Qi's assistance, they ascended via a large, dedicated elevator platform to a luxurious hotel situated in the city's upper tier. The hotel boasted a vast private courtyard, capable of accommodating various sizes of biological weapons. Mr. Lin, this is the suite and private enclosure arranged for you by the tournament, available for your complimentary use during the event, Xiao Qi stated, handing Lin Huan several room keys and access cards. Should you require anything, you may directly contact me through the terminal in your room. The detailed schedule, rules, and important notices for the tournament have been sent to your terminal. Please ensure to read them thoroughly. Lin Huan expressed his gratitude, and Xiao Qi politely took his leave. Once settled, Lin Huan opted to keep the creatures in the courtyard. The Manticore and Thunder Dragon needed to acclimate to the new environment, while the Blue Raptors were tasked with vigilance. He then retrieved the latest information terminal, a sleek, paper-thin metallic device capable of projecting a clear display. Upon connecting to the Zeluo City network, an overwhelming influx of information flooded his view. News and discussions regarding the Xiao tournament dominated the headlines. Lin Huan accessed the official tournament page and meticulously reviewed the rules for the first phase. Stage 1. The Wilds Hunter Arena, a chaotic elimination tournament. Lin Huan softly recited the rules, his brow arched in curiosity. Chapter 29. The Rules of Xiao. The regulations are both straightforward and merciless. More than 150 participating teams, comprising companies and independent ecologists, will be airdropped into a vast, enclosed arena, meticulously crafted to mimic the wilderness. The terrain within the arena is intricate, featuring forests, swamps, ruins, and even small desert regions. There are no rules and no allies. All creatures are adversaries. The singular objective, survival, while striving to eliminate as many opponents as possible. There are two methods of elimination. First, nearly annihilating an opponent's biological weapon, which upon triggering an emergency rescue mechanism, will result in disqualification. Second, seizing the beacons carried by the opposing creatures. The contest will persist for a full day and night. Ultimately, only the top 30 teams in the scoring rankings will advance to the next round. This format evidently aims to rigorously test the comprehensive capabilities of biological weapons: survival, reconnaissance, stealth, direct combat, endurance, and the ability to navigate complex environments and unforeseen circumstances. It affords non-purely strength-based creatures the opportunity to shine, such as those adept at swift ambushes or group coordination like the Blue Raptor, and even those possessing flight capabilities. The rules stipulate that each team may deploy a maximum of 5 creatures into the arena. This is designed to maintain order and prevent excessive chaos, as well as to thwart strategies reliant on sheer numbers. Lin Huan's gaze swept across the official list of seed teams. The Augustus Corporation, undoubtedly the top seed, renowned for resurrecting and enhancing ancient biological genes. Noted, suspected to possess a 4-star main creature, with specific information highly classified. Deep Blue Life Group excels in biological gene fusion and energy weapon integration, with creatures often embodying both biological traits and technological armament. 7 Demons Biotech, characterized by an aggressive style, known for producing highly offensive synthetic beasts, whose appearances are often fearsome and abilities peculiar. Salamander Biotech, celebrated for its biological weapons' extraordinary regenerative capabilities and adaptability to environments, making them exceedingly troublesome. The list is extensive, each name illustrious, shadowed by the influence of major financial conglomerates from the core world. Their biological weapons are predominantly rated at 3 stars or above, with the Augustus Corporation widely regarded as possessing a 4-star ace. Lin Huan particularly noted one company, Hivemind Biotech. This company is remarked upon for its extreme proficiency in swarm tactics, having successfully hunted a 4-star lower-grade rock armored boar in the frontier with a coordinated team of 4 peak 2-star stinger beasts and 1 3-star lower-grade queen bee beast. Such tactics pose a considerable threat in chaotic skirmishes. After reviewing the introductions of his adversaries, Lin Huan then clicked on the page regarding his own team. Indeed, the enigmatic title of the ecological master remains, accompanied by several blurred photographs captured in the city of Brahma and along the journey, primarily showcasing the formidable forms of the Tyrannosaurus and the Thunder Dragon. The ensuing discussions have risen to great heights. What are the odds? Lin Huan curiously accessed the betting page. To his surprise, his team's odds, bolstered by their air of mystery and the striking appearance of the Tyrannosaurus, were not excessively low, sitting in the upper mid-range. However, the majority of comments still favored the established companies, asserting that their technical prowess and monster stability were far superior. Many believed Lin Huan's team would be fortunate to survive the first round of chaotic conflict, as the unpredictability of such melee battles often led to targeted attacks or ambushes. It appeared that they were not held in high regard. Lin Huan chuckled softly, unperturbed. Yet, this underestimation suited him just fine. He closed the terminal and walked to the window, gazing at the monsters resting in the courtyard. The Thunder Dragon lounged against the wall, licking its claws, with sporadic sparks of electricity flickering across its body, while the Tyrannosaurus nestled in a corner, exuding heavy breaths, its dark red skin resembling cooled lava under the setting sun. The first phase, a chaotic melee battle, Lin Huan mused. Although the Blue Raptors excelled in mobility and teamwork, their survival ability in such indiscriminate skirmishes, especially against numerous 3-star and potentially 4-star monsters, was rather weak, making them prime targets for elimination. Their strengths lay in reconnaissance and targeted hunting, rather than in large-scale conflicts. Blue, You'll stay behind this time. Lin Huan made his decision. Blue seemed to comprehend, letting out a low growl, somewhat puzzled, yet obediently bowed its head. This time, it rests upon the two of you. Lin Huan's gaze shifted to the Tyrannosaurus and the Thunder Dragon. The Tyrannosaurus lifted its head, its dark yellow vertical pupils fixed on Lin Huan, snorting in apparent dissatisfaction, not with the command, but with the anticipation and impatience for the impending battle. The Thunder Dragon also rose, emitting a low, resonant growl, crackling with electricity. One grounded, one aerial, one powerful, one agile, one close range, one long range. Though there were merely two, Lin Huan brimmed with confidence in their combination. Moreover, the Tyrannosaurus possessed the ace of fire breathing. He reopened the terminal, meticulously studying the officially released arena simulation map and potential environmental traps. He understood that this competition was not solely a test of monster strength, but also a contest of strategy and intelligence. Through the internet, he learned that performance in the competition would directly influence subsequent investments, collaborations, and resource allocations. Major corporations and trading firms from the core worlds would closely monitor the event, seeking promising partners. This was crucial for Lin Huan, who urgently needed resources to develop the B7 ecological zone and realize his dream of a monster hunting world. As night deepened, Zelo City illuminated brightly, resembling a city that never sleeps. Throughout the city, participants hailing from across the globe were making their final preparations. Lin Huan meticulously inspected all the equipment, providing the man-eater dragon and the thunder dragon with an ample supply of premium meat, and additionally administering the system's growth feed, large, to ensure they were in peak condition. He stood by the window, gazing at the resplendent main arena of the city center in the distance, his eyes sharp yet tranquil. Tomorrow, the wilderness hunting grounds would serve as the stage for monster hunters to showcase their prowess. Chapter 30. The Advancing Man-Eater Dragon. The following morning, the grand circular arena in the heart of Zelo City was already teeming with life. The stands, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, were filled to capacity, while countless holographic projection screens floated above, capturing every detail from various angles. The exhilarating music, the live commentary of the host, and the fervent cheers of the audience melded together, nearly threatening to shatter the transparent energy dome of the arena. After the opening ceremony, the main event commenced, the Monster Parade. This traditional segment of the Zio competition was designed to showcase all participating teams and their bioweapons before a global audience. It served not only as a display of strength, but also as a means to generate excitement, providing a splendid platform for corporations and ecologists to flaunt their might and attract investments. A broad, specially reinforced corridor connected the preparation area directly to the center of the arena. A series of bioweapons, each distinct in form and appearance, both fearsome and bizarre, stepped onto the corridor in sequence, led by their handlers or guides, basking in the glow of the spotlight and the multitude of gazes. Next to enter were the Deep Blue Rippers from the Deep Blue Life Group. The host's voice echoed throughout the arena. 5 wolf-like creatures, entirely clad in an eerie blue biological armor, with buzzing energy cores embedded at their joints and claws shimmering with high-frequency vibrational luminescence, trotted into the arena. Their movements were synchronized, and their cold gazes surveyed the surroundings, exuding a chilling beauty born of the fusion of technology and biology, prompting gasps from the crowd. Following closely were the brutal beasts from the Seven Demons Bio Company. 3 colossal creatures, seemingly forged from flesh and metal. Dragged behind them a centipede-like monster dripping with corrosive slime, alongside a spherical entity floating in the air, surrounded by an unstable energy field. Their spine-chilling roars exuded pure violence and chaos, inciting both fear and excitement among the spectators. From Salamander Biotech, the immortal bastion, 5 enormous creatures, resembling gigantic salamanders with skin covered in slick moss and regenerative tumors, crawled slowly. Though their movements appeared languid, their astonishing thickness and the constant writhing of their regenerative tissues left no doubt regarding their formidable defense and vitality. The seed teams took their turns to enter, each with its own unique characteristics, generating waves of astonished gasps from the stands, and the betting odds fluctuated in real time. Lin Huan stood calmly in the corner of the preparation area, observing this bizarre spectacle. Zhou Rui excitedly pointed in disgust, while Zhang Hai observed their powerful opponents with a grave expression. At last, the guide signaled Lin Huan to prepare for his entrance. In the B7 ecological zone, Mr. Lin Huan, Please lead your biological weapons into the arena. Taking a deep breath, Lin Huan patted the anxious manjaw lizard beside him and gestured to the flying thunder dragon perched on a nearby support. There were no extravagant technological glimmers or bizarre signs of biochemical modifications. As Lin Huan mounted the manjaw lizard and brought the flying thunder dragon forth from the passage into the center of the arena, a momentary silence enveloped the entire Colosseum. In stark contrast to the lavish teams of 5 or more, he was accompanied by only 2 creatures, rendering his presence notably sparse. Yet, what formidable monsters they were! The manjaw lizard resembled a moving mountain of muscle, its dark red hide marred by scars, and its massive snout and fearsome fangs emanated a primal aura of brutality. Each of its steps reverberated heavily, causing the ground to tremble slightly, and its dark yellow vertical pupils coldly surveyed the surroundings, as if gazing upon a herd of prey awaiting slaughter. Meanwhile, the flying thunder dragon displayed an entirely different allure, a blend of beauty and peril. Its streamlined body was adorned with azure scales, and its pale mane stood erect like lightning, gliding gracefully through the low air before landing steadily upon a boulder beside the manjaw lizard. As it flicked its elongated tail, crackling blue arcs of electricity danced about. One grounded and powerful, the other agile and elegant. They embodied a pure ferocity reminiscent of ancient primordial beings or creatures from alternate realms, forming a striking contrast to the previously encountered biological weapons, which bore the marks of artificial modifications. After the brief silence, a cacophony of discussions erupted, akin to a volcanic eruption. 2. He brought only 2. Is he the mysterious ecological master that has been trending online? This Tyrannosaurus, this imposing presence. Simply looking at it makes one weak in the knees. And that thunder dragon is so magnificent. It can discharge electricity. But is it merely a pretty face? The disparity in numbers is too great. It will undoubtedly be at a disadvantage in a melee. The odds have shifted. His odds are plummeting. The audience in the stands erupted in excitement, chattering fervently. Observers from various companies squinted, meticulously recording every detail of the manjaw lizard and the flying thunder dragon. Lin Huan could even sense a few particularly sharp gazes emanating from the VIP box. Zhou Rui was in the preparation area, exuberantly waving his fists, more excited than if he were to compete himself. Zhang Hai, on the other hand, clenched his hands tightly in anxiety. Yet Lin Huan remained composed. He disregarded the surrounding clamor as he guided the manjaw lizard along the designated route. Then, following the staff's instructions, led them towards the edge of the arena to the large, numbered reinforced cages that had been prepared. Rest assured, the cages are constructed from the latest alloys and are equipped with tranquilizing gas and emergency measures, ensuring absolute safety, the staff explained to Lin Huan, though his voice trembled slightly in the presence of the manjaw lizard, which exhaled hot breath nearby. The manjaw lizard clearly expressed its displeasure at being confined, lowly growling as it rammed its head against the cage wall, producing a thunderous clang that startled the nearby staff into retreat. The flying thunder dragon, however, was comparatively serene, walking into the adjacent cage and curiously examining its surroundings. Lin Huan gently patted them, conveying a soothing thought through the system. Enter now, and you shall soon be free to move. Remember, unleash your full potential. Reluctantly, the bronze-jaws dragon stepped into the cage, while the thunder dragon emitted a low, understanding rumble. The cage door slowly closed, locking securely. After all the participating monsters were guided into their respective transport cages, a colossal suspension device was activated, gradually lifting these beastly enclosures and transporting them through an opening above the arena, destined for the distant hunting grounds of the wilderness competition area. The contestants were directed to designated viewing areas, equipped with comfortable seating and exclusive holographic screens, allowing them to observe their monsters in real time and grasp the overall battlefield dynamics. Seated in the viewing section, Lin Huan's gaze was firmly fixed on the largest screen before him. It displayed an aerial panorama of the wilderness hunting grounds, an immense, enclosed environment simulating various terrains. Countless luminous points, representing monster deployment sites, illuminated the expanse. Over 700 creatures were poised to engage in the most primal and intense clashes upon this brutal stage. In the southeastern region of the wilderness hunting grounds, a sparse woodland awaited. With a resounding clang, the heavy alloy cage door shot upwards. The bronze-jaws dragon, already brimming with anticipation, unleashed a deafening roar. akin to a long-dormant volcano erupting. The ferocious sound waves reverberated through the surrounding trees, causing branches and leaves to rustle. It burst forth from the cage, its powerful limbs pounding against the earth, leaving deep impressions in its wake. With a triumphant howl to the heavens, its dark yellow vertical pupils sparkled with excitement and ferocity. Here, there are no constraints, no limitations, only the hunt and the hunted. This was the stage it had yearned for. Trailing behind, the Thunder Dragon exhibited a much calmer demeanor. It gracefully leaped from the cage, flicked its tail, and cast a glance at the overly exuberant Brawn-Jaws dragon, seemingly shaking its head in exasperation. Following this reckless giant across flat terrain was hardly a pleasant endeavor. The Thunder Dragon gazed up at the towering trees surrounding it, then exerted its limbs, nimbly climbing upwards, quickly vanishing into the dense canopy. It would maneuver through the shadows of the forest and the treetops, utilizing the vertical advantage for reconnaissance and support. That was its combat style. The Brawn-Jaws dragon paid no heed to the Thunder Dragon's whereabouts. It flared its enormous nostrils, its keen sense of smell already detecting the myriad unfamiliar and enticing scents wafting through the air, the essence of other monsters. The moment to hunt had arrived. It emitted a deep, longing roar, fixating on the direction with the most potent aroma, and with heavy strides, charged forth like an out-of-control behemoth, rumbling with every step. Each footfall shook the ground, exuding an undeniable sense of invincible power. In the canopy, the silhouette of the Thunder Dragon glided silently, like a specter, its golden eyes keenly scanning the ground and the distance. Occasionally, it lifted its head to sense the subtle fluctuations of electrical currents in the air, generated by the biological activities of other creatures. Concurrently, in every corner of the vast hunting grounds, hundreds of beast cages swung open simultaneously. Monsters of various shapes and sizes surged into the battlefield. Some emitted intimidating roars to announce their arrival, while others stealthily slipped into the shadows, preparing for ambush. A few quickly gathered their comrades, forming battle formations. The cacophony of roars, growls, thundering footsteps, and the flapping of wings instantly shattered the silence of the hunting grounds. In the sky, thousands of intelligent surveillance drones dispersed like a swarm of bees, closely trailing every promising monster, transmitting the most exhilarating, bloody, and spectacular moments back to the main arena in real time, projected onto colossal screens. A grand melee was imminent. The brutal Jaws dragon knew nothing of stealth or strategy. Its simple mind harbored but one thought: charge forth and shred every living thing in sight. It barreled through every obstacle in its path with brute force, snapping small trees and flattening bushes. It resembled a pure destruction machine, charging headlong towards its initial prey, a massive, bewildered creature resembling a giant wild boar, with metallic gleam on its tusks, just released from its cage. The boar-like monster, alerted by the commotion, cautiously raised its head, only to behold a dark red mountain of flesh hurtling towards it at a terrifying speed. It barely had time to emit a fearful shriek before the massive jaws of the brutal Jaws dragon, capable of crushing steel, snapped shut with the ferocity of a guillotine. A sickening crunch of shattering bones echoed, accompanied by close-up shots captured by the intelligent cameras and amplified sound effects. Gasps of astonishment erupted within the main arena. In mere moments, not even a true battle, the two-star tusked steel boar, renowned for its defensive charging prowess, was effortlessly bisected by the brutal Jaws dragon's bite. Blood and viscera splattered in a gruesome display. The dragon nonchalantly tossed the remnants of its prey aside, letting out a triumphant roar, its dark red skin further stained by the fresh blood. On the scoreboard, Lin Huan's name flickered with a surge of points. In less than 3 minutes after the onset, the first drop of blood was claimed by the brutal Jaws dragon from the B7 ecological zone. Perched in the treetops, the Thunder Dragon observed the brutal Jaws dragon's brutal slaughter with indifference, tilting its head as if finding it lacking in finesse. Its gaze shifted further afield, where several agile 3-star creatures resembling leopards were stealthily attempting to encircle their prey, swiftly utilizing the terrain to close in. Chapter 31. The carnage of the Thunder Dragon and the brutality of the brutal Jaws dragon. In the main arena, the massive holographic screen displayed a split view of the fierce battles unfolding across the vast hunting grounds. Among the most prominent screens, one is currently fixated on the mighty Manicore, replaying in real time the gruesome moment it severed the steel boar in half with a single bite. The high-definition lens even captured the last flicker of terror in the creature's eyes and the blood dripping from the manticore's fangs. The ferocious roar of the manticore resonated throughout the venue via the sound system, intermingled with the chilling sound of shattering bones, causing numerous spectators to instinctively hold their breath, only to erupt into even more frenzied cheers and shouts. My heavens! Just one bite. What incredible strength! That was the steel boar, renowned for its formidable defense. Utterly brutal. Absolutely exhilarating. Which company does this Tyrannosaurus belong to? How savage. Look at the leaderboard. The B7 ecological zone. It's that mysterious ecological master with only 2 monsters. The odds. The odds have shifted again. His ranking is skyrocketing. Darn. The betting is closed. It's too late. See you on the rooftop. The gasps, discussions, and excited screams nearly threatened to topple the ceiling. The manticore's straightforward, violent dispatch ignited the atmosphere in an instant. Meanwhile, in the spectator section, a man dressed in a uniform from a certain company suddenly thumped his thigh, letting out a pained wail. Oh no, my steel boar. That was the latest experimental specimen from our company. The data hasn't been fully collected yet. However, his lament was quickly drowned out by an even greater uproar. The intelligent cameras perfectly captured and magnified this detail, sending the online audience into a frenzy. Ha ha ha. My heart aches for this poor fellow for 3 seconds. Is this the flagship product of some company, taken out in one bite? The reality proved that in the face of absolute power, flashy modifications are utterly fragile. The Manticore's live viewership skyrocketed. It was simply ferocious. The gamblers rejoiced. I told you this beast had something special. The Manticore's real-time attention and support surged like a rocket, propelling its live perspective to the top of the platform's trending list. Lin Huan's name and the B7 ecological zone code burst into everyone's sight in the most domineering fashion. Within the hunting ground, slaughter had already commenced in full swing. The biological weapons from various companies showcased their unique abilities. The Deep Blue Rippers team coordinated seamlessly, their energy claws effortlessly tearing through the armor of their prey, while the 7 Sin synthetic beasts unleashed corrosive slime and energy fields, leaving devastation in their wake. The mighty salamander relied on its terrifying defense and regenerative capabilities, steadily advancing under relentless attacks to crush its opponents. The names and rankings on the leaderboard constantly fluctuated violently. Signals from numerous monsters disappeared, signifying their elimination. In less than half an hour since the opening, over 50 monsters had already exited the competition, with the levels of bloodshed and brutality exceeding previous events. Amidst this chaotic battlefield within the treetops, a graceful figure in cerulean blue silently showcased an entirely different form of exquisite hunting artistry. The thunder dragon, akin to a specter of the forest, adeptly concealed its form amidst the dense foliage. Its gaze fixed upon the few shadow claw leopards that had previously attempted to encircle it, their movements swift and feline. Reminiscent of a cheetah, one of the leopards, sensing impending danger, halted its advance, raising its head towards the canopy and emitting a low, menacing growl from its throat. In that fleeting moment of elevation, a shadow entwined with blue electric arcs descended upon it with the swiftness of genuine lightning. The velocity was astonishing. The shadow claw leopard barely registered a flash of brilliant electricity before, in the next instant, the thunder dragon's razor-sharp claws, as precise as a surgeon's scalpel, severed its neck. A crackling surge of high-voltage energy erupted instantaneously. The leopard's roar was choked in its throat, its body convulsing violently as it succumbed, emitting plumes of black smoke. The thunder dragon alighted gracefully on the ground, casting but a cursory glance at its fallen prey. With a casual flick of its elongated tail, it struck another shadow claw leopard that had lunged from the side, the impact resonating like a whip. Crack! The electric discharge burst forth. The unfortunate leopard screamed as it was flung aside, half of its face charred, colliding heavily against a tree trunk, temporarily incapacitated. Seizing the opportunity, a third shadow claw leopard launched a surprise attack from behind, its claws aimed directly at the thunder dragon's vulnerable spot. However, as if possessing eyes in the back of its head, the thunder dragon exerted its limbs forcefully, leaping sideways in an instant, unfurling its membrane to execute a graceful short-distance glide that not only evaded the ambush, but also positioned it behind the assailant. In midair, it turned elegantly, its tail coiling like a poised viper, striking with ferocity. With a precise thrust, the sharp bony tip of its tail pierced the leopard's eye socket. electric currents surging into its brain. A swift and decisive kill, devoid of hesitation. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, imbued with an almost artistic brutality, sharply contrasting with the sheer power of the brawny jaw dragon. Wow, look at that thunder dragon. So striking. The agility, the speed, its electric attacks are devastating, particularly effective against these agile foes. It appears remarkably intelligent, skillfully utilizing its environment and terrain. In the B7 ecological zone, these two monsters are simply extraordinary. One epitomizes raw power, while the other exemplifies ultimate agility. The Thunder Dragon's magnificent display was also captured by cameras, creating a sensation once more, propelling Lin Huan's score ranking even higher. Yet, the unabashed dominance and bloody carnage of the brawny jaw dragon quickly drew greater attention. It stood as the brightest torch in the night, its tremendous commotion and the pungent scent of blood luring numerous monsters from the surrounding area. The deep blue rippers approached from the flanks, their eerie blue gazes fixated on the brawny jaw dragon, seemingly having received orders to prioritize the elimination of this most formidable target. In another direction, the heavily armored armadillo hammer beasts, akin to formidable tanks, thunderously approached. They were products of the Seven Demons Company, clearly aiming to directly restrain the ferocious jaw dragon. Further afield, the foliage rustled, suggesting the presence of other monstrous entities lurking in the shadows, poised to seize the opportunity. In an instant, the jaw dragon found itself ensnared by more than 10 three-star monsters, among which were formidable mainstays like Deep Blue and Seven Demons. This was dire. Surrounded. Indeed, arrogance would attract concentrated fire. Two fists cannot contend with four hands, especially in such overwhelming numbers. The spectators' hearts raced with anticipation. On the stands, Zhou Rui anxiously stomped his feet, while Zhang Hai clenched his fists, palms slick with perspiration. Lin Huan, seated in the viewing area, maintained a calm demeanor, though a hint of gravity shadowed his gaze. Through the system link, he perceived the tumultuous emotions of the jaw dragon, a mix of exhilaration and fury, along with the urgent warnings relayed by the thunder dragon from the treetops. Just then, the voice of the tournament host resonated throughout the venue, deliberately infused with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, please pay attention. To enhance the spectacle and unpredictability of the competition, the organizers have just decided to temporarily release 200 untamed primal monsters from the frontier wilderness into the arena. These creatures are wild and aggressive, poised to attack all beings within the grounds indiscriminately. They will present the greatest variable and challenge to all competitors. Let us anticipate who will emerge victorious in this true wilderness arena. No sooner had the words left his lips than several gates at the edge of the wilderness arena swung open. Instantly, a myriad of more primitive and fearsome creatures, their eyes gleaming with raw ferocity and hunger, surged into the arena like a tidal wave. There were massive insects that hissed and spewed corrosive acid, herds of mutated bison charging with reckless abandon, and multi-legged ambushers lurking in the shadows, ready to strike. As soon as they entered the arena, they launched a frenzied assault on the nearest competing monsters. The situation within the hunting ground escalated into utter chaos and danger. What a spectacle! The officials are truly going all out. Thrilling. Absolutely exhilarating. This is the essence of survival in the wild. Let us see who can withstand the onslaught. The barrage of comments on the live stream erupted, reaching unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, the jaw dragon, subtly encircled by numerous three-star beasts and the newly emerged wilderness monsters, seemed to sense its precarious situation. It ceased its reckless charge, its massive head swaying side to side, dark yellow vertical pupils coldly surveying the encroaching foes, nostrils expelling steamy vapor, emitting a deep, menacing roar. Its pronounced nasal cap and the sail-like bony plates along its back slightly unfurled, the capillaries within flushing crimson from engorgement, while a dim red glow began to coalesce deep within its throat. Lin Huan sensed all of this through the system, and a faint smile finally graced his lips. Almost there, he murmured to himself, "It is time to show everyone what a true monster really is." Chapter 32. Relentless Charge, Tumultuous Downfall, Ferocious Maw, Diluted Incarnation. The ear-splitting roars reverberated through the air of the desolate hunting grounds, mingling with the jarring sounds of splintering bones and the electric hum of energy weapons, composing a brutal symphony of survival. The holographic screen fixated intently on the bloodied vortex at its center, where a colossal beast was ensnared in a deadly trap. Over 10 three-star monsters, elite bioweapons from seed companies such as Deep Blue and Seven Sins, along with numerous predators drawn by the scent of blood and the instinctive allure of the wild, formed a tightening circle of death. Their eyes glinted with the cold light of murder, hunger, or the execution of orders, slowly encroaching from all directions. However, at the eye of the storm, the ferocious maw dragon burned not with fear in its dark yellow slit pupils, but with an ever-growing fervor of savagery and exhilaration. Its heavy breath billowed forth like steam from a boiler, thick with the stench of blood. New wounds adorned its formidable form. The energy claws of the Deep Blue Ripper had seared black gashes into its armored hide, and the heavy strikes from the Seven Sins armored hammer beast had rendered its movements slightly sluggish, while the wild monster's bites had left traces of flesh torn. Yet, these injuries only served to enrage this otherworldly dragon overlord. With another ground-shaking roar, the ferocious maw dragon swung its massive head with a speed that belied its size, snapping at the side of a three-star wild creature resembling a giant lizard that attempted to launch a surprise attack. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. Half of the lizard monster's body was instantly crushed by the terrifying force of its bite, unable to emit a cry before collapsing. Flung aside by the ferocious maw dragon as if it were a mere ragdoll, crashing heavily into two wolf-like synthetic beasts that were about to pounce. On the leaderboard, Lin Huan's rank surged upward once more. In the live stream, the barrage of comments was nothing short of frenzied. Wow, it's still killing. Does it not feel pain? High attack, thick blood. This must be the stats of a 4-star monster. Incredible. This is a real monster. What kind of toys are those companies making? The B7 ecological zone is amazing. I'm in awe of this ferocious maw dragon. Watching this is so relieving. Pure power domination. The ferocious maw dragon knew nothing of defense. Its combat style was the most primal and savage form of offense. Its immense body served as its most terrifying weapon. Each charge shook the earth. Each bite sent flesh flying, and its robust tail, akin to a colossal battering ram, swept through foes, whether corporate synthetic beasts or wild predators, leaving them shattered and broken. It rampaged through the throngs of monsters like an unyielding killing machine, showcasing an ultimate aesthetic of violence. Its dark red skin was stained with various hues of blood, adding to its menacing visage. Each of its assaults is presented unreservedly before all spectators through high-definition cameras, striking their visual senses with unprecedented force. Lin Huan sits calmly in the viewing area, his gaze fixed on the screen. Through the system link, he can sense the surging battle spirit of the baryonyx, coupled with a slight increase in fatigue and the fervent energy that simmers within, accumulating due to the intense exertion and heightened emotions. Beside him, Zhou Rui anxiously wrings his hands. Brother Lin, your prized creature is being besieged. Should we send the Thunder Dragon to assist? Or perhaps devise a strategy? While he is thrilled by the baryonyx's strength, he is more concerned about its potential exhaustion. Zhang Hai also furrows his brow, beads of sweat forming in his palms. In this situation, any other creature would have likely been torn to shreds by now. Lin Huan simply shakes his head, his voice steady. It is not yet time. It can endure, and moreover, it relishes the challenge. As Lin Huan predicted, although the baryonyx finds itself encircled, it grows increasingly valiant in battle. Its movements, fueled by excitement, become more unrestrained, with each attack executed with utmost ferocity, completely disregarding defense. This reckless fighting style causes hesitation among some of the more intelligent monsters, who are reluctant to press too closely, instead circling the perimeter in search of opportunity. However, chaos reigns supreme on the battlefield. The 200 wild monsters unleashed by the organizers have thoroughly muddied the waters. One colossal creature, resembling a giant beetle with mandibles dripping with corrosive acid, disregards the peculiar standoff and surges towards the baryonyx from the side, unleashing a torrent of acid. The baryonyx swiftly sidesteps, most of the acid missing its mark and sizzling as it eats away at the ground. Yet a portion splatters onto its previously injured left hind leg. A sharp pain erupts, eliciting a roar of agony from the baryonyx, momentarily stalling its movements. Now is the moment. The Deep Blue Ripper Squad, which has been waiting for the right opportunity, springs into action. 3 ethereal, wolf-like bioweapons converge like bolts of lightning, their energy claws gleaming brilliantly as they dart towards the baryonyx's exposed vulnerabilities, the neck, abdomen, and injured hind leg. Simultaneously, a group of heavily armored seven-scar armadillos charges forth, resembling a battering ram, attempting to thoroughly restrict the Baryonyx's movements. The audience holds its collective breath, hearts racing. It's over. An inability to evade is a common flaw among monsters. What a perfect synergy. The seed team truly possesses some capabilities. In a critical moment, an enraged howl emanates from the Baryonyx, distinct from its previous roars. This one imbued with a frenzied intensity and an ineffable heat. It rises abruptly onto its hind legs, lifting its upper body with astonishing vigor. Then, under the gaze of countless astonished onlookers, the massive membranes on its back, which had been tightly pressed against its body, suddenly unfurl. As if two colossal sails had suddenly filled with air, the membrane was adorned with capillaries, glistening red from engorgement, radiating an astonishing heat. A searing wave of warmth emanated outward from its center. Simultaneously, the sail-like bony plate above its nostrils snapped upright with a crack, revealing an even deeper crimson nasal structure beneath, from which billowed torrents of scalding steam. In this moment, the fierce jaws of the Allosaurus appeared to swell, rendering it even more fearsome, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. The three deep blue reaver's claws grazed its skin. You were momentarily deterred by the sudden heat wave and menacing posture. Just this brief pause within the gaping maw of the Allosaurus. No longer were there the glistening white fangs and crimson flesh, but rather an overwhelming surge of blinding orange light. The searing flames writhed like a living entity between its teeth, leaping with fervor. Deep within its throat, a dark red glow coalesced to an extreme intensity. What is that? The commentator's voice quivered in disbelief. Fire. Is breathing fire. Impossible. How could a biological entity produce such pure flames? Energy weapon simulation? No. It felt entirely different. All who beheld this spectacle, whether present at the scene or watching through the Star Network terminals, experienced a momentary mental freeze. A creature spewing fire? In an era dominated by advanced genetic technology, where flame attacks typically depended on external energy weapons or specialized chemical glands, this raw, primal fire, erupting directly from a living being, utterly shattered their understanding. The deep blue Reaver squad instinctively sensed a mortal threat. A flicker of anthropomorphic fear flashed in their azure eyes as their charge abruptly halted, attempting to retreat. But it was already too late. With a thunderous roar, the Allosaurus thrust its massive head forward. A thick, devastating breath of fire erupted from its cavernous maw, akin to a fire dragon emerging from its lair. The flames were not chaotic, but rather imbued with astounding force, instantly engulfing everything within the fan-shaped area before it. The first to be consumed were the three deep blue reavers. Their energy shields quivered violently upon contact with the primal flames, shattering into nothingness. Following that, the armor crafted from high-tech synthetic materials melted and tore apart as if made of paper. The piercing howls and cries of despair were swiftly drowned out by the explosive roar of the flames. In the aftermath, only three charred, twisted remains, emitting wisps of smoke, were left behind, barely retaining the semblance of wolves. An instant annihilation. Moreover, it was the simultaneous obliteration of three three-star elite monsters. The breath of fire, relentless, crashed violently into the charging seven-destruction armadillo. The armored body of the armored metal hammer beast exhibits remarkable resilience against physical and conventional energy assaults. Yet when confronted with the searing intensity of flames, its protective carapace swiftly charred and fissured. Flames infiltrated through the cracks, incinerating the living tissues within. A lamenting howl escaped the creature, abruptly halting its charge as it writhed in agony, engulfed in fire and black smoke, clearly bereft of its combat capabilities. Even a hulking, thick-skinned wilderness behemoth, which had lunged from the side, was caught by the fringe of the flames, instantly transforming half of its body into charred remains. In that moment, time appeared to stand still. The main arena fell into an eerie silence, where even the faintest sound of a falling pin could be heard. Soon after, an eruption of astonished gasps, screams, and shouts cascaded like a volcanic eruption, threatening to shatter the very dome above. Fire. It is fire. It truly breathes flames. My heavens. Biological flames. How is this possible? The deep blue team has vanished. Just like that, the iron tortoise of the seven demons is rendered useless. What manner of creature is this? What in the world is this monster? B7 Ecological Zone. Lin Huan, how on earth did he cultivate such a beast? A deity. It must be a deity. The live stream exploded, with comments flooding the screen, completely obscuring it, while the effects of gifts and donations inundated the platform, placing immense strain on the servers. Lin Huan's points soared like a rocket, instantly propelling him to the top position. The live streaming perspective of the barbaric jaw dragon surpassed all others, eclipsing the combined viewership of all other streams. Zhou Rui stood agape, unable to close his mouth, repeating, "Fire, it's on fire, it breathes fire." Zhang Hai exhaled deeply, slowly relaxing his tightly clenched fist, only to realize that his palm bore deep imprints from his nails. Drenched in sweat, as he gazed at the colossal beast standing defiantly amidst the inferno, his eyes filled with shock. Even the VIP section, the previously composed company representatives and elite observers lost their poise, some rising abruptly, others spilling their drinks, their faces etched with disbelief and gravity. The representative from Augustus Corporation had a gaze sharp as an eagle, fingers swiftly documenting on the terminal at the armrest, while the representative from Deep Blue Life Group turned ashen, fixated on the 3 charred remains on the screen. The representatives from other seed companies, having abandoned their earlier disdain, exchanged serious whispers. Within the hunting grounds, as the flames gradually dissipated, they left behind scorched earth and twisted remnants. The massive form of the barbaric jaw dragon loomed amidst the smoke, its nostrils and mouth still emitting wisps of smoke and sparks, its membranous wings slowly fanning, radiating an astonishing heat as its dark yellow slit pupils surveyed the remaining monsters with a menacing warning. The few remaining corporate creatures, whether from Deep Blue or the remnants of the 7 demons or other smaller companies' biological weaponry, had their intelligent systems or primal instincts blaring alarms. The creature before them, capable of spewing flames, surpassed all anticipated danger levels. Continue the battle. The losses will be incalculable. In the pursuit of the initial phase of the Grand Escape, engaging in a deadlock with such a monstrous foe is a fruitless endeavor. Without a moment's hesitation, the formidable creatures of the seed teams began to retreat cautiously. Having received the highest priority directives from external operators or their own AI, evade, conserve strength, they withdrew swiftly yet with utmost caution, maintaining their stance against the ferocious man-eater dragon, clearly apprehensive of its might. Meanwhile, the less intelligent wild monsters, although startled by the flames, were more driven by the scent of charred flesh and the tang of blood, becoming frenzied as they lunged towards the carcasses of the wounded or deceased monsters, heedlessly gnawing at them and temporarily ignoring the formidable man-eater dragon. The encirclement was thus forcefully torn asunder by a blast of fire from the man-eater dragon, in the most domineering and astonishing manner. Surveying the battlefield, the man-eater dragon noted the retreat of its most threatening adversaries and let out a low growl that resonated with both pride and exhaustion, ceasing its pursuit. Lowering its head, it began to feast upon the charred or shattered remains of the fallen monsters, swiftly replenishing its drained strength. The wounds upon its body, though staunched by the searing heat, evidently required time to mend. Lin Huan sensed through the system that the state of the man-eater dragon was stabilizing, and his points surged dramatically, filling him with certainty. His gaze swept across the arena, noticing the retreat of the seed team monsters, a cold smile forming within him. Indeed, these creations of large corporations, while possessing numerous merits, exhibited a remarkable acumen for assessing circumstances and calculating gains and losses. A wise choice, Lin Huan murmured to himself, should they persist in a head-on confrontation. The man-eater dragon might emerge victorious, albeit at a devastating cost, detrimental to subsequent contests. In this manner, leveraging its absolute strength to intimidate them and secure time for recuperation was the optimal solution. His gaze shifted to the treetops through the system link. He could sense the thunder dragon continuing its efficient hunt of the isolated monsters, or those distracted by the chaos below, its points steadily increasing. The synergy of land and sky, strength and agility, was indeed harmonious. The advantage of the first phase should be firmly established. Leaning back against his chair, Lin Huan felt considerably more at ease. However, the unpredictability of the competition was far from over. The influx of 200 wild monsters transformed the hunting ground into a colossal meat grinder. Chaotic battles erupted in every corner, and the names on the leaderboard continued to fluctuate. At that moment, Lin Huan's wrist-mounted information terminal vibrated lightly. displaying a regional announcement from the competition officials. Warning, high-intensity energy reactions detected in the C7 area of the wild's hunting ground. A wild monster of high threat level is suspected to have been drawn by fierce combat or awakened naturally. All participants are advised to respond with caution. C7 area? Lin Huan frowned slightly, quickly calling up the holographic map of the hunting ground. That area was not far from the position of the man-eater dragon, and it seemed to be situated just beneath the tree canopy where the thunder dragon primarily roamed. At almost the same moment, through the shared vision of the flying thunder dragon, Lin Huan observed an unusual occurrence in the forest below. The ground trembled slightly, and a disquieting aura of pressure emanated from the depths of the earth. The surrounding wilderness creatures seemed to sense something, scattering in terror. A new trouble had arisen, and Lin Huan's expression grew grave once more. Chapter 33. The intruding hill, rock, giant, lizard. The anomalies in the C7 area did not cause the organizers to panic. Upon the elevated podium, the chief commander of the tournament, a middle-aged man clad in a crisp uniform and bearing a stern countenance, merely raised his hand slightly and spoke into the microphone in a deep voice. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm. The detected energy response falls within the predetermined range of special participants. Codenamed Hill, Rock, Giant Lizard, its threat level has been assessed as 4-star lower tier. We have conducted thorough research on its behavior, and the venue's defenses are sufficient to handle it. There is no need for concern regarding personal safety. Although its awakening occurred slightly earlier than anticipated, it will undoubtedly add a more primal flavor to this competition. His voice resonated throughout the venue via the sound system, steady and authoritative, immediately quelling the slight unrest that had arisen. The Hill Rock Giant Lizard? Is it the colossal beast that has supposedly slumbered beneath the rocky layers of the Zio arena? The organizers must be mad. How could they dare to introduce such a creature? 4-star. Although it is a lower tier, it is still wild. Can it be compared to those company-bred monstrosities? This is going to be entertaining. Let us see who can tame it. The audience's fear was swiftly replaced by a more intense excitement and curiosity. For those accustomed to artificial monster duels, the thrill of encountering such a purely wild and immensely powerful creature was unprecedented. Within the desolate hunting ground, the fissures in the earth widened, accompanied by a deep, thunderous roar that seemed to echo from ancient times. A colossal being suddenly rose upright from the collapsed surface. What a fearsome monster it was! Its size was comparable to that of a bronze-jaw dragon, perhaps even more robust. Its body was enveloped in an incredibly thick, gray-brown hide resembling granite, with glimpses of dark red, lava-like sheen visible between the scales. Its head was relatively small, yet its mouth was enormous, revealing layers of dagger-like teeth when opened, with viscous saliva dripping to the ground, hissing ominously. Most striking were its short but exceptionally sturdy forelimbs, ending in massive claws that glimmered with a metallic sheen, clearly possessing terrifying digging and tearing capabilities. A short, thick tail swung like a giant mace, capable of shattering rock with ease. Its small eyes glimmered with a murky yellow light, brimming with primal ferocity and hunger. Clearly, its prolonged slumber had been forcibly interrupted, plunging it into a state of extreme agitation and starvation. Roar! The Hill Rock Giant Lizard unleashed a deafening roar, its sound waves carrying the scent of blood and earth in all directions. It casually surveyed its surroundings and immediately fixated on a few wild giant bulls nearby, which were gnawing at a monster's carcass. Without a moment's hesitation, its robust hind legs forcefully propelled it from the ground, and the massive creature exhibited a burst of speed that belied its size, crashing forward like an uncontrollable heavy truck. The few wild colossal bulls were thrown into a state of panic, attempting to flee or resist. Yet, in the face of absolute power and velocity, all efforts proved futile. The Hillstone Giant Lizard did not even utilize any special abilities. It simply charged, biting and striking with unrelenting ferocity. Each of its attacks carried the raw force to crush everything in its path. Bang! Crack! Howl! The sounds of shattering bones, the gruesome tearing of flesh, and the dying cries intertwined. In a mere span of seconds, those colossal bulls, renowned for their strength and endurance, were reduced to a puddle of indistinguishable meat on the ground. Instant annihilation. Pure, unbridled carnage in an instant. On the leaderboard, a name, previously gray and marked as Hillstone Giant Lizard, wild, suddenly illuminated, and its score surged dramatically, catapulting it into the top 10. All who witnessed the spectacle could not help but gasp in astonishment. The ferocity of this wild beast seemed to surpass even that of the brutal jaw dragon. At least the jaw dragon would exercise some discretion, while this hillstone giant lizard killed solely for the sake of slaughter for the purpose of sustenance. Amidst the treetops, the cerulean figure of the thunder dragon swiftly maneuvered through the branches, distancing itself from the C7 zone. Its instinctual sense of danger was in a frenzy, warning it that the newly emerged behemoth below was exceedingly perilous, a target unsuitable for direct confrontation at this stage. Its mission was to utilize its agility to hunt down more accessible prey, amassing points, rather than challenging such a rugged and formidable adversary. In a flash of lightning, it pounced upon a solitary, camouflaged 2-star scorpion-type synthetic beast. The battle erupted instantaneously and concluded in an instant. Elsewhere, the brutal jaw dragon, having just emerged from a fierce battle and now replenishing its strength, abruptly lifted its head. Its dark yellow vertical pupils locked onto the hillstone giant lizard, wreaking havoc in the distance. A rival capable of matching its prowess stirred an exhilarating thrill within the dragon. An unfamiliar presence, a roar filled with provocation and bloodshed, a surge of ferocious combat spirit, intertwined with the wrath of an encroached territory, instantly dispelled its fatigue. Its nostrils flared, releasing scalding steam, and a deep, threatening growl rumbled from its throat. The muscles of its hind legs tensed, its massive form crouched slightly, poised to charge recklessly forward and confront the newly emerged behemoth. Defiance was in the air. In the spectators' area, Lin Huan furrowed his brow sharply. Through the system link, he felt the almost boiling desire for challenge emanating from the brutal jaw dragon. This fool, Lin Huan silently cursed. The brutal jaw dragon had just endured a grueling battle. Although it had turned the tide with its fire breath, it had suffered significant exhaustion and borne numerous wounds. At this moment, confronting a 4-star wild beast known for its strength and defense is a challenge worth undertaking, though the possibility of mutual destruction looms, leaving the opportunity for opportunistic onlookers to seize the advantage. Remain calm. Lin Huan focused his mind, transmitting a resolute will through the hunting narrative system to the savage jaw dragon. Eat. Rest. Now is not the time. He forcefully commanded the somewhat dim-witted brain of the savage jaw dragon, conveying a sense of tranquility through shared senses. In a moment of distraction, Lin Huan nearly shared his own anger with the creature. Simultaneously, he imparted the terrifying strength and size advantages of the hill rock giant lizard, making the savage jaw dragon aware that the opponent was not merely an easy target to tear apart. The movements of the savage jaw dragon abruptly stalled. It shook its massive head, a flicker of struggle evident in its dark yellow slit pupils. The subtle vigilance towards the strong, stemming from the Master's will and the creature's innate instincts, temporarily subdued its primal urge for destruction. It let out a low growl, seemingly dissatisfied, yet lowered its head again, more swiftly tearing and consuming the food beneath it, then lumbered towards a relatively intact rock wall not far away. It sought a sheltered spot to rest briefly, tend to its wounds, and regain its strength, while it relinquished the initiative to challenge. Its eyes continued to dart towards the hill rock giant lizard, brimming with unabashed hostility and eagerness. The arena's dynamics grew increasingly complex and brutal with the addition of the hill rock giant lizard. This 4-star wild behemoth exhibited no semblance of reason, adhering solely to its most primal hunting instincts. Wherever it traversed, whether among competing monsters or the wilderness creatures that had been unleashed, anything that entered its line of sight fell victim to indiscriminate and savage attacks. Many of the intellectually deficient wilderness monsters, oblivious to the lethal threats posed by the disparity in levels, recklessly lunged to bite, only to meet a grim fate, either being crushed into pulp beneath a massive paw or bitten in half, becoming sustenance for the hill rock giant lizard's rapid replenishment. Its scores soared frantically and its rankings steadily improved. However, an intriguing scene unfolded. The bioweapons from various corporations, particularly the elite of the seed teams, displayed remarkable intelligence and discipline when faced with the rampaging hill rock giant lizard. The creature resembling a Tyrannosaurus from Augustus Corporation, encased in heavy ancient biological armor and suspected to be a 4-star monster, merely cast a cold glance at the hill rock giant lizard before emitting a low growl. It, along with its few 3-star subordinates, deliberately circumvented the area, continuing to hunt other targets with impressive efficiency. The remnants of the Deep Blue Life Group's bioweapons. Upon receiving external commands, unhesitatingly distanced themselves, showing no inclination to avenge their comrades previously destroyed by the savage jaw dragon. All priorities remained focused on accumulating points. The leader class synthetic beast of 7 sins biological, despite its fearsome appearance and the corrosive slime that drips incessantly from its form, chose to avoid the formidable strength of the hill rock giant lizard after assessing its defensive capabilities. Instead, it commanded its subordinates to besiege a small team. The massive creature from Salamander Technologies, renowned for its regenerative and defensive characteristics, even attempted to withstand a claw strike from the hill rock giant lizard. Its thick biological armor cracked under the impact, yet it seized the opportunity to retreat swiftly, energy surging within as its wounds healed at a visible pace. Without a backward glance, it burrowed deep into the dense forest, never to re-emerge. The hive-minded beings, comprising 4 peak 2-star and 1 lower 3-star monsters, dispersed early, resembling an efficient colony of ants, meticulously eliminating the isolated and injured creatures while steering clear of the central battleground. The monsters from these companies seemed to have reached an unspoken understanding, yielding the path of the newly arrived overlord. Their intelligent systems, or the operators behind them, calculated gains and losses with calm precision, engaging in a futile struggle against a wild 4-star beast, which was untamable and incomprehensible, would only deplete their strength and allow others to reap the benefits. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the hunting grounds. The hill rock giant lizard, akin to a raging vortex, rampaged through the central area of the arena, mercilessly slaughtering those creatures unable to evade or lacking in intelligence. Meanwhile, the more intelligent corporate monsters thrived at the periphery of the battlefield, executing a more calculated and efficient form of hunting among themselves and with the wilderness creatures. The essence of survival, a battle for points, was laid bare in this moment. The primary objective was survival and scoring. Engaging in meaningless brute force was the most foolish choice. The manticore dragon lay beneath the rock face, breathing heavily, steam rising from its body as its wounds healed slowly. It vigilantly watched the distant hill rock giant lizard while occasionally glancing at the approaching, oblivious monsters, using low growls and its fearsome appearance to deter them. The thunder dragon flitted through the treetops like a specter. Each flash of lightning signified a creature's elimination, its score steadily and rapidly increasing. Although Lin Huan's ranking had slowed due to the manticore dragon's temporary respite, it still firmly held the top position, buoyed by the high score from its previous burst of activity. Time flowed languidly amidst the carnage. As the sun gradually dipped in the west, it draped the bloody hunting grounds in a tattered golden-red veil. Night was approaching, and for many creatures adept at nocturnal combat, the true hunt was perhaps just beginning. The hill rock giant lizard, having satiated some of its hunger after devouring numerous snacks, surveyed its surroundings, which had become markedly emptier through murky yellow eyes. Ultimately, its savage gaze settled on a distant rock face, where a similarly imposing dark red beast exuded a powerful aura and displayed clear animosity towards it. A more perilous tension began to permeate the air between these two titans. Lin Huan's heart quickened. What was destined to happen would ultimately come to pass. The two stubborn beasts were inevitably bound to clash. Chapter 34. The Clash of Titans, a relentless hunt. The setting sun bled crimson, staining the vast hunting grounds with a tragic and fierce orange hue. The wind carried a heavy scent of blood, sweeping across the chaotic battlefield. At the heart of this desolation, the confrontation between two colossal beasts captivated all eyes. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the heavy, bellows-like breaths and the deep, rumbling growls of threat emanating from their throats. The murky yellow eyes of the hillstone lizard fixated intently on the savage jaw dragon, driven by pure malice fueled by provocation and hunger. With a powerful thrust of its stocky hind legs, its massive body surged forth with a speed that belied its size. Akin to a collapsing mountain thundering towards the savage jaw dragon, the enormous rocky claws tore through the air, bringing with them a chilling gale. The savage jaw dragon did not falter. Its dark yellow slit pupils blazed with combative fervor. It chose not to absorb the weighty impact head-on, instead exhibiting the unique agility characteristic of its species, propelling itself sideways in a swift leap. Boom! The claws of the hillstone lizard crashed down upon the very spot where the savage jaw dragon had just stood, instantly shattering the ground and leaving a staggering crater with spiderweb-like cracks radiating outward. Before the dust settled, the savage jaw dragon regained its footing, swiftly swinging its massive head. its gaping maw exuding a foul wind as it lunged ferociously towards the comparatively slender neck of the hillstone lizard. Clang! An excruciating metallic screech erupted. The savage jaw dragon's terrifying bite force, capable of severing steel, failed to fully rend the hillstone lizard's rocky carapace. Instead, it left deep indentations and fissures on those thick, granite-like scales, scattering fragments of stone. The hillstone lizard, feeling the sting, let out a furious hiss, its stout tail akin to a colossal battering ram, sweeping towards the flank of the savage jaw dragon with a whistling gale. The savage jaw dragon could not evade in time, or perhaps it had no intention of fully dodging. It braced itself against the blow with its resilient, fur-covered and partially armored shoulder. Thud! The dull impact sent a tremor through the heart. The massive form of the savage jaw dragon staggered, sliding several meters to the side, leaving deep claw marks on the ground. It released a roar blending agony and fury, clearly feeling the sting of the blow. Yet, seizing the moment, its colossal head lunged forward again, delivering another savage bite, this time successfully tearing away a significant chunk of flesh and armor from the shoulder of the hillstone lizard. Hiss! The anguished cry of the hillstone lizard grew even more piercing. The battle instantly plunged into the most primal and bloody phase of close-quarters combat. The two titans wrestled like mythical giants from ancient lore, rolling, tearing, and colliding upon this ravaged earth. Each strike of the claws resonates with the force to shatter stone, and each bite erupts in a spray of blood and shattered scales. The fire abilities of the manticore seem momentarily hindered due to fatigue and prior exertion. Yet its ferocious strength and tenacious physique remain undiminished. The colossal rock lizard, with its unparalleled defense and formidable mass, repeatedly attempts to crush its opponent. The clash of rock against muscle, the collision of fangs and talons resounds. The air is filled with roars, impacts, and the sound of crumbling stone. Blood saturates the earth, while shattered scales and dark fur are flung about. The live chat has erupted into chaos, with various donation effects almost ceaseless. Incredible. This is real combat. This is what men ought to witness. Adrenaline surges. Exhilarating. Go, Manticore. Bite its neck. The rock lizard's defense is too high. How can we strike? My palms are drenched in sweat. Worth every penny. This ZIO competition is extraordinary. In the audience, Zhou Rue has risen, fists clenched, face flushed with excitement, wishing he could leap in to assist. Zhang Hai is equally engrossed, his expression grave as he watches each encounter intently. Lin Huan maintains a calm demeanor, yet his slightly forward-leaning posture and focused gaze betray an inner turmoil. He monitors the Manticore's condition closely through the system, stamina depleting rapidly, multiple wounds bleeding. Although its fighting spirit remains high, continuing this way, even a victory would undoubtedly come at a great cost. The last rays of the setting sun are about to vanish below the horizon. The Manticore seems to seize a fleeting opportunity, having successfully dodged an attack. It leaps with the weight of a mountain, channeling all its mass and strength into its immensely powerful hind limbs, crashing down with tremendous force. Boom! This heavy stomp lands precisely on the relatively vulnerable junction of the rock lizard's spine. Despite the rocky armor, the rock lizard emits an unprecedented cry of pain, its massive body stiffening momentarily, frozen in shock. Now is the moment. The Manticore seizes this ephemeral chance, its colossal head crashing into the side of the rock lizard's skull like a battering ram. Thud! The dull thump sends a shiver through the crowd. The rock lizard, dazed and disoriented, sways precariously before losing its balance and toppling to the ground with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the air. It struggles to rise, but the agony in its back and the concussion in its head hinder its efforts. The Manticore unleashes a triumphant, fervent roar, dragging its battered body forward, raising its massive paw, ready to deliver the final blow to this formidable foe. The hearts of the audience race with anticipation. Just at that critical moment, Lin Huan's communicator suddenly emits a request from an unfamiliar channel, originating from the competition's officials. His brow furrows as he answers. Mr. Lin Huan. A calm, yet slightly hurried female voice comes through. We are the organizing committee of the competition. Please immediately restrain your Allosaurus from delivering a fatal blow. The Chulwan monitor lizard is an exceedingly precious specimen for research, and we cannot afford to lose it. Lin Huan gazed at the screen, where the Allosaurus was poised to eliminate its opponent, and remarked in a calm tone. The tournament rules dictate that life and death are inconsequential. I must secure its points. We understand, came the prompt response from the other side, clearly prepared for this moment. You and your creature have performed exceptionally well, leading the score by a considerable margin. Even if you were to halt the battle at this instant, you and your two creatures would still advance to the second stage, and you would undoubtedly hold the first position. We do not ask you to forfeit points. Rather, we implore you to exercise mercy and spare the life of the Chuan monitor lizard. In return, we can make an exception and allow you to enter the arena at this moment, commanding your creature up close, which is typically against the current stage's rules. Furthermore, you may propose a reasonable request for resources. The terms offered were swift and straightforward. It was evident that the prowess and potential of the Allosaurus, alongside Lin Huan's demonstrated breeding techniques, had garnered some level of attention, or perhaps apprehension, from the officials. Rather than exacerbating conflict through forceful commands, a mutually beneficial exchange was proposed. Lin Huan's gaze flickered momentarily. His original aim was to advance and showcase his strength, while slaying the Chuan monitor lizard would indeed yield substantial points. It would irrevocably offend the organizers and inflict unnecessary harm upon the Allosaurus, hindering its performance in subsequent competitions. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, envisioning the formidable creatures in the system blueprint that required special materials. Very well, Lin Huan replied decisively. I require a minimum of 100 kilograms of dragon metal. There was a brief silence on the other end, seemingly engaged in assessment and consultation. Dragon metal, a rare and costly alloy derived from the exoskeletons or habitats of advanced flying dragons, possesses remarkable strength and exceptional energy conductivity. Agreed. We will mobilize it as swiftly as possible. Please act immediately. The other party appeared to concede through gritted teeth. Pleasant cooperation. Lin Huan concluded the communication and swiftly rose. Lin, what is the matter? Zhou Huyin kirid, astonished. The officials have conceded, allowing me to intervene and prevent my beloved from delivering a lethal strike, Lin Huan succinctly explained, following the staff's guidance as he hastened toward the passage leading to the arena. A small hovercraft, already prepared, swiftly transported him at low altitude towards the battlefield center. At that moment, the Allosaurus had raised its massive claw, aiming directly at the Chuan monitor lizard's relatively soft underbelly. The audience held their breath in anticipation. Just then, the hovercraft arrived, and Lin Huan's figure emerged above the Allosaurus. Stop! Lin Huan conveyed his will clearly and forcefully through the system to the Allosaurus. The creature's motion abruptly stilled, its raised paw suspended in midair. It looked up in confusion at Lin Huan, letting out a low growl of bewilderment, as if questioning why it was being restrained from vanquishing this formidable opponent. Enough. It has already been defeated. Conserve your strength. There are stronger adversaries ahead. Lin Huan exuded an air of calmness, reassurance, and an unmistakable command intent. Now, it was our trophy, but there was no need for destruction. The manticore glanced at the struggling giant lizard beneath its feet, then at Lin Huan in the sky, ultimately letting out a reluctant roar as it slowly lowered its massive claws. However, it still pressed its foot heavily upon the chest of the hill-rocked giant lizard, firmly pinning it to the ground, and raised its head to unleash a thunderous, blood-curdling roar of victory. This roar pierced the heavens, filled with primal strength and indomitable spirit, echoing across the dimming wasteland. The live stream and the venue erupted into a tsunami of cheers and astonishment. We won. We truly triumphed. For stars. Fatigue challenge. Though all were of a lower tier, for stars nonetheless. So powerful. The B7 ecological zone is truly impressive. This is exhilarating. This is genuine hunting. The officials actually made an exception to let him in? Surely, they must have negotiated terms. Otherwise, the organizers would never part with such a rare creature. On the leaderboard, Lin Huan's points surged dramatically, further widening the gap with the second place, establishing an unassailable lead. At this moment, Lin Huan did not relax. Sensing the manticore's fatigue and injuries, he immediately established a sensory link through the system to the Thunder Dragon at the opposite end of the arena. Return. He transmitted a simple directive along with his location. Guard. Remain vigilant. As the Thunder Dragon maneuvered through the canopy, having just incinerated a 3-star creature attempting to ambush with a bolt of electricity, it momentarily paused. It lifted its head, its azure gaze peering into the distance, seemingly able to penetrate the foliage to see the battlefield and its companion. Without hesitation, its elongated body gracefully pivoted among the branches, surrounded by crackling electricity, akin to a blue lightning bolt, silently yet swiftly gliding toward the manticore's location. For it, while hunting for points was indeed significant, the commands of its companion and master took precedence. Soon, the Thunder Dragon's silhouette appeared above the rocky area where the manticore resided. It lightly alighted upon a tall, charred tree branch, its keen gaze scanning the chaotic battlefield below, the giant lizard being trampled and the potential dangers lurking in the surrounding darkness. Electricity flickered between its scales, emitting faint crackling sounds, serving as a silent warning. With the agile Thunder Dragon on high alert, it was sufficient to deter most lurking threats. Seeing the Thunder Dragon in position, Lin Huan breathed a sigh of relief. He relayed another message to the manticore to rest and recover, then nodded at the professionals in the organizer's uniforms arriving below with heavy restraint equipment before departing the arena in a hovering shuttle. Upon returning to the luxurious hotel room provided by the officials, Lin Huan wearily rubbed his temples. The continuous mental concentration and command through the system had taken its toll. Outside the window, the hunting grounds were entirely enveloped by night, with only faint sounds of distant battles and monstrous roars faintly audible. The pace of changes in the leaderboard has evidently slowed, and nightfall marks a time when numerous creatures rest and lie in wait, fraught with peril. However, his two beasts are in a state of security, one recuperating under the watchful gaze of companions, while the other stands sentinel at a height, safe from harm. The victory of the first phase is firmly within his grasp. Now he simply awaits the promised delivery of the radiant dragon medal from the organizers. The blueprint for the dragon-slaying weapon unfurls slowly within the recesses of his mind. Chapter 35. Conclusion of the first phase, commencement of the second phase. Arena battle. The night envelopes the desolate hunting grounds like an immense velvet shroud of inky blackness. The clamor and bloodshed of daylight seem to have been silently absorbed by the darkness, leaving only the intermittent, oppressive breaths of monsters and the occasional fierce sounds of combat erupting from afar. The temperature plummets, the cold wind carrying an indelible scent of rust and decay. Beneath the rocky overhang, the colossal form of the great jaw dragon lies sprawled, resembling a silent, dark crimson mountain. The warmth of its blood and metabolism aids in warding off the night chill, hastening the recovery process. It requires rest, seeking to replenish the terrifying stamina expended during the day. The ghastly wounds upon its body have ceased bleeding, covered by a thin layer of dark scabs. Thanks to its formidable self-healing abilities and brief respite, the intense exhaustion has plunged it into a profound slumber, its heavy breaths resonating long and powerful, each exhalation releasing wisps of white steam, indicating that its vigorous vitality is swiftly mending its injuries. Perched atop a charred and barren tree, the Thunder Dragon stands as a silent sentinel. Its azure scales glimmer with a cold sheen under the sparse starlight, nearly merging with the night. Those keen, slitted eyes scan the surrounding darkness, perceiving every rustle of wind or shift in the foliage. Occasionally, malicious gazes flicker in the distance, or low growls hint at lurking threats. But with a mere tilt of its head, the Thunder Dragon ignites a cluster of dazzling blue sparks between its neck, emitting a threatening crackle that sends most intruders scurrying away. The lingering aura of the defeated 4-star hill rock lizard, coupled with his formidable 3-star lightning killer, renders this area a relatively secure sanctuary amidst the nocturnal hunting grounds. The official live broadcast continues unabated by the night, with high-definition night vision equipment transmitting the arena's scenes with clarity. Many viewers remain steadfast before their screens, relishing the unique tension and thrill of nighttime hunting. However, the viewership of Lin Huan's 2 streams has inevitably declined, with the great jaw dragon healing in its lair and the Thunder Dragon standing vigil. The absence of the fierce confrontations and visual spectacles characteristic of daylight has naturally diverted traffic toward channels where battles are still unfolding, or where creatures are better suited for nocturnal combat. Although the explosive imagery of the great jaw dragon's violent rampages and fiery breath has been lost, the tranquility of guardianship and recovery offers a distinct charm, attracting those who prefer a deeper observation of the unfolding narrative. How endearing it is to see it slumbering. Like an injured baby, the Thunder Dragon is indeed magnificent. The silent guardianship deeply resonates with me. This truly exemplifies the essence of camaraderie, far surpassing the cold weaponry of corporations. How has the master of the B7 ecological zone cultivated such remarkable obedience and cooperation? It's astonishing. I yearn to acquire a similar companion. I would purchase it at any price. The sense of security it provides is unparalleled. Is there merchandise available? I would love a set of Maniraptor or Thunder Dragon models. The fervor of discussion has not diminished despite the mundane visuals. Rather, it continues to flourish across various forums. The violent aesthetics of Maniraptor and the elegant agility of Thunder Dragon have garnered countless admirers. There are even those who have begun to speculate whether the B7 ecological zone accepts customized monsters or juvenile purchases. Within the confines of his hotel room, Lin Huan did not rest. The information terminal before him flickered softly, displaying split-screen footage of nighttime hunts across the arena, alongside the vibrant discussions on the forums. Lin Huan perused the scrolling messages and private inquiries on the terminal, noting the earnest requests from frontier merchant associations and even small ecological zones. Their offers quite enticing. Observing those procurement requests, he gently tapped his fingers on the tabletop, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. The titans of biological companies in the core world, the primary buyers of biological weaponry, apart from one another, are the various factions in the borderlands. Whether ecological zone masters, free city-states, or hunter guilds, there exists an almost insatiable demand for powerful and controllable combat monsters. This represents an immense opportunity. Selling monsters, Lin Huan mused quietly to himself. This could indeed be a swift avenue for resource accumulation and ecological zone expansion. The monsters provided by the system possess undeniable uniqueness and combat prowess. Once the market is opened, demand will surely outstrip supply. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The core technology, namely the hunting narrative system and monster blueprints, must remain firmly within his grasp. Even if he were to sell in the future, it would only be after rigorous selection, offering simplified versions or specific function offspring that have been stripped of certain growth potentials or special abilities. The high-tier core combat forces, such as the future Dragon Slayer and Fiery Dragon, are to remain non-negotiable. They are the foundation of his very existence. Perhaps it would be prudent to prioritize collaboration with local frontier powers like the Black Falcon Merchant Association. Their channels are more flexible and easier to control. A preliminary concept began to form in his mind. Specific details would require further deliberation, but this path is certainly worth pursuing. His gaze returned to the leaderboard. First place, B7 Ecological Zone, Lin Huan, points 2870. Second place, Augustus Corporation, points 2250. Third place, Salamander Biotechnology, points 1720. Fourth place, Deep Blue Life Group, points 1680. Fifth place, Hivemind Biology, points 1650. 30th place, Phoenix Merchant Association, points 610. The substantial lead remains steadfast. The Augustus Company, bolstered by its seemingly four-star prehistoric monstrosities and an exceptionally efficient hunting team, firmly holds the second position. Salamander Biology, relying on the formidable regenerative abilities and resilient defenses of its creatures, has sustained minimal losses amidst the chaos, steadily advancing to third place. Deep Blue Life, though significantly wounded by the brutal Jaw Dragon, remains a force to be reckoned with. However, the most striking of all is undoubtedly the Hivemind Biology, ranked 5th. This company, not originally a seed team, astonishingly managed to keep all 5 of its deployed monsters, for peak 2 stars and 1 lower 3-star, alive. While their rate of point accumulation is not the fastest, it is remarkably stable, operating like a finely tuned machine, always attacking the most suitable target at precisely the right moment, thus securing points with minimal cost. No individual creature stands out, yet none exhibit weaknesses, exemplifying a flawless collective tactical approach. This has piqued the keen interest of Lin Huan and many observers. As the night gradually wanes, the number of monsters in the arena continues to dwindle, albeit at a noticeably slower pace than during daylight. When the first rays of dawn struggle to pierce the polluted clouds, illuminating the blood-soaked wasteland, fewer than 100 monsters remain. The sunlight bathes the earth once more, dispelling some of the night's chill and oppression. Beneath the rocky overhang, the Jaw Dragon suddenly opens its dark yellow vertical pupils. After a night of recuperation, though not yet fully restored, its vitality has returned significantly. With a low growl, it shakes its massive head, dislodging the dust that clung to its form, and slowly rises to its feet. A wave of hunger washes over it. Locking eyes with the Thunder Dragon perched atop the treetops, the two creatures, without the need for Lin Huan's extensive commands, instinctively begin their morning hunt. They depart from the rocky terrain, actively seeking the weary wilderness monsters or the remnants of small companies that survive the night. The ensuing battle holds little suspense. Despite its injuries, the jaw dragon ruthlessly crushes these lesser foes, devouring them one by one to swiftly replenish its energy. Meanwhile, the thunder dragon darts like a spectral lightning bolt, accurately eliminating any target that dares to flee or resist. This resembles more of a cleansing operation, marking the conclusion of the first phase. At noon, when the scorching sun reaches its zenith, a grand electronic announcement reverberates across the entire wasteland hunting ground. Broadcast live to the world. Announcement. The first phase of the ZIO competition, the Wasteland Survival Battle, is officially concluded. All combat activities have ceased, and the arena is now closed. All surviving units are to remain in place and await retrieval. The final rankings are now locked. A colossal holographic screen illuminates the main arena and all live broadcast visuals, clearly displaying the final standings. Lin Huan's B7 ecological zone dominates the leaderboard with an overwhelming advantage, surpassing the Augustus company by over 1,000 points. A truly terrifying feat. Some companies rejoice while others lament, as many representatives wear grim expressions, their monsters having perished, and their investments squandered. The 30 successful teams breathed a sigh of relief, having secured their tickets to the next stage. An influx of event staff and recovery vehicles commenced their entrance, meticulously clearing the battlefield of monstrous remnants and reclaiming the destroyed or incapacitated bioweapons, while also transporting the surviving yet severely wounded creatures for treatment. Congratulations to the aforementioned 30 teams for their successful advancement. The host's voice brimmed with fervor, declaring that after a brutal day and night of fierce combat, the true champions had emerged. Yet, the path to the ultimate throne had only just begun. We now transition into the second phase of this ZIO tournament, the King's Arena. The scene shifts to unveil an enormous, technologically advanced coliseum. Surrounding the arena are energy barrier generators, and the ground is composed of a formidable alloy, riddled with minuscule perforations, seemingly capable of altering terrain or activating various mechanisms at any moment. The rules are as follows. 1. The arena battles adopt a single elimination format, with 30 teams determining their opponents through a lottery system. 2. In each match, both sides may deploy a maximum of 3 bioweapons, engaging in unrestricted melee until one side's creatures are rendered incapable of fighting or concede. 3. The defeated shall be eliminated, while the victors advance, until the ultimate champion is decided. 4. The arena will randomly activate diverse environmental effects, such as gravitational anomalies, energy interference, toxic fog zones, and quicksand traps, testing the adaptability of both the monsters and their handlers. This shall be the ultimate trial of sheer power, absolute strength, and the indomitable spirit of a champion. Only those who can dominate all adversaries with overwhelming force will ascend to the pinnacle that draws the gaze of the masses. A day of rest and preparation is allotted. Competitors who have advanced are urged to make the most of this time to recuperate and mend their injuries. Tomorrow at this time, the King's Arena shall officially commence. The host's voice was highly evocative, instantly elevating the atmosphere of the competition to a new crescendo. Arena battles, single elimination, environmental effects. Everyone understood that the second phase was entirely distinct from the chaotic brawls of the first. There would be no luck, no opportunistic victories. Each encounter would be a fierce contest. Every appearance could present unforeseen environmental challenges. This placed extreme demands on the overall strength of the monsters, their endurance, and the handlers on the spot command and intelligence analysis capabilities. Lin Huan turned off the terminal and approached the window, gazing at the distant arena where the retrieval of monsters was underway. The brutal jaw dragon required further treatment and recovery, while the thunder dragon was in good condition. The radiant dragon metal had yet to arrive. The King's Arena, he mused, a faint smile gracing his lips, was precisely what he desired. To sweep through with overwhelming force was the best way to announce the arrival of Lin Huan and his monstrous companions to this world. Chapter 36. The Burden Within Hung Yuan Bio Company. The brief yet precious day of rest swiftly slipped away. Lin Huan was unreserved. He mixed the majority of the remaining large growth feed into the food for the 3-headed monsters. For the Blue Thunder Dragon King, he even added high-quality fresh meat. The results were remarkable. In the large beast enclosure behind the inn, The blue thunder dragon king emitted a resounding and sharp roar, its physique visibly becoming more agile and elongated, nearing 9 meters in length. The blue scales covering its body shimmered with a radiant luster, growing increasingly resilient, while its eyes sparkled with cunning and ferocity, surpassing its former self. It stood at the precipice of a 2-star pinnacle, just one opportunity away from entering the 3-star realm. The recovery of the savage jaw dragon was even more astonishing. It absorbed all the energy from the large growth feed and, with its robust regenerative abilities, the dark red-black carapace was almost rejuvenated, leaving only faint white marks where deep wounds once were. Its size further expanded, standing close to 6 meters tall, with a horrifying length of 17 meters. Its muscles bulged, exuding explosive power, while it had yet to reach the legendary dimensions of the golden dragon. Its imposing presence already far exceeded that of an ordinary savage jaw dragon. Each breath it took resonated like a bellows, releasing a scorching, heated breath. The form of the flying thunder dragon became increasingly elegant and fluid, its length growing to 13 meters, with azure blue scales shimmering with more concentrated electric sparks. Moving with utter silence, the three-headed monsters were in their prime. The following morning, the atmosphere in the main arena of Zelo City was vibrant. 30 teams that had advanced to the second stage gathered for a public lottery ceremony, ensuring absolute fairness and impartiality. Numerous cameras focused on the central platform, broadcasting the event live to every corner. Lin Huan arrived punctually with Zhang Hai and Zhou Rui. The moment he stepped onto the scene, he immediately captured the attention of the crowd. Curious, scrutinizing, wary, and inquisitive gazes intertwined upon him. He was no longer the inconspicuous leader of a minor ecological zone, but rather the dark horse that had triumphed in the first phase with an overwhelming lead. The lottery process was swift. Staff members held a transparent crystal box containing 30 energy chips engraved with team numbers. Each representative stepped forward in turn to draw. Lin Huan casually picked one, glancing at it. Number 7. This indicated that his opponent was the team that also drew the number 7 chip. Soon, the matchups were clearly displayed on the large screen. First round, match 7, B7 Ecological Zone, Lin Huan versus Yuan Bio Company. Kengguan Bio. Zhou Rui scratched his head, having not heard much about them. They didn't seem to be a seed team. Zhang Hai whispered they ranked low and advanced by chance. Their main monster is the 3-headed spiny-backed wild boar, tough-skinned with decent impact, all at a lower 3-star level. They also have a few 2-star swift claw cats as support, having lost 2 in the first phase. Lin Huan nodded slightly, already devising a strategy in his mind. This kind of team posed no threat to him. As the lottery ceremony concluded, the crowd dispersed to prepare for the first round of the arena battle scheduled for the afternoon. To everyone's slight surprise, a visitor arrived at the small courtyard of the inn where Lin Huan was staying around noon. Zhang Hai opened the door and, upon seeing the visitor, hesitated momentarily. The individual was none other than the representative from Yuan Biotech, a middle-aged man appearing to be in his 40s, bearing a hint of fatigue and anxiety on his face. May I inquire if District Master Lin Huan is present? The man articulated politely, his tone laced with an almost imperceptible plea. Zhang Hai glanced at Lin Huan, who nodded slightly, prompting him to invite the man inside. The middle-aged visitor entered the living room, seeming somewhat apprehensive. He cast a glance at Lin Huan, who sat calmly on the sofa, took a deep breath, and spoke. District Master Lin, I apologize for the intrusion. I am Lu Ming, the representative of Yuan Biotech. Is there something you wish to discuss, Representative Lu? Lin Huan inquired, lifting his gaze. Lu Ming forced a bitter smile. District Master Lin, we at Yuan Biotech are acutely aware that we are no match for you in the upcoming competition. Your Manticore and Thunder Dragon possess astonishing prowess. I have come to make an awkward request. He paused, seemingly struggling to articulate his thoughts, yet steeled himself to continue. I sincerely hope that during the match this afternoon, your creatures might show some mercy and refrain from delivering a fatal blow to our spiked-back warthogs, if only to spare their lives. Lin Huan raised an eyebrow, finding the request rather novel. While the arena battles do not impose restrictions on methods, there is no implicit rule against lethal force. As the destruction of biological weapons is a common occurrence, why not concede from the outset? If you are aware you cannot win, wouldn't it be wiser to preserve your strength? Lin Huan queried, curiosity evident in his tone. The bitterness on Lu Ming's face deepened. The company, after all, must maintain its dignity. Admitting defeat outright would inflict severe damage on our stock price and reputation. Moreover, The internal factions within the company are complex. Some shareholders vehemently oppose capitulating without a fight, deeming it a disgrace. The decision-making body has engaged in endless debates, ultimately concluding to face the battle head-on. I am merely a senior project manager, executing orders. Lin Huan understood the predicament. A common ailment of large corporations, internal strife often leads to an unbearable burden on subordinates. Observing Lin Huan's silence, Lu Ming hastily added, "Of course, I would not expect District Master Lin to relent without compensation. I, on a personal basis, am willing to offer some form of recompense. I have in my possession a selection of rare biological materials from the company's inventory. While not the most extraordinary, they are indeed rare in the market." As he spoke, Lu Ming retrieved a miniature storage device and placed it on the table, pushing it towards Lin Huan. "This contains a list of all the materials. You may peruse it at your leisure. Should you agree, I can arrange for the delivery of your selected materials immediately after the match." Lin Huan picked up the storage device and connected it to his information terminal, swiftly reviewing the contents. The items on the list were, as Lu Ming had claimed, not earth-shattering, yet they were diverse, with some being specialties from specific border regions, typically requiring considerable procedures and time to procure through normal channels. His gaze swept over several genetic samples and active cell tissues of herbivorous creatures. Although these specimens held no immediate utility for him, they might eventually serve as a foundation for the creation of herbivorous monsters akin to the grass-eating dragons, thereby enriching the biodiversity of the ecological zone, or merely as a source for high-quality feed. "Very well," Lin Huan declared, setting down the terminal. "I will require samples 3, 7, and 15, 2 of each." Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a straightforward request. He had anticipated Lin Huan would seize the opportunity to demand more. While these items were regulated, they were not classified as strategic resources, and with his authority, he could indeed procure them. "Is that all?" he asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "That is all," Lin Huan affirmed, merely doing a favor. "This afternoon, my monster will not go for the kill." Lu Ming exhaled in relief, gratitude washing over his features. "Thank you, District Master Lin. Thank you. I will prepare the materials promptly." He expressed his thanks repeatedly before hastily departing, as if fearing Lin Huan might change his mind. Zhou Rui observed this exchange with intrigue, exclaiming, "Is such a tactic truly effective? If one cannot win, one resorts to pleas and gifts?" Zhang Hai, however, perceived the situation with clarity. For these companies, sometimes face holds more weight than substance, or rather, the reputation of certain individuals outweighs the actual assets of the company. The cost of those 3 spiked-backed wild boars is considerable. Should they be destroyed, Lu Ming would face significant repercussions upon his return. Lin Huan remained non-committal. This minor episode did not trouble him. The materials were merely a trivial matter. His ambitions were always directed toward loftier heights. In the afternoon, the grand arena of the King's tournament roared to life. The massive circular coliseum was packed to capacity, the cacophony deafening. The central metallic stage gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the lights. The preceding matches were fierce and brutal, with monsters being torn apart on the spot, and some controllers opting to concede in the face of peril, eliciting gasps from the audience. Soon, it was time for the 7th match. "Now let us welcome the top-ranked underdog from the first phase, Lin Huan from the B7 ecological zone," the host bellowed. Stirring the atmosphere, Lin Huan's figure emerged from the contestant passage, igniting a wave of cheers and discussions. On the opposite side, Lu Ming, representing Hunyuan Biotechnology, also stepped forward, his face taut with evident tension. "Both parties, please send forth your monsters," the announcer declared. "The arena conditions for this match are standard, with no special effects." Lin Huan's mind stirred. 3 figures burst forth from the passage behind him. Roar! First to enter was the brutal Jaw Dragon. Its 17-meter frame loomed like a moving dark red mountain, each step causing the platform to tremble slightly, its fearsome head and exhaled heat igniting the crowd. Screech! The Thunder Dragon followed closely, its azure form resembling an elegant lightning sprite, gracefully alighting on a high pillar at the corner of the stage, its neck crackling with electricity as it coldly surveyed the arena below. A woo! The azure velociraptor emitted an excited screech as it swiftly darted to the center of the arena, its 9-meter-long form exuding the demeanor of a commanding officer. Its sharp gaze surveyed the adversaries who, despite their varied appearances, emanated a powerful aura of primal ferocity. In stark contrast, the 3 beasts from Hunyuan Biotech, each measuring 5 to 6 meters in length and cloaked in thick, muddy gray hides, lumbered into view. Their formidable size paled in comparison to the mighty Giganotosaurus, appearing almost juvenile. Their eyes, clouded and imbued with the savagery of wild beasts, lacked the finesse and dominance characteristic of apex predators. The disparity was glaringly evident. The audience erupted in a cacophony of cheers. Giganotosaurus. It's the Giganotosaurus. Wow. The Thunder Dragon is so impressive. That blue velociraptor looks incredibly cool. Its speed must be extraordinary. How can Heng Yuan Biotech compete? The size difference is staggering. It's likely to be taken down in a single strike. Lu Ming, watching from the sidelines, felt sweat bead on his palms as he fervently prayed. The match commenced. The three spiked back boars, receiving their orders, roared as they lowered their heads, aligning their spear-like spines toward the front, initiating their signature brutal charge, an assault powerful enough to collapse a city wall. Yet their opponents were too swift, too formidable. The Azure Velociraptor issued a sharp command, its form darting sideways like a released arrow, leaving behind only a fleeting blue afterimage, effortlessly evading the brunt of the charge. The Thunder Dragon barely stirred, casually flicking its tail. With a crackle, a twisting blue electric serpent materialized, striking precisely at the forehead of the foremost spiked back boar. A surge of high-voltage electricity coursed through its body. The boar's charging motion abruptly froze, its limbs convulsing as it let out a piercing wail, enveloped in smoke before collapsing. Incapacitated, though not dead, its tough hide offered little resistance to the lightning. Simultaneously, the Giganotosaurus surged into action. It made no use of any special abilities, not even bothering to bite. Confronted by the two remaining spiked back boars charging in parallel, it simply raised its muscular tail, resembling a colossal battering ram. Then, with a terrifying gust of wind, it swept across with a forceful strike. A thunderous boom resonated, akin to two speeding trucks colliding with a steel mountain. The two boars were sent hurtling away, shrieking at a velocity greater than their initial charge. Their thick hides crumpled and shattered under the overwhelming force, while their sharp spines fractured into countless pieces. The boars collided heavily with the energy barrier at the edge of the arena, producing a jarring sound that made one wince. Before they slumped to the ground, blood seeping from their mouths and noses, limbs twitching, a clear indication of numero the three pivotal monsters of Heng Yuan biotechnology have been utterly vanquished, rendering them incapable of further combat. A momentary silence enveloped the arena, as if the audience was struck by the sheer, overwhelming force on display. Then, a roaring wave of cheers and exclamations erupted. Instant kill. Another instant kill. Such formidable prowess. They are in an entirely different league. That tail, my heavens. The control of electricity by the Thunder Dragon is astonishingly precise. The command and speed of the Blue Speed Dragon King are equally impressive. B7 Ecological Zone. Invincible. The host, his voice hoarse with excitement, exclaimed, "It's over. The match has concluded." An unfathomable display of strength. Competitor Lin Huan executed a crushing victory without any intricate commands, relying solely on the innate power of his monsters. Congratulations to Lin Huan for successfully advancing to the top 16. As the energy barrier lowered, the medical recovery team swiftly entered the arena to examine and transport the severely injured three-headed spiked pig for treatment. Lu Ming observed from the sidelines, feeling a pang of sorrow, yet relieved that the creature survived and could still be accounted for, casting a grateful glance at Lin Huan. Lin Huan remained composed, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He recalled his three monsters and, under the gaze of countless admirers, left the arena. The first round was a breeze. The true challenge lies ahead. Opponents like Augustus, Deep Blue, Salamander, and Hive, formidable adversaries, would not be as fragile as Heng Yuan biotechnology. Lin Huan's eyes swept over the familiar names on the leaderboard, and his fighting spirit quietly surged. The arena battle is the ultimate stage to test the quality of his monsters. Chapter 37. Mass-produced 4-star, a legacy of experience. The progression of the arena matches is astonishingly swift. Over the next 2 days, Lin Huan surged forward with unstoppable momentum. His opponent in the second round was a representative from a small free city-state, whose primary monsters were two well-coordinated 3-star lower-tier shadow wolves. They were incredibly swift, adept at stealth and ambush, attempting to outmaneuver Lin Huan with their agility. However, under the expansive electrical net cast by the Thunder Dragon and the Blue Gem. Their stealth was rendered futile. The savage jaw dragon barely moved, merely roaring occasionally to instill fear, disrupting the rhythm of the opposing attacks with its terrifying presence. The battle concluded within 3 minutes. One shadow wolf was slain while the other was gravely injured, leading the representative of the free city-state to concede in dismay. In the third round, the transition from 16 to 8. This time, the opponent hailed from a biotechnology company renowned for its defensive capabilities, featuring a pinnacle 3-star bastion turtle as its main monster. Its shell was so resilient that it could temporarily withstand the savage jaw dragon's ordinary bites devoid of fire attribute energy. They adopted a defensive strategy, attempting to stall for time while hoping for an unfavorable environmental effect to manifest on Lin Huan in the arena. Lin Huan, growing impatient, directly commanded the savage jaw dragon to unleash its fiery breath. The searing torrent of dragon flame cascaded over the bastion turtle's shell, the terrifying heat disregarding physical defenses and instantly searing the biological tissues within. The hardened shell, charred and brittle after the flames, was shattered into fragments by the mighty tail of the tyrant lizard. The fourth round of the tournament, the quarterfinals, was met with gasps of astonishment as the draw results were unveiled. Lin Huan's opponent was none other than the esteemed Deep Blue Life Corporation, a veteran seed team. Although they had suffered significant losses in the first stage due to the tyrant lizard's onslaught, their foundation remained intact. Anticipation brewed in the air for a much-awaited act of vengeance. However, to everyone's astonishment, at the very last moment before the match commenced, the representative of Deep Blue Life chose to forfeit. The official announcement cited that the main monster's recovery had not met expectations, leading to a strategic withdrawal for this round. Yet, it was evident to the discerning that Deep Blue Life was gripped by fear. They assessed the overwhelming prowess exhibited by Lin Huan's monsters, particularly the elusive biological flames, concluding that even if they expended their remaining strength, the odds of victory were exceedingly slim, risking far greater and irreparable losses. Rather than facing another humiliating defeat in front of the crowd, it was wiser to preserve their dignity and retreat strategically. This revelation detonated like a bomb, igniting public discourse once more. Had Deep Blue Life truly backed down? A direct forfeiture? Was this the same audacious Deep Blue? It appeared they were indeed intimidated by the tyrant lizard, a wise choice, as entering the fray would only result in further losses, including more advanced weaponry. Lin Huan's intimidating presence was simply formidable. Thus, Lin Huan advanced to the semifinals without shedding a drop of blood. In the semifinals, his opponent was the equally relentless salamander biotechnology. The leader monster, endowed with extraordinary regenerative abilities, proved to be a formidable adversary, regardless of the extent of its injuries. It could recover in an astonishingly brief period. Yet, Lin Huan's approach was straightforward and brutal, employing the tyrant lizard's absolute strength to repeatedly crush and obliterate it. The rate of regeneration paled in comparison to the speed of destruction. Ultimately, the regenerative monster was utterly drained of energy, reduced to an uncohesive mass of flesh. Meanwhile, the Thunder Dragon expertly eliminated 2 supporting monsters attempting to interfere. Without a shadow of a doubt, Lin Huan advanced to the finals in just 3 days, for matches with only 3 actually contested, each characterized by overwhelming dominance, even forcing Deep Blue Life to forfeit. Lin Huan and his monsters proclaimed their might in the most authoritative and indisputable manner. During these 3 days, the hotel where Lin Huan resided was nearly besieged by representatives from various media outlets and investors. Influential forces from both the core worlds and the fringes eagerly sought to engage with this unprecedented dark horse. Interview requests, partnership proposals, investment invitations, and even marriage suggestions flooded in like snowflakes. Lin Huan, we are from Core Technology Weekly and wish to conduct an exclusive interview. Mr. Lin, Deep Blue Life Corporation is willing to pay a premium for a genetic sample of your tyrant lizard. We are an investment firm under the Shihi clan, highly interested in the future development of the B7 ecological zone, and hope to discuss potential collaboration. Mr. Lin Huan, Augustus Corporation. His personal information terminal was nearly overwhelmed with a barrage of communication requests and emails, each day inundated with a staggering 999 unread notifications. Yet, Lin Huan remained utterly indifferent to this deluge. During the competition, he instructed Zhang Hai and Zhou Rui to fend off all visitors, publicly declaring a full commitment to preparation and declining all meetings. He himself simply disabled the majority of the notification functions on his terminal, retaining only the essential official channels for the events. He could hardly be bothered with the intricate web of social interactions and calculations. At this juncture, any form of collaboration or investment would inevitably divert his attention and potentially compromise his core interests. He had no need for such distractions. He possessed a system, a unique beast, and a direct path to the pinnacle of success. Rather than squander time engaging with individuals whose motives varied widely, he chose instead to spend more time observing his companions in the beast pen. Over the past few days, he had largely resided there, watching the fierce jaws of the dragon consume its sustenance and rest, sensing the burgeoning power within it and the restless desire for stronger foes. He caressed the cool, smooth scales of the thunder dragon, feeling the latent power of electricity within. He observed the loyal and vigilant blue gem leading its pack in patrol and training. The invisible bond between him and these creatures seemed to grow ever tighter and clearer. This was not merely a master-servant relationship. It resembled that of comrades in arms, partners recognized by one another. Such a connection was far more authentic and potent than any cold contract or insincere pleasantries. At last, the day of the finals arrived. The ultimate showdown. V7 Ecological Zone, Lin Huan versus Augustus Corporation. This confrontation had long been anticipated by all. One was an unstoppable dark horse, while the other was a colossal entity, firmly seated on the throne of the #1 seed. Hours before the match commenced, the official betting channels and major forums buzzed with fervor. However, just an hour prior to the finals, Augustus Corporation unexpectedly released a brief statement through official channels. The statement proclaimed that, to comprehensively showcase the remarkable achievements of Augustus biological gene technology and to afford adequate respect to their final opponent, the corporation would deploy 3 bioweapons of the same class in the ZIO Championship Finals. Accompanying this announcement was a processed promotional image depicting 3 colossal creatures, nearly identical in size and appearance, adorned in dark golden, heavy biological armor, with fearsome visages and sharp claws. Their eyes glowed with a chilling crimson electronic light, exuding a mechanical precision and coldness. Prominently featured alongside the image was the designation: Tyrant Type, 4-star lower-grade mass production model. Mass production, 4-star. This revelation struck like a devastating psychological shockwave, sweeping across the entirety of Zerlo City and all regions, tuning into the live broadcast. 3. What an absurdity! 4-star mass production. Has Augustus truly reached such heights? How could one even contend with this? One 4-star creature was already terrifying enough. 3. This was catastrophic. My entire score is wagered on Lin Huan. The dark horse remains a dark horse. How can one compare its depth to that of such a giant? Al-Hushtish is truly lacking in martial ethics. Is the individual upstairs daft? The rules permit a maximum of 3, and they have not violated any. They crushed the competition. And initially, there seemed to be a glimmer of suspense. The online sentiment was overwhelmingly one of lamentation and pessimism. Although Lin Huan's monstrous creature, the Manticore, also boasts a 4-star rating and exhibits combat prowess far exceeding that of an average 4-star lower tier, facing 3 opponents. These adversaries also claim a 4-star status and likely possess synergistic combat capabilities as mass-produced monsters. This battle appears utterly hopeless. The odds shifted dramatically, and Augustus Corporation's support surged. In the hotel room, Zhou Rue paced anxiously. 3. Augustus and his crew are exceedingly cunning, hiding until now. Zhang Hai's expression turned grave. Though mass-produced 4-stars may be slightly inferior to those naturally promoted or specially modified, their numbers compensate for the disparity in quality. Furthermore, being mass-produced implies their coordination could be exceptionally seamless, possibly employing joint tactics. This is troublesome. Even the usually composed Qinbo, upon receiving news through remote communication, solemnly advised Lin Huan, "Young master, this cannot be pursued. Prioritizing self-preservation and maintaining your main combat strength is paramount. Securing second place is already a significant honor." Everyone believed Lin Huan had reached his limit. However, at the eye of the storm, when he received the official notification, he merely responded calmly with an acknowledgement. He closed the communication device, his expression void of alarm or anger. Instead, a chilling, battle-ready smile graced his lips. 3 opponents? Perfect. Does Augustus think they can overpower him solely through quantity and rank? They fail to comprehend that the ruler from the Monster Hunter world possesses a wildness, combat instinct. and potential that no so-called biological weapon concocted from genetic engineering in this era could rival. He never expected Augustus to adhere to notions of fairness. He had long anticipated the conduct of such a giant. If battle is to be engaged, then let it be fought with absolute strength. He would crush all recklessness and schemes. This is the very essence of his presence here. As the time arrived, Lin Huan rose and pushed open the door. Outside awaited the thunderous roar of the arena and the myriad gazes filled with sympathy, regret, schadenfreude, or tinged with a faint glimmer of hope. His demeanor remained tranquil, his steps steady as he advanced towards the ultimate stage. Chapter 38. The Finals, the Disparity in Levels. As Lin Huan and the representative of Augustus Corporation, a middle-aged man clad in a silver-gray uniform with an air of arrogance, simultaneously ascended the contestant platform. The colossal dome of the circular arena gradually opened, revealing a simulated sky. Amidst the mechanical roar, the entire arena began to undergo a dramatic transformation, rising upward. Countless robust metallic arms emerged from the depths of the earth, swiftly planting the colossal saplings that had been meticulously prepared. Following this, a nutrient-rich slurry, imbued with catalysts, was sprayed over the area. Under the radiant glow of high-speed growth lamps, the trees grew at an astonishingly visible rate, flourishing with an exuberance of foliage. The ground was enveloped in a soft layer of humus and entangled roots, with rocks rising up and even forming a gentle stream. Within mere minutes, a scaled-down yet realistic forest environment replaced the original alloy arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the host's voice trembled with excitement, a marvel to behold. The randomized environment for the finals is a simulation of an ancient tree forest, with its intricate terrain and dense vegetation. This setting will pose the ultimate test of the monster's adaptability, agility, and hunting instincts. Undoubtedly, this will be the most intense clash between technology and the wild. The forest environment. Initially, the audience was silent, but soon erupted into fervent cheers. This environment seemingly offers advantages and disadvantages to both sides. Augustus's Tyrant 3 possesses formidable armor and terrifying strength, yet may find its movement hindered among the complex woodlands. In contrast, Lin Huan's monsters, particularly the Thunder Dragon and Blue Raptor King, appear to be perfectly tailored for such a setting. The representative of Augustus furrowed his brow momentarily, only to relax swiftly, seemingly brimming with confidence in his creations. The cold arc at the corner of Lin Huan's mouth became increasingly pronounced. The elements of time and place had already tilted in his favor. Competitors, please confirm your chosen monsters for battle. The referee called through the loudspeaker. The Augustus representative snorted disdainfully and pressed a button on the control terminal. 3 heavy gates opened, and with the sound of thunderous footsteps, 3 colossal beings emerged. They seemed to be carved from the same mold, their dark golden, heavy biological armor enveloping their forms, with energy-conducting azure lights flickering at their joints. Their heads resembled enlarged Tyrannosaurus rex skulls, though with more defined lines, and their jaws appeared reinforced, boasting an astonishing biting force. Their crimson electronic eyes coldly scanned the environment, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Each creature was slightly smaller than the barb dragon, measuring approximately 15 meters, yet standing together. They exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression, forged from steel discipline and devastating power, suffocating in its intensity. Each step they took was deliberate and powerful, akin to 3 merciless war machines radiating an oppressive aura. Indeed, they were the tyrant type from the promotional images, a trio of 4-star lower-tier, mass-produced monsters. Lin Huan's thoughts raced. From the passage behind him, a lithe blue figure burst forth first, the Blue Raptor King, Blue Gem. Its 9-meter-long body displayed remarkable agility within the forest's intricate terrain, emitting a sharp, battle-ready screech as it swiftly darted into the nearby thicket, vanishing from sight, leaving only a pair of keen eyes glimmering in the shadows. In an instant, a flash of azure lightning illuminated the scene as the Thunder Dragon leapt forth, its elongated form twisting gracefully in the air. With its formidable claws, it effortlessly grasped a robust branch, vanishing like a specter amidst the dense canopy above, only the occasional flicker of electricity around its neck betraying its presence. Then came the earth-shattering footsteps of the marauder, a fearsome behemoth measuring 17 meters, akin to a moving crimson mountain, crashing into the forest arena. Its colossal feet thudded against the soft humus, producing a dull thrum. In stark contrast to the cold demeanor of the Tyrant 3, it exuded an aura of wild ferocity. Its dark yellow vertical pupils fixated on its equally massive adversaries across the clearing, nostrils flaring with hot steam as it let out a low, provocative roar that sent leaves cascading to the ground. Wildness, agility, and fury. This was a striking contrast to the cold, orderly, and lethal style of Augustus. 3 against 3. The moment the lineup was revealed, the audience's emotions surged to a fever pitch. The Marauder, the Thunder Dragon, and the Blue Raptor King. A spectacle was at hand. Augustus' steel monstrosities versus Lin Huan's wilderness overlord. I place my bet on Lin Huan. Don't be foolish. 3-1. A numerical advantage. The shouts of supporters, the gasps of skeptics, and the roars of enthusiasts merged into a tremendous wave of sound, nearly overwhelming the entire arena. Foolishness. In the VIP section, the head of Augustus wore a cold smirk. To him, Lin Huan's other two creatures were hardly a concern. A 2-star raptor and a 3-star toothed dragon. What role could they possibly play in such a confrontation? As long as they swiftly dealt with the Marauder, victory would be within reach. The match began. No sooner had the referee's voice faded than Augustus' representative issued commands. The 3 Tyrant 3's scarlet electronic eyes lit up simultaneously, charging forward without a moment's hesitation. The trio advanced not as individuals, but as a cohesive unit, forming a triangular formation as they charged at the Marauder. Their heavy footfalls trembled the earth, shaking countless virtual leaves from their perches. Their objective was crystal clear: concentrate their strength to eliminate the opponent's strongest point at the fastest possible pace. The ground quaked beneath their weight, akin to 3 heavy tanks advancing in unison, crushing every bush and sapling in their path, heading straight for the most conspicuous target, the Marauder. Roar! The Marauder stood undaunted, its brutal fighting spirit ignited, charging headlong to meet the foremost Tyrant 3 in a ferocious onslaught. A true confrontation of giants, devoid of any embellishments. Just as the two were about to collide, a crackling sound erupted. Several twisting bolts of blue lightning, akin to venomous serpents, suddenly descended from the canopy above, striking with unerring precision the heads of the Tyrant 3s that had lagged slightly behind. The Thunder Dragon had made its move. The high-voltage current danced and flickered upon their dark golden armor, failing to breach their defenses directly, yet significantly disrupting their sensors and operational systems, causing a sudden halt in their momentum and a brief moment of rigidity and confusion. It was within this fleeting interval that the formidable Baryonyx collided with the leading Tyrannosaurus 3 with a thunderous crash. Boom! It was as if 2 colossal mountains had violently collided. The terrifying sound overwhelmed the roar of the crowd. A contest of strength ensued. The Baryonyx was thrust backward half a step, its robust hind legs carving deep furrows into the ground. Yet its massive jaws clamped down fiercely, rending the shoulder armor of the Tyrannosaurus 3 with a spine-chilling clang of metal against metal. The armor of the leading Tyrannosaurus was remarkably resilient. The Baryonyx's sharp teeth could not penetrate instantly, but the sheer force of its powerful head still sent the creature staggering. Meanwhile, from the shadows on the flank, the Velociraptor sprang forth like a wraith. Its target was the relatively slender ankle joint of the Tyrannosaurus. With astonishing speed, its claws and fangs glinted menacingly as it lunged and bit repeatedly. Though it could not inflict fatal wounds, it greatly disrupted the Tyrannosaur's movements, akin to an irritating mosquito, drawing their attention. Splendid. A flawless synergy. The Lightning Dragon controlled the battlefield. The Blue Raptor harassed the foes. The Baryonyx led the assault. One exhilarating display. This was the essence of hunting. The audience erupted in excitement. Lin Huan's trio of monsters played their roles impeccably, forming a seemingly disadvantageous yet intricately coordinated team. Augustus's expression darkened. He immediately input new commands into the terminal. The 2 Tyrannosaurus 3, still reeling from the electric shock, ignited with a fierce red glow in their eyes, forcefully shaking off the effects of the current. They disregarded the harassing Velociraptor as their shoulder armor suddenly slid open, revealing a honeycomb of launch ports beneath. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless small, fist-sized, tail-flame trailing missiles erupted like a swarm, some targeting the elusive Lightning Dragon among the treetops, while others veered to strike at the Baryonyx's flank. High-tech weaponry. The Lightning Dragon leapt rapidly among the treetops, transforming into a streak of azure lightning, narrowly evading the pursuing missiles as they detonated against the trunks, sending splintered wood and flames scattering. The baryonyx, in a fierce display, lashed its muscular tail, resembling a gigantic whip as it struck at the incoming missiles. Boom! 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 Most of the missiles were obliterated mid-air, yet a few still collided against its side, exploding upon impact. While they failed to penetrate its thick hide, they inflicted grievous wounds, causing blood to seep forth and momentarily halting its movements. Seizing the opportunity, the leading Tyrannosaurus exerted its might, forcefully pushing the baryonyx aside, its massive metallic claws screeching through the air as they viciously aimed for the baryonyx's neck. The battle escalated to a fevered intensity. The three Tyrannosaurus 3 exhibited a terrifying synergy characteristic of mass-produced weaponry. They no longer charge blindly. Instead, they form a simple triangular formation, providing mutual cover. Long-range missiles harass and suppress the Thunder Dragon and the Blue Jewel, while they concentrate their efforts in close combat to fiercely assault the Savage Jaw Dragon. Their coordination is as precise as a finely tuned machine, leaving almost no room for error. The Savage Jaw Dragon finds itself in a dire struggle. Despite its ferocious strength and remarkable combat instincts, it is still at a disadvantage against three equally powerful opponents who work in perfect harmony. Its dark red body is continually marked with new wounds, claw marks, charred remnant from explosions, blood staining its fur crimson. An exchange of injury for injury. A fight to the death. Such is its combat style. It lets out an enraged roar. Each bite and tail swipe is a forceful strike, denting and deforming the armor of the Tyrant 3, even tearing off fragments. Its adversaries swiftly retreat, replaced by comrades, leaving it with no opportunity to inflict serious damage on any one of them. The Thunder Dragon navigates through the tree canopy, unleashing bolts of lightning with uncanny precision, disrupting the tyrant's movements, occasionally seizing the opportunity to dive. Its claws and electrified tail leave deep scratches and scorch marks on the opponent's armor, yet similarly fail to deliver a decisive blow. The Blue Jewel's harassment becomes increasingly challenging under the targeted barrage of small missiles, narrowly avoiding several explosive blasts. The situation appears to have reached a stalemate, seemingly unfavorable to Lin Huan's side. Indeed, is it still insufficient? The disparity in numbers is too great. The coordination of Augustus is too seamless. The Savage Jaw Dragon is on the verge of collapse. Pessimistic sentiments begin to surface online. Yet Lin Huan remains composed. Through the system link, he senses the Savage Jaw Dragon's anger accumulating. Moreover, this forest is becoming the battleground of his monsters. The wounds on the Savage Jaw Dragon multiply. Its breathing becomes increasingly labored and heated, each exhalation of vapor infused with intense warmth. The violent exertion, coupled with the mounting injuries and fury, ignites a tumultuous chemical reaction within its body. Roar. Pain stimulates its nerves, and the scalding blood surges wildly within. Its body temperature skyrockets. The capillaries beneath its skin glow red, reminiscent of a searing branding iron. The membrane on its back suddenly unfurls completely, resembling two blazing battle flags. The sail-like bony plates above its nostrils snap upright, radiating scorching waves of heat that emanate from its core. Chapter 39. ZIO Championship Title. Deep within its throat, a dark red glow begins to surge uncontrollably, sparks and black smoke escaping from the corners of its mouth. It's coming. It's coming. The audience, familiar with the Savage Jaw Dragon, erupts in excitement. Flames. It's a fiery breath. At this moment, exhaling fire, can it contend with three foes simultaneously? The representatives of Augustus sense the anomaly and immediately order a full-scale assault in an attempt to interrupt the Savage Jaw Dragon. The three Tyrant 3 models pounce simultaneously, their claws and biting targets aimed directly at the comparatively vulnerable belly and the unfurled membrane of the Savage Jaw Dragon. Just at this critical juncture, the Thunder Dragon emitted an unprecedented, shrill cry. Its entire body surged with electric light, no longer a mere scattering of lightning, but rather a formidable electromagnetic storm, consolidating all its power into a single, robust bolt of lightning, akin to a spear of divine retribution, which struck fiercely at the head of one of the tyrants. Caught off guard, the tyrant's head armor overloaded instantaneously, billowing thick black smoke, and its crimson electronic eyes flickered momentarily before failing, leaving it momentarily paralyzed in place. Simultaneously, The ever-circling sapphire seized the fleeting opportunity presented by the immobilized tyrant, launching itself at the joint of its leg with reckless abandon, biting ferociously despite its inability to penetrate the armor, successfully causing the creature to stumble. The flawless coordination of the three created a precious, ephemeral moment. Only the leading tyrant remained, its vicious claws poised to strike the savage Jaws dragon. Yet, the pent-up fury and energy within the savage Jaws dragon finally erupted. The roar that emerged was no ordinary growl. It resonated with an intensity of excruciating pain and a desire for annihilation. Its massive head shot upwards, its gaping maw opening to the limit, as a deep crimson glow, charged to the utmost, ignited from within its throat, transforming into an incredibly thick and searing torrent of flame, reminiscent of a primal cataclysm, erupting forth. Was it over? The representative of Augustus displayed a hint of derision, believing that even if fire were spewed forth, it would only severely injure one, while the attacks from the other two would be sufficient to obliterate it. But the next moment, an unforgettable spectacle unfolded before all eyes. The savage Jaws dragon did not exhale forward. Instead, it abruptly tilted nearly 90 degrees. It unleashed the terrifyingly powerful flame breath skyward, as if to vent its fury, erupting explosively into the heavens. A colossal, incandescent pillar of fire soared into the sky, instantaneously tearing through the dense artificial canopy, even scorching the air above into a distortion. The temperature of the entire arena surged dramatically. What was it doing? It was doomed. Had it missed the target? Had it lost control? Everyone was left stupefied, including Augustus's representative. Yet, a cold smirk crept upon Lin Huan's lips. The ascending flames were not in vain. The extreme heat instantaneously heated the air above, creating violent changes in airflow. The thunder dragon emitted an unprecedented, resounding shriek. It unfurled its body, its azure scales shimmering with a dreamlike luster beneath the reflected firelight. It boldly surged into the tempest formed by the rapidly rising heat currents. Harnessing this ferocious updraft, the Thunder Dragon's speed and gliding ability transcended their limits in an instant. It transformed into a true embodiment of thunder, encircled by blazing white flames. Descending with a velocity and might surpassing any prior assault, directly targeting one of the tyrants that was gathering energy. Simultaneously, after the Manjaw dragon unleashed its towering inferno, its colossal head fell back with a thud, those blazing, fervent vertical pupils fixating intently on the two remaining tyrants. It paid no heed to the imminent energy assault, its hind limbs swelling with sheer muscle, erupting with all its might, akin to a dark red meteor, charging forth with a desperate ferocity, embodying a sense of mutual destruction. In the sky soared the thunderous lightning dragon, while on the ground surged the Manjaw dragon in a fearless, death-defying charge. At that moment, the wild wisdom and frenzied valor achieved the most exquisite harmony. The derisive expression on the face of the Augustus representative instantly froze, transforming into a visage of incredulous terror. No. Bone! The deafening roar of the explosion and the thunderous growl engulfed everything in an instant. The flame's edges rapidly swept them into the conflagration. Boom! 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 The resounding detonations continued to echo. That was the sound of the ammunition or energy cores within the Tyrant 3 being ignited by the searing heat. Flames leapt skyward, painting the entire simulated forest in crimson, illuminating the incredulous faces of countless spectators. As the flames gradually receded, revealing the scene within the arena, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Colosseum. The three Tyrant 3s had been reduced to charred, twisted remnants, exuding smoke and sparks. The foremost one had nearly severed its upper half, while the other two were severely damaged, limbs fractured, armor shattered, evidently stripped of any combat capability. The Manjaw dragon stood amidst the scorched earth, its massive frame swaying slightly, wisps of smoke and embers still emanating from its mouth and nostrils, clearly indicating that this extraordinary display of fiery breath had drained a considerable portion of its energy. It bore numerous wounds, bloodied and battered, yet within its dark yellow vertical pupils resided a tempest of triumph and disdain. The lightning dragon was on the brink of unconsciousness, blood gushing from its body, its blue scales dulled and stained with blood. Victory, against overwhelming odds, through the utilization of the environment, seamless cooperation, and the Manjaw Dragon's ultimate catastrophic power, victory, was attained. Following the silence came a cacophony of exuberant cheers and shouts that could rend the heavens. We won. My heavens. We triumphed. 3. We took down 3 4-star beasts in one fell swoop. The Manjaw Dragon, Invincible, the Lightning Dragon, the Blue Speed Dragon King. Their synergy was nothing short of miraculous. Lin Huan, Champion, B7 Ecological Zone, Champion. The waves of sound surge higher and higher, countless individuals leaping in excitement, fervently chanting Lin Huan's and his creatures' names. The representative from Augustus was as pale as a ghost, staring in disbelief at the 3 smoking carcasses, his fingers trembling, unable to utter a single word. The host, overwhelmed with excitement, stammered, "My heavens! Unbelievable! A miracle! This is a miracle!" Competitor Lin Huan, B7 Ecological Zone. They are the champions. They have vanquished the formidable Augustus Corporation in the most domineering and astounding manner. He has emerged as the champion of this year's ZIO competition. As the energy barrier lowered, Lin Huan gradually stepped onto the arena, making his way to stand between his 3 exhausted yet proud companions. He patted the sturdy legs of the Tyrannosaurus, the only part he could reach, feeling its intense warmth and the undying spirit of battle that still surged within. There were no words exchanged, yet an unspoken bond of understanding and trust flowed between them. He lifted his gaze toward the tumultuous audience, met by a sea of complex, astonished, and fervent expressions. In that moment, he was no longer the nameless individual hailing from the remote B7 district. He was the champion of the ZIO competition, the master of an ecological zone, possessing unparalleled and formidable creatures. Lin Huan's name would resonate in the most resplendent manner throughout the entire core world and its frontiers. And this was merely the beginning. Chapter 40. The Champion Effect and Procurement. The deafening cheers seemed to linger in the skies above Zerua City. Yet the ZIO competition had already drawn to a close. The immense holographic screen displayed Lin Huan standing proudly amidst his battered 3-headed monstrosity, along with the title of champion from the B7 Ecological Zone, continuously replaying, captivating the eyes and nerves of everyone. The champion's prize was substantial, a sum sufficient to sustain a small ecological zone for several years, directly credited to Lin Huan's nameless card. The multitude of zeros following the digits was dizzying. Yet Lin Huan understood that this monetary reward, in comparison to the true riches he had acquired on this journey, was merely a bonus. The real treasure lay in the prestige, the validation, the shock of shattering the myth of invincibility that surrounded the titans of the core world. Overnight, the names Lin Huan and B7 Ecological Zone spread like wildfire through the information networks of Zerua City and beyond. In every corner, from bustling streets to taverns and tea houses, people discussed the astonishing turnaround, the colossal crimson beast capable of spewing flames of destruction, the azure dragon reminiscent of a lightning sprite, and even the blue swift dragon king, who commanded with poise and intellect. He transformed from a nameless rural ecological zone master from the outskirts into a figure of immense intrigue. This newfound prestige reached its zenith in Zerua, a city that revered strength. Simultaneously, another highly anticipated event, the Under-30 Gene Warriors Championship, concluded its final contest. The victor was a mere 25-year-old youth, codenamed Eagle Falcon. With ghostly speed, precise and lethal strikes, and an exceptionally calm combat style, he swept aside all opponents, capturing considerable attention and offers. The brilliance of the Gene Warriors and the glory of the Monster King shone brightly within Zerua City, becoming the most popular topics of conversation over meals and leisure. However, Lin Huan paid little heed to these distractions. On the day following the conclusion of the competition, he graciously declined all celebratory banquets and invitations to the so-called high society salons. And alongside Zhang Hai and Zhou Rui, he made his way directly to the largest comprehensive market in Zerua City, the Millennium Goods Depot. Here lies a collection of extraordinary treasures from the core worlds and even certain frontier regions, encompassing cutting-edge technology, biological materials, and energy cores. If you can conceive it, you can procure it, provided you possess sufficient energy currency and authorization. Upon entering the grand entrance of the Millennium Goods Depot, an astute attendant immediately recognized him. Are you the District Master Lin Huan? A young salesperson, impeccably attired in uniform, brightened with excitement and rushed over, her tone brimming with enthusiasm and respect. They had all watched the live broadcast of yesterday's finals, and Lin Huan merely nodded in acknowledgement. May I inquire what you require? The Millennium Goods Depot is at your service. The salesperson's demeanor was fervently obsequious. A newly crowned champion, especially one possessing such unique and formidable monsters, held immense purchasing power. Summon your general manager, Lin Huan stated succinctly. I need items that you cannot authorize. The salesperson, not daring to exhibit any negligence, promptly bowed and led the way. Please, allow me to escort you to the VIP lounge while I fetch the general manager. The VIP lounge was lavishly adorned, with holographic projections showcasing the depot's prized possessions. Soon, a middle-aged man, impeccably groomed and dressed in high-end managerial attire, entered briskly, his face adorned with a warm smile. The arrival of District Master Lin is a great honor for us at the Millennium Goods Depot. I am Qian, the general manager here. He extended his business card, inquiring about Lin Huan's needs. Whatever we possess, we shall offer you the most favorable prices, without engaging in pleasantries. Lin Huan produced a list and projected it into the air through an information terminal. I require these. As Qian examined the list, his smile initially froze, gradually giving way to astonishment. The first item, a large biological active tissue cultivation and modulation chamber, 3rd generation, caused him to gasp. Such apparatus was typically only acquired by major biological corporations or top-tier research institutions, being prohibitively expensive and strictly regulated. Following this were a series of accompanying small to medium-sized biological instruments, collectively capable of establishing a compact yet exceedingly advanced biological laboratory. Next were vast quantities of various ores and rare metals, many of which were strategic materials for energy conduction or high-strength alloy smelting. Additionally, there were substantial amounts of selected active plant seeds, soil enhancers, and environmental stabilizers. The scale of this procurement and the nature of the items listed were far beyond what one would expect from a mere district master, resembling instead the ambitions of a significant entity feverishly expanding its military and infrastructure. Master Lin, Qian wiped the sweat from his brow. The quantities you seek are too vast, and some require elevated authorization. Money is not an issue. Lin Huan interjected, his tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. As for authorization, I trust that with the resources of the Millennium Goods Depot, combined with my recently acquired ZIO champion title, it should pose no problem. If you're unable to accommodate, I can seek out the Black Falcon Commerce or other suppliers. Upon hearing the name of the Black Falcon Chamber, Manager Qian's eyelids twitched. They were one of their principal competitors in the border regions. Instantly, he donned a more radiant smile, exclaiming, absolutely. Of course. Lord Lin, you jest. In all of Zelo City, there is no channel that our Millennium Goods Depot cannot navigate. Rest assured, although these items may be troublesome, I shall procure them for you with utmost speed and at the most favorable prices. However, regarding the deposit, Lin Huan promptly produced a nameless energy card and swiped it across the payment terminal on the table. With a soft beep, a staggering sum was instantly deducted as a deposit, causing Manager Qian's heart to momentarily halt. He inhaled sharply, his smile transforming into one of profound sincerity, even bordering on fervor. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Lord Lin, you're truly generous. I will personally oversee this. Within 3 days, no, 2 days, all goods will be ready, and I will arrange for the safest transport to your designated location. In that moment, all notions of authority and regulations became negotiable in the face of tangible energy credits and the newly acquired champion's reputation. Manager Qian could almost envision the exorbitant commissions and achievements beckoning him. Is this the feeling of a wealthy magnate? Beside him, Zhou Rue stood in stunned silence, while Zhanghai also marveled internally at the sheer grandeur with which their district lord spent money. Lin Huan remained composed. Such investments were essential. The larger biomanufacturing equipment was intended to prepare for the creation of more formidable monsters in the future, such as the malevolent fire dragon. The vast quantities of minerals and plant materials were aimed at expanding and fortifying the B7 ecological zone. Only with a sufficiently large and stable ecosystem could it accommodate more and stronger monsters, thus fostering a virtuous cycle. Before departing from the Millennium Goods Depot, Lin Huan further procured ample supplies of daily necessities, construction tools, and some basic genetic potions and medical equipment. These would lay the groundwork for the future development of the ecological zone. Subsequently, they visited the Official Materials Management Office in Zelo City, armed with the Champion S credentials. The staff courteously handed him the promised reward, 100 kilograms of radiant dragon metal. This special metal, glimmering with a dim energy sheen, was securely packaged within a specially designed alloy box, weighing heavily in his hands. Lin Huan could sense the system's subtle craving for this batch of materials, which were crucial for crafting high-end monsters or upgrading the system. With the material concerns preliminarily resolved, the next dilemma was population. The development of the B7 ecological zone was inextricably linked to human resources. Previously, with only Uncle Chun, Zhang Hai, and a few miscellaneous workers, maintaining basic operations was a struggle, let alone expansion. Now, with financial resources and a burgeoning reputation, the recruitment of personnel was on the agenda. Lin Huan instructed Zhang Hai to post an announcement in the official recruitment hall of Zelo City. The B7 ecological zone is seeking various talents, including but not limited to agronomists, engineers, architects, doctors, caregivers, and experienced security personnel. Attractive compensation is offered, along with stable housing and energy credits. Exceptional performers may gain permanent residency in the ecological zone. As soon as the recruitment information was released, the name of Zizhou champion Lin Huan undoubtedly attracted considerable attention, with a throng quickly gathering at the consultation desk. Is it truly the champion Lin Huan? The B7 ecological zone? Is it located in the borderlands? The compensation appears quite generous, far superior to menial labor in the city. The borderlands, however, are rumored to be perilous, with monstrous threats lurking nearby. Indeed, no matter how much one earns, life must be preserved to enjoy it. As anticipated, upon learning that the job was situated in the blood-soaked frontiers ecological zone, over 80% of the crowd displayed hesitation or outright departed. The inhabitants of the core world have long grown accustomed to comfort, associating the borderlands solely with danger, desolation, and death. Although the attractive compensation is enticing, the value of life surpasses all else. Throughout the morning, many inquired, yet none signed intention agreements. Zhang Hai and Zhou Rui spoke tirelessly, yet to little effect. Damn it, these people are truly something, Zhou Rui thought, disheartened, as he observed them flee at the mere mention of the borderlands, faster than a blue gem. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy, a voice broke through. Excuse me, are you recruiting security personnel? The group looked up to see a young man standing before the table. He appeared to be in his early 20s, with a robust physique, dark skin, and sharp hawk-like eyes. He wore a faded, well-worn combat uniform and carried a well-maintained standard rifle. Standing tall, he exuded a distinct military aura, contrasting sharply with the somewhat restless job seekers around him. Recruiting, Lin Huan remarked, "What experience do you possess?" "My name is Rain. I am a veteran, having served for 2 years on the outskirts of the fractured front, participating in 17 clearance operations. I am well-versed in various light weaponry and squad tactics, holding a level 3 gene warrior certification, strengthening system." The young man's tone was steady, imbued with the succinct confidence characteristic of soldiers, as he handed over his identification tag and discharge papers. The fractured front, that is the most perilous area of the blood-soaked frontier. To have served there for 2 years and return alive is, in itself, a testament to one's capabilities. A level 3 gene warrior certification is no small feat either. Why do you wish to go to the borderlands? Surely, you could secure a safer position in the core world, Lin Huan inquired. Rain's gaze dimmed momentarily before solidifying with determination. The city is fraught with too many rules. It is not suited for me. I am accustomed to the frontier. There, the reality is more palpable. Furthermore, I require money, substantial amounts, for my sister's advanced gene therapy. A pragmatic rationale. Lin Huan glanced at his documents, confirming their authenticity. Very well. You are hired. The probation period will last 3 months, with compensation at the highest tier stated in the recruitment information. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Rain's eyes as he nodded earnestly. Thank you, District Leader. I shall not disappoint you. Rain's inclusion served as a breakthrough. Witnessing the arrival of a genuine and seemingly formidable veteran inspired some of the initially hesitant individuals to reconsider their decision. Soon after, a bespectacled young man, exuding an air of refinement, squeezed forward. Greetings. I am a graduate of the Agricultural College, well-versed in soil analysis and efficient cultivation techniques. I seek to apply for the position of agricultural technician. I fear not the frontier. I yearn to engage in meaningful work. A timid girl, her eyes bright, yet apprehensive, softly inquired, I have studied nursing. Do you require doctors or caregivers? I am unafraid of hard work. A burly man, his face rugged and coarse, boisterously declared, "I am a laborer in construction, strong and capable. I can tackle any heavy task. Just pay me, and I shall venture to the frontier." Gradually, individuals began to sign agreements. Among them were those like Rain, motivated by lucrative salaries or personal ambitions, and others like the agricultural student, disenchanted with the superficiality of the core world, yearning to realize their aspirations in the frontier. Some were left with no options, willing to take a gamble, while others simply longed for a more liberated and expansive existence. Ultimately, after initial screening, nearly 50 individuals signed intention agreements. This group comprised veterans, skilled workers, agronomists, doctors, and engineers. Though not exceedingly numerous, their composition was relatively sound, sufficient to address the pressing needs of the B7 ecological zone. Gazing at the list, Lin Huan understood that the moment to return to the B7 ecological zone and truly showcase his capabilities had arrived. Armed with the honor of a champion, abundant resources, fresh talent, and a formidable partnership of 3 renowned monsters, he would breathe unprecedented vitality into that desolate frontier land. Chapter 41. Passing through the city of Brahma. The bustling splendor of Zelo City gradually faded into the distance. The neon glow of the colossal metropolis and the floating streams of vehicles transforming into a hazy aura on the horizon. Lin Huan stood atop the observation deck of the lead-heavy transport vehicle, casting one last glance at the core area, a symbol of humanity's pinnacle of civilization, yet riddled with invisible barriers. This place was remarkable, boasting unimaginable technology, convenience, and resources that the frontier could scarcely conceive. Yet for Lin Huan, the very air here was imbued with a meticulously calculated sense of order, pervasive regulations, hidden power struggles, and those seemingly warm, yet purposefully directed gazes, all of which imparted a feeling of intangible constraint. He preferred the B7 ecological zone, that land situated in the bloody frontier, appearing barren, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. It was his domain, his world, a foundation forged by him and his monster companions through sheer effort. There, he set the rules and charted the future. This sense of control was something the opulence of the core world could never bestow. The massive convoy thundered along the specially reinforced road. The procession was nothing short of spectacular. Over 20 heavy transport vehicles laden with colossal equipment, rare ores, radiant dragon metal, and vast quantities of supplies procured from the Millennium Warehouse. A dozen armored vehicles carrying nearly 50 newly recruited personnel, and several armed escort vehicles affiliated with Zelo City, tasked with safeguarding the journey to the border. The vast caravan naturally attracted countless gazes, undoubtedly presenting an immensely tempting target. Yet, Lin Huan harbored little concern. Strength serves as the finest passport. The title of Zhejiao tournament champion, along with that astonishing comeback from a 3-against-4-star scenario, stood as the most conspicuous talisman of protection. Countless eyes were fixed upon him. Any nefarious actions directed at him would be instantly illuminated under the spotlight, magnified by his adversaries and all those who harbored disdain for Augustus. In the game rules of the core world, what sometimes appeared as constraints became his greatest safeguard. Moreover, his true trump cards extended far beyond the overt Mighty Jaw Dragon and the Thunder Dragon. The Monster Hunter module, granted by the Hunting Tail system, endowed him with formidable combat prowess. Although the energy consumption was substantial and not to be utilized lightly, in critical moments, it could exact a heavy toll on any foe who mistakenly perceived him as merely an ordinary ecological zone master. The caravan wound its way forward, and after several days, the familiar, majestic city gate of Vantion City, standing at the intersection of civilization and wilderness, reappeared in sight. Unlike their previous arrival, this time the gates of Vantion City swung wide open, even adorned with a simple welcoming ceremony. Numerous citizens, having received word, gathered along the roadside, eagerly anticipating. They have arrived. The champion caravan is here. That is the Jaw Dragon. Goodness, it appears even larger and more ferocious than it did on the live stream. Look above. It's the Thunder Dragon. Is it providing us with aerial escort? Lin Huan, look over here. Ha! I bet on him to pull off an upset back then. What a fortune. Cheers, discussions, and even frenzied screams erupted in waves. Lin Huan's performance in the Zhejiao tournament had brought tremendous traffic and attention to Vantion City, leading many gamblers to amass great wealth, naturally enhancing their fondness for him. His experiences had become a legend in the borderlands, inspiring countless souls struggling for survival. The The caravan slowly came to a halt at the city gate. A booming and familiar voice rang out. "Haha, young Lin Huan, I knew you wouldn't fall so easily. Well done. You've greatly honored our borderlands." The Lord of Antion City, Lei Lai, still exuding his rugged charm, approached with hearty laughter. He clapped Lin Huan's shoulder firmly as he stepped down from the vehicle, his eyes brimming with unabashed admiration and a sense of equality. Yes, equality. When he first arrived, Lei Lai had admired the legacy of his parents and the audacity of youth, a mentorship from elder to junior. Yet at this moment, Lei Lai regarded him as a true peer, a formidable ally with boundless potential. Strength had earned him genuine respect. "Lord Lei, you overpraise me," Lin Huan replied with a smile, maintaining a demeanor of modest confidence. Epilogue: Lan Chao and Xiaoya. Flames. The searing flames licked the night sky, staining the stars a blood-red hue. Xiaoya felt herself thrust forward by an unseen force, stumbling into the cold grass. As she turned back, she beheld the silhouettes of her parents elongated in the flickering flames, resembling two resolute mountains that shielded her from the grotesque creatures. "Run, Xiaoya. Do not look back." Her mother's voice shattered the night, while her father brandished a torch, repelling a lunging scaled wolf. More monsters surged forth from the shadows, their eyes glimmering with a sinister green glow in the darkness. Xiaoya wished to scream, yet no sound escaped her lips. She yearned to rush back, but her legs felt as heavy as lead. She witnessed a claw piercing through her father's chest and heard her mother's final scream. "No!" Xiaoya jolted awake, cold sweat soaking her brow. She gasped for air, her heart racing wildly within her chest. After several moments, she realized she was no longer in that burning village, but in the tidy little room of the ecological zone's staff quarters. Outside, the morning light began to emerge, casting a gentle glow across the sky of the ecological zone at dawn. The clear chime of the breakfast bell reverberated in the distance, heralding the start of a new day. It was merely a dream, Xiaoya softly reassured herself, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. It was all in the past. 2 years had elapsed since that calamity, yet she still occasionally dreamt of that fateful night. The psychologist of the ecological zone had mentioned that the healing from post-traumatic stress requires time, but she sometimes wondered if the flames would ever truly fade from her memory. After freshening up, Xiaoya donned her neat work uniform and made her way to the communal dining hall of the ecological zone. The environment here was indeed pleasant, with ample provisions of food and energy supplied daily, standing in stark contrast to the desolation of the outside world. "Xiaoya, you don't seem well today," and Zhang, who served the meals, ladled an extra scoop of porridge into her bowl. "Did you have another nightmare?" Xiaoya managed a faint smile, but remained silent. She carried her tray to a corner table, slowly savoring her breakfast. Despite the safety the ecological zone provided, she always felt a disconnection from her surroundings. Did the girl who had escaped the clutches of monsters truly deserve such tranquility? "Xiaoya, please come to my office after breakfast," a gentle voice called from behind. Xiaoya turned to see Elder Chen standing there. As a respected elder and manager of the ecological zone, Elder Chen possessed a remarkable ability to perceive the hearts of others. "All right, Elder Chen," Xiaoya nodded, though a sense of unease stirred within her. Had she made a mistake at work? An hour later, Xiaoya stood in Elder Chen's modest office. Maps of the ecological zone and various ecological illustrations of monsters adorned the walls, while shelves brimmed with thick volumes of materials. "Please take a seat." Elder Chen gestured to the chair opposite him, his gaze kind yet penetrating. "You seem troubled of late." It was not a question, but a statement. Xiaoya lowered her head, her fingers entwined nervously. I sometimes dream of the past," she murmured, "but I'm truly grateful for my current life. I really am." Elder Chen fell silent for a moment, his fingers gently tapping on the desk. "Xiaoya, do you know why the ecological zone has managed to stand firm amidst the apocalypse?" Xiaoya shook her head. "It is not solely due to the fortitude of our defenses, nor is it merely because of the sophistication of our technology." Chunbo gazed out the window. "For we believe that the essence of human civilization lies not only in survival, but also in what we choose to protect and the purpose for which we live." Rising from his seat, he retrieved a pass from his drawer. "Set aside your usual tasks for today. Accompany me to a special place." Xiaoya accepted the pass, which bore the inscription of the Rare Monster Breeding Center, marked with a special grade of permission. Her heart raced with excitement. The breeding center is one of the most enigmatic locales within the ecological zone, inaccessible to ordinary employees. As they navigated through layers of security checks and corridors, they finally arrived at a colossal metal door. After Bo underwent an iris scan, the door slowly opened, revealing a breathtaking sight within. Contrary to Xiaoya's expectations of a cold and austere environment, it resembled a sun-drenched garden. Various rare, juvenile monsters frolicked in designated areas. Some were fluffy like balls of fur, while others shimmered with scales. Notably, two dragon-like creatures stood out, captivating all who beheld them. The staff communicated softly with these beings, creating an atmosphere of warmth and harmony. We do not believe in the taming of violence. Bo seemed to discern Xiaoya's thoughts. All the creatures here have been nurtured through genetic technology and breeding, inherently predisposed to befriend humans. They approached a special area where a few Ailu cats, each sporting distinct fur patterns, were playing. Xiaoya had only encountered these legendary creatures in the latest ecological zone documentation. They possessed feline forms yet exhibited greater intelligence, capable of comprehending human language and even learning to speak. The ecological zone has secretly succeeded in researching Ailu cats, Bo whispered. We believe that coexistence between humans and monsters is not a mere fantasy. At that moment, a silver-white Ailu cat stumbled towards them, curiously inspecting the visitors through the glass partition. Its eyes resembled the purest amber. Its fur gleamed softly under the lights. This particular creature, named Lan Chao, was the most extraordinary among the recent batch of cubs. A subtle pride laced Bo's voice as he mentioned that it had just begun to learn some human words. Xiaoya was captivated by those clear eyes and instinctively crouched down, gently waving her hand through the glass. To her surprise, Lan Chao raised its tiny paw, mimicking her gesture. It's so adorable, Xiaoya murmured, a wave of unprecedented tenderness swelling within her. Bo regarded her earnestly. The ecological zone believes in you. Hence the decision to allow you to interact with the Ailu cat. From now on, you must find a way to gain Lan Chao's trust. Remember, this is a mutual selection, and there must be no mistreatment. Xiaoya stood in shock, incredulously looking at Bo. Me? Why me? I am neither brave nor exceptional. I can't even conquer my own nightmares. Precisely because you understand the weight of fear, you will cherish the warmth of life even more, Bo replied, his words laden with meaning. Now go in and greet it. Xiaoya nervously stepped into the isolation zone, her palms slick with sweat. Lan Chao tilted her head, neither fleeing nor approaching, merely emitting a soft mew. You, hello Lan Chao, Xiaoya clumsily greeted, her voice quivering slightly. Lan Chao blinked, then unexpectedly replied in a gentle, childlike voice, hello. In that instant, Xiaoya's heart was struck. The sound was akin to the gentlest breeze of spring, imbued with the innocent charm of youth. For the next hour, Xiaoya sat in the corner, allowing Lan Chao to gradually draw near. Mimicking the staff, she produced special treats, but refrained from forcing them upon the creature. Instead, she placed them in her palm, waiting for Lan Chao to come and take them. She softly shared her story, uncertain of how much Lan Chao could comprehend. I used to be afraid of the night, she whispered, but now the nights in the ecological zone are safe and the stars are beautiful. Gradually, Lan Chao inched closer, eventually nuzzling her hand. At that moment, Xiaoya felt a wondrous connection, as if a cold corner of her heart had been warmed. When she finally mustered the courage to gently stroke Lan Chao, the little one did not shy away, but instead purred contentedly, saying like, Mr. Qin stood before the observation window, watching the tears and smiles welling in Xiaoya's eyes. Nodding with satisfaction, a researcher beside him quietly inquired, Is it decided then? Lan Chao is currently the fastest learner, aside from the most precious one from the ecological master. Precisely because she is the most precious, she must be entrusted to one who understands how to cherish her. Mr. Qin smiled. You see, this is not taming. It is mutual healing. As Xiaoya emerged from the isolation zone, cradling the now napping Lan Chao in her arms, she radiated an extraordinary glow. Mr. Chun, am I really allowed? She asked, still somewhat unsure, although her embrace of Lan Chao felt entirely natural. It is not merely allowed. It is perfectly fitting, Mr. Chun reassured, patting her shoulder. From today onward, Lan Chao will be your companion. Take her home. Xiaoya gazed down at the warm little life in her arms, and in a half-dreamy state. Lan Gao Mumut, home. In that moment, Xiaoya suddenly understood that some pains may never fully vanish, but they can be tenderly overshadowed by new memories. We're going home, Lan Chao, she softly declared, feeling the word home resonate with newfound authenticity and hope. Outside, the artificial sunlight of the ecological zone bathed both human and cat in a warm and enduring glow. Extra Chapter 3, Steel and Vulnerability. Why did you choose to join the ecological zone? There are safer jobs in the core world, Lin Huan asked Rain. Rain's gaze dimmed momentarily before it hardened with renewed resolve. My sister requires medication, and all I know is hunting. Rain fixed his eyes on the ecological master before him, who was younger than he. This statement was half-truth, and Rain was aware that the other understood this as well. Yet he did not lie. He simply refrained from revealing the entire truth. Lin Huan made a few marks on the data board and nodded. Your application has been approved. Report next Monday for a 2-week adaptation training. The defense operations in the ecological zone differ from those of the military. We place greater emphasis on protection rather than aggression. Understood. Rain took the receipt, saluted with a standard military gesture, and turned to leave. As he departed from the recruitment position in the ecological zone, Rain inhaled deeply. The air of the core world, meticulously filtered, carried an almost surreal floral fragrance, starkly contrasting with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood from the shattered front lines. This pristine atmosphere unsettled him, as if his tainted soul was unworthy of breathing such air. 15 years prior, Rain was not the person he had become. He was merely a boy growing up in a border mining area, residing in a humble shack with his parents and younger sister, Lena. The world was crumbling then, though it had not yet descended fully into madness. Brother, look what I found. 7-year-old Lena exclaimed, running towards him with a gleaming piece of ore, her little face smeared with dirt and pride. So beautiful, just like your eyes. The 16-year-old Rain ruffled his sister's hair and pocketed the ore. He was supposed to assist in the mines, yet Lena always found a reason to coax him into adventures. That evening, the first wave of monsters attacked the mining area. Rain would forever remember the distorted figures stretching their shadows under the setting sun, the screams of the people, and the splattering of blood. He pulled Lena into an abandoned mine, helplessly watching as their parents dashed in the opposite direction to divert the monsters. That was the last time he saw them. Brother, I'm scared. Lena clutched his arm tightly, her small body trembling. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Young Rain gripped the rusty pickaxe, vowing in his heart to protect his sister forever. Later, the military arrived, exterminating the monsters and relocating survivors to refugee camps. Rain chose not to seek safety in the relatively secure core regions, but instead enlisted in the border defense forces. Not out of lofty ideals, but rather because the soldiers earned higher wages and the military offered genetic treatments. Lena had contracted a mutated virus during the attack, requiring regular care. So you went to the shattered front lines just for the money? The training camp instructor had asked him, his tone laced with disdain. Yes, sir, young Rain replied, devoid of shame. There's no shame in fighting for survival, nor in battling to protect loved ones. The shattered front lines were indeed a hell on earth. Over the course of 2 years, Rain witnessed far too much death. New recruits torn apart by monsters on their first day. Seasoned veterans gradually losing their humanity amidst prolonged battles. Entire squads obliterated in a single ambush. The 17th eradication operation marked Rain's final battle. His squad was tasked with clearing a forward outpost overrun by monsters. The mission initially proceeded smoothly until they discovered a basement housing a dozen civilians, an existence unmentioned in the intelligence reports. We must withdraw. Bringing them along is too great a target. The deputy commander protested. Rain gazed into the eyes filled with despair. Recalling Lena, what if she were his sister? I will lead a team to divert the main forces. You shall escort the civilians to safety from the west. Rain issued the command, leaving no room for debate. The cost of that battle was the near obliteration of his left arm, and 3 comrades were forever lost to him. Yet, a dozen civilians survived. In the hospital, the military bestowed upon him a Medal of Honor, simultaneously recommending his retirement, citing that post-traumatic stress disorder could impair his judgment. As noted in the report, Rain did not contest this. He had indeed changed. Every night, upon closing his eyes, he witnessed the deaths of his comrades and inhaled the stench of blood and gunpowder. However, he did not regret that decision, just as he held no remorse for all he had done for Lena. Brother, you're here. In a ward of the Ecological Zone Medical Center, Lena sat up in bed, a smile blooming on her pale face. The genetic virus had been eroding her body for years. Even with the medications provided by Rayan, her legs were gradually losing sensation. How are you feeling today? Rayan settled beside her, gently tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear. This tender gesture contrasted starkly with his calloused hands. The new medication is showing great promise. Lena endeavored to appear spirited, yet Rayan could discern the fatigue lurking in her eyes. The exorbitant costs of advanced genetic therapies were daunting, Despite the high salaries of the defenders in the ecological zone, they still fell short of fully covering the expenses. This was why Rayan had applied for a position in the ecological zone, where the allowances were triple that of his current pay. I've been assigned a new task. I will be stationed at the eastern border for a while. Rayan endeavored to maintain a light tone. The compensation is substantial, sufficient for your next treatment. Lena's smile vanished. The eastern border? Isn't that perilous? Brother, you shouldn't always do this for me. It's not solely for you, Rayan interjected. The border requires individuals skilled in combat. And fighting is all I know. This was both a lie and the truth. Rayan was indeed adept in battle, but he was acutely aware that each departure could be his last. Yet, witnessing Lena's gradual decline left him no alternative. As Rayan exited the medical center, he encountered Lin Huan in the corridor, the true authority of the ecological zone. Lin Huan was accompanied by a young man, presumably named Zhou Rue, whose profile Rayan had seen in briefings. Mr. Rayan, Lin Huan offered a slight nod, his gaze seemingly penetrating the soul. Your sister is suffering from a grave illness? Indeed, sir. Lin Huan paused momentarily, glancing at the somewhat dazed Zhou Rue before returning his attention to Rayan. Sometimes, beneath the strongest armor lies the softest vulnerability. Remember, the ecological zone requires not only steel, but also warmth. Rayan stood momentarily stunned, uncertain of the deeper meaning behind Lin Huan's words. I shall remember, sir. That night, Rayan stood before the window of his residence, gazing at the protective walls encircling the ecological zone. Beyond the walls lies a pitch-black wilderness, fraught with countless perils, while within, a life illuminated by the warmth of lights, a modest happiness he vows to protect with his very life. He reaches into his pocket and retrieves the mineral that Lena gifted him years ago. It glimmers intermittently, like hope itself, fragile yet resilient. In 2 weeks, he will journey to the frontier, confronting the unknown dangers that await. Yet this time, unlike the shattered front lines of the past, he is acutely aware of what he is safeguarding, not merely his sister's life, but also the sanctuary that provides her with safety. Rain Cordis, a warrior forged of steel, possesses a tender vulnerability, and this softness is the wellspring of all his strength. In Lin Huan's eyes, this is not a burden, but rather a source of support. Chapter 41. Entering the City of Vantion, Part 2. This is no mere flattery. Come, you must have a drink with me before you leave. Let us celebrate your victory. I want to hear all about how you dismantled Augustus's 3 iron behemoths in a scrap. Leilai exuberantly draped an arm around Lin Huan's shoulder, pulling him insistently towards the city. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Lin Huan instructed Zhang Hai and Zhou Rue to arrange for the convoy to rest and refuel, accompanying Leilai with a resigned smile. The banquet was held on the open terrace of the Lord's residence, offering a panoramic view of most of Vantion City and the vast, distant frontier. Absent were the cumbersome rituals and insincere pleasantries of the core world. Instead, there were generous portions of roasted meat, potent spirits, and conversations that were refreshingly direct. Leilai, a man of both strength and subtlety, meticulously inquired about the details of the finals, commending the synergy between the Manticore and Thunder Dragon, while also divulging the reactions of various factions in the core world to Lin Huan's victory, subtly cautioning him about certain entities to be wary of. Augustus had suffered considerable humiliation this time and would not let it go easily. While they might not dare to act overtly, covert machinations were inevitable. Furthermore, Deep Blue Life and those venerable companies would hardly welcome the emergence of an uncontrollable variable. Leilai took a swig of his drink and lowered his voice, urging, upon your return, expedite the development of your ecological zone. Only with sufficient strength can you instill fear in those of ill intent. Should you require assistance, feel free to speak up, as long as it remains within bounds. I have long been displeased with those arrogant elites of the core. Lin Huan noted this favor. Leilai was indeed a trustworthy ally. The feast lasted for a good part of the day before Lin Huan rose to take his leave. Leilai, recognizing the challenges of the frontier journey, refrained from insisting he stay. Personally escorting Lin Huan to the city gate and additionally dispatching a small squad of elite guard from Vantion City to accompany the convoy until they were well beyond the city's influence. As the convoy set forth once more, they passed through the enormous gates that separated 2 worlds. In an instant, the scene transformed drastically. Behind them lay the relatively organized and vibrant border hub of Vantion City, while ahead stretched the true wilderness. The road grew bumpy and antiquated, with the horizon marked by endless parched earth, weathered rock formations, and the remnants of abandoned structures. The air was thick with dust and a faint, lingering scent of decay. The colossal energy transmission towers stand solitary on the desolate plains, some having shattered and collapsed, resembling the skeletal remains of giants. Goodness, is this the frontier? It is so barren, utterly distinct from the core world. Over there, could those be the traces left by monsters? A newly recruited young engineer pointed at several enormous claw marks on the ground in the distance, his complexion paling slightly. Within the convoy, the new members from the core world gasped in astonishment, their curiosity tinged with unease as they gazed out at this starkly different realm. Many among them had never ventured beyond the confines of the core cities, and the sights before them were a profound shock to their perceptions. A few, including Ren, who possessed experience in the frontier, silently observed the landscape outside, their eyes vigilant, hands instinctively drawing nearer to their weapons. They understood that beneath the beauty of this land lay lethal perils. A low, warning growl emanated from the blue velociraptor, Blue Jewel, as it led its kin to disperse and patrol the perimeter of the convoy. The thunder dragon crouched low, its keen gaze scanning the ravines and hills for potential threats. Meanwhile, the brawny jaws dragon ambled alongside the convoy with heavy steps, its immense form and the latent aura of savagery it exuded serving as a formidable deterrent. Wherever they passed, the predatory gazes lurking in the wilderness mostly recoiled in terror, unwilling to approach. With the presence of these powerful monster allies and elite guards, the atmosphere within the convoy, albeit tense, remained free from serious danger. Occasionally, a few oblivious one- or two-star wilderness creatures attempted to draw near, only to be swiftly torn apart by the blue velociraptor pack or casually crushed underfoot by the brawny jaws dragon, posing no real threat whatsoever. After several days of arduous travel, a verdant oasis shrouded in a faint energy barrier finally emerged on the distant horizon. The B7 ecological zone had been reached. Aware of their arrival, Uncle Chun had already opened the gates with the remaining members, including Barton and Lena, eagerly awaiting their return. Upon witnessing the grand convoy and the three formidable monsters that appeared even more robust than before, their faces lit up with expressions of excitement and relief. The convoy gradually entered the ecological zone. The newcomers curiously surveyed the place where they would soon work and live. Though not vast, the energy barrier appeared somewhat frail, and the internal structures were rather rudimentary. Everything was nevertheless well organized, brimming with vitality and a sense of vigorous development, standing in stark contrast to the lifeless wilderness outside. Lin Huan leaped from the vehicle, stepping onto this land that belonged to him, having departed from the clamor and scheming of the core world. He felt an authentic sense of relaxation and grounding upon returning to his own territory. Uncle Chun hastily approached, although the old steward endeavored to maintain his composure. The slight tremor in his voice betrayed his excitement. "Young master, you have finally returned. I have been worried day and night." "Uncle Chun, I am back," Lin Huan smiled. "And I have brought many people and resources with me. There is much to attend to from here on." He surveyed the ecological zone before him, his gaze sweeping across familiar and new faces alike, gliding over the convoy laden with supplies, ultimately resting upon his three silent, monstrous companions. Resources, talent, prestige, and power were all in place. The next step was to boldly transform this oasis into a formidable fortress standing proudly at the frontier, and to establish a kingdom of monsters that belonged solely to him, Lin Huan. Chapter 42. Return to Zone B7 to avenge the Blue Bear Beast. As the convoy entered the energy barrier of the B7 ecological zone, a faint sense of resistance enveloped them, soon replaced by the relatively fresh, humid air within, which contrasted starkly with the arid wilderness outside. For Lin Huan, it felt as though he had shed a colossal burden. Every inch of land exuded a reassuring aura. However, for the newly arrived residents from the core world aboard the vehicle, the delicate barrier marked the threshold between two entirely disparate realms. Inside the ecological zone, the scene bustled with activity and hope. Newly delivered equipment was being unloaded under Lena's direction, while the brothers ate too and Amu labored to carry heavy metal components. Ivan and Olbel were already engaged in soil sampling within the newly designated planning area, and Vera stood atop a makeshift command platform, strategizing the next steps for barrier reinforcement and water infrastructure based on the holographic projections before her. Amidst this flurry of activity, Uncle Chin navigated through the throng, steadily coordinating various affairs, his peripheral vision ever fixed on the recently returned Lin Huan. Young master, you have worked hard, Uncle Chun approached. His voice tinged with an almost imperceptible quaver, quickly subdued by professionalism. The inventory has been thoroughly checked, and personnel have been preliminarily settled. Engineer Vera wishes to discuss the final upgrade plan for the energy barrier with you at your earliest convenience. Lin Huan nodded, yet his gaze was drawn first to the corner animal enclosure. The man-eater dragon and the thunder dragon could no longer contain their excitement. Upon sensing their familiar environment and relative freedom, they emitted low growls and roars. The man-eater dragon, with earth-shaking strides, rushed towards the designated simulated dry rock area, eagerly rubbing its dark red, thick hide against the ground, leaving deep furrows as if heralding the king's return. The thunder dragon, with a clear and melodious cry, gracefully darted into the sparsely wooded area reserved for it, vanishing among the treetops after a few agile leaps, with only the rustling of leaves betraying its delight. Let them relax for a while, Lin Huan chuckled, then turned his attention to the blue bear beast trailing timidly behind Uncle Chun. Its curiosity piqued as it surveyed its surroundings. There was something peculiar about this creature. Though still a juvenile, the blue bear beast, as a 2-star monster, typically exuded a fierce, untamed aura, particularly evident in its eyes, which were often filled with agitation and vigilance. Yet now, this noticeably rounder bear displayed a gentler demeanor, even appearing somewhat simple-minded. It followed closely beside Uncle Chun, its massive form attempting to shrink, occasionally nuzzling its large head against Uncle Chin's trousers, emitting soft whimpers. Chinbo. This fellow, Lin Huan raised an eyebrow. How is it that I feel he has grown more than just a bit plump? His gaze also seems to have softened somewhat. A rare smile appeared on Chun Bo's face as he patted the robust forelimb of the blue bear beast. Young master, you are not mistaken. Shortly after your departure, I observed that although this creature has a rather irritable temperament, it exhibits an extraordinary fondness for sweets. Considering that bears generally have a penchant for honey, I entrusted the merchant caravan to occasionally bring some back. Initially, it was merely an experiment. To my surprise, after indulging in it, his temper indeed calmed considerably. Over time, perhaps due to familiarity, he has ceased to display the hostility he once had and has become, well, somewhat affectionate. As he spoke, Chinbo extracted a small piece of honeycomb from his pocket. The blue bear beast's eyes immediately lit up. Cautiously, it took the treat with its paw and began to munch on it. The look of satisfaction on its face utterly devoid of the ferocity one would expect from a gluttonous bear, resembling more a large pet bear. Lin Huan couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, are you raising it like a panda? Nevertheless, a more tranquil demeanor is preferable, sparing us from the daily destruction of our home. He stepped forward, intending to stroke the bear's head. Though the enormous creature had tempered its fierceness, its instincts remained intact. It still held a measure of reverence for Lin Huan, its true master and leader of the monsters, and thus shrank its neck, not daring to retreat, though its eyes conveyed a desire for approval. At that moment, Lin Huan noticed beneath the bear's thick fur, near the shoulder, a subtle yet evidently healed scar, with hairs of a lighter hue surrounding it, indicating new growth. This mark did not resemble a mere scratch. It appeared to be a wound inflicted by some sharp claw or energy weapon. What happened to this injury? Lin Huan's expression darkened as he turned to Chinbo. The smile on Chinbo's face faded, and he sighed. Young master, your return is most timely. I was just about to report this matter to you. During the month of your absence, our ecological zone has been quite unsettled. He gestured for Lin Huan to step aside to a quieter area, with the blue bear beast following closely behind, resembling a giant shadow. Approximately 3 weeks ago, a 3-star spiked wolf emerged from the west, from the vicinity of an abandoned slag mountain, accompanied by a cadre of roughly 10 1-star and 2-star rogue monsters, becoming the new overlord of that region. Chunbo's tone grew grave. That beast is exceedingly cunning, having led its subordinates on multiple attempts to assault the vulnerable points of our energy barrier. Although the barrier has been reinforced by Engineer Vera, the frequent attacks have drained a significant amount of energy, and there are always vulnerabilities. On one occasion, a few 2-star digging weasels nearly breached our defenses from underground, but fortunately, the blue bear beast detected them in time and rushed over to reduce them to pulp. The most perilous moment came when the spiked wolf itself led an assault under the cover of night against the recently repaired barrier node on the eastern side. At that time, Barton and his team were holding the line outside, and the situation was dire. The blue bear beast charged out without hesitation. Chinbo glanced at the blue bear beast, now licking its paw in reminiscence of the honey, his expression tinged with complexity. At that moment, It was nothing like the docile creature it is now. Its ferocity was unleashed, and it valiantly withstood the primary onslaught of the spiked wolf, shattering two two-star monsters that attempted to launch a surprise attack. The wound was inflicted by the spines of a thornback wolf, narrowly avoiding damage to the tendons and bones. It was only thanks to its fierce resistance that they managed to hold their ground until Barton and his companions stabilized the situation and drove the beasts away. Since then, although the thornback wolves have not launched large-scale assaults, they occasionally send small groups of monsters to harass us, evidently fixated on our territory. Lin Huan listened quietly, his gaze sweeping over the seemingly simple form of the blue bear beast. He could easily imagine how fiercely this great bear fought to protect the land that sheltered it and provided it with honey. A warm current flowed through his heart, yet it was overshadowed by a more chilling sentiment. 3-star monsters, lurking at their doorstep, and injuring his guard bear? Lin Huan had ventured forth, claiming victory and returning with resources and talent, not to continue enduring humiliation. Is the location confirmed? The Slag Mountain to the west? His voice remained calm, but those who knew him, like Uncle Chun, understood this tranquility was the calm before the storm. Confirmed. Barton has sent scouts several times. That fellow's lair is indeed in the largest abandoned mine within the Slag Mountain, Uncle Chun replied. Lin Huan nodded, issuing no further commands. With a mere thought, he established a connection through the system with the rampaging jaw dragon that was frolicking in the rocky region. A surge of brutality, hunger, and a desire for release instantly resonated back. The rampaging jaw dragon, having just returned to its territory, was in dire need of a slaughter to assert its dominance and satisfy its thirst for battle. To the west, at the Slag Mountain, an audacious 3-star creature has occupied my territory and injured my bear. Lin Huan conveyed a simple message, along with a rough location and details about the thornback wolf. Go! Eliminate it and its minions. Make as much noise as you wish. A thunderous roar erupted from the rocky area, filled with excitement and cruelty. The massive form of the rampaging jaw dragon reared up, its dark red membranes unfurling on its back, its colossal head turning toward the west, where flames of ferocity burned in its golden eyes. It did not even bother to use the main entrance. With a powerful thrust of its limbs, it shattered an inconsequential low barrier at the edge of the ecological zone, which needed repairing anyway, charging toward the Slag Mountain like an out-of-control heavy war vehicle, leaving deep footprints and crushed underbrush in its wake. The tremendous commotion captured the attention of everyone within the ecological zone. The newly arrived members turned pale with fear. They had seldom faced such a massive and ferocious rampaging jaw dragon, let alone witnessed its unrestrained fury. Meanwhile, the remaining Bartons, Lena, and others displayed expressions of excitement and anticipation. They understood that the district chief was about to establish his authority in the most direct and savage manner, proclaiming to all lurking presences, the B7 ecological zone is not what it once was. Lin Huan paid no heed to the reactions around him and approached the blue bear beast, patting its sturdy arm. Well done. Your honey was not wasted. From now on, follow Uncle Chun and guard her home well. The azure bear-like creature, though somewhat perplexed, sensed the approval in Lin Huan's tone and joyfully nudged him with its large head, nearly causing Lin Huan to stumble. At that moment, a notification from the hunting tail system materialized in Lin Huan's mind. The loyalty of the companion monster, Azure Bear Juvenile, has significantly increased. Current level, trustworthy. The companion monster, Azure Bear, has undergone a guardian battle, triggering potential activation and growth enhancement. Progress update on the analysis of ancient dragon gene sequences. Analysis progress, 30. Lin Huan felt a surge of intrigue. The progress of the ancient dragon sequence analysis had advanced so remarkably. Suppressing his curiosity for the time being, he turned to Chin Bo and said, "Let us go and inspect the new equipment. Once the savage jaw dragon returns, this place should remain tranquil for a while." As if to affirm his words, distant howls of wolf-like creatures echoed from the west, accompanied by the ferocious roars of the savage jaw dragon and the thunderous sound of collapsing rocks. The cacophony lasted for less than 10 minutes before descending into complete silence. After a brief interval, the ground trembled once more, and the savage jaw dragon, covered in dust and dark crimson blood, its jaws clutching a severed spine of the wolf-like creature, strode back with the gait of a victor. It carelessly discarded the remains onto the open ground at the periphery of the ecological zone, raised its head to emit a roar of triumph and dominion, and then, content, returned to its territory to tend to its wounds and rest. The entire spectacle was efficient, savage, and visually striking. The newly arrived engineers and technicians stood in awe, gaining the most direct and profound appreciation of the young district lord's prowess and methods. Amid their fear, an inexplicable sense of security quietly blossomed. In this harsh frontier, following a formidable master might indeed be the greatest assurance of survival. Lin Huan merely cast a cursory glance at the half-eaten wolf carcass and instructed Barton, "Clean this up. Retain any useful materials and dispose of the rest." "Yes, District Lord." Barton replied respectfully, his eyes filled with reverence. The problem was resolved even more swiftly than anticipated. Lin Huan took a deep breath and directed his gaze toward the bustling construction site. Resources had been secured, talent had arrived, and potential threats had been temporarily alleviated. It was time to truly begin to spread his wings. Chapter 43. The Egg of the Blue Quick Dragon, A New Beginning. The savage-jawed dragon had eradicated the threats at the entrance in the most brutal manner, its intimidating presence yielding immediate results. Not only had the western Slag Mountain returned to tranquility, but even the low-tier lurking monsters in the surrounding ecological zone seemed to have vanished overnight or retreated to a distance. Absolute power, in this land governed by primal laws, remains the most direct and effective form of communication. Within the ecological zone, after a brief tumult, a rhythm of high-speed operation ensued. Lin Huan did not succumb to the comforts of his return. He was acutely aware that the halo of victory from the ZIO competition was but fleeting. The true foundation lay in the earth beneath his feet and the power in his hands. He entrusted the management and coordination of construction entirely to Chun Bo. As Lin Huan neither knew nor desired to oversee such matters, though the seasoned steward may have lacked in combat prowess, he possessed a reassuring steadiness and expertise in resource allocation, personnel management, and overall planning. Lin Huan immersed himself in the newly designated core area, a sprawling biological laboratory, constructed from newly arrived prefabricated components and partially renovated old warehouses, was rapidly taking shape. Lena and her mechanical team worked tirelessly around the clock, installing large energy stabilizers, biological culture tanks, environmental simulation units, and high-precision analytical instruments procured from Zerlo City. Maurice, the seemingly disheveled engineer, exhibited remarkable talent in laying energy lines and fine-tuning core equipment, transforming the intricate energy circuits into a coherent system under his deft touch. Lin Huan found himself nearly living in the laboratory. He expended vast amounts of raw energy to exchange for technological blueprints and crucial catalytic substances that transcended the current era. Combining them with conventional biological materials and devices, he had acquired to embark on a critically important endeavor, the creation of large-scale biological entities. In essence, he was laying the first cornerstone for a grander vision that resided within his heart. Although he did not elaborate extensively, Chun Bo could perceive a fervent focus and ambition burning in Lin Huan's eyes. This ambition was not merely a yearning for power or wealth. It resembled a creator's relentless pursuit of perfection in their own masterpiece. Meanwhile, armed with the substantial energy credits left by Lin Huan, Chun Bo commenced a bold expansion. The original core area of the B7 ecological zone encompassed less than 10 square kilometers, making it relatively small within the frontier ecological district. However, Chun Bo identified nearby lands that were relatively flat and bore remnants of the old world, and with ample funding and a newly established military deterrent, he initiated a fervent land acquisition campaign. Energy barrier generators were relocated to the new boundaries, while Vela led the engineering team in an unceasing effort to reinforce and extend the barriers. This process was fraught with challenges, as the expanded territory harbored numerous troubles, including mutated underground creatures, clusters of small monsters nesting in the ruins, and even lingering pollution traps. At this juncture, Lin Huan's monstrous legion played an irreplaceable role. The blue velociraptor king, Luan Bao, exhibited astonishing intelligence. It seemed to fully comprehend the intent behind the expansion, proactively dividing its kin into several squads. No longer merely passive guardians, they coordinated their efforts with the ecological zone's expansion, undertaking active purges and patrols. Their agile forms darted through the rubble, employing keen senses and cooperative tactics to root out and eliminate hidden threats. Meanwhile, the Thunder Dragon was tasked with conducting aerial operations and rapid strikes. Its operational range encompasses the newly designated area of 100 square kilometers. Any significant gathering of monstrous entities or unusual energy fluctuations cannot elude its keen perception. Upon detecting a target that proves difficult to swiftly eliminate, it either strikes with thunderous force or promptly seeks assistance. The formidable manticore has thus become a genuine strategic deterrent and demolition force when confronted with robust monster lairs or formidable obstacles. The manticore's colossal physique and terrifying strength present the most effective solution. A single charge or a sweeping tail strike is often sufficient to reduce both the trouble and its hiding place to rubble. Its ferocious presence sends most native creatures fleeing, deterred from approaching the expanding ecological zone's periphery. Standing atop a hastily constructed watchtower, Chun Bo gazes upon the once desolate and lifeless expanse, gradually brought under his control beneath the soft glow of the energy barrier. Bulldozers roar as they level the terrain, while construction crews, safeguarded by a cadre of velociraptors, clear the ruins and lay the foundations for new facilities. A vibrant, almost savage vitality pulsates across this land, filling him with deep reflection. What the young master has returned with is not merely resources and prestige, but a boldness that transcends convention. He notes a particular detail. The creatures engineered by Lin Huan possess an extraordinary strength and, intriguingly, seem to exhibit complete reproductive capabilities. This is nearly unfathomable to the major corporations of the core world. The biological weapons produced by these companies are either consumables stripped of reproductive potential or necessitate the implantation of complex biochips for control. Take, for instance, the brutal velociraptors created by Augustus Corporation. While formidable, they remain strictly controlled tools devoid of breeding abilities. In contrast, Lin Huan's creatures, from the velociraptors to the thunder dragon and the manticore, are wild, possess notable intelligence, and naturally adhere to Lin Huan's command, even forming rudimentary social structures among themselves. Chun Bo has observed closely, noting the absence of any signs of artificial control devices. This entirely organic system of monsters, characterized by primal strength, intelligence, and natural reproductive capabilities, harbors far greater potential and menace than those regulated biological weapons. Chun Bo senses that the path Lin Huan is paving may diverge radically from the prevailing biotechnological trends of the current world, possibly even being revolutionary. However, expansion comes at a cost. Energy credits flow out like water, and personnel exertion is immense. Yet, the results are remarkable. A month later, the outline of a new ecological zone, covering an area exceeding 100 square kilometers, has begun to take shape. Although much of the area is still in the initial stages of clearance, and the energy barrier remains relatively weak, the core living area, cultivation zones, industrial sectors, and monster habitats have been distinctly planned and are concurrently under construction. It is precisely upon this newly acquired land that an unexpected delight quietly emerges. Nestled at the edge of the newly designated monster habitat, a sheltered area beneath a parched rocky wall has been transformed by the blue velociraptors into a magnificent nest, fashioned from hay and supple branches. This morning, a female blue velociraptor, receiving particular attention from its companion, exhibited signs of impending labor, her figure noticeably swollen. The news spread like wildfire throughout the ecological zone. For these new inhabitants, monsters were no longer distant, terrifying legends. They had become comrades, laboring alongside them to safeguard their home. Notably, the Blue Velociraptor group, renowned for their high intelligence and human-like understanding, often accompanied the staff on outings, providing early warnings of danger, driving away minor disturbances, and even assisting in the transportation of lighter supplies, earning them widespread affection. As word spread of the impending egg-laying, many employees, having concluded their rest periods or finding themselves temporarily idle, could not suppress their curiosity and gathered at a distance to peer at the nest on tiptoe. The blue velociraptor appeared unusually agitated and anxious, abandoning its typically imposing patrol of the territory to pace restlessly beside the female, emitting low, soothing whines. Other blue velociraptors instinctively formed a protective circle around the nest, vigilantly observing their surroundings and preventing any unrelated individuals from approaching too closely. Disperse. What do you all look like huddled here? Don't disturb them. Chun Bo arrived just in time, his voice not loud, yet imbued with authority. He understood the crowd's curiosity, but recognized the necessity for tranquility in such moments. Though reluctant, the gathering gradually complied, retreating while still engaging in animated discussions from afar, their faces glowing with an inexplicable excitement and anticipation. This sentiment was rare in the perilous frontier, where numbness often prevailed. Rain stood calmly on an elevated patch of earth, arms crossed, observing his surroundings and fulfilling his duties as the head of the defense team. Beside him stood Barton, the former leader of the Stone Shield team, his expression reflecting a mixture of complexity. A month prior, when Lin Huan appointed Rain, a seemingly much younger veteran, as the chief of the defense team, while relegating himself to a subordinate role, Barton had felt a twinge of discontent. He acknowledged that Rain might possess greater strength. But what about experience and prestige? That was until one day, Rain summoned him to a lounge adjacent to the training grounds and closed the door behind them. A few minutes later, Barton emerged, rubbing his bruised eyes, remaining silent about the events within, yet from that moment forth, he executed Rain's commands with unwavering precision. Devoid of any doubt, in the frontier, strength is the most undeniable truth. Rain not only possessed formidable personal prowess, but also brought with him a rigorous tactical discipline and meticulousness from the shattered front lines, rapidly enhancing the combat effectiveness of the entire ecological zone's guard team. Within the nest, after a prolonged period of anxious anticipation, the female blue velociraptor successfully laid a large egg adorned with pale blue speckles, followed by a series of 6 additional eggs. Weak yet content, she nudged the eggs gently with her snout before collapsing in exhaustion. The blue dragon let out an excited low growl, cautiously nudging the egg closer to the female velociraptor beside it. Then, raising its head, it emitted a long, proud roar that resonated into the sky. This roar seemed to serve as a signal, prompting the surrounding pack of velociraptors to respond in kind, filling the entire habitat with vibrant echoes of life. Among the distant onlookers, someone initiated a sincere round of cheers and applause. This moment symbolized not merely the birth of 7 eggs. It embodied the newfound ecological zone's potential for self-sustenance and expansion. These formidable creatures were no longer mere consumables, but heralded the dawn of a new lineage within this land. Mr. Chun observed this scene with a smile of contentment, turning his gaze toward the brightly lit biological laboratory in the core area. Inside, the young master was striving for greater power, while outside, the seeds of hope had begun to sprout. Chapter 44, The King of Black Flames and the Blade of Ashes. Time slipped quietly by for several more days. The B7 ecological zone, now aptly referred to as the Lin ecological zone, was undergoing visible transformations daily. Zhou Rue had returned to his father's side, promising to visit again when time allowed. The core residential area had taken shape, featuring orderly modular homes, well-equipped facilities, a burgeoning marketplace, and even a small recreational area. An energy barrier, resembling an inverted transparent giant bowl, securely enveloped this core zone, shielding it from external pollution and the majority of threats. Within the barrier, lights gleamed, voices mingled, and an atmosphere of order and vitality prevailed. However, stepping outside the core area revealed a starkly different landscape. The more than 100 square kilometers of land designated for ecological expansion remained largely untamed. Old ruins had been leveled, and the land had been roughly organized, yet it had not undergone thorough purification or construction. The energy barrier extended only a few main roads and critical nodes, creating relatively safe passages, while the majority of the area relied on boundary markers, rudimentary watchtowers, and frequent patrols to assert sovereignty. In Mr. Chen's words, this was a strategy of first enclosing the area, then gradually digesting it. After all, maintaining such a vast energy barrier, given the ecological zone's current energy output and technological capabilities, was an insurmountable task. This implied that within the extensive, undeveloped territories, risks still lurked. There could be residual radioactive dust, low-tier monsters migrating from more remote areas, or even some reluctant to leave their homeland or harboring ulterior motives, small bands of rogues. The pressure on the defense team, led by Ryan, was immense, as they needed to ensure the safety of workers at various operational sites, with patrol routes extending remarkably long. Fortunately, the tireless assistance of the Velociraptor pack proved invaluable. Their keen senses served as an excellent early warning system, significantly alleviating the human burden. Everyone was busy, each engaged in their own responsibilities. Vera, accompanied by her team, diligently surveyed the subterranean water veins, envisioning a more expansive water recycling system. Ivan in Old Bell's cultivation area had successfully harvested a season of rapidly growing air potatoes and were now experimenting with new radiation-resistant crops. Meanwhile, Lena and Morris busied themselves around the antiquated yet significantly improved energy core, striving to unearth its latent potential. Even Xiaoya, a seemingly ordinary girl, exhibited extraordinary meticulousness and perseverance in the cultivation zone, quietly shouldering the weighty auxiliary tasks. The entire ecological zone operated like a finely tuned machine, orchestrated by the adept coordination of Master Chun, propelling forward at a brisk pace despite occasional hiccups. Amidst this industrious clamor, the biolaboratory, nestled at the periphery of the core zone and perpetually aglow, finally swung open its doors once more. Lin Huan emerged, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest, eyes sunken, beard unkempt, and his attire stained with mysterious substances, exuding a melange of disinfectant, biological enzymes, and a faint fishy odor. Yet, in stark contrast to his weary exterior, his eyes sparkled with an effervescent excitement and sense of accomplishment. Master Chun, who had been waiting just outside the laboratory, immediately approached him with concern. "Young master, you have finally emerged. Your seclusion has lasted nearly 20 days, and you..." His words trailed off as his attention was drawn to the two small creatures that followed Lin Huan out. They were two young dragons. The one on the left, measuring over a meter in length, was adorned with a dense, dark red-scaled hide, already exhibiting distinct draconic features, with two small protrusions on its head hinting at the future development of horns. Most striking was a row of slightly raised, flame-shaped keratin structures along its spine, still diminutive yet promising. A pair of fragile-looking membranous wings were tightly folded against its sides, but its claws gleamed with a sharp, menacing sheen. It cocked its head, curiously scrutinizing Master Chun, emitting soft gurgles, occasionally parting its jaws to reveal a fleeting red glow deep within its throat. The creature on the right was slightly larger, nearing 1.5 meters in size, resembling more of a beastly dragon. Its overall hue was a deep gray, with a sturdy carapace that conveyed resilience. Its head was proportionally larger, featuring a deep mouth filled with numerous sharp teeth. Most peculiar was its tail, which nearly accounted for half of its length. Rather than a conventional club or spike, it was elongated and flattened, flashing a disquieting metallic sheen at the edges, akin to an unsheathed blade yet to be honed. This little creature appeared rather irritable, issuing a low, threatening growl towards Master Chun, its tail restlessly tracing shallow white marks in the ground. This was a sight that even Master Chun, despite his extensive experience, had never encountered before. The creature on the left vaguely reminded him of the Western dragons depicted in ancient legends, while the one on the right, though more conventionally formed, possessed a tail that was undeniably bizarre. "Haha, a successful specimen." Lin Huan clapped his hands with a sense of pride, albeit somewhat unsteadily due to fatigue. "Allow me to introduce," he said, "this one on the left is called the Black Flame King, a majestic fire dragon, which you may envision as a future sovereign of the skies. The one on the right is known as the Annihilation Blade, a dragon-slaying entity of the terrestrial sword saint caliber." He crouched down to gently stroke the heads of the two young dragons. The Black Flame King nuzzled his palm in delight, while the Annihilation Blade squirmed a bit reluctantly, but offered no resistance. Lin Huan observed that the first individual created through the system seemed to possess an inherent advantage. Its growth potential, intellect, or special talents appeared to surpass those of subsequent creations of the same kind. "I have high hopes for these two little ones," Lin Huan elaborated. "I deliberately named them. The Black Flame King signifies its potential to master darkness and flame as a lord of the skies, while the Annihilation Blade symbolizes the hope that its tail blade can obliterate all and incinerate everything." Mr. Chin listened with a mix of awe and trepidation. A sovereign of the skies? A sword saint of the land? Potential that exceeds that of the Brutal Jaw Dragon? The Brutal Jaw Dragon is already a terrifying 4-star entity. What does it mean to surpass it? 5 stars? Or perhaps even more? He scrutinized the Black Flame King, particularly its folded fleshy wings. "Young master, can this fire dragon truly fly? And what a dragon-slaying creature? Its tail, is it metallic? Such mechanical alteration at such a young age, will it not hinder its development?" Lin Huan chuckled at Mr. Chen's concerns. "You are overthinking it, Mr. Chun. This is not mechanical alteration. The Black Flame King's wings are natural. As long as it receives adequate nutrition and energy, its growth will ensure it soars through the skies. As for the Annihilation Blade's tail," he pointed to the peculiar tail blade of the Dragon Slayer. "That is an integral part of its body, a highly calcified and metallic biological tissue, akin to the pincers of certain crustacean creatures. It will grow and metamorphose along with its body. It is not a burden. Rather, it is its most formidable weapon. When you prepare a habitat for it, please include a variety of metals of different hardness and large whetstones. It has a habit of sharpening its blade and will melt ores to coat its tail blade, which is crucial for enhancing its sharpness and strength. Mr. Chin understood, and a wave of profound astonishment washed over him. A creature born with a metallic tail blade? A tail that requires sharpening? This completely upended his understanding of biological structure. The techniques mastered by the young master, as he had previously surmised, were indeed distinct from contemporary mainstream technology. They represented a new and uncharted path filled with enigmas. I comprehend now, young master. I shall arrange a designated area, as per your specifications, Mr. Chin replied solemnly. What special considerations should I keep in mind for these two little ones? At this stage, the priority is simply to ensure they eat well, sleep well, and remain safe. Their diet has already been recorded in the system and will be managed by specialized caretakers. As for combat capabilities, we cannot rely on them yet. They must first surpass their larval stage. Lin Huan yawned. Please take them away and hand them over to the breeding team. I need to catch up on some sleep before continuing. Continuing? Mr. Chin exclaimed in surprise. Young master, you have been working continuously for nearly 20 days. Your health is paramount. No worries, I'm well aware. Lin Huan waved his hand, his eyes glinting with the fervor of a researcher. The foundational stones for the colossal creatures had already been laid. Now, it was time to construct the very bedrock of the entire ecosystem. We cannot rely solely on the velociraptors as scouts and primary laborers. We require a more diverse array of creatures, each adept in their specific domains. To populate this vast expanse and forge a truly self-sustaining ecological system that balances offense and defense. Having spoken, he did not wait for Chun Bo's further counsel. Turning instead to re-enter the laboratory, the heavy door slowly closing behind him, once again isolating him from the outside world. In his recent studies, Lin Huan occasionally activated the hunter module, as he had an abundance of primal energy at his disposal. After surpassing 5 hours of accumulated activation time for the monster hunter module, an upgrade was initiated. Now, upon activation, Lin Huan's physical attributes could temporarily elevate to the pinnacle of a 2-star genetic warrior. In his normal state, however, he had already attained the peak of 1 star. It could be considered an additional safeguard for his survival. Chin Bo gazed at the 2 naive yet remarkable little dragons before him, then glanced at the firmly shut laboratory door, letting out a resigned sigh, though pride and anticipation shone in his eyes. He carefully guided the Black Flame King and the Extinction Blade into a specially designed transport cage, instructing the attendant caretakers to meticulously convey them to the newly established state-of-the-art rare monster breeding center. Chapter 45, Herbivorous Dragons, Elven Deer, Mushroom Pigs. The laboratory door sealed once more, separating Lin Huan from his fervent world of research. Chin Bo observed the 2 young dragons, now exhibiting distinct characteristics, and felt compelled to act without hesitation. He personally led a meticulous breeding team to escort them into the rare monster breeding center. This center was one of the newly constructed facilities following the expansion of the ecological zone, located at the edge of the core area, where environmental simulations were controlled with exceptional precision and security measures were second only to Lin Huan's biological laboratory. Within the center, various zones were designated to cater to the unique needs of different creatures. The Black Flame King, male fire dragon, was placed in a space featuring a lofty dome, simulating dry rock walls and artificial heat sources to facilitate its future flight practice and acclimatization to high temperatures. Meanwhile, the Extinction Blade, slashing dragon, was assigned to a spacious area filled with metals of various hardness, discarded metal components, and specially designed large whetstones. A sharpening room specifically requested by Lin Huan. As anticipated by Lin Huan, these 2 naturally regal beings had not rested since their arrival in their new home. Perhaps it was the innate competitive spirit coursing through their veins, or perhaps it was simply a matter of mutual disdain. The Black Flame King and the Extinction Blade provoked one another daily through the specialized reinforced barrier, growling defiantly. The Black Flame King would attempt to flap its increasingly robust wings, creating gusts of hot wind laden with the scent of sulfur, while the Extinction Blade, more direct in its approach, would strike the isolation wall with its tail blade, which had already revealed astonishing hardness and sharpness, sending sparks flying. This competition seemed to invigorate their growth. Under the ample and meticulously curated supply of high-energy carnivorous sustenance, the 2 little creatures exhibited remarkable changes almost daily. Within a mere 10 days, their sizes had dramatically surged from an initial height of over 1 meter and 1.5 meters to beyond 3 meters. The Black Flame King's wing structure had become increasingly robust, its wingspan now nearly 5 meters wide, while the blue heat-dissipating plates on its back shimmered with vibrant hues. The frequency of the red glow in its throat pulsated more rapidly, and even a casual burp could emit a few stray sparks. Meanwhile, the Annihilation Blade had grown even more formidable, its thick shell displaying a muted metallic sheen, and its tail blade had nearly doubled in length, its edges glinting with a chilling sharpness. One of its daily priorities involved seeking suitable ores or sharpening stones, diligently honing its tail with a resounding clamor, resembling an ancient swordsmith lost in concentration. Their appetite had also become astonishingly prodigious, consuming an amount of meat daily comparable to that of a small cafeteria. Not to mention the additional substantial quantity of special ores rich in metallic elements required by the Annihilation Blade. This expense caused Chunbo, who was responsible for resource allocation, to feel a pang of discomfort, yet the potential that Lin Huan spoke of, exceeding that of the formidable Manticore, made him deem this investment exceedingly worthwhile. As the Black Flame King and Annihilation Blade were vigorously maturing in the nurturing center, the laboratory door swung open once more after another 10 days. Emerging this time was Lin Huan, in a somewhat better state than before. At least his hair appeared combed, and the weariness etched on his face had somewhat faded, although the bloodshot gaze and the intense aura of immersion in research still lingered. This time, he did not bring forth any fearsome combat creatures, but instead gestured towards a group of seemingly ordinary beings that followed closely behind him. Leading the way was a creature resembling a smaller version of the subcrown dragon, its deep brown skin adorned with black stripes, a stout bony cone protruding from its forehead, and a T-shaped crest adorning its head. These were the herbivorous dragons. Approximately a dozen in number, they were slightly larger than typical cattle or horses, with gentle eyes and a steady gait, curiously surveying the world outside while emitting low, rumbling sounds. Lin Huan introduced them to the eagerly awaiting Chenbo, describing them as resilient creatures with strong adaptability, primarily feeding on various plants and possessing commendable reproductive capabilities. They formed the foundational elements of the ecological chain. Following the herbivorous dragons were several small, stout creatures with pink skin, their backs adorned with green moss and tiny mushrooms. These were the shiitake pigs. They snuffled about, foraging the ground with their noses, seemingly intent on uncovering mushrooms from the cement floor at the laboratory entrance. Shiitake pigs excel at locating and excavating fungi, aiding in soil improvement, and their droppings serve as excellent fertilizer. Their meat is also quite palatable, Lin Huan added. Finally, emerging gracefully were a few nimble creatures, their fur of vibrant green and adorned with delicate antlers. These were the elven deer. They stood alert, ears perked, their poised forms suggesting readiness to leap away at a moment's notice. The elven deer were timid, yet possessed keen senses. Their horns serve as excellent medicinal materials. However, our primary intention is not to harvest them. Allowing them to grow naturally contributes to maintaining the ecological balance and biodiversity of the region. Chunbo gazed at this group of creatures, markedly different from those he had previously encountered, momentarily lost in thought. If the Black Flame King and the Ashen Blade symbolize the future sharp sword and sturdy shield, then these before him represent the most unassuming soil and bedrock. Young master, what do you mean? Chinbo inquired, somewhat perplexed. In the borderlands, such docile herbivores typically signify but one thing, a source of meat. Yet, Lin Huan's intentions were evidently more profound. Lin Huan smiled, an expression of a visionary illuminating his face. Chunbo, a complete and healthy ecological zone cannot solely rely on top-tier predators. We must establish foundational production and cycles. These herbivorous dragons, fragrant mushroom pigs, and elfin deer are merely the first step. They will consume the vast amounts of plant byproducts generated in our cultivation areas, transforming them into meat and fertilizer. Their mere presence will enhance the soil, attract insects, and promote plant growth, thereby forming a small ecological cycle. In the future, as they reproduce, they will not only satisfy a portion of our meat requirements, but any surplus can be traded or serve as sustenance for our carnivorous monster legion. He paused, glancing towards the expanding cultivation area and the vast undeveloped land. Continuing, moreover, we have enclosed such a large expanse, it cannot remain lifeless. With these foundational creatures, this land will truly come alive, brimming with vitality, resembling a natural and sustainable ecological zone rather than a mere artificial fortress. Bo suddenly grasped his insight, feeling a deeper admiration for Lin Huan's foresight. This endeavor transcended mere weapon creation. It was about laying the groundwork for a world. I understand, young master. I will arrange for personnel to designate specific grazing areas and habitats, allowing them to adapt to their environment and reproduce swiftly. Bo promptly responded. Very well. I'll leave it to you. Lin Huan nodded, though his brow furrowed slightly. However, with the ecological zone's vast expanse and the numerous projects underway, relying solely on this small group of over 60 individuals is increasingly untenable. Just tending to these newcomers and the existing monsters requires considerable manpower, not to mention the defense, construction, and cultivation tasks. Bo echoed his sentiment. Indeed, young master. Especially in the outer regions, patrols, and surveillance, Captain Ryan has repeatedly indicated a shortage of personnel, leaving many potential threats unassessed in a timely manner. Lin Huan stroked his chin, deep in thought. A flicker of inspiration sparked in his eyes, as if he had conceived a brilliant idea. Solely relying on recruiting drifters or attracting individuals from the core world is inefficient and does not guarantee loyalty. Furthermore, many repetitive, high-risk tasks may not necessarily be suited for humans. He murmured to himself, his gaze once again drawn to the seemingly limitless possibilities of the biological laboratory. Perhaps we can adopt a different approach, create specialized assistants. After speaking, Lin Huan displayed an eager expression on his face and waved his hand to Bo, saying, You carry on with your tasks. I shall return to the laboratory to ponder further. You may take care of the herbivorous dragons. Without waiting for Bo's response, Lin Huan turned once more and hurried back to the laboratory, the heavy door closing behind him with an unyielding finality, isolating his imaginative thoughts from the outside world. Bo watched Lin Huan's disappearing figure, then glanced at the docile herbivorous dragons, the clumsy mushroom pigs, and the vigilant spirit deer before his mind drifted to the two rapidly growing future dominators in the breeding center. He felt a surge of emotions. The young master's thoughts were wildly imaginative, yet always grounded in reality. He was not only contemplating how to engage in battle, but also considering survival and construction. He instructed the caretakers to carefully guide these new residents to the designated areas, then lifted his gaze to the vast sky of the ecological zone. He had a premonition that the young master, upon his return, would likely bring forth something unexpected that could alter the current state of the ecological zone. Meanwhile, inside the laboratory, Lin Huan excitedly accessed the interface of the hunting narrative system. His aim was clear: to create not merely powerful combat units, but to develop biological labor forces or living tools capable of comprehending simple commands and performing specific tasks. In his mind, several monster blueprints suitable for this role began to take shape. Chapter 46. The Birth of the Ilu Cat. The heavy, soundproof metal door of the laboratory slowly opened once more after nearly 20 days. Lin Huan appeared at the entrance, and unlike the near-exhaustive fatigue that accompanied his previous exits from seclusion, this time his mental state seemed remarkably steadier. Although the bloodshot eyes and pale complexion still betrayed a prolonged lack of sleep, his steps were steady, and besides the usual focus of a researcher, there was an unmistakable sense of relief, akin to the satisfaction of a job well done. Bo, who had been waiting not far from the door, immediately approached with concern etched across his face. Young master. This time his words faltered as his gaze shifted uncertainly to Lin Huan's rear. Emerging from the laboratory in a lively and curious procession were a dozen fluffy little creatures. They were Ilu cats, approximately 1 meter in length when fully grown, walking upright on their hind legs, resembling human children. Yet their fluffy coats, in shades of cream, coffee, and orange, along with their round, expressive eyes, and the occasionally twitching pointed ears atop their heads, complemented by their swaying long tails, unmistakably revealed their feline characteristics. These little beings appeared entirely distinct from the exquisitely refined pet cats bred by the affluent in the core world. Their charm radiated an innate wildness and simplicity, their clear and lively eyes devoid of any signs of artificial manipulation. They curiously surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings, emitting soft mews, gently touching each other with their paws, communicating their excitement and slight unease at encountering the vast world for the first time. Mr. Chin stared at the sudden appearance of these kittens, momentarily taken aback. Even though he had witnessed various wondrous creatures conjured by Lin Huan, the abrupt shift in scene before him left him unprepared. The first feeling that surged within him was a pure affection. These little beings were undeniably endearing. Yet, closely following this was an overwhelming confusion. "Young master, what is this?" Mr. Chun could not restrain himself from speaking, his tone tinged with incredulous speculation. Could it be that after spending too much time in the laboratory, feeling lonely, he wished to raise some pets for amusement? As soon as this thought emerged, even he found it hard to believe. Lin Huan was certainly not one to squander precious research time on personal whims during critical moments. Upon hearing this, Lin Huan revealed a somewhat fatigued yet satisfied smile. He shook his head and bent down to gently pat a cream-colored kitten that had approached him, nuzzling against his pant leg. The little creature comfortably closed its eyes, purring contentedly. "Mr. Chun, do not be deceived by their appearance," Lin Huan said with a tone of pride, as if introducing his masterpiece. "They are not ordinary cats, nor merely animals. They are a species of humanoid intelligent beings, which I call cats." Humanoid intelligent beings? Mr. Chun echoed the term, each syllable striking his consciousness like a heavy hammer. He crouched down, carefully examining a nearby brown cat. The small creature tilted its head to observe him, its gaze devoid of the ferocity of a wild beast or the ingratiating nature of a pet. Instead, it bore an expression akin to that of observation and contemplation. It even raised a front paw and waved gently at Mr. Chun, emitting a soft meow, as if greeting him. Indeed, Lin Huan affirmed, they possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, capable of learning and utilizing language, comprehending complex commands, and even forming their own unique societies and cultures. Unlike the half-mechanical beings created by Augustus, reliant on biological chips and mechanical modifications, they are pure, natural life forms, truly intelligent beings, albeit in a different form. This revelation struck Mr. Chun like a thunderclap in his mind. He abruptly stood up, his face drained of color, his pupils constricted in shock. Beings capable of forming civilization? If this news were to spread, it would not only evoke astonishment, but also unleash a tremendous upheaval. This fundamentally challenged the narrow definition of intelligent life held by current human civilization, which deemed intelligence as humanity's exclusive domain, relegating other creatures to mere clever beasts. Such a revelation would undoubtedly shake the very foundations upon which the ruling elite in the core world maintained their dominance, stirring the sensitive and fragile nerves of countless factions. It was clear that a multitude of troubles, prying eyes, and even overt and covert threats would soon follow. A deeper fear seized Mr. Chen's heart. The young master had actually managed to create such beings? Purely natural intelligent life. This is no ordinary biotechnology. It borders on creation itself. Although the master and mistress were undeniably heroic, leaving behind a substantial legacy, it could never encompass such taboo and astonishing realms. This technology far exceeds what Chun Bo comprehends within the known boundaries of biological science. An uncontrollable thought emerged. The young master must harbor immense secrets, ones even I am unaware of. Could it be some extraordinary adventure that transcends his parents' inheritance? Or is the young master himself a rare genius among mortals? The intense mental turmoil caused Chun Bo's body to tremble slightly, and his gaze towards Lin Huan was filled with an indescribable complexity, shock, concern, and fear. But deeper still was a resolution forged through hardship. Regardless of what secrets the young master holds, or the origins of this technology, my life, Chen Shurtu, was bestowed by the Lin family. Without the master and mistress, I would have long since perished in that lightless mine. My mission is to protect the young master in this ecological zone, whether the path ahead leads to an abyss or hell. As long as the young master moves forward, I shall follow closely behind. Even if it is foolish loyalty, it remains the only path I have chosen. Though Lin Huan possessed no telepathic abilities, the dramatic shifts in Chun Bo's expression and the final resolution in his gaze revealed the tumultuous waves that had surged within the old steward's heart. Sighing softly, Lin Huan recognized the profound impact this news had on Chun Bo. He relaxed his demeanor, speaking in a soothing tone. "Chun Bo, do not fear. We shall confront any adversary that arises and withstand any challenges that come our way. Our strength has grown exponentially. The Black Flame King and the Ashen Blade have become our backbone. Moreover, look at them." Lin Huan gestured towards the curious cats exploring the corridor, some attempting to climb walls, while others huddled together, whispering and meowing amongst themselves. In their innocent and endearing demeanor, who would immediately associate them with civilization or threats? They can easily integrate and be embraced by everyone. He paused briefly before continuing to elucidate the practical applications of the cats. Moreover, their utility is immense. They can serve as hunting companions, assist in combat, act as paramedics, pushing specially designed cat carts to rescue the injured, and even aid in gathering, farming, and cooking. Essentially, they can perform nearly all the daily tasks that humans do after training, proving to be invaluable helpers, perfectly addressing our manpower shortage. As he spoke, Lin Huan produced a large basket prepared long in advance, lined with soft padding. He gestured for the dozen or so Ilu kittens to enter. The little ones seemed to understand they were being taken to a new home, obediently climbing into the basket one by one, their fluffy little heads peeking out curiously. Now, these little ones are entrusted to you, Lin Huan said as he handed the basket to Chunbo. The largest one, with a tuft of dark fur on its forehead, is the one I've particularly focused on. It is my first choice. The others, you shall care for and nurture initially. Once they have acclimated slightly, efforts can be made to facilitate their interaction with our personnel. It is essential to select individuals of dependable character and virtuous disposition, should they be willing. And if the LMAO reciprocates, we may attempt adoption and foster a partnership. It is important to remember that this is a mutual selection process, and compulsion is not an option. At that moment, Lin Huan's tone abruptly turned frosty, an intangible aura of menace, though not directed at Old Chun, sent a shiver down the spine of the seasoned steward, akin to the chill of a cold blade pressing against him. However, Lin Huan's voice was deep and clear, each word imbued with an undeniable authority. I do not wish to witness any individual within my ecological zone mistreating or enslaving these LMAO, or any creature I have brought into existence. They are our companions, our workforce, but they are neither slaves nor playthings. Anyone daring to cross this line, regardless of their identity, will face severe repercussions upon discovery. Let them prepare to bear the consequences. Old Chun felt a jolt of apprehension and immediately replied with gravity. Yes, young master, I understand. I will ensure strict management and will not permit such occurrences to transpire. Upon finishing his admonition, Lin Huan realized that his earlier emotion had been somewhat excessive. The cold menace was an inadvertent manifestation of his prolonged immersion in the laboratory, his mind tightly wound. He rubbed his temples, a hint of contrition crossing his features, and softened his tone. I apologize, Old Chun. I did not intend to direct my ire at you. Spending too long in the lab has left my mind a bit chaotic. You are the person I trust most. I entrust everything here to you without reservation. The phrase "the person I trust most" stirred a warmth within Old Chun, dissipating the chill that had briefly enveloped him due to shock and menace. He nodded vigorously. You flatter me, young master. I know precisely what needs to be done. Please rest assured. I will take proper care of these LMAO. Lin Huan nodded, choosing not to elaborate further, and turned toward his living quarters. He truly needed a good night's sleep to restore his overtaxed spirit. Old Chun, holding the basket filled with LMAO, watched Lin Huan's retreating figure before glancing down at the wide-eyed, innocent little creatures within the basket. He let out a long sigh of relief. His expression transitioned from one of initial shock and concern to one of determination and a touch of anticipation. Intelligent beings, LMAO, he murmured to himself, shaking his head and smiling. Young master, you never fail to astonish. He lifted the basket, his movements becoming instinctively gentler, as if he feared disturbing the tiny lives within. Come along, little ones, let me show you your new home. As he walked, he mentally began to plan. A clean, warm, and safe area near the living quarters would need to be temporarily transformed into a nursery for the LMAO. He would need to prepare food and water dispensers suitable for their size and promptly draft initial behavioral protocols and interaction procedures. The workload loomed large. Yet for some reason, gazing at the fluffy, vibrant little beings in the basket, Old Chun felt that this ever-expanding ecological zone was truly on the brink of becoming more alive than ever before. The astonishing kingdom of monsters envisioned by the young master seems to have taken a more solid and magical step forward with the addition of these little citizens. Chapter 47. Hakimi must prepare to exhale. After sleeping for an entire day and night, Lin Huan naturally awoke from his profound slumber. The long-awaited ample rest washed away his mental fatigue, leaving his mind particularly clear and his body brimming with vitality. As he pushed open the door, the external light was somewhat dazzling, yet the air, infused with the sense of earth, vegetation, and a faint hint of monstrous essence, enveloped him with a comforting familiarity. He strolled out of the living quarters, making his way towards the core activity zone of the ecological area. Along the way, he encountered several industrious employees. Some were new faces, while others were the early followers who had stood by him. Regardless of who they were, upon seeing Lin Huan, they immediately paused their tasks, respectfully bowing and greeting him, their eyes filled with genuine admiration and a touch of reverence. "Greetings, District Master. Have you rested well, District Master Lin?" "Good morning, young master." Lin Huan merely nodded lightly, displaying no excessive emotion, maintaining the composure befitting the master of Area 1. However, deep within, the sensation of being acknowledged and respected brought him a subtle satisfaction. After all, a little over a year ago, this place was merely a nearly abandoned ecological zone where everyone lived in trepidation. Yet now, under his stewardship, it thrived with vibrant life. As he savored this moment of tranquility, a blue figure darted towards him like a gust of wind, landing gracefully before him and affectionately nudging his leg with its scaled head. It was the blue raptor king, Lin Bao. Through the passage of time and ample nourishment, Lin Bao had grown more robust, its blue scales shimmering with a metallic luster under the sun, its gaze sharp and lively. It lowered its body, emitting a friendly rumble, clearly inviting him to mount. Lin Huan smiled and accepted the invitation without hesitation. With a swift motion, he deftly settled upon Lin Bao's broad back. Lin Bao let out a joyful low roar and, with Lin Huan astride, began to trot along the meticulously planned pathways within the core of the ecological area. Riding on Lin Bao's back, Lin Huan enjoyed a vastly broadened perspective, akin to a sovereign surveying his domain. First coming into view were the increasingly lush green plants flanking the roads, a testament to the hard work of Willa, Ivan, Old Bell, and their companions. In certain areas, the soil had evidently been improved, displaying a healthy, deep brown hue. In the distance, the expanded planting zones had begun to take shape, with vibrant green seedlings gently swaying in the breeze. Looking upwards, amidst a particularly preserved grove of towering trees, he caught a glimpse of a cerulean figure perched upon a sturdy branch. It was the thunder dragon. It appeared to be dozing, yet its ears occasionally twitched, indicating that even in repose, it maintained a heightened state of vigilance. Sensing the presence of Lin Huan and Lin Bao, it lazily lifted its eyelids for a fleeting glance before closing them once more, continuing to relish the tranquility atop its tree. As they proceeded towards the periphery of the ecological zone, the ground emitted a faint yet rhythmic tremor. Soon, a massive figure, akin to a small hill, came into view. The Baryonyx ambled forward with heavy steps, patrolling its territory along a well-trodden path. Its dark red, thick fur appeared particularly fierce under the sunlight, and its robust tail swayed casually, stirring up a gust of wind. Detecting the scents of Lin Bao and Lin Huan, it merely exhaled a hot breath laced with a foul odor from its nostrils, a perfunctory greeting, before resuming its imposing stride. In its wake, the once wild creatures of the ecological zone fell silent, retreating to a safe distance. Passing by the rare monster breeding center, Lin Huan deliberately slowed his pace for Lin Bao. Through specially reinforced observation windows, various simulated environments within were clearly visible. In a vast dome filled with heat sources and dry rocks, the Black Flame King, a juvenile fire dragon, was unfurling its nearly 8-meter wingspan, practicing its flapping against a simulated rock wall. The fire sacs in its throat glimmered with a faint red glow, and the occasional sparks that flew from its wings landed on the wall, producing a soft, sizzling sound. It had grown considerably in the past few days, already exhibiting the pride of a ruler of the skies. In another chamber, cluttered with various metallic ores and specially crafted sharpening stones, the Emberblade, a juvenile slashing dragon, was diligently honing its skills. Its sturdy body lay low to the ground, with its massive tail blade raised high before striking down with precision and force against a piece of hard glimmering dragon metal, creating a sharp, resonant clang and sending sparks flying. The edge of its tail blade gleamed with an even more pronounced chill, clearly a testament to its daily training's effectiveness. Although these two young creatures were isolated in different areas, they seemed to sense each other's presence, occasionally emitting deep, competitive roars across the distance. Upon entering the heart of the office and living quarters, the first sight was of a blue bear beast sprawled on the ground outside Chunbo's office, gnawing contentedly on a large chunk of honeycomb. Due to Chunbo's frequent feeding, it had grown increasingly rotund, its fur glossy and sleek, exuding an adorable charm. Yet, whenever it raised its head, the glint in its small eyes and the solid outline of its muscles served as reminders that it was far from harmless. Upon spotting Lin Huan, the blue bear beast, let out a low growl, acknowledging his presence before returning to its honey, clearly considering this place its safest haven. Further away, in a pasture enclosed by a fence, a dozen herbivorous dragons grazed leisurely on specially cultivated grass, emitting low mooing sounds. A few mushroom pigs were snuffling in the soft earth, searching for fungi, while alert elf deer leapt gracefully nearby, their upright ears constantly attuned to the sound around them. The arrival of these fundamental creatures has undeniably infused vitality into the ecological zone, transforming it from a mere functional area into a thriving ecosystem. A squad composed of 5 velociraptors, led by 2 more robust individuals, has joined forces with a 3-member defense team personally commanded by Rain, engaging in a coordinated patrol. A certain tacit understanding appears to have developed between monsters and humans. The velociraptors are tasked with utilizing their keen senses of smell and hearing for early warnings, while the human members are responsible for more complex judgments and long-range fire support. Upon spotting Lin Huan riding atop Blue Jewel, Rain immediately halted, standing at attention to salute, his gaze filled with respect for the strong and acknowledgement of this noble endeavor. The velociraptors, too, lowered their heads in submission to the king and the district leader. As they journeyed, every sight and sound bore witness to the ecological zone entering a trajectory of positive development. Although manpower remains strained and control over the peripheral areas is still tenuous, the prosperity of the core region, the establishment of order, and the healthy growth of monster companions have greatly uplifted Lin Huan's spirits. After completing the inspection, Lin Huan dismounted from Blue Jewel, patting its neck in encouragement. He returned to his office, empowered on the latest information terminal procured from Zerua City. Thanks to the efforts of Morris and others, the ecological zone has successfully connected to a network encompassing the inner and core surrounding worlds. While the stability of the signal may not rival that of the core world, the essential functions are in place. The fervor surrounding the ZIO competition has yet to fully dissipate, and discussions regarding the monstrous manicore and wild creatures continue to surface online. Lin Huan recognized this as a splendid opportunity. Previously, the B7 ecological zone was merely a backdrop for him, but now he needed to bring this land into the public eye. This endeavor would greatly benefit talent attraction, trade expansion, and influence enhancement. He swiftly registered a personal account on a mainstream video platform, using the ID Lin Huan, district leader of Lin's ecological zone. The verification information linked to his championship record in the ZIO competition, bolstering credibility. With the account successfully created, the first step was to publish content to capture attention. Lin Huan contemplated briefly before moving to the window, using the terminal's high-definition camera to record a short video of the Velociraptor patrol. The footage showcased the 5 velociraptors in agile motion, demonstrating seamless coordination, their blue scales shimmering in the sunlight, radiating a sense of untamed strength and discipline. He simply captioned it, "Guardians of Our Homeland, Velociraptor Patrol Squad," and then published it. As soon as the video was released, it attracted a modest number of viewers, particularly given the ZIO champion title. Before long, the platform's official staff contacted him directly through internal communication. "Hello, Mr. Lin. We are delighted that you have chosen our platform." The tone of the other party was exceedingly courteous. "Regarding the monster-related content you have published, our platform's policy stipulates that we will not restrict the display of combat or hunting processes. However, we will employ algorithmic recognition and age classification limitations on content that may contain excessive violence or graphic imagery, ensuring that the material is directed towards an appropriate audience. We hope to establish an exclusive S-level cooperation contract with you, offering the highest profit-sharing ratio available on the platform, without imposing mandatory streaming durations or content obligations. How do you feel about this?" Lin Huan did not respond immediately, although he was unafraid of confrontation and adhered to the frontier's principle of strength. He also wished to avoid unnecessary commercial disputes. Fortunately, there was an employee in the ecological zone, previously recruited and possessing a legal background, who was now handling some clerical tasks part-time. Lin Huan forwarded the electronic contract to him for meticulous review. Soon, feedback arrived. "Young master, the contract terms are quite clear, and no hidden traps or unfavorable clauses have been discovered. The S-level treatment indeed aligns with the specifications for top-tier streamers. The platform seems to have high expectations for the topicality you bring." Given the other party's earnestness, Lin Huan no longer hesitated and completed the electronic signing on his terminal. With official promotion in place, the viewership of his short video featuring the Blue Swift Dragon Squad began to rise significantly, and the comment section became lively. "Wow, it's truly the champion himself. These blue swift dragons look so impressive. They are far more spirited than Augustus's mechanical hounds. No wonder you can raise a mighty baryonyx. Even the patrol teams in the ecological zone carry such prestige. Does the zone master still need a cleaner? I will shout 666. Observing the steadily increasing follower count and the animated comments, Lin Huan resolved to seize the momentum and conduct his first live broadcast. He named the largest Ailu cat cub, which bore a tuft of dark fur on its forehead, Hakimi. The world, of course, did not comprehend the connotation of this reference and merely regarded it as an ordinary yet somewhat endearing name. The broadcast commenced with a straightforward title: Lin Huan's daily activities in the ecological zone, patrolling and hunting. The camera focused on Lin Huan, who was riding on the back of the blue swift dragon. Initially, the viewer count grew steadily, primarily drawn by the Xiao champion's reputation and the allure of the monsters. Lin Huan refrained from excessive dialogue, simply traversing the safe perimeter of the ecological zone on the blue swift dragon, occasionally explaining the plants and terrain encountered, or directing the dragon to effortlessly capture a low-star herbivorous monster that had strayed into the barrier's range. The process was swift and efficient, showcasing the agility and ferocity of the blue swift dragon. The broadcast was well received, with viewers expressing admiration for the direct and effective combat style of the wild monsters. However, Lin Huan felt that the excitement could be elevated further. He recalled a secret weapon that appealed to all audiences. He directed the blue swift dragon to return to the core area, where he found Uncle Chin busy in the temporary nurturing room. The creature named Hakimi, a delightful Ailu cat, was energetically gnawing on a specially crafted piece of jerky, larger than its own head. Upon spotting Lin Huan's entrance, it immediately set down its treat and scampered over with its tiny legs, affectionately wrapping itself around Lin Huan's leg. Gazing up at him with its clear, large eyes, it emitted a soft meow. Lin Huan bent down to scoop it up, and the little one showed no signs of shyness. Instead, it curiously extended a paw to gently touch the blinking indicator lights on Lin Huan's terminal. As Hakimi's fluffy, rotund figure appeared before the live-streaming camera, the chat room erupted in a frenzy. What is that? So adorable. Cut. Know its stance? And hugs legs? Look at its eyes. So intelligent. It's playing with the indicator light. What on earth is this creature? Its cuteness is overwhelming. Does the champion still keep pets? What breed is this? I want one too. The female viewers, in particular, responded with enthusiasm. The allure of adorableness is undeniably powerful. The number of viewers in a live stream began to surge at an astonishing rate, and gifs flooded the screen. Lin Huan smiled as he observed the rapid-fire comments and soaring popularity. Holding Hakimi close, he addressed the camera, saying, "Let me introduce you to our new member of the ecological zone, the Ailu cat, named Hakimi. They are not merely ordinary pets. They are intelligent companions." Hakimi seemed to understand Lin Huan's introduction, turning to the camera, waving its little paw, and meowing again, which sent the chat into yet another excited uproar. Next, I plan to help Hakimi gradually adapt to life in the ecological zone and undergo some training. Lin Huan articulated his intentions. I intend to cultivate it into a battle cat that can accompany me on hunts, skilled in direct attacks, and the use of explosive barrels. This concept piqued the curiosity of the audience once more. Beneath its adorable exterior lay the responsibility of combat. This delightful contrast and anticipation firmly captivated the viewer's attention. The initial live broadcast was a resounding success. After the stream ended, Lin Huan surveyed the rapidly increasing data and substantial profits in the account backend, nodding in satisfaction. The establishment of this online presence marked a successful first step. Meanwhile, Hakimi, nestled in his arms, innocently licked its paw, seemingly unaware that it had become the first star of the ecological zone. Lin Huan gently stroked Hakimi's soft fur, his eyes filled with anticipation. The potential of the Ailu cat extends far beyond mere visual appeal. They will be an indispensable piece of the ecological zone's future puzzle. Chapter 48. Nurturing Through Combat. The path ahead. Lin Huan's debut live stream and the introduction of Ailu cat Hakimi sparked considerable excitement online. Not only did it attract significant attention for him personally and for the Lin ecological zone, but it also generated substantial direct economic benefits, greatly alleviating the financial pressure faced by the ecological zone due to rapid expansion and the upkeep of high-tier monsters. However, Lin Huan did not succumb to the ephemeral sense of achievement brought by online fame. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the long-term and robust development of the ecological zone. The transient popularity of the internet is but a mere embellishment. It is the intrinsic strength of the ecological zone that serves as its foundation, especially considering the multitude of creatures yet to make their debut in this world. The prevailing core dilemma remains clear: a severe shortage of manpower, insufficient defensive depth, and a scarcity of high-end combat resources. The introduction of Hakimi and other cats marks a significant step in addressing the manpower deficit and enriching the ecological chain. However, they are primarily inclined toward assistance and intelligent collaboration, although some cats do take on the role of hunters. The ecological zone still requires a diverse array of foundational species to facilitate transport, provide a stable source of meat and fur, and construct a more proactive and formidable defense system. Speaking of transport, particularly in the mountainous and hilly regions within the ecological zone, the current vehicles and manual labor are far too inefficient, and the assistance of combat units often proves to be a burden rather than a help. Lin Huan once again immersed his consciousness into the hunting narrative system, scouring the vast repository of monster blueprints. Soon, two species caught his attention. The first was the bobo, a gentle herbivore comparable in size to a small truck. They are covered in thick, warm brown fur and possess a pair of strong tusks with forked tips. Their short, robust noses and sturdy forelegs make them exceptionally suited for carrying loads through complex terrains. Bobos are docile and social, primarily feeding on plant roots and tubers. Their tusks serve both to excavate food and to defend themselves vigorously when threatened. They are natural candidates for pack animals, and their substantial size also offers a plentiful source of meat and high-quality fur. The second was the maru bird, a medium-sized avian dinosaur with a round form and vibrant colors. Their wings have regressed, making them adept runners, and they are timid in nature. Females may lay eggs when startled, occasionally producing precious golden eggs. Their droppings can be used for medicinal purposes, and their feathers serve as materials for armor. Maru birds are easily domesticated, providing both meat and eggs, and their running ability can compensate for the bobo's lack of speed, facilitating lightweight, rapid transport. These are the ones, Lin Huan affirmed. Both of these species represent fundamental links in the ecological chain within the world of Monster Hunter, exhibiting strong adaptability and decent reproductive capabilities, making them ideally suited to fill the current gaps in the mid to lower tier biological spectrum of the ecological zone. The manufacturing process is significantly simpler than that of creating cats or male fire dragons, with a relatively ordinary consumption of primal energy and materials. A few days later, the laboratory doors swung open once more, and a group of approximately 7 or 8 adult bobos and a dozen maru birds, filled with a mix of anxiety and curiosity, stepped into the sunny pastures of the ecological zone. The bobos emitted deep, horn-like calls, cautiously surveying their new environment with their short noses. Their massive frames immediately drew the attention and awe of the ecological zone staff. Meanwhile, the maru birds huddled together, chirping in a cacophony of sounds, their plump bodies and vivid plumage standing out remarkably. Chenbo had grown accustomed to Lin Huan occasionally introducing novel creatures. He promptly arranged for the breeding team to guide these new members to designated areas, where they would converge with previously introduced herbivorous dragons, mushroom pigs, and others. The addition of Bobo signified that the ecological zone had acquired substantial terrestrial transport capabilities, while the round bird promised a richer source of protein and potential for swift transportation. With transportation and basic production addressed, the next focal point was robust defense. As the ecological zone expanded, relying solely on the intimidation of the barbaric jaw dragon, the patrols of the blue swift dragon flock, and the vigilance of the human defense team appeared insufficient. Lin Huan required a creature capable of establishing a regional defense network, equipped with offensive and area control abilities. His thoughts turned to arthropod monsters, known for their talent in constructing nests and setting traps. Among numerous options, the queen spider caught his attention. This species thrived in high-temperature environments and possessed a typical spider form, yet occupied a high ecological niche, competing with large flying dragons such as the male fire dragon and the horned dragon. Its most remarkable features included a matriarchal social structure and a unique combat style. The adult female queen spider, massive in size and exceeding 8 meters in length, could expel tough, flammable silk and emit combustible gas from its abdomen, unleashing powerful fiery attacks. More critically, the queen spider could control numerous smaller individuals, known as minister spiders, through pheromones. Although individually weak, the minister spiders could collectively ensnare foes with silk, lay spider silk traps, and even assist the queen spider in rapid movements, spider car. A wise queen capable of commanding her kin, adept at setting traps and executing fiery assaults, represented the perfect core for constructing a regional defense system. Excitement gleamed in Lin Huan's eyes. While the shadow spider also belonged to the spider family, it paled in comparison to the queen spider in terms of overall strength and group control. Creating a queen spider would directly yield a self-replicating, obedient, intelligent defense node, ideally suited for deployment in critical passages and perilous boundaries of the ecological zone. The difficulty and resource consumption of creating a queen spider far exceeded that of Bobo and the round bird, necessitating specific high-temperature environment simulations and more intricate genetic sequence adjustments. Lin Huan plunged back into seclusion for research. Simultaneously, he casually produced some thunderlight worms. These luminescent little creatures possessed no combat prowess, yet harbored weak electrical energy within, serving as a favored snack for certain monsters and potentially becoming special materials or environmental embellishments in the future. Amidst Lin Huan's endeavors to enrich the biodiversity of the ecological zone, his personal terminal, now bustling due to live streaming, received a deluge of private messages and collaboration invitations. Most he cannot be bothered with, promptly setting filters. However, one particular message stood out. It bypassed the platform's ordinary private message channel, akin to a ghost slipping through the filters. The terminal abruptly displayed the highest authority notification for Lin Huan, set against a backdrop of a profound starry sky. The content was succinct yet frigid, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Sender: Border Guardian 7th Sequence. Message: Lin Huan District Leader. Your performance in the ZIO competition has left a lasting impression. The biological data of the Manticore and Thunder Dragon are of immense value. We require a stable supply of combat organisms of the same level or higher to fill gaps in the outermost defense line and to engage in proactive extermination. Please state your terms and pricing. The outermost guardians. Lin Huan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Before the system, he had heard countless peculiar tales of the outermost regions since childhood. This was a genuine force standing at the forefront of humanity's war against monsters. A steel wall capable of withstanding 5-star and 6-star monsters that could easily annihilate an ecological zone. Among them were not lacking formidable personal fighters, with 3-star warriors being abundant and 6-star gene warriors also present. Their direct approach, specifically requesting to purchase combat monsters, not only acknowledged his expertise in monster hunting technology, but also signified a tremendous opportunity. Sell? Lin Huan almost instantaneously dismissed this notion. The Manticore and Thunder Dragon were not merely weapons. They were comrades that fought alongside him, indispensable members of the ecological zone. More importantly, they constituted one of his greatest trump cards. Selling them was out of the question, unless through a form of employment. This was also his selfish desire. Even if the counterpart was a hero defending humanity's borders, those outside his kin would certainly harbor different intentions. Entrusting core combat power to a vast organization with which he was entirely unfamiliar would be akin to digging his own grave. Yet, the phrase outermost acted like a key, unlocking another gate in Lin Huan's thoughts. In the vicinity of the Lin ecological zone, 1- and 2-star monsters had been nearly eradicated, and it was increasingly difficult to find powerful individuals above 3 stars. To acquire stronger monster materials for creating supreme creatures or to train existing monster allies, one must venture into more perilous areas, where monsters ranked higher. The outermost regions represented both a treasure trove and a realm of danger. The proposal from the other party ignited within him a bolder vision. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Huan's fingers danced across the terminal, swiftly crafting a reply to this extraordinary private message. His response was equally concise and clear. Reply to Border Guardian 7th Sequence. Thank you for your interest. Gene combat organisms are not for sale and will not be provided through stable supply channels. However, I propose an alternative collaboration. Our ecological zone would directly contract a portion of your battle area. We would be responsible for the defense and extermination of that region, ensuring that its threats do not spread inward. In return, this area must be designated as legitimate territory for the expansion of our ecological zone, enjoying absolute dominion and resource extraction rights, with your side refraining from interfering in all our lawful activities within that area, including hunting, gathering, construction, etc. If there is interest, we may delve further into the specifics of the regional scope, the duration of responsibilities, and the delineation of obligations between both parties. His proposal does not involve the trafficking of biological weapons. Rather, it pertains to the undertaking of a defensive line. This signifies his intention to actively project the strength of the ecological zone onto the most perilous front lines, confronting formidable monsters directly. The risks to others are substantial, yet the potential rewards are equally immense. A hunting ground abundant with high-tier monster resources, a territory ripe for legitimate expansion, and an opportunity to demonstrate strength to the outermost guardians, fostering deeper connections. As for the duration, who would dare demand territory from him after a decade? With this information dispatched, Lin Huan closed the terminal interface, casting his gaze towards the increasingly dimming sky and the faint outlines of distant mountains. He understood that this proposal was groundbreaking, and the recipient might not accept it. Nevertheless, it represented the best solution he could conceive, based on his own advantages and future developmental plans. Rather than passively selling his hard work and evolving slowly, it was preferable to proactively forge a grander stage and expand his domain. For now, all he could do was wait and cultivate more monsters, anticipating a response from the Frontier Guardian. Regardless of the outcome, the ecological zone's march towards broader horizons would not falter. If denied, he would carve his path through strength. The newly created Bobo, Maru bird, and the breeding phase spider were all his confident trump cards. Chapter 49. The Purple Poison Empress and the Golden Thunder Lord, Trials on the Frontline. Lin Huan's proposal for the undertaking of a defensive line fell like a stone cast into a deep pond, momentarily failing to create immediate ripples. Yet, he remained unperturbed. True strategic games require time, and what he possessed in abundance was the determination to develop, though he lacked efficiency in monster creation. Internal construction within the ecological zone must accelerate during this relatively tranquil period. The security of his home is foundational, and once established, it would be time to swiftly accumulate combat power. Lin Huan's objectives were clear. Should the Frontier Guardian consent to his proposal, he would need sufficient strength to solidify his position. If the Guardian declined or harbored ulterior motives, he would require formidable power to defend the territory he had carved out. Ultimately, the true essence lies in the strength he possesses. First and foremost, elevating the security level of his home to new heights was imperative. Lightning worms had been released in various corners of the ecological zone, twinkling like faint stars in the night, their meager electrical energy currently appearing of little utility. Yet Lin Huan believed they would serve a significant purpose in the future. The true core of defense resided in the phase spider colony, still being nurtured in a specialized high-temperature zone within the breeding center. Lin Huan had invested considerable resources to expedite their growth. He could now vaguely sense through the system that the queen among the colony, a young phase spider, was developing a hardened exoskeleton, her abdomen beginning to emit a faint glow as her mastery over pheromones gradually improved. Meanwhile, the smaller subordinate spiderlings had instinctively begun to practice silk spinning and basic cooperation. It is foreseeable that when this tribe reaches full maturity and is deployed at the critical junctures of the ecological zone, any unauthorized intruder will confront a lethal web woven from resilient spider silk, flames, and frenzied little spiders. With this gradually forming proactive defense network, Lin Huan has gained greater confidence in the security of the core area of the ecological zone, allowing him to devote more energy to the accumulation of offensive forces. His vision is clear: to supplement key ecological niches and cultivate a high-end combat force with well-rounded attributes and distinct functions. In terms of aerial dominance, having already secured the future Sky Sovereign, the Black Flame King, the male Fire Dragon, it is only fitting that the Earth Queen, its counterpart, must also be present. Lin Huan once again activated the system, selecting the blueprint for the female Fire Dragon. Although the female Fire Dragon may slightly lag behind in flight altitude and endurance compared to her male counterpart, she excels in ground combat, particularly adept at using her venomous tail spikes for lethal ambushes and sustained poisoning. Lin Huan deliberately named this newly manufactured female Fire Dragon Hatchling Purple Venom Queen, pairing her with the Black Flame King. The nascent forms of both male and female fire dragons have already laid the foundation for Lin Huan's future aerial combat prowess. On land, Lin Huan's gaze turned toward formidable creatures that possess both immense strength and unique charm. He recalled the thunderlight bugs that had spread throughout the ecological zone, and an impressive and powerful figure immediately emerged in his mind: the Thunderwolf Dragon. As a member of the Tooth Dragon species, The Thunderwolf dragon is renowned for its regal and striking appearance reminiscent of a wolf king. Its body is cloaked in a bluish-green shell, adorned with conductive fur shaped like lightning on its back, and its massive double horns resemble a crown. Most notably, it shares a symbiotic relationship with the Thunderlight bugs, which gather upon the Thunderwolf dragon, charging it and propelling it into an ultra-electrified state, resulting in a qualitative leap in its attack power, speed, and techniques. Enveloped in crackling lightning as if the god of thunder had descended, it can engage in furious close combat with its sharp claws and heavy tail, while also unleashing powerful electrical attacks. This is the one. Lin Huan unhesitatingly invested resources into it. When the Thunderwolf dragon hatchling appeared at the nurturing center, even in its diminutive size, its extraordinary potential and inherent regal demeanor were already evident. Lin Huan eagerly anticipated its growth and the synergy it would develop with the Thunderlight bugs, envisioning the tempestuous storms they would unleash on the battlefield. This would undoubtedly become a highly intimidating high-end combat ace. What a conundrum. Let us name you Golden Thunderlord. A healthy ecological system cannot consist solely of top-tier predators. It also requires formidable beings capable of influencing the tides of battle and maintaining equilibrium. Lin Huan turned his attention to the mighty bull dragon, a large herbivorous beast dragon. The mighty bull dragon is massive and possesses a relatively gentle temperament. Yet when provoked or sensing a threat, it can unleash astonishing strength and charging speed. They are exceptionally sensitive to combat and sometimes inexplicably intrude upon the skirmishes of other creatures, using their enormous horns and brute force to forcibly interrupt battles. Earning the title of peacekeepers on a physical level, Lin Huan deliberately nurtured a male and a female pair of fierce young bulls, releasing them into a relatively open grazing area. Their presence serves not only as a vital source of meat and leather for the future, but also plays the role of enforcers within the ecological zone, using their formidable strength to swiftly quell any unexpected conflicts, thereby preventing high-value creatures from suffering injuries in pointless internal strife. While Lin Huan busily created various powerful monsters, the first batch of Ailu cats had seamlessly integrated into the daily life of the ecological zone. These clever little beings, with their charming appearance and amiable disposition, quickly won the hearts of all the staff. Their remarkable learning capabilities enabled them to assist with simple tasks such as material transportation, area cleaning, and even caring for the smaller Bobo and Maru bird cubs. Though they had yet to reach the level suitable for hunting, their presence significantly alleviated the tense atmosphere of the ecological zone's demanding work. "Young master, look," Mr. Chun said, sporting a rare smile of relaxation, as he pointed to a brown Ailu cat diligently helping Old Bell carry a small bundle of hay. "This little one is quite clever, aware of Bell's age and always eager to take on lighter tasks. That orange one over there particularly enjoys following Lena, fetching tools with impressive flair." Lin Huan also observed that the Ailu cats exhibited distinct personality traits. Some were lively and curious, while others were composed and meticulous, well suited for assisting work. Among them, the one he had reserved, Hakimi, displayed a stronger spirit of adventure and a desire for combat, often practicing pouncing on moving objects. "Very well," Lin Huan nodded, deciding to let them develop naturally and assigning tasks according to their strengths. It was a mutual selection. Above all, their happiness and acceptance by the staff mattered. The successful integration of the Ailu cats brought a warm, homely atmosphere to the ecological zone, transforming it from a mere cold biological military base into a nurturing environment, which was crucial for fostering unity among the people. Just as the embryonic form of Lin Huan's monstrous army began to take shape and the ecological zone flourished, his previously silent personal terminal finally illuminated with that special starry background notification. "Frontier Guardian Sequence 7 responded, contracting the defense line, an intriguing proposition. However, the Frontier only recognizes strength. Herein lies your opportunity to prove yourself. At the perimeter of the 7th sequence defense line, coordinates X 734Y 119. There have been signs of abnormal monster aggregation in the area, suspected to involve a 5-star rift rhinoceros. Conventional patrol teams have faced multiple setbacks. Should you independently eliminate the primary threat in this area within 1 month, including at least that 5-star individual, and demonstrate effective area control, negotiations regarding the contracting of this area and associated conditions may commence. Failure to achieve this or causing any breaches in the defense line will result in you bearing all consequences. Consider this a fair warning." The message was brief, its tone cold and laced with provocation, embodying the decisive clarity of a hardened soldier, with an undercurrent of scrutiny barely perceptible. Lin Huan gazed at the coordinates and information, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The trial had arrived, and it was perfectly aligned with his intentions. The 5-star monster, the earth-shattering rhino? The very name suggests a creature with tough skin, immense strength, a splendid target to assess the caliber of his newly acquired monsters. The flames of the Black Flame King and the venom of the Purple Poison Queen, the thunder of the Thunderwolf Dragon, and the sheer brutality of the Brutal Jaw Dragon. He could hardly contain his anticipation to witness their performance in this genuine high-intensity combat scenario. A month? That would suffice. Lin Huan murmured to himself, his eyes glinting with confidence and battle fervor. With an unrestrained investment in nourishing growth feed, both the Black Flame King and the Ashen Blade were nearing their youth stage. It was imperative to shed blood. To become a true ruler, one must endure countless battles. He not only aimed to eliminate threats, but also sought to exhibit a form of warfare to the frontier guardians that they had never imagined, a war belonging to him. Lin Huan, the monster hunter. The machines within the ecological zone began to operate at full throttle for this critical qualification examination. Chapter 50, The Rider System. The test of the frontier guardians loomed over Lin Huan and the entire ecological zone like a clear countdown. Within a month, he was to eliminate a 5-star monster and demonstrate his regional control capabilities. This task was daunting for others, considering that Augustus's latest bioweapon was merely 5 stars. Yet, rather than feeling pressure, Lin Huan was filled with an exhilarating eagerness. This was not only a validation of strength, but also an exceptional opportunity for practical combat training, allowing his future kings to taste blood ahead of time. The resources of the ecological zone were being funneled towards the combat units at an unprecedented pace. Within the rare monster breeding center, the Black Flame King, Male Fire Dragon, and Ashen Blade, Slashing Dragon, were undergoing rapid growth, catalyzed by ample high-energy carnivorous feed and specially formulated growth supplements. Their physiques transformed almost daily. The wingspan of the Black Flame King had nearly reached 9 meters. Its flight posture increasingly stable, the fire sac in its throat swelling. It now exhaled not mere sparks, but a continuous stream of scorching breath lasting several seconds. Although its power fell short of maturity, it already exuded a formidable presence. The tail blade of the Ashen Blade had become increasingly menacingly sharp through collisions with various ores, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, its vertical pupils ablaze with an insatiable thirst for battle and refinement. The newly introduced Purple Poison Queen, Female Fire Dragon, and Golden Thunder King, Thunderwolf Dragon, were also experiencing rapid growth. The venom glands of the Purple Poison Queen had begun to secrete paralyzing venom, her tail spikes glimmering ominously with a purple hue. Though the Golden Thunder King was still small in stature, its wolf-like regal aura had already begun to manifest, displaying a natural affinity for the lightning worms scattered throughout the ecological zone. Occasionally, a few lightning worms would spontaneously alight upon its conductive fur, emitting faint crackling sounds. Observing these swiftly maturing combatants, Lin Huan contemplated deeper strategic arrangements. In his understanding of the world of Monster Hunter, the energies and attributes of monsters can be distilled into several fundamental elemental forces. Grasping and mastering these elements is crucial for confronting various adversaries. Fire element, fierce and blazing. It embodies the essence of destruction, proficient in causing burns, explosions, and enduring damage. Notable representatives include the Black Flame King and the Purple Poison Princess. It proves particularly effective against foes averse to fire, especially those with thick shells that fear high temperatures. Ice element, cold and freezing. It symbolizes absolute control, capable of significantly slowing enemy movements, immobilizing limbs, and even shattering defenses. This element is currently lacking in the ecological zones and represents a vital aspect to be addressed in the future. Thunder element, swift and paralyzing. It possesses both explosive and controlling capabilities. It can interrupt enemy actions and incapacitate their nervous systems, proving especially effective against metallic armors or certain specialized biological shells. The Thunder Wolf Dragon and Thunderbugs are central to this attribute. Water element, long-lasting and adaptive. It excels in the art of yielding to overcome rigidity. It can wash away and weaken foes, proving particularly effective against monsters dwelling in molten or sandy environments, while also being intrinsically linked to life-giving sustenance. This element is also currently absent. Dragon element, mysterious, and noble, it is regarded as one of the most prestigious attributes. It possesses formidable penetration and destructive power, particularly effective against many powerful elder dragons. Numerous weapons crafted from monster materials exhibit dragon attributes, yet the true essence of dragon power extends far beyond this. Of course, there are many special elements as well. These unique elements typically manifest in monsters and, when forged into weapons, can impart effects such as paralysis, sleep, poison, and more. To effectively confront the formidable adversaries that may arise in the future, it is imperative to construct a complete elemental system of monsters that can synergize with one another. The Riftland rhinoceros appears to be a physical-type monster, susceptible to fire and thunder attributes. However, Lin Huan's gaze is already set on a more distant future. While accelerating the growth of monsters and planning the elemental system, his mind is also formulating another pivotal innovation. He realizes that with the increasing number and variety of monsters, especially those of higher intelligence, relying solely on the initial affinity granted by the system and traditional taming methods proves to be inefficient and limited. He requires a more effective and profound means to strengthen the bond with his monster companions, particularly enabling others to command these powerful beings to a certain extent. His inspiration stems from vague records in the Monster Hunter Knowledge Repository regarding the Rider civilization. This was a legacy starkly different from mainstream hunter culture. They did not hunt monsters, but instead established a profound connection with them, forging bonds to coexist and combat together. Riders, bonds, Lin Huan murmured, his consciousness searching within the technical tree of the system. At last, a blueprint named Bondstone Manufacturing Technique was illuminated. This is not a technology for directly creating battle monsters, but rather an auxiliary, connection-oriented innovation. The materials used to create the bonding stone are not exceedingly rare. They primarily consist of several crystals and metals known for their exceptional energy conduction and resonance properties, catalyzed with the unique primordial energy of the system. The challenge lies more in the meticulous construction of the energy circuit and the calibration of the resonance frequency. After several days of experimentation, Lin Huan etched the final energy pattern onto a crystal the size of a pigeon's egg, exhibiting a warm, milky white hue. Suddenly, the entire crystal emitted a soft and pure white light, as if a life force were breathing within it. Beginner bonding stone successfully crafted. Description: an extraordinary gem infused with a faint power of connection. It serves as a medium to enhance the telepathic bond and trust between the holder and specific monsters, facilitating the establishment of a preliminary command and coordination relationship. The effectiveness depends on the willingness, emotional resonance, and existing relationship of both the holder and the monster. Note: the bonding stone is a bridge, not a leash. Coercive enslavement will lead to diminished radiance or even backlash. Lin Huan recalled the description set forth. Although monsters would heed the commands of the rider holding the bonding stone, the stone, while capable of influencing the monstrous heart, does not possess the power to manipulate them. In truth, it is the trust established with the bonded monster that compels them to follow the rider's guidance. Simply put, both the monster and rider can mutually comprehend each other's words, and the bonding stone is merely a medium within the trust relationship they have forged. Lin Huan picked up the warm stone, distinctly sensing the peace and connection it harbored. He concentrated his thoughts on the Black Flame King, who was resting in the breeding center. Through the bonding stone, he felt he could perceive the languid yet yearning emotion for flight emanating from the Black Flame King, and even convey a simple, tranquil thought. The Black Flame King tilted its neck slightly, seemingly aware, though it did not exhibit a stronger reaction. Effective, but limited in scope. Lin Huan swiftly assessed that, due to the existence of the system, he inherently shared a foundational connection with the monsters, making the bonding stone merely an enhancement. However, for others lacking such innate ties, a thought crossed his mind. As the core and supreme force of the ecological zone, he could not personally oversee every battle or manage each monster. He needed assistance, knights capable of independent operation. He promptly summoned Chun Bo to the laboratory. Upon seeing the glowing bonding stone in Lin Huan's hand and hearing its explained function, even the well-versed old steward was taken aback. Master, are you saying this stone can enable communication between humans and monsters akin to that of friends? Even command them? Chun Bo's voice trembled with incredulity. This revelation was more revolutionary than the creation of the intelligent creature, the Ailu cat, as it touched upon the most fundamental connections between life forms. This can be understood. But it is not so simple, Lin Huan replied as he handed the bonding stone to Chenbo. It amplifies the existing trust and emotions. If both parties already harbor mutual affection, the bonding stone allows them to understand one another more swiftly. However, if forcibly employed for control, it would only yield counterproductive outcomes. This stone is intended for our own kind. Chenbo cautiously accepted the bonding stone, its warm glow instilling within him a peculiar sense of reassurance. Young master, what do you mean? I cannot perpetually lead the charge, Lin Huan replied, his tone grave. The ecological zone requires a commander capable of orchestrating the monsters in collaborative combat. Captain Ryan is loyal and dependable, with extensive combat experience. Yet his communication with the monsters is limited to rudimentary commands and long-standing tacit understanding. If only we had this. In an instant, Chenbo comprehended. You wish to entrust the bonding stone to a trustworthy individual, enabling them to become a true monster knight? Precisely. Lin Huan affirmed with a nod. You are tasked with selecting suitable candidates. The foremost criterion is loyalty, absolute fidelity to the ecological zone and to me. Next is their demeanor towards the monsters. It must not be purely utilitarian, but instead embody a fundamental respect and patience. Lastly, courage and a requisite level of combat proficiency are essential. He paused before adding, the initial trial can commence with Captain Ryan. He is already responsible for defense and has foundational cooperation with the Blue Raptor Pack and the Barbarian Jaw Dragon. Entrusting him with his bonding stone will allow him to attempt establishing a deeper connection with either Blue Bow or, should he possess sufficient bravery, even the Blue Bear Beast. The process must be voluntary and gradual. You will observe and document from the sidelines. Lin Huan pondered briefly. In fact, Chenbo, you might also attempt to communicate with the Blue Bear Beast. I believe that creature holds a fondness for you. Chenbo tightened his grip on the bonding stone, feeling the warm energy coursing through it, and solemnly nodded. The old servant understands. I shall proceed with utmost caution and select the most appropriate candidates. He recognized that this was yet another significant initiative that could alter the future landscape of the ecological zone. Upon success, the ecological zone would no longer rely solely on Lin Huan's personal prestige and the system's coercive force to dominate the monsters. Instead, it could cultivate a cadre of true knights capable of fighting alongside the monsters, resulting in a qualitative leap in overall combat effectiveness and agility. Lin Huan watched Chenbo's departing figure, his gaze profound. The emergence of the bonding stone marked a pivotal step in his endeavor to integrate the concept of monster hunting more deeply into this apocalyptic wasteland. He sought not merely to create monsters, but to establish a nascent civilization capable of coexisting with them. In the days that followed, the ecological zone resembled a war machine operating at full throttle while maintaining a facade of relaxed vigilance. The monsters within the breeding center continued their frenzied growth. Lin Huan even began to systematically arrange basic aerial coordination training for the Black Flame King and the Purple Venom Queen, allowing the Golden Thunder King to acclimate to the energy surge experienced during the possession of the Thunder Lightworm. Meanwhile, Chenbo discreetly initiated the selection process for the Knight program. He first approached Ryan, and after explaining the purpose and risks associated with the bonding stone, the resolute captain of the defense team agreed without hesitation. His thirst for power and his sense of duty to better protect this homeland compelled him to explore any potential means of enhancing his strength. He chose the Blue Raptor King, Blue Bow, as his first subject for establishing a bond, as they had the longest history of cooperation and the deepest mutual understanding. Lan Bao aspires to elevate his abilities to meet Lin Huan's expectations, unwilling to remain merely a security team leader. He is eager to strive for strength. Initially, the results have been remarkable. Ryan can now more acutely perceive Lan Bao's emotions and intentions, allowing for more precise commands, which in turn has significantly enhanced the patrol efficiency of the Blue Lightning Dragon herd. In other aspects, the Ailu cats have fully integrated into the ecological zone, even beginning to exhibit preliminary functional divisions. Hakimi remains closely attached to Lin Huan, brimming with enthusiasm for combat training, while some Ailu cats have shown interest in planting, caregiving, or mechanical maintenance, learning and assisting from the respective staff. The Bobo and Maru bird tribes have also gradually adapted, beginning to undertake a portion of the logistics within the area. The young Megalodon dragons thrive carefree in the grazing zone, their massive size deterring nearby herbivorous dragons and mushroom pigs from approaching easily. On the surface, everything appears to be progressing positively, teeming with vitality. Yet, All Corps members are acutely aware that a true test is imminent. Coordinates X 734Y 119, the terrain map of the area, and the known information regarding the rift-horned rhino have been meticulously studied. Lin Huan stands at the highest point of the ecological zone, gazing at the faint skyline in the far distance, belonging to the outermost direction. Rift-horned rhino, I hope you can grant my children a proper rite of passage. He murmurs, a cold smile gracing his lips. Chapter 51. The Emergence of the Sky Sovereign. Time waits for no one, and Lin Huan resolves to take the initiative. If he wishes to showcase his strength, it must be swift, fierce, and unexpected. He does not intend to follow conventional wisdom by leading a grand procession to the front lines, as that would be inefficient and fail to highlight the uniqueness of his elite force. His plan is simple and direct, a decapitation strike. Shinbo Ryan, the defense of the ecological zone is entrusted to you. Lin Huan is fully equipped, checking his gear and terminal. I will take the Black Flame King ahead to swiftly resolve the rift-horned rhino issue. The logistics and ground support will be escorted by the Barbarian Jaw Dragon and the Extinguishing Blade, who will follow up to clean the area and transport the spoils. Young Master, you're going personally? Is far too dangerous. Shinbo expresses his concern, for that is an area where 5-star monsters roam. Have no fear. Lin Huan reassures him, patting the beginner's bond stone hanging at his waist. Although its enhancement effect on him is limited, it serves as a symbol. With the Black Flame King by his side, he can flee if necessary. Air superiority is the greatest guarantee of safety. He strides to the open takeoff platform at the Nurturing Center. After this period of accelerated growth, the Black Flame King has achieved a considerable size. Its dark red scales glistening with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, and its massive wings unfurling to cast a large shadow. Sensing Lin Huan's arrival, it emits a deep, powerful roar, with the flame pouch in its throat flickering intermittently. Lin Huan mounts the specially designed dragon saddle, gripping the reins. Through the dual connection of the system and the bonding stone, he could distinctly sense the Black Flame King's yearning for the sky and the exhilaration of embarking on a significant mission for the first time. Let's go, Black Flame King, and show this world what it truly means to be the sovereign of the skies. With a piercing cry that could shatter stone, the Black Flame King unfurled its massive wings, stirring up clouds of dust from the ground as its colossal figure soared into the heavens, carrying Lin Huan skyward. Prior to this, Lin Huan had already dispatched a message along with the Black Flame King's identification image to the 7th line of defense via his personal terminal, indicating his intention to proceed to the target area for a cleanup operation in order to avoid being misidentified as an intruder and shot down. Nevertheless, when the imposing silhouette of the Black Flame King appeared above the outer perimeter of the 7th line of defense, it still caused a tremendous stir and reaction. On the watchtower of the defense line, a soldier observing the distance through a powerful telescope rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "What on earth is that?" "A flying dragon. Report. An unidentified, large flying creature is approaching at high speed." The alarm briefly rang out, but was quickly silenced as the command center confirmed Lin Huan's prior message. However, theory is one thing, and witnessing it firsthand is another. Many genetic warriors, engineers, and logistical personnel who were either resting or on duty rushed to the open ground, gazing up at the dark red dragon that streaked across the sky. Its sleek and powerful form, the immense wings that seemed to block out the sun, and the instinctive aura of a predator set it apart from the mechanical or biomechanical flying units they were accustomed to. My heavens! Is that the monster belonging to District Chief Lin Huan, the fire dragon? It looks even more awe-inspiring than the pictures in the data. It's a living epic creature. How dare he ride it? Doesn't he fear being thrown off or suddenly attacked by other aerial beasts? The Xiao champion truly lived up to its name. Compared to Augustus's dinosaur models, this was but a toy. Its flight was so natural, imbued with a wild beauty. Astonished, curious, and incredulous gazes followed the silhouette of the Black Flame King until it became a mere speck, vanishing into the desolate lands beyond the defense line. Discussions about this enigmatic and powerful dragon rapidly fermented throughout the defense line, etching Lin Huan and the name of his Lin ecological district into the hearts of these frontier warriors in a more visceral and impactful manner. Riding upon the Black Flame King, Lin Huan felt the rush of the high-altitude winds as he gazed down at the swiftly passing, ravaged earth below. This was the outermost scenery, far more desolate and perilous than the periphery he occupied, with chaotic energy flows more pronounced. guided by the coordinates on his personal terminal. He swiftly navigated to lock onto the region X, 734Y, 119. It was an expansive highland, riddled with ravines and weathered rock pillars. Soon, his target emerged. A colossal beast, comparable in size to a small hill, the earth-splitting rhinoceros. Its skin was a mottled gray-brown, rough as rock, with a formidable layer of bony plates adorning its back. Most striking was the stout, resplendent horn atop its head, shimmering with an earthy luster. It was leisurely probing the ground with its horn, each contact sending ripples of tremors through the earth, seemingly in search of something. The oppressive aura it exuded was undeniably beyond what those lesser competitors could muster. Lin Huan took a deep breath and patted the neck of the Black Flame King. "It's your turn, my friend. Maintain altitude and greet it with fireballs." The Black Flame King understood and let out a fierce battle cry. It soared to a safe height above the rift rhino, opening its massive jaws as the fire sac in its throat swelled violently. A searing fireball rapidly coalesced and plummeted earthward like a meteor. Boom! The fireball struck the broad back of the rift rhino with pinpoint accuracy, erupting in a shower of flames. The rift rhino emitted a painful and furious roar, its bony plates charred black, yet was evidently not severely wounded, merely enraged. It raised its head, its crimson eyes locking onto the airborne Black Flame King, its sturdy hooves scraping the ground in agitation. However, it was grounded, a fatal flaw. Lin Huan commanded the Black Flame King to maintain an altitude unreachable by the bellowing beast, even as it occasionally fired earth and stone projectiles from its horn. One fireball after another descended like precision-guided munitions upon the rift rhino's head and limbs. Indeed, the creature's defenses were formidable. A single fireball could not inflict decisive damage. Yet its colossal size rendered it a stationary target, incapable of effective evasion, or rather, moving before the mighty fire dragon was akin to remaining still. The searing flames scorched its skin, the explosive force jostling its insides. The battle transformed into a one-sided aerial bombardment. The rift rhino, despite its terrifying strength and defenses, could only endure the onslaught, its furious roars echoing through the land, yet failing to harm its adversary in the slightest. Lin Huan remained unperturbed, fully aware that such a tough-skinned, resilient monster required patience. He instructed the Black Flame King to rhythmically unleash fireballs, retreating to a safe distance to rest upon a rocky pillar whenever fatigue set in, allowing for recovery. After all, the Black Flame King was still in its youth, its endurance still developing. Time passed gradually, from noon to dusk, during which the duo managed a hearty meal. The rift rhino's body bore numerous charred marks. Its movements grew sluggish, and its roars were filled with exhaustion and despair. The luminosity of its horn dimmed, and its stone projectiles became increasingly feeble. Finally, bathed in the hues of the setting sun, the Black Flame King unleashed another charged fireball that struck the relatively vulnerable side of the rift rhino's neck. The creature let out an agonizing and profoundly unwilling wail as its massive form collapsed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The earth quaked violently for a moment before settling into tranquility. The battle was concluded, from beginning to end. Nearly 4 hours elapsed, during which Lin Huan scarcely touched the ground, even managing to seize a moment to partake in a meal. Through the sheer aerial superiority of the Black Flame King, he effectively wore down a formidable 5-star monster to its demise. Such is the might of air supremacy. This exemplifies the combat style of the fierce fire dragon, the sovereign of skies. Lin Huan descended upon the ground, riding the Black Flame King, and confirmed the death of the cracking earth rhinoceros. He did not immediately attend to the carcass. Instead, he instructed the Black Flame King to stand guard and rest while he utilized his terminal to send a safety signal and coordinates to the ground troops, simultaneously uploading the image of the fallen beast. Without waiting for any response, he proceeded to rendezvous with his forces. In merely one day, the core objective of the trial mission had been accomplished. Yet, he was not content with this alone. His aspirations extended beyond mere extermination. He sought to demonstrate his capability for territorial control, which could also be regarded as a show of force. The next day, as the imposing figure of the brutal jaw dragon, akin to a moving fortress, and the gleaming, metallic-tailed blade of annihilation emerged on the horizon, the scattered monsters in the vicinity faced utter obliteration. Any creature daring to approach the carcass of the cracking earth rhinoceros or any low-tier monsters already inhabiting the area were swiftly reduced to corpses beneath the brutal trampling of the brutal jaw dragon and the precise strikes of the blade of annihilation. The logistical convoy arrived smoothly, commencing the systematic division and transportation of the invaluable 5-star monster materials. Only then did Lin Huan leisurely dispatch the third message to the 7th sequence. The target, cracking earth rhinoceros, has been eliminated. The area is being cleared and consolidated. I shall proceed with the primary combat units to your defense zone for preliminary engagement. This time, Lin Huan opted for a striking approach combining land and air. He continued to ride the Black Flame King, but at a low altitude, almost skimming the ground. To his left strode the earth-shaking brutal jaw dragon, exuding a ferocious aura. To his right was the elegantly poised blade of annihilation, each step radiating a sharp, sword-like intent, its meticulously sharpened tail leaving deep grooves in the earth. This small contingent emanated an overwhelming presence akin to that of a vast army as they advanced towards the 7th sequence defense zone. As they drew closer to human territory, Lin Huan could distinctly feel countless gazes penetrating from concealed outposts and behind fortifications. Shock, fear, curiosity, and disbelief intermingled in a tapestry of emotions. Even though he had sent prior notice, the sheer visual and psychological impact of these 3 living, immensely powerful monsters approaching was beyond imagination. The patrol teams encountered along the way instinctively halted, holding their breath and pressing against the walls as they watched this monstrous procession pass by. Only after the convoy had moved on did fervent discussions erupt. Wow, that's the brutal jaw dragon. 100 times more ferocious than in a live stream, exclaimed one. And the one beside it, is that the dragon slayer? The data says its tail is harder than metal. In the sky, a dragon's sword. And the intensity of its gaze sent a tremor through my legs. How on earth does Lin Huan command such formidable creatures? It is truly terrifying. Is this the confidence that emboldens him to take charge of the defense line? Just then, a squad of gene warriors, weary from their recent mission in the wild, suddenly encountered the oncoming manticore dragon and the low-flying Black Flame King. Instinctively, the captain drew her chainsaw sword, entering a battle-ready stance. This action triggered an immediate chain reaction. The manticore dragon, perceiving a challenge, unleashed a deafening roar, its massive jaws agape to reveal menacing teeth, its colossal head poised to charge, exuding a brutal aura that bore down on the squad of warriors. Meanwhile, the incineration blade silently shifted, its immense tail blade slowly rising, aimed directly at the captain. The frigid intent to kill locking onto her, as if the air itself became infused with the scent of metal grinding. The captain and her teammates turned pale, akin to being preyed upon by a prehistoric beast, an overwhelming sense of impending doom igniting their adrenaline, their breaths hastening involuntarily, gripping their chainsaw swords tightly, their bodies tensed, bracing for a desperate fight. Just as the clash seemed imminent, Lin Huan, seated atop the Black Flame King, spoke softly yet with undeniable authority. Stop. Simultaneously, he transmitted a calming thought through the binding stone and system. The manticore dragon snorted in displeasure, but repressed its desire to attack. The incineration blade also gradually lowered its tail blade, though its gaze remained icy. Lin Huan turned to the tense warriors, his tone serene. Relax, we are merely passing through. Next time, draw your weapons only after discerning the situation. With that, he paid them no further heed and continued onward. As the adrenaline subsided, the squad leaned against the wall, breathless, their eyes filled with trepidation and profound respect as they watched the silhouettes of the monstrous entourage fade into the distance. This scene did not go unnoticed by several concealed observers. A friend beside a 5-star gene warrior inquired curiously, "What do you think of those biological weapons?" After scrutinizing, the 5-star warrior replied gravely, "If there were intelligence on their weaknesses, I might wager a 60-40 chance." The friend, intrigued, pressed further. "And if they're ISNT? Then we would perish," the 5-star warrior whispered. They had not only witnessed the might of these creatures, but also Lin Huan's masterful control over them, indicating their manageable nature, tactical compatibility, and, crucially, their immense power as biological weapons. The journey continued without further incident, as Lin Huan, mounted on the Black Flame King and flanked by the Manticore Dragon and Incineration Blade, arrived at the designated meeting point of the 7th sequence defense zone, a plaza in front of a formidable fortress located behind the defense line. There, A squad of robust Gene warriors, clearly better equipped than ordinary soldiers, stood at attention. With one individual at the forefront, adorned with high-ranking insignia, his gaze sharp as an eagle, quietly observing this unprecedented delegation. Lin Huan gracefully leaped from the back of the Black Flame King, facing the opposition with a composed and confident smile. He understood that the true negotiation was only just beginning, and the display of strength he brought had laid the most solid foundation for this discourse. Chapter 52. The Ceremony and the Initial Display of Power. In the 7th Sequence Defense Zone, amidst the square before the Iron Fortress, Lin Huan touched down silently. Behind him, the man-eating dragon loomed like a moving mountain, its heavy breaths exuding a scorching heat, while the tail blade of the incineration blade dragged along the ground, producing a faint, grating sound that sent shivers through the teeth. Above, the Black Flame King circled slowly, casting a shadow that enveloped one corner of the square, its dark red scales reflecting a chilling gleam under the fortress's floodlights. Opposite them stood a squad of Gene warriors led by a middle-aged man adorned with high-ranking military insignia. Despite their robust and battle-hardened demeanor, they could not help but feel the tension tighten their muscles and the unmistakable shock and vigilance flickering in their eyes. Confronted by the mixed pressure emanating from the formidable beasts, which they had only seen in films, this reaction was an instinctive wariness in the face of an unknown danger. With a serene smile, Lin Huan approached the middle-aged man, who was evidently in command. He sensed countless gazes piercing through the shooting holes and observation windows of the fortress, focusing intently on him and the creatures at his back. This sensation of being scrutinized and evaluated was not unfamiliar to him. He had experienced it numerous times during the ZIO competition, yet this occasion bore a profoundly different significance. Lin Huan, the district chief of the Lin ecological zone, came to a standstill before his counterpart and spoke first, his voice clear and calm, neither servile nor arrogant. The middle-aged man, with eyes as sharp as an eagle, lingered on Lin Huan's face for a moment before scanning the beast behind him, finally returning his gaze to Lin Huan as he spoke slowly. I am Gao Ming, the commander of the 3rd Defense Zone in the 7th Sequence. By the order of the Sequence Master, I await your arrival, District Chief Lin. His voice was hoarse, yet steady, imbued with the decisiveness typical of a soldier. The Sequence Master has been waiting at the entrance. Please follow me. Gao Ming gestured for him to proceed, though his gaze inadvertently flitted back to the man-eating dragon and the incineration blade. As a peak 3-star Gene warrior, he could distinctly sense the terrifying power contained within these two creatures, particularly the one with the exceptionally sharp tail blade, which evoked a visceral sense of danger, as if facing a drawn sword. Thank you, Commander Gao, Lin Huan replied, nodding. He then issued a command through the bondstone for the 3 beasts to remain on standby. The man-eating dragon let out a low growl, somewhat restless as it lay down, its massive head resting on its forelimbs, though its crimson eyes remained alert, scanning the surroundings. The incineration blade stood quietly in place, its tail blade lifted gracefully, yet concealing a lethal intent. The Black Flame King also descended to a lower altitude, landing on the edge of the square atop a turret, folding its wings like a monarch surveying its subjects. As they approached the entrance of the square, Gao Ming halted and spoke in a solemn tone. The Sequence Master awaits there. District Chief Lin, please. The Master of the Sequence stood with his back to Lin Huan, gazing intently at the holographic map in his hands. Although he was not particularly tall, his presence was akin to an ancient mountain, exuding an unshakable sense of stability. Even from a distance, Lin Huan could sense the weighty aura, forged through countless battles, and the faint, chilling air of lethal intent surrounding him. He was Hua Hengxiu, a 6-star genetic warrior and the master of the 7th Sequence. Upon hearing the sound of the door, Hua Hengxiu slowly turned around. His visage was somewhat older than Lin Huan had anticipated. His face, chiseled and scarred, bore numerous marks of past conflicts, particularly a fierce scar running from his brow to his jaw on the left cheek, adding an intimidating edge to his demeanor. Yet, what captivated attention most were his eyes. They were not clouded, but rather exceptionally clear and sharp, as if capable of penetrating the depths of one's soul. Beneath them lay a profound weariness, coupled with a serene acceptance of life and death. Dressed simply in a dark green combat uniform devoid of any military insignia, he emanated a more formidable presence than any opulent attire could provide. This was a veteran who had once commanded Lin Huan's parents amidst the bloodiest of battles. Lin Huan collected his thoughts, stepping forward and slightly bowing, offering a gesture of respect to a senior and a distinguished figure. I am Lin Huan. It is an honor to meet you, Master Zhua. Zhua Hengxiu remained silent, scrutinizing Lin Huan with his piercing gaze, which seemed to envelop him entirely. The atmosphere thickened, an invisible pressure enveloping the space, a manifestation of the aura belonging to a top-tier warrior, a culmination of countless brushes with death. Lin Huan felt a momentary constriction in his breath, his body instinctively tensing. He could even hear the accelerated rhythm of his own heartbeat. The weight of experience and existence embodied in this man dwarfed Lin Huan as owned 2 lifetimes of experiences. It was a crushing disparity in the realms of life and wisdom. Even the 3 monstrous creatures outside seemed to sense the immense pressure radiating from their master, instinctively unleashing low, warning growls. The roar of the manticore was tinged with agitation. The sound of the emberblade's tail scraping grew frantic, and the Black Flame King restlessly shifted its claws atop the turret. They all acutely perceived the danger emanating from this man. Confronted with such overwhelming pressure, Lin Huan compelled himself to relax, allowing a calm demeanor to return to his face. He took a few steps forward, standing before Zhua Hengxiu and extending his right hand. Master Zhua, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am Lin Huan, representing the Lin Ecological District, here to discuss matters of defense contracting. He conveyed neither humility nor arrogance, treating Zhua Hengxiu as a respected elder while positioning him as an equal collaborator. Zhua Hengxiu regarded Lin Huan's extended hand, then glanced at the young man's eyes, which struggled to maintain calm, yet betrayed a sharp intensity. The corners of his mouth twitched upwards ever so slightly, hinting at a barely perceptible smile. He gradually lifted his right hand, clasping Lin Huan's in a firm handshake. In the fleeting moment when their hands clasped, Lin Huan's countenance abruptly shifted. The air in Fortress Square seemed to solidify entirely due to the connection of those 2 hands. An immense yet meticulously controlled force emanated from the opposing hand, gradually tightening like a hydraulic clamp, precariously poised at the threshold of shattering his bone. A sharp, piercing pain coursed through him as his finger joints emitted faint creaks under the intolerable strain. Lin Huan harbored no doubt that, should the other party desire it, his right hand would instantly be reduced to a mere pulp. Was this a display of dominance or a test? A spark of indignation ignited within him, not from the pain, but from the sensation of being probed. The stubbornness and desire for control inherent in his nature were awakened, blood surging through his veins, muscles tautening to their utmost limits. With a mere thought, the Monster Hunter module activated. A warm current surged forth, instantly filling his limbs with strength and resilience. His usual state was at the pinnacle of 1 star, yet in this moment, fueled by the module, his physical prowess surged to the peak of 2 star, even grazing the threshold of 3 star. A flicker of genuine surprise crossed Zhua Hengxiu's eyes. He distinctly felt that the hand in his grasp, which had previously seemed somewhat slender, had suddenly transformed into a substance as resilient as high-strength alloy. However, it remained merely high-strength alloy, with a slight reduction in moisture. It could easily surpass it. This power was already on par with a 3-star genetic warrior specializing in strength. How could such a young ecological district leader possess such formidable physicality? Zhua Hengxiu regarded Lin Huan with a deep gaze, perceiving the indomitable resolve and sharpness reflected in his eyes. The strength in his wrist receded like a tide, and he voluntarily released his grip. Not bad. Zhua Hengxiu uttered 2 words, his voice hoarse yet imbued with gravitas. Lin Zhan and Su Wan's son had not brought them shame. Upon hearing his parents' names, Lin Huan's gaze flickered momentarily before quickly regaining its composure. He flexed his somewhat numb fingers and replied coolly, "You flatter me, Zhua District Leader. Let us discuss the matter of contracting the defense line in a professional manner." "Very well, straightforward indeed. Please, after you." So Hengxiu turned and strode toward the interior of the fortress, his steps steady, as if the silent skirmish had never transpired. The reception room was quite austere, adorned only with essential furniture and a massive holographic projection of a battle zone, devoid of any superfluous decoration. Once seated, Zhua Hengxiu's directness surpassed Lin Huan's expectations. "I have witnessed your strength. The rift beasts have been thoroughly eradicated, and your area control capabilities are commendable." Zhua Hengxiu activated the holographic projection, pointing to a highlighted area. "This is the A6 zone, the former defensive bulge, measuring approximately 3 kilometers in length. The terrain is intricate, with ravines and hills interspersed, making it easy to defend, yet difficult to assault, though it also harbors monsters. After suffering significant losses, a prior garrison was compelled to abandon it. The number of monsters currently residing within is unknown, but at least 2 5-star threats have been confirmed. He lifted his gaze, his eyes piercing as they met Lin Huan's. If you wish to contract the defense line, this will serve as your touchstone. According to the framework you proposed, eliminate all threats within the designated area, establish effective control, and assume primary responsibility for subsequent defenses. The dominion and resource extraction rights of Area A6 shall belong to you. The 7th sequence shall pay an annual defense collaboration fee and provide fundamental intelligence sharing regarding monstrous activities within the region. The terms were so generous that Lin Huan was somewhat taken aback, nearly accepting his proposal in its entirety. However, so Hungxiu shifted the conversation. There is but one additional condition. The 7th sequence must dispatch a technical support and observation team to remain stationed in Area A6. With no more than 50 personnel, they will assist in constructing basic defensive fortifications, communication nodes, and regularly report on the regional security status to the Sequence Command Center. Naturally, in matters of combat and daily management, they will fully adhere to your command. Their safety shall also be primarily your responsibility. In that instant, Lin Huan comprehended the other party's intentions. The deployment of personnel served not only as assistance, but also as a form of surveillance, ensuring that the 7th sequence maintains a minimum level of awareness and influence over this territory soon to be contracted out. Furthermore, binding the responsibility for the safety of 50 individuals upon himself was an intangible constraint. Yet, he hesitated not for a moment. Very well, Lin Huan nodded. He was troubled by a severe shortage of manpower. Maintaining patrols along a 10-kilometer front with only the few dozen inhabitants of his ecological zone and the Blue Raptors would be utterly exhausting. 50 seasoned frontier warriors and engineers were indeed a timely boon. As for surveillance, as long as they abide by his rules within his domain, he harbored no fear of their watchful eyes. In fact, he wished for them to witness firsthand how he would transform this barren land into an impregnable paradise for monsters and a forward base. The collaboration was agreeable. A genuine smile graced Zhuo Hengqiu's face, seemingly pleased with Lin Huan's resoluteness. He operated his terminal, and a concise electronic contract was sent forth to Lin Huan. All details were included, devoid of any traps. Upon signing, the A6 area would henceforth fall under your jurisdiction. Supplies and personnel would be in place within 3 days. Lin Huan swiftly perused the document, confirming its accuracy before inscribing his name. A protocol capable of causing ripples in the frontier was established within this humble fortress's reception room in a matter of mere minutes. No grand ceremonies, no lengthy disputes. Efficiency is the foremost law of survival in the frontier.